Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Good morning. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from Punta Rocas, Peru. It is the beautiful South American point break right here at Punta Rocas that is delivering a ton of opportunities for everybody out there, the best junior surfers under the age of 18 in the world, represented right here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Mitchell Salazar here with one of the greatest female surfers of all time, Sofia Mulanovic. Sofia, good morning.
Good morning,
Day
Mitch.
2 right here. It is pumping out there, 6 to 8 feet at the very least, and we still have a lot more surfing. 5 more heats of the women's under 18 opening round, and then we're going straight into boys U18 afterwards.
Yes, I'm super excited. The waves are pumping today. It has picked up a lot, so I think it's going to be a great day of competition.
And you were chatting with Shannon yesterday and talking about how important this venue is, not only to Peruvian surfing, it's been a venue for the Pan American Games. Lima 2027 will be back in a few years too. But the history of the surfing nation of Peru really has always gone through Punta Rocas as well, Sofia.
For sure, I think Punta Rocas is like our national stadium, so it's the best venue for a contest like this big. It's really consistent. As you can see by today, the waves are a lot bigger, 6 to 8 feet.
Yeah.
Solid waves, lots of water. So I think we're going to watch some amazing surfing.
So 6:57 local time at the moment, our low tide, just at about before 1 p.m., 12:45. It does go negative, Sofia, minus 0.1. High tide just at about 6:39, so coming off of right now. Not a huge difference in the coefficient, though. Water temp still pretty warm, and air temperature, when the sun comes out, it's actually pretty nice to enjoy on the beach line. You can see right here, a ton of rocks. There's a reason why it's called Punta Rocas Rocky Point, but it is nonstop out there at the moment. And of course, you have the world's best juniors. Gonna be a few drop-ins every now and then out here with the under 18, Sofia.
For sure. And you can tell it's like overhead, huh? There's like big waves out there.
This from the free surf this morning. A lot of the local surfers out there. Alejandro Bernales. Jaime Veselko from Portugal. He's done very well at ISA competition before. Sister Kika, very close to qualifying for the World Championship Tour this year. And we're talking about the very best of the very best. I mean, to be selected to represent your host nation is one important thing for Peru, but for a lot of visiting surfers, obviously a lot of pride from their respective nations too. They want to do well and leave home with a medal around their neck.
Of course. I think this is one of the biggest event for the junior surfers in the world. So they for sure want to go back home with a medal.
And seeing so many different countries, I mean, especially for yourself, Sofia, when you started, you know, you were the only Peruvian on the World Championship Tour. Peru was always a strong team when it came to ISA competition, but now you see the diversity of nations, especially within Europe. It's just crazy to see more than 400 surfers right here, you know, not only gravitating towards Peru, but really to the beautiful waves of Punta Rocas. Looking at the schedule later on this week, today still finishing up the girls U18, so competition every day from sunrise to sunset. And finals day, Sofia, we will be crowning champions on Sunday, December the 14th. Also our closing ceremony that day, a week from now. We've still got a long one ahead of us. For yourself, Sofia, most special part of competing, representing your country here at the ISAs? What did you feel when you were able to really put on that jersey representing your country?
I think the ISAs are the most special festival of surfing. You are there with your team. You feel the team vibe and the pride to be representing your team. So I think it makes it a lot more special. You're like part of something bigger. So yeah, I have really good memories representing Peru in the ISAs.
So about a few seconds away from starting right here at Punta Rocas, we'll be going into Heat 28. Remember, join us online. You can follow us at ISA Surfing on Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, and of course, Facebook as well. And you can check everything out on isasurf.org to get results, the live broadcasts. And remember, Podium 2 does have live scoring as well, but no live broadcast. So we can hear the beach announcer in the background, Sophia, good indication that we are close to start right here. And there's the buzzer. So Heat 28 of girls under 18, opening round out there in the water. Kylie Puccini from the U.S. in the red. Eline Gerlings from the Netherlands is in the blue. And Wan Yu Chen from Chinese Taipei in the green. 3 different parts of the world represented right here in Heat 28. So
It's incredible to see so many countries being part of this surfing festival.
you see Taiwan, Chinese Taipei, they have spectacular waves over there too. They run a couple QSs, a couple Pro Juniors. We had the World Pro Juniors ran over there for multiple years in a row. Underrated place for a surf trip for sure, Sophia.
I've never been there, but I would want to go check it out for sure.
Yeah, so Wan Yu Chen, she's 14. They call her Amber. She is from the East Coast of Chinese Taipei. You have Kylie Puccini out there from Florida. She was your under-18 champion from USA Surfing back in 2023. And Eline Gerlings, she was born in Amsterdam. Started surfing in 2021. So talking about 2025, December right now. About 4 years of surfing and being here representing your country. It's a big deal, Sophia, and for Gerlings, she obviously wants to go a long way. And, you know, seeding works out in your favor every now and then. There's times where you have a 3-person heat in the opening round. There's times where you have a 4. And fortunately for these 3 surfers, only them out there at the moment. Might be Puccini, the first wave of the morning, and she is up. Surfer out of Florida. Longtime competitor on the East Coast. And won the U18s at USA Surfing Nationals over there in San Clemente at Lowers back in 2023. Couple good wiggles to start. It'll be really a baseline for our judges to get things going with the scale as well today. Gonna let the second one go, but Puccini definitely knows how to compete, and you can definitely tell that Ryan Simmons and his crew has done a good job to get things going early on in these heats for his surfers.
Yeah, for sure, and we can see a big set coming at the back. But that was a good start for Red, Kylie Puccini from USA. I wonder if they've changed their equipment for today, because the waves seem a lot bigger. I don't know if they're riding bigger boards. Maybe some of them.
Definitely an option, wouldn't you think? I mean, you're the expert right here about this wave, and it does seem like Wan Yu Chen riding a pretty small board out there at the moment, but nice little carve to start things off for the surfer out of Chinese Taipei in green. Beautiful second carve right there in the pocket. Into the lip, and unfortunately just goes a little too strong right there. But your opinion, a little bit of a step up today, probably a better option, Soph?
Just to paddle into them, maybe. You know, it's really important to have that speed in that first takeoff, you know, to do that first bottom turn. Kind of sets you up for the whole wave.
Did you feel a big difference, though, when it came to the length when you were actually on the wave? Was it difficult for you to turn that board?
Yeah, I mean, when you're on the wave, it's better to have, like, not such a big board.
Right.
But I think it's important to paddle into it. So I would consider maybe, like, having, like, a step up for today. Here comes the replay of Red. She served this wave really well, timed it really right. With lots of patience. I think Punta Rocas is a wave that needs a little bit of patience. You kind of have to wait for that section. Have to draw your moves, draw your lines. Here comes Green, that last wave. She served this wave really well. This turn was really nice, waiting for that section. Unfortunately, she falls off on that last turn. That wave gave her a lot of opportunity. But unfortunately, she falls off in this last move.
Nice attempt, though. I mean, she gets her timing
Yeah.
right there. Her foot doesn't slip off. We're probably seeing pretty significant score in the heat so far. 15:50 on the clock. Any preference on where to really sit on a day like today? I know it's more of a south-southwest, and the left is still available. I was very surprised yesterday that really nobody was looking at the left that much. But Sofia, the right, obviously the wave with higher quality out there here at Punta Rocas. But in terms of positioning, what would you be doing, especially with the increase in size today?
Yes, I think the left is an amazing, amazing wave here in Punta Rocas, and I was looking at those lefts yesterday too. I was like, okay, I would have been taking off there, but the thing is that when the waves start picking up, I think like when you catch the left, it's a lot harder to paddle back out. It just takes you more time. So with 20 minutes,
It goes by quick.
yeah, it
So-
goes quick. So I don't know if I would try and catch a left today,
Maybe an
unless it's a
option.
really good one.
Right.
You know?
Maybe an option towards the end of the heat then, once you already
Exactly.
have your 2 scores. That's a good way to think about things. Go right initially. If you see left afterwards, especially in lower priority, might be a good chance out there for the surfers. 417 for Puccini out of the U.S. Wan Yu Chen from Chinese Taipei with a 3.33. Priority with the surfer in blue, Elinger Lings. Born in Amsterdam, only been surfing for 4 years now, and here she goes. The goofy footer in blue, just gonna step off real quick. And I don't know if you've been to Amsterdam before, Sophia, but it might be my favorite city in the world. There's just something about that place. I wish there were waves right there in the city, but it is just spectacular and something special about that place for sure.
I love Amsterdam. I've been there a few times, and I love the city too.
It's amazing anytime I get to speak to, Zoe Zietz, her brother Oliver. Mom Afke is from the city, and they gave me a couple recommendations on what to do around there, and they just said, go and try any kind of food that you can. And that's a really cool thing about coming to the ISA World Juniors. You get to interact and not only exchange surfing culture, really your culture from your own country as well. I mean, first time I met you, we were talking about Peruvian food and ceviche, and I've been in your area a couple days now, and guess what? We've already had incredible food the 2 days that we've been here.
Did you already have ceviche or not?
Not yet. I went the other day and it was closed,
Okay.
but I think that is the plan for later today. You can't leave Peru without
No,
having at least
you
ceviche one
can't.
time. Even in the morning. Give me my fish. 13:20 on the clock.
Wow, it's a big set.
And Pulcini might be in position. This is a roller. And she is up. So you can see the obvious increase in size today in comparison to yesterday. That's a strong snap under the lip from Kylie. Brings it all the way back around. And really strong surfing right here with that Mayhem underneath her feet. For the most part, a lot of these surfers on the Mayhems riding the driver 3.0, probably the most high performance board there is out there, and a strong snap to end things. 12:40 on the clock, potentially her best wave right here, Sophia.
Yes, that was a beautiful wave. The takeoff was really critical, and she surfed it really well, in a lot of control of her board, of her body. She finished well, so I think that's going to be her best score for sure.
Well, we're going to be extending your lead right here. Wan Yu Chen with the 3.33. Gerlings only has the throwaway score. Here's a replay
Here's a
from the drone
replay.
angle.
It's a big wave too. It's a set wave. She does that first big turn, smashes off the lead, goes back to the power source, then waits for that section. She looks like in a lot of control of her board, right? On her body. Like, it looks like she's never going to fall off.
That
And
kind
then-
of show you confidence, Sophia?
Yeah, for sure. Like, she shows she's like really, you can tell she's confident, right? And she finished really well. It's a really big wave too.
Opening snap, solid as well under the lip.
And she goes back to the power source with a beautiful turn. Another turn. Waiting for that section. She knows that she needs to finish well this wave to get the best score. And then she finishes really well here. I think she's going to be really happy about this wave.
I would agree. I think she should be very satisfied with her performance on that wave. It's a 617. So into the double digits now, 10.34 heat total, 417 her backup. 11 minutes on the clock. And yesterday you pointed something major out to everybody watching online. Not necessarily the biggest wave out here tends to be the best one, but with the major increase in size, I mean, you can just see line after line out there at the moment. Are you willing to risk going on a smaller insider, not catching it, and then potentially getting this on the head, Soph?
I think today it's a different story. I think today it's good to be at the back and trying to catch like a big wave at the back. It's just really, like there's a lot of power. There's like big waves today, so it looks a lot better if you catch a wave from the back. Yesterday, I think it was different.
Yeah. Less risk involved in which waves to select. Today obviously seems like a lot more work too. In 20 minutes, you get caught inside, Sophia.
Exactly.
I think every surfer knows that feeling in the past. That happens in a 20-minute heat.
Yeah.
You might only be catching one wave in those 20
Exactly.
minutes.
You don't want to get the set on the head today.
There's the Netherlands team, Kai Wolfsbeck and company. Always some great colors from that beautiful European country. Any favorites when it comes to the vestiments that we've seen so far this week? I always feel like South Africa has one of the best outfits there is the blazers, the vuvuzelas. They got
Elegant.
everything. Get a word to describe it right there. Wan Yu Chen up and riding in green. Her opening ride, a 3.33. Get a patience off of the bottom right here. Only looking to really get a backup at the moment, put some more pressure on the surfer in blue. And for somebody that's only 14 years old, given the size out there, how difficult it is to surf up a Division II, very impressed with Wan Yu Chen so far, with 9 minutes on the clock right here, Sophia.
Yeah, she's handling the conditions really well. She's staying active. And I think this last wave is gonna help her for sure in the heat. And we have Kylie Pulcini in the first place with a 6.17 and a 4.17. Wan Yu Chen with a 3.33, and we don't know about that last wave. I think, what do you think? Do you think it's going to be?
Her first wave seemed to have better quality on it, but second wave was hard to ride. It might be right around the 3 that she already has, in my opinion, but it's definitely one of those waves where I think judges really have to be very conscious about the quality of the waves that are available out there.
The wave was a little bit white, right? It was hard to surf.
A lot of white water on it. Still, though, I mean, consider just being in second place right now. As a former competitor, advancement always has to be the main priority, right, Sophia?
Exactly.
Was there anything you weren't willing to do out there to make it through a heat? Were you going to bite somebody or, make sure that they didn't catch a wave? Obviously, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I think when you put a jersey on, you're a competitor, not a friend anymore, huh?
And there's certain rules that are a little gray, right? They're not necessarily black and white. You can play around with it a little bit more. And, for a lot of these young kids, this is really where they gain advantage of competing home, having a really strong home series back in their native countries. We see this a lot with the Peruvian surfers. We see it a lot with the Portuguese. They have a very successful tour back in Portugal with the Mayo Tour. But, of course, I think the United States, as of late, too, has really been developing a lot of their young surfers, including the surfer in red Pulcini out there in the lead.
She's surfing really well, Kylie. She looks solid. She's from San Clemente, right? She probably surfs lowers a lot. And I think this wave kind of has something. It's a mixture between lowers and bells. What do you think? I think could have similarities. So she's probably feeling really comfortable out there.
Yeah, spends a lot of time in San Clemente from Florida.
Oh, she's from Florida,
yeah,
sorry.
But, I mean, you can say that almost everybody that has come through the USA Surfing program has gone through San Clemente at least a few times, though, Sophia. That's how important that location is. That's a paddle from Gerling, so she's going to go down the priority rotation. Meanwhile, Wan Yu Chen, that's some beautiful stuff on the backhand. Nice timing right there for the second one, too, for the surfer out of Chinese Taipei. And what a combination from Chen. Gerling's now, this is an important way for her. She needs to get into the heat somehow. And just flowing down the line. Nice combination right there from Eileen. And much better. So we were waiting for this a few minutes ago and finally delivering it right here. So she's back into the heat. Issue is 6 minutes on the clock, not a whole lot of time left. Meanwhile, the heat leader outside, Pulcini, quickening out for her. But an important wave right there from Gerlings. I'd say an even more important wave from Wan Yu Chen, who's probably going to be extending her second place.
Yeah, they both got some really good waves out there, surfed it really well. Eileen, you said that she's just been surfing for 4 years. She's surfing really good.
Pretty crazy, isn't it?
Really good. And I really like the Wayun Chen's wave. That was a beautiful wave too. She surfed it really well. That's by far her best wave. Let's wait for scores and see how much she gets for that.
5:20 on the clock. More sets coming through on the outside.
Non-stop sets.
This was the case for yesterday, Sofia. When people ask me, what I think of Peru, I think consistent waves, great waves, amazing food. And yesterday was a great indication of everything above, because I don't think the ocean stopped a single moment yesterday, and it was a few feet smaller. I don't think that's going to be the case today either. And a lot of these swells tend to be long period swells too, so you would think there's longer intervals in them. There's got to be at least 6-7 sets per heat in a 20-minute one.
Yeah, it's non-stop. There's so much opportunity.
It's what you want in a heat, right?
Exactly.
As a competitor, you come here and you're thinking to myself, man, what else do I need? What else do I want out there with conditions like this? Did you have an ideal scenario? Give me 20-minute heat adjustment. What do I want to do in the first 10 minutes? What do I want to do in the back 10 minutes?
I mean, you just need 2 waves. I think obviously the first 10 minutes maybe catch like an excellent wave. Probably in the first 5 minutes would be amazing, so you don't feel the pressure after. And then have a good backup. Hopefully another excellent wave,
It sounds very simple.
Yeah,
Write it down, though.
It does.
Excellent score first 10 minutes. Excellent score
Yeah,
last 10 minutes.
That's what you want, right? You have to have your expectations really high.
It's good having that confidence in yourself, as you're mentioning by far her best wave, a 5.67 for Wan Yu Chen. She extends her second place positioning. Eileen Gerlings does get her best at 3.4. Now needing a 6.2 to move up into second place. 3 minutes 30 on the clock right here in our first heat this morning. Heat 28, we still got 4 more after this one. So 32 heats of the opening round for the girls U18. Taking a look back at the 617 right here of Pulcini, Sofia.
That was a really nice wave for Puccini. This is the highest wave of the heat. She surfed it with a lot of control, with a lot of commitment, with patience too, like how I said. I think it's really important in Punta Rocas to wait for that section. Don't get too antsy about the wave, because you kind of miss that section if you go too forward. And finishing well, the wave. So that's a 6.17 is the highest wave. I really like this wave too from Green. She surfed it really well, timing it right, waiting for the section, then goes vertical on that second move and finish it really well too.
So when did you feel that you discovered patience, Sofia? Because it's something that is not easy to come by, and it takes a long while to really process that, especially as a junior surfer. When did you feel like you matured enough and found your patience to really ride a wave this long?
I think experience gives you patience. When you're a grommet, it's hard to find that patience. You just want to catch everything, and it's just being a grommet. But you learn through the years that sometimes patience pays off.
Oh, in the long run, I mean, you look at the world's best surfers, I think a couple of former ISA gold medalists will tell you that if it weren't for patience, they probably wouldn't have the success that they've had nowadays. Netherlands team right there. Douwe Robrek, Kai Wolfsbeck and company. But it's interesting to me because you see some of the best styles on tour, some of the best styles that have won ISA gold medals. Most of them tend to be much more patient surfers rather than, as you pointed out, too antsy at times. And especially on a wave that is this long, you're not patient. It really shows your flaws out there on a wave that is so demanding like Punta Rocas.
For sure. I think timing is really important in this wave. I think in every wave, timing is really important. But some waves tend to go really fast down the line, but this wave doesn't. You kind of have to stay close to the power source and find those sections and draw really big lines, So I think you have to have really good fundamentals in your surfing in this type of wave. Kind of like bells too, like sunset and waves like that.
It's an excellent breakdown right there. Timing, speed, and of course, fundamental surfing. The basics done well never go out of style, Sophia. We all know that. And power surfing, probably the most important part of a wave like this. 45 seconds on the clock. It's Gerlings needing a 6.2 at the moment. Wan Yu Chen in second, her low score 3.93, and Puccini, the heat leader. Well, she surfed an outstanding heat so far, 4.17 as her backup. And the United States, they're 30 seconds away from getting 3 heat wins in the opening round of the girls U18. There's the rest of the crew. Olivia Storr, Avery McDonald, Linnea Mons, Bailey Turner, Victoria Duprat. Really strong field that they have this year at the ISA World Juniors. And Puccini does have priority. That wave not going to break, though, and it's another win for the U.S. and Chinese Taipei moving through in second, Sophia. They're looking good so far in the first 2 days of competition as well.
That was a great heat to start the day.
So the United States celebrating another victory. Very stoked. They had 3 wins in this opening round for the girls U18. And they've had a strong start so far to the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Well, 4 more heats to go in our girls U18 opening round. Be right back. Ione Laterna, Chiara Cupone, and Alana Soto Perez when we return to Punta Rocas.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Buenos dias and welcome back to the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships here in Punta Rocas, Peru. It is Heat 29 of the girls U18 opening round. Ton of waves out there this morning here at beautiful Punta Rocas. Ione Laterna out of Hawaii in the red, Chiara Cupone from Italy in the blue, and Alana Soto Perez from Puerto Rico is in the green. Mitchell Salazar here with the greatest Peruvian surfer of all time, Sofia Milanovic. So, Soph, brand new heat. Laterna out there out of Hawaii. You have Italy represented with Cupone and Perez out of Puerto Rico. 3 different parts of the world. And for a lot of people, they consider Puerto Rico to really be the Hawaii of the Caribbean. A lot of great waves over there. Heavy reef breaks too. And especially for both Laterna and Perez, they got to be thinking coming here to wide open wave in the Pacific Ocean, feeling right at home for the 2 of them.
Of course, both Hawaii and Puerto Rico have amazing waves with a lot of power, so I think they're going to feel really confident out there.
And of course, we've seen a lot of success from other Polynesians right here too. Hira Terena Tufa back in 2010 won the World Surfing Games over at Señoritas. Man, it is just pumping out there at the moment.
That's a really good wave.
So
that's the kind of waves that are going to give you the excellent scores.
Those are the waves you're looking at right now to get your excellent scores. But you talk about those double-ups, and there's not a big difference in the tides today either, Sophia. So going to be really interesting with how low the tide gets this afternoon and see how much those waves actually tend to cup up even more on the outside. Here's Laterna, and hasn't gotten to her feet, so don't think that's going to be a scoring ride, but we will see if they give that something in the 0 point something. We call those offers. And same thing for Cupone.
Lots of power in the lineup today. That wash is so powerful. it's so hard to like take off on the wash, on the white wash.
And maybe Soto Perez, no, same thing for her. So you pointed it out in the first heat. Maybe having a bit of a step up this morning might be something that's not only intelligent, but even necessary at a point of today, Sofia.
Just to being able to paddle the wave at the back. If you have a bigger board, it will make it a lot easier. There's a lot of like power on the wave. It's hard, you know, if you don't have that first speed to paddle into it, can make things harder for you.
Does it really feel like you need to be next to the whitewater the entire time here at Punta Rocas to be able to get into the wave? Or with the longer board, do you still feel like if you're a bit far on the shoulder, you could get into it easier?
Yeah, I think it like a bigger board would be a good option for today.
There's the United States team. Kyla Pulcini coming in. Another win for them. It's intimidating when you show up on the beach and the shoreline here too, and you see all these rocks and you're thinking, I might have to jump off of those things. And luckily for the surfers, there is a little beach right to the left. So you do paddle out through sand. You come in on the sand. And for Chiara Cupone, well, she's going to get the opening ride of this heat. 17 years of age from Rome. Solid opening carve right there for Chiara. Beautiful second one, too, laying it on rail the entire time. And make sure to stay right next to the whitewater in the pocket the entirety of this ride. A lot of flow on this wave so far, and just looking to really close this wave out with a strong finish. And she will. So shades of maybe the Gurr back in the day, Sophia. A little Brad Gerlach style right there for Chiara Cupone, the 17-year-old from Rome. She did live a couple years in Belgium and also in Virginia Beach. In her 4th year of high school, the surfer representing Italy in the blue.
Beautiful surfing by Blue. Surfing this wave with beautiful timing. Doing really nice turns with a lot of control. Waiting for the section to stand up. Staying close to the power source into the pocket. And I think it's a great start for her, the Italian. She's looking really confident in this wave.
Never
Finishing
rushed anything.
well, exactly.
Another angle right here, Sophia. You talked about the size of the wave. This isn't even a set anymore right here. It's more of a medium-sized wave that Cupone was able to get.
It was a beautiful wave. I really like this wave. Really elegant surfing. The Italian. She's not rushing any of her turns. She has really clean surfing. She knows that she doesn't really need to do like she just needs to time it right to get the right score, right?
Yeah, it's the quality of the maneuvers, not the quantity of
Exactly.
them, right? But at a long wave like this, you obviously do want to get, you know, a good number of maneuvers in. Feels good, and of course, hearing that 5.5 come through for Cupone also must feel great. 14:20 on the clock right here. Ione La Turner out there in the red from Haiku Maui. She's 17 years old. Second time right here at the ISA Juniors for her. Waterwoman and a skateboarder as well. So La Turner out of the beautiful island of Maui. Not her first time competing here at the Juniors. And for somebody coming, you know, from Maui, we call Maui glass when it's on shore and it's all messy. Today truly is a glassy day for her. I mean, Maui, a great place with incredible waves. We've seen a lot of surfers do well here at the ISAs from that island too. And of course, in the end, a good number of surfers qualify for the World Championship Tour, especially on the men's side. Eli Hanneman being one of the most recent ones. Imai DeVault. Of course, can't forget about the great Dusty Payne either, Sophia. Just a beautiful place, excellent quality of the waves too.
Amazing waves in Maui. What's the name of that ride? We used to have a lot of CTs there.
Honolulu Bay.
Honolulu Bay, yeah. Wow, I've got some amazing waves there. We used to have like a girls' contest there by the end of the year.
Yeah.
Wow, what a place.
I remember Courtney Conlog telling me about the year that she got the wild card initially when it was still a Billabong event back in 2006, I want to say. She got a 10 from way out the back, drained. to this day, she still calls it one of the best waves of her life.
Yes. Yeah, I got a 10 there too once, and it was just like, I was just standing up, and then like I was in the barrel and I didn't even notice, you know? And then I was coming out, and just so good.
Those might be the most memorable waves then, the ones that you don't even expect, you don't even know you're in position for them. And for a place like Honolulu Bay, they have an event for the local surfers too. Ione has been part of it, but good training grounds over there too on that island. Ho'okipa being a great one of them too. You go over there, it's not a perfect wave. It's really good to practice and make sure that you're staying confident with your surfing in a difficult environment too. And for a lot of these surfers, you come to a wave like this, I'd say about 80% of them don't necessarily have a wave that could replicate what we're seeing on screen in their home breaks. Kupone on the inside. She's looking to back up to 5-5 immediately. Kind of a double up that she got paddling back out. So timing a bit off at the beginning, does well right there, slides the fins. And she's going to kick out. So going to back up to 5-5, Sophia.
Smart decision from Chiara Kupone. She knows she already has like a 5.5, so having a backup would be really good for her.
Just under 12 minutes. Let's go down. Kylie Puccini with Chris Cote.
Thanks, team. Kylie, great job out there. Showed up today. It looks about twice as big as it was yesterday. So your first heat of the event, how are you feeling the flow going out there?
Yeah, I feel like I maybe played it a little safe, but I'm just like happy that I made it through so I can like get more comfortable out here and like can actually get waves in a heat, you know, not free surfing with 120 other people.
Now, we have 57 nations represented at this year's ISA World Junior Championships. Team USA seems to have come down here with a lot of team spirit. You got the whole squad down here watching you this morning. What's the team dynamic like?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, like, the girls are on our own regiment, the boys are on the other side, but we're, like, cheering for each other, and it feels really good. You know, energy levels are high, and, like, at the opening ceremony, we got to go and meet some of the other teams for fun, and everybody's been really cool.
Now, I know you got a lot of support down here on the beach, but, of course, back at home, all your friends and family, no doubt, staying up late, watching you out there. What do you have to say to them?
Yeah, hey, Dad, I know you're watching, and safe flight back home to Florida. And hey, Mom.
Right on. Congratulations. Keep it going.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Chris, and congratulations to Kylie Puccini. Got a paddle right here, and Alana Soto Perez might have dropped in and made a priority mistake right there. So priority hadn't been established between red and green. Nobody had caught a wave, and Ione Laterna right here is just going to town, just loses it right at the end, though, but she had done some beautiful work before that. So that wave will get scored for Soto Perez, but more than likely going to be an interference on her behalf. Meanwhile, Kupone, she is just on one at the moment. This is surf trip kind of vibes for her. 3 waves already in this heat, a 5-5, a 4, and this one with potential to improve on the 4 or not. We shall see.
Those were some really nice waves from the competitors. Red looked really good on her board.
Yeah.
She carried a lot of speed. Unfortunately, she fell off on that last move, but you can tell she's an amazing surfer.
9 minutes 20. As you said, the board looked great. I think more than anything, the way she kind of had that sense of urgency after, you know, the mishap at the beginning of the heat. All of a sudden, she just goes to town the first 4 maneuvers. Maybe pushed a little too hard right there. Good Lord, look at these waves, Soph.
Wow.
Here we go, Soto Perez now. A lot of froth on this one. And Alana looking to make it around the corner. She does. Brought it back. Looking for at least one more right here. And unfortunately loses control right at the end. So that'll be her second ride. Had the 0.43 to start things off. 2.5 on this one. Rides Tokoro surfboards. Also a jiu-jitsu enthusiast and also loves to play the drums. So a lot of different skill sets from the Puerto Rican Soto Perez.
And that takeoff was really critical. The wave was almost like barreling at the takeoff. She managed really well. But unfortunately, the wave got a little bit wide after that.
Yeah. Too much white water. And, you know, typically when they teach you to start surfing, they always tell you be close to where the whitewaters are. That's where the waves are breaking. Although I will say on a day like today, you don't want to be that close to the whitewater because it definitely does seem like there maybe is an excess of too many waves, Sophia.
Exactly. The waves are non-stop today. You need to be really alert when the set comes. You don't want to get caught by the set because it's going to take a lot of time to go back out.
It's the goofy foot in me, but I'm just looking at these lefts, and it is breaking my heart that they are going by unridden at the moment. Goofy finds a left anywhere in the world, even at a right-hand point break, Sophia.
All my family are goofy footers. I know exactly what you mean. It's just me and my, like, we're a family of around like 8 people, and there's just 2 natural footers. The rest are all goofy footers.
So what happened on surf trips then? Did you guys end up
Yeah,
going
that's why I'm so good on my
lefts?
backside, you know? 6 against 2, we always lose.
So it's at the end, it was always going left
Yeah,
first.
that's why I never surf rights.
3.87, the opener of the Hawaiian surfer Ione LaTurner. Just under 7 minutes on the clock. A 2.5, the second of Soto Perez. So no indication at the moment that there was an interference from green over red. So they might have just deemed that she didn't really affect the score, the potential of the wave. And there's the paddle out today, Sophia. So you do have to go through a semi kind of shore break thing right there where you do paddle out from. And today, with the increase in size, might be smarter to paddle out sooner rather than later.
Yeah, there's a lot of water there too. You know, there's like some big like beach breaks. So it's not an easy paddle out. You need to make sure you take your time.
Here goes LaTurner. This is her second ride. Has a casual style, right on the sharp eyes. Couple of roundhouse cutbacks for Ione. And just cruising on this one at the moment. Wave hasn't really stood up, and she recognizes that. She's going to kick out, but perhaps a smart decision at this point. Don't have a backup. Get something at least in the 2s. You extend your positioning, and guess what, Sophia? She gets a 3.23, so that means that Soto Perez now needing a 4.6, which, isn't an easy score to get. I mean, you compare it to Cupone's 5.5 and the 4.33. A 4 is definitely something that is going to be held to a high standard by today.
Of course. And also we see red paddling really, really hard to regain priority. She's a really good surfer. I think she still has time to get like a good one. I don't know if she's going to be happy with what she has already. I think she can do better than that. So she's going to paddle hard and try to take advantage of those last 5 minutes.
Where did you rank satisfaction of coming in a heat when you surfed well, or you were a bit harder on yourself when I could have done more, I had the chances to do a bit more? Did you find a balance afterwards where it's like, hey, I did my job, I made it through, but I know I could do better?
I mean, you always want to perform. At least I wanted to perform. Like, obviously, like if you make the heat, you're happy because you have another opportunity. But I think you want to perform. You want to showcase your surfing. So I'm sure Red is thinking that. She just wants to get like one more wave at least to be able to have fun and surf and have a couple good turns.
Right.
I'm sure she knows how to do those turns. She looks like an amazing surfer.
And at these events, did it matter more in the opening round, knowing that everybody's watching me? I got a live broadcast, but also I'm doing this over the course of a week, too. I need to make sure that everybody knows what I'm capable of.
Exactly, and also because how you've seen in every interview, everybody's like, oh, I'm so happy I was able to actually get a wave, like
right.
These waves are so good, but in the free surfs, it's really hard to get them because there's so many people out. So I'm sure she wants to just surf good waves like this one.
More than 400 surfers at this event right here for the ISA World Juniors. Tried to force the combo in right there was LaTurner. She's going to go down. Probably won't be improving on the 3.23. 3.5 on the clock right here in our second heat of the morning. Cupone in the lead, 4.33 her backup score. LaTurner in second, and Soto Perez, the surfer out of the Caribbean, needing at least a 4.6 to move up into second. Here she goes. This wave has good shape to it too, so has a chance. More of a setup carve right there for Alana. Much better on rail. And she has a good style. She's going to kick out in a nice way, too. A lot of confidence, and you could just see the body language right there. Something good at the end. And the Boricuas, they love it on the beach. And still has time. Say she doesn't get the 4. She doesn't. It's a 2.83, but it's her best. Now only needs a 4.27, Sophia. And there is a possibility with this amount of time left on the clock.
Yes, for sure. There's 2 minutes and a half left. She can still get the score. She just needs to paddle hard. This is a replay of that last wave. The wave looked really nice. She managed that first turn. That was a good turn. The second turn was even better. Third turn was good, but unfortunately she couldn't have like a good last move. Maybe that would have helped her.
Another angle right here, Sophia.
Yeah, she's kind of adjusting her feet in that first part of the wave. Then this third turn looked better, but unfortunately it just didn't give her more. That's why she just got a 2.83. She still needs a 4.27. There's 1 minute and a half left.
Yeah, so time the enemy right here for Alana. Ione still in second. 7.1 her heat total, 3.23. Her Los Comimo Capone. She has served a very intelligent heat, too, given that, you know, we did have the situation at the beginning. Both La Turner and Soto Perez tried to stand up, weren't able to get up. Then Cupone was outside by herself. Capitalized really on a golden opportunity. Sophia got the 5.5, was able to back up the 4.33. So when you think about from a competitive perspective, she served pretty much a perfect heat out there, given the standards of what's happened in the context of the heat.
For sure.
But La Turner, though, we know how talented she is. With a minute on the clock, though, where Soto Perez is right now, a wide one comes through. She could potentially be in the spot right here. Although 55 seconds, she's got to be going on anything that breaks at the moment. See the white waters indicating where it's breaking more consistently.
Not much time left.
Unfortunately for the surfer in green, no. And if you're in the lead, it takes forever for the heat to end. If you're needing a score, you know, Sophia, it is just going by as fast as it possibly could. And La Turner might have a wave right here, and might be a smart choice to go on this before the clock winds down, just to make sure she stays at least in second. She's going to miss it. And
Green is paddling.
she might have it. Oh, she's going to miss it too. So fortunately for both blue and red, they're going to stay 1 and 2 respectively. And the Puerto Rican Soto Perez, we'll be seeing her in the elimination round later on. Remember, you're at the ISAs. Everybody gets at least 2 chances to surf at the event. So a big win for the Italian team. Chiara Cupone moving through in first. Ione La Turner from Hawaii in second. And we got 3 more heats to go in the girls U18 opening round right here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships in Punta Rocas, Peru. When we come back, 4 women about to take the lineup here in one of the most consistent breaks in South America for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, live from Punta Rocas, Peru.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Back to Punta Rocas, Peru for the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Heat 30 of the girls U18 opening round. Taylor Emsley in the red from the beautiful Republic of South Africa. Bailey Brown representing Canada in the blue. Isabel Higgs from Thailand in the green. And Sadie Shalou from Ireland is in the white. Mitch and Sophia here with you in our third heat of the morning. So the daughter of a former Championship Tour surfer out there in the red, Taylor Emsley, her father Greg, good number of years on the CT. Able to see him quite often when you're on tour as well, Sophia, and having a lot of second generation, even third generation competitors every now and then at this event. Really cool, the legacy of these surfers to still live on.
Yes, I was looking at the name and I'm like, wow, is that, that's Greg's daughter. That's so cool, cool to see. Greg's such an amazing surfer. I really like his style. I used to see him a lot on tour, and it's so good to watch Taylor surfing in this contest here in Peru.
And she already dropped a 4.83 in the process, so right off of the bat during the break right here, Sophia.
Here comes red in a nice wave. Taylor Emsley from South Africa. Wow, nice carve. Back to the pocket. In that last section, really nice turn to finish that wave. She gets a 4.83, and it's a great start for her. Taylor Emsley from South Africa. This is another shot of it. Nice carve back to the power source. Another beautiful turn off the top. Really nice carve. And finishing really well that wave to start the heat.
Now, I asked you either last heat or the first heat of the morning, who had the best vestment, the best outfits of the entire ISA Juniors? I still have to go with South Africa personally. You mentioned the word elegant. I think it's a perfect way to describe their outfitting. But it's just everything, the casual look that they have of surfers wearing a blazer when they go up to the opening ceremony. Nobody's better dressed than the South African team at this event.
Yeah, I love their uniforms. It's really elegant, how I said. It's beautiful, it's classic. And
yeah. It's like you're going to dinner at a nice place, but you're keeping it casual at the same time.
Exactly.
You can wear it with slippers, too. Makes it even better for a surfer. Even barefoot every now and then, Sophia, depending on, your look. Here goes the surfer out of Thailand, Isabel Higgs. Surfer in green. They also had a really cool way of start the opening ceremony. Really strong opening combination right here from Isabel.
Wow, she's a great surfer, Isabel Higgs.
Around the corner, fitting in one more, and that's going to be the start for the surfer representing Thailand. So Higgs.
Beautiful style.
Maybe the best wave of the heat, too. So the first couple were very strong. Judge is going to determine where this one fits in with the scale today, especially considering the great increase in size out there. 15:30 on the clock, though, and our first four-person heat this morning that we've had so far, Sophia.
I really like how she surfed that wave, Isabel Higgs.
There's the South African team, Max Kaufman, Lulu Lepront. They already surfed yesterday. Rest of the crew. Like the area that we're in right here, too. The High Performance Institute right here from IPD at Punta Rocas. It really has that arena kind of vibe at Punta Rocas. I mean, you see the stairs right there. You can use them as benches and basically as bleachers. And, yeah, it's got an arena-type feel. I like it a lot.
Yeah, in the Pan American Games in 2019, those stairs were, like, packed. And you could just feel the vibe of the people that were cheering the surfers out there, and it was incredible.
Standing room only. Sadie Shalou now, the Irish surfer out there in white. Her opening ride. And the Irish surfers, well, they're used to wearing a full suit year-round, but this has to be some of the warmest water they've surfed in a while right here. So she needs at least a 4.84 to move up in a second. Opening ride for Higgs, as expected, Sophia. 5.83, the best of the heat, so well surfed right there for the surfer out of Thailand. Meanwhile, Bailey Brown from Canada now. Quick one for Bailey, unfortunately. Right at the HT surfboards, the KT surfboards, excuse me, out of Maui. But Thailand itself, not necessarily known for a ton of great waves. I would say, though, there is a big coastline that they have. So every now and then, certain corners, you probably got to find a good wave over there in Thailand.
Beautiful beaches. So beautiful, Thailand. I can just imagine like an A-frame there with a beautiful beach. And
off of one of those islands in the middle of the ocean, too.
Like paradise.
Yeah, Phuket, known for a lot of Muay Thai, good vacation spot, too. But don't necessarily think of surfing straight off of the bat when you think of Thailand itself. But a lot of those countries over there in Asia, we were talking about Chinese Taipei. They've run, you know, big events over there for a number of years now, and people didn't necessarily know, at least from our side of the world, Sophia, about how good it got over there. So you got to be thinking that there's a lot of locations in those countries that potentially have quality waves, consistency of quality waves too every now and then. You know, there's the same kind of thing, the same vibe in a lot of the countries here in Central and South America too. Up until, what, the late 90s, early 2000s, Panama wasn't necessarily a surfing spot either.
Even El Salvador.
Yeah. People discovered Punta Roca and Bocas del Toro. Then all of a sudden they became big surfing destinations. And speaking of, you know, a destination that you probably wouldn't think of as surfers either, Sadie Shalhoub right there from Ireland, up and riding. Higgs real quick. 12 minutes on the clock.
So many waves, non-stop.
Well, if you're a judge, you're thinking to yourself, I hope I don't have to score 1,000 waves today. If you're a surfer, you're thinking, thank goodness, because I got chances out there right now.
So many opportunities.
This is a dream scenario for a lot of these surfers, though. I mean, you did the QS, you did the championship tour, but you've done every other event in between too. There's sometimes you got to go to locations that are important venues, and the waves aren't that great. So showing up to this today is a spectacle for a lot of these surfers. Higgs leading at the moment. Meanwhile, let's go downstairs. Chiara Cupone with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Team Chiara. Great job out there. You and the team have been here for about a week. This is the biggest day you faced yet, and your first heat of the event. How did you deal with the nerves paddling out there this morning?
It was really cool to paddle out with no one out, because last couple of sessions was a bit like frustrating. There was a lot of people in the water, not a lot of waves to catch. But the waves are pumping today. I think it's the best day from when we arrived. So yeah, I was really happy to be out, just 3 girls around, and catch some good waves.
And you came well prepared. This is the biggest board in your quiver. These aren't the type of waves you usually surf back home in Italy?
No, definitely not. We're not used to surf this type of waves in Italy, so it's really fun to come in places like this so we can surf like powerful waves and try new boards, new stuff. So yeah, I'm really happy to be here. Like, it's really fun with all the team, and every time we come to World Juniors or European Championships, it's all super fun because there's like the biggest support in any other, like it's the best comp to be in with a team, and the support is really crazy.
I know you got the team down here. Of course, you got a lot of friends and family watching at home, no doubt. Why don't you give them a message from Peru?
In Italian, yeah? Ciao a tutti, grazie mille per il tifo, lo sentiamo tutto da qua, infatti ci serve veramente. E questo è il mio primo round, ma ci stanno altre gare oggi. Ora ci sta Manny al secondo podio, quindi fa del tifo anche per il resto della squadra. E un grazie alla federazione e alla squadra, perché rende tutto questo possibile e tutto questo molto speciale. E niente, alla prossima, Forza Italia.
Grazie, congratulations, keep it going.
Thank you.
Forza Italia, as they say. Big performance, and I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility that Italy at this event or in the near future, either a top 10 or a top 5 team too. They got some talent over there, and once again, not necessarily because you represent a certain country means that you live in the country either. So some people that live in the Canary Islands, some people that live, you know, in Spain or Portugal, they got talent.
Yes, for sure. They have amazing talent. You have Leonardo Fioravanti.
Mm-hmm.
I remember also when Claire Bevilacqua used to
Yeah.
surf for Italia.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing surfer too. And we saw in that last heat that the girl that just won was
Yeah.
ripping. She was surfing really well. She was loving the waves, loving the vibe, and I'm sure she's going to do more amazing scores in this contest.
Yeah, Angelo Bonomelli, I think, surfed for them for a few years too. Ripper out of Costa Rica, but has Italian heritage. Can't forget about Indiana Ferri either, but all in all, you know, Italy, Germany, probably have to put Belgium in there too, and the Netherlands when it comes to those countries that you can't take lightly at all. You could pretty much say that for anybody nowadays, though, Sophia. We have a surfer out of Thailand in the lead right now. She dropped close to a 6-point ride, and, you know, really only happens at the ISA as they get to know these names for the first time. And then all of a sudden, in the future, you're thinking to yourself, I underestimated you once. That's not happening ever again.
Exactly. Now that the surfing is an Olympic sport, you cannot underestimate anyone because everybody wants to have a taste of that qualification.
8 minutes on the clock right here. Higgs still in the lead. Taylor Emsley out of South Africa in second, 4.83 as her only score. Has a look at this one. She does have unconditional right away with first priority. And using it right now, big roundhouse cutback for Taylor. A lot of torque in that second carve too, right in the pocket. Unfortunately for her, this wave going a bit fat, but she is going to get her backup score and more than likely going to take the lead right here with 7.5 on the clock. Do you remember the first event that you surfed with priority, Sophia?
I don't remember specifically. I don't remember, but I do remember that it was a game changer. Before it used to be like a hassling like
Right.
the whole time, you know. So
Because nowadays you see it at basically every level of surfing there is.
Exactly.
And it has made a huge difference, really. I mean, when you think about it.
For sure, it's more about surfing and not hustling. Before, like it was more of a paddling battle instead of of a surfing contest.
Having to go around the buoy and everything and just battle people
Yeah.
for a certain wave too. Here's Bailey Brown, 6:45 on the clock. This is really her first significant wave of the heat. Much better on this one from Bailey. Get a flow.
Nice wave by Bailey.
Nothing crazy so far, but well done, and it's going to be her best. Meanwhile, Higgs, she got dropped down to second because the last of Taylor Emsley at 2.83. And Isabel, you can just see the way she kicks out with a lot of confidence. Her body language looking good at the moment. 6 minutes on the clock right here, Sophia. And only looking to improve on a 0.4. She's going to do that, but probably going to retake first position right here after this wave.
Mm-hmm. There's still 6 minutes, so she knows she just needs a really small score to go into that first place.
And here's the start of her wave.
Here's the replay. Isabel Higgins from Thailand. She's a really good surfer. You can tell she has a lot of control of her board, of her body. Waiting for that section. Unfortunately, the wave kind of died off there.
5.5 on the clock.
But I think that's going to be enough to put her in the first place. Let's see what the judges think.
Yeah, only needs less than a 2, so got to be thinking at least that and some more. Meanwhile, Bailey Brown's still waiting on her second ride. But Sadie Shalou out there with first priority. So Blue Brown does get a 3.13. And this is an incredible looking wave from Sadie. Late drop. Has to straighten out the whitewater, landing on top of her and just can't make it around it, unfortunately.
That drop was impressive, huh? That was
Yeah.
a big wave, big section.
For somebody under the age of 18, these are not easy conditions out there right now. And it's crazy. You just look at the screen over and over and over, and then there's lines and plenty of things out there just to catch every single time. And Taylor Emsley, well, she's taking advantage of it. Unfortunately, too much white water and froth on that face. She's going to lose control of her fins. Little over 4 minutes on the clock right here, and everybody caught outside of position. So they're going to have to let these waves go, Sophia. But confidence going a long way for Isabel Higgs, and still waiting on her third ride. More than likely retaking lead. She does. It's a 3.67, so straight to first once again. Now Bailey Brown needing a 4.54. Sadie Shalhoub needing a 5.86.
With 4 minutes to go.
So a 6 today. You got to surf that wave pretty well. I mean, considering the quality of the waves out there, the quality of the surfers, but I'd say more than anything, just with really the way the judges have adjusted the scale. You get something in the 5s, that's good surfing already. You get something in the 6s, you're earning that score for sure.
For sure, I think judges see the potential of the waves, and I think there's going to be excellent scores today for sure. The wave is letting you do those big moves. You just need to pick right your wave, and I'm sure we're going to see amazing surfing.
Were you a pre-heat music person too, Sophia? Did you need to get into the mood to be able to do that?
I've had different stages. At the beginning of my career, I liked to have music, but then I realized that I think I did better when I was listening to the scores, because I kind of knew what the judges were paying for the, what were the best waves, what they were liking.
I like that perspective. Higgs right here looking to improve on the 3.67, just under 3 minutes. And this is a very smart surfer right here, just looking to improve on the low score. A little late right there at the end, and comes unglued because of it, but still a nice effort. With a chance to improve on her low score still. Just making sure that she has a grip on her wax right there. Especially with all the rocks right here and kind of the little slime that comes off of the rocks too. It's almost better to make sure you have some wax on your feet too every now and then. When I competed back in 2011 in Señoritas, I did not know that the first time I paddled out. I learned my lesson. I make sure to stack a little bit of wax in my wetsuit after that.
Yeah, because they have that the green thing in top of all the rocks, right?
Little moss kind of, yeah. Well, especially with all the barnacles and everything too.
Yeah.
You might need it even for some cuts. Put some wax on your cuts. Not necessarily good medical advice, but for surfing, I think it works. A minute 45, waiting on the last of Higgs right here. Maybe improving, maybe not. Good shot right here of the athletes there, the competition area behind the scenes. We got the Caballitos de Totora. The OG surfboards, if you would call them that, Sophia. Right here from Peru. But this is High Performance Institute from IPD.
Wow, that's a beautiful shot of the car.
Do you use that pool in the gym here quite often?
I've used the pool.
Yeah.
And I've used the gym too, but not that much. I just have like really good waves in front of my house. So
no need.
I just stay there.
And this place is going to be packed later on today too. It is 8:03 local time. We're starting at 7 a.m. sharp every day. Cool little bowl and skate park right here too. I know Chris Cote is going to be there later. But you got everything right here at the High Performance Center.
Yeah, it's an incredible place. The High Performance Center.
So when did this get built?
This was built for the Pan American Games in 2019.
So you think maybe a few months, maybe a year before that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like around 6 months before. I think they did a really fast job to do it.
That's incredible. And now long-term use, we're using it here for this event. We're going to use it also for Lima 2027, the Pan American Games coming back here in a couple years. This is an important wave.
Beautiful wave.
Bailey Brown, she needs a 4.54. And this one counts before the buzzer. First couple carves. Not bad. She really needs this wave to stand up, though. And it's going flat on her, unfortunately, but still doing as well as she can.
the first part of the wave kind of had the most opportunity. By the end, the wave didn't really give her much.
And you got to give her a lot of credit just for trying. She got to her feet. This wave counted. And as you said, the start really the best part of the wave. And unfortunately, Sophia comes short. It's a 3.4, so she's going to be relegated to the elimination round. Same thing with Sadie Shalhoub from Ireland. Taylor Emsley, Isabel Higgs advancing into the second round of the girls U18. It's Heat 31 of the girls U18 opening round. Coming back when we return to Punta Rocas.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves of Punta Roca. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, Fenta, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Welcome back to the action. It's day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're here in Punta Rocas, Peru, and it's kind of a big wave surfing day. There's some significant size out there. There's a lot of cleanup sets, and within that we're going to see some slow moments and heats as surfers are all stuck on the inside, but we're also going to see some really incredible waves ridden, and we cannot wait to continue the action with our under 18 girls. We just have 2 heats remaining in this division before we switch over to our under 18 boys. And there we can see a quick takeoff, falls on the takeoff there for the Dominican Republic's Ava Mota. She's in the water up against England's Coco Arthur, and from Spain, this young lady, Kenya Lopez. So we just get a quick look at this wave from during the break. Quick in and out to start things off with. And Coco Arthur from Team England. Rachel, take us through it.
Yeah, looks like she's waiting for that first opening opportunity. There she goes, gets it on rail. A second one here just under the lip. But out of the 3 opening waves that we just saw, this one definitely getting that nod and providing lots of opportunity. Love that finish there. That was the money turn for that wave, absolutely.
Well, great to see Coco get off to a good start. She's got a 4-point ride on the board now. Shannon Hughes alongside Rachel Tilley, ISA gold medalist, 3-time WSL world champion, in the booth to call the action. It's great to have you along on this trip in Peru, Rachel.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here. I had my first ever ISA event when I was 15 in Peru.
That's right.
But we were not here at Punta Rocas. We were up in Huanchaco, which is about...
Is that pretty far away?
To my understanding, it's about an hour flight north of here, where we are. But, you know, to be so young and have my first international event and to really get to see the world being an ISA event, it's great to see some of the young surfers here now, you know, being 15, 16, up to 18. Youngest, we have 11 years old. To see their first international events here as well is great to see.
Yeah, it's so exciting to be able to know that so many of these young surfers are just starting to get that taste of what for you has become, you know, your entire life. It's not just a lifestyle, but it's become your career from a professional side and, you know, competing and working behind the scenes, and it's really taken you to so many locations around the world. Crazy to think that it all began here in Peru when you were just a little girl and you walked away with a silver medal.
I did. Yeah, so that I have carried with me for sure throughout my
like
career.
Literally, physically, you've taken that silver medal in your suitcase all around the world?
I carry my silver medal everywhere. No, but to start off here at the ISAs, they're such great events to open up your professional career and and a great event for these juniors to open up their careers. A lot of them having that goal to become professional surfers and do this as a full-time job, and this is a great place to get started. And I mean, we have world-class waves on offer right now, and so for them to have this opportunity right now to be on the world stage with these incredible conditions on offer is so formative for them. Let's take a look at Ava having an opportunity now.
All right, surfer in green up and riding, decent size set. She's going to milk that first section through the first turn, sets it up now for the second one, starting to find a little bit of rhythm out here. This is her first real wave. She had that wipeout on the start, and now she's able to just get this campaign going in big, solid, firing Punta Roca today. Great start for Ava. Well, we've got a huge day of surfing ahead of us. So we're finishing out our women's under 18, our girls under 18s division. And after that, we're going to be heading into our boys under 18s for a big day of competition. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside ISA gold medalist and 3-time WSL World Longboard champion Rachel Tilley. And Rach, we've got a huge day of surfing, and it's so awesome that it's firing out there.
Yeah, I mean, talking about huge days of surfing, we're on heat 31 now of the women's. We ran women's under 18, girls under 18 all day yesterday. We are still looking to finish the round this morning, and then we're going into that boys division. So it's so much. We're day 2 now, 9 days of competition. There is so much to still go, and we've been off to a great start.
Yeah, yesterday was really, really fun. There was, kind of slower conditions through the morning, like still decent size on the sets, but really slow in between, and kind of a lot of shoulder high waves being ridden, which had some nice shape to them, especially as the lower tide hit. But through the afternoon, that swell filled in so much quicker than what I was expecting it to be, and it makes sense to me now that this spot is just such a wave magnet. I mean, Sofia Milanovic, Peruvian legend in surfing, we were commentating together yesterday, and she just said that it really is rarely like a waist to shoulder high day here. Like, there's always fun surf available. It's literally never flat. So this as a location for a contest is pretty much the dream.
Well, we have been spoiled by locations from the ISAs over the last few years. Juniors last year ran at La Bocana and El Sunzal in El Salvador, and that as well is such a wave magnet. I have never seen that location flat. So to now be here at Punta Rocas in Peru, another wave magnet place, is just so lucky for us as competitors.
Well, scores are in. We've got a couple of 4s on the board as the high marks so far. And as we wait for this next wave to come through, let's go down to the beach to check in with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Hey, congratulations, Izzy. It was not easy for you out there. You had waves pumping that entire heat, but you look well prepared. The board looks amazing. Tell me about your first competitive experience here at the ISA World Junior Championships.
Definitely pretty nerve-wracking first heat. First wave, definitely had a lot of nerves, a bit excited, wasn't too sure what to expect, but overall it was fun, and yeah.
Now, you came with a smaller team, but you're part of the overall family here now at the ISA, competing with 57 nations. How has your experience so far meeting all these new surfers from all over the world?
It's definitely a pretty awesome and cool experience, meeting so many different people, people from other sides of the world that you'd normally never meet. So yeah, it's good to make friends and that.
And it's good to win heats too. I know you got a lot of support, friends and family watching. You want to give them a message from down here at Punta Rocas?
หนูแค่อยากขอบคุณสปอนเซอร์ทั้งหมดอยากขอบคุณน้องเอิงที่ช่วยเป็นแคดดี้ขอบคุณครอบครัวเพื่อนๆที่ช่วยสปอร์ตและสปอนเซอร์แล้วอยากขอบคุณพี่ๆจาก On Smooth ที่ให้เวทสูตรให้น้องที่แบบช่วยทำให้หนูอุ่นไม่หนาวตอนฮีทค่ะ Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Good luck moving through.
Thanks so much, Chris. Well done to Izzy. It's awesome to watch these surfers just grow in their style and the power of their surfing as well that we get to witness over the years. And Izzy's definitely one of those surfers that's just coming into her own. And it's been so awesome to see. Coco Arthur now up and riding for Team England. Great snap under the section and lining it up here on the inside. This wave is looking really nice. She's going to be building on that 4-point ride that she started off with. And she's got a big in section looking for a clean finish, tags it. Oh, she just keeps tagging the
Yeah.
end. I just was like, 3 turns ago, thought that wave was closing out, but I love that it had more to go, and she was just in the right spot the whole time.
Yeah, well, she already has that 4 under her belt, so looking to build upon that and get into that advancing position, she needs a point 2. So really, she is just trying to add to that so that she can, I think, will jump into that lead position with that last one. That was a great wave, and I'm trying to think back to her 4. It reminded me, it was pretty similar in some of those opening maneuvers, but maybe offered a little bit more towards the end. So we'll see if the judges maybe even give the slight more nod to that last wave.
Well, great surfing from the young surfer in this division. She's just 15 years old, competing up into the under 18s. And we've got a lot of surfers that are doing that. Either they're pulling double time because their team doesn't have, enough numbers to fill out both divisions. We'll see that on the boys and the girls side throughout this week, where anyone under the age of 16 could surf up into the 18s. But then also for some divisions, it's just that a younger surfer actually qualified for that upper division and potentially didn't even qualify through their, national rankings for their age category.
Yeah, we've seen that with a couple of the girls throughout yesterday. I was going, oh, okay, you're 15. Why are you not doing both divisions? You're just doing the under 18. And they were like, it's because it's the one I qualified for. So, every national federation has their own way to qualify their team. It could be from a national rankings. It could be from one event. It's up to that federation to choose how they do so. And so, we see a lot of different ways for these surfers to end up here. But I will say across it all, we do see a lot of national champions competing here because it often is those top national champions that they use those rankings in order to qualify their surfers.
That's right. And for some of those nations, it's a single event, right? It's a once-off national championship. You're able to enter into it from, whatever the process is before that. And then if you win the event or you're maybe in the top 3 for that event, you get your ticket into the world's team. For others, there might be a series of events or some other events that are even taken into that, like Pro Juniors or something, which could, depending on what the federation wants to do, adding into, the surfers that maybe have had the most consistency across multiple events that have been happening in their region or something.
Yep, exactly.
We're down to 8 minutes on the clock. We got that last score in for Coco Arthur. It's a 4.93, and she's got a 4 from her first wave. So she's in a great position now in that leading spot, nearly into that double digit for heat total. Kenya Lopez for Team Spain. She's sitting in second with a 2.77 and a 1.50, but she's really not safe in that position right now, as Ava Mota is sitting first off. She's got first priority. She's the only one out of backline right now. And she also has a 4 already to her name, which is one of the top 3 scores in this heat. And so for her, basically, if she stands up and gets a couple turns together, she's going to be battling for that first place, not even that second place.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have her having a look now.
Wow. Incredible wave. Great looking face opening up in front of her for Ava. Setting up with this first opening turn, really staying in that bottom half of the wave, just kind of making sure that she rides through. And feels a little bit wild out there, kind of like big wave surfing when we get that lower angle. I know talking to some of the crew that, were kind of down really on the beach yesterday, the angle from the broadcast actually makes the surf look smaller than what it is out there.
For sure.
That's what we saw with the wave, the 9.17 that came through for China's Yang Suchi yesterday. It was, incredible turns connected together. But from here, the broadcast, I was like, okay, it's kind of a, it's a big wave, but it doesn't look like massive. And then talking to everyone after I came out of the booth that had seen it live, they're like, that was just such a huge wave.
Yeah.
So I think even today, we're getting to appreciate the size here, but really when you're out in the lineup and even down on the beach watching it, it's significantly larger than what we're even able to capture.
Sure. I think something that stands out to me for the surfers in really showing how big this wave is we haven't really seen any of the surfers do proper top to bottom surfing today. A lot of their turns are kind of happening mid-face. And that's because the canvas of the wave, so to speak, is so big. And, as their surfing matures, you'd like to see them really utilize the entire face of the wave. But that in and itself is showing actually is kind of a marker for us to watch visually and see, oh wow, that they're doing a full carve around, but they didn't even use the upper portion or the bottom portion of the wave.
Yeah, just staying in that middle port. I love that breakdown because that's exactly what we've been seeing so far this morning, and it makes sense due to the size of the waves. And everyone, there's a little bit of like kind of keep the toes gripped into the wax feeling today.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, it looks so glassy from our angle now, but once they're up on the waves, you can actually see how much lumps, I wouldn't call them bumps or chatter because that's more of like a wind, but it's actually just more lumpy. So that makes it even harder. There's these kind of big bumps and lumps that you have to not get knocked off by when you're trying to set your rail into for your cutbacks or your snaps. And just like you said, it kind of can sometimes look like more survival surfing because of that.
Down to the final 5 minutes of this heat. We've got 20 minutes on the clock for each heat running throughout today. And just a reminder to those that are tuning in, you know, it's a little bit different for this year's ISA World Junior Surfing Championships in comparison to any other ISA event that, you know, almost like for the history of the ISA has been running, where we're only going to be running one repocharge round. We're not going to be running repos all the way through the end of the event due to the fact that there's 424 surfers in the draw, and there's literally not enough daylight or time in the schedule to be able to, you know, run full repos all the way through. So with that, every surfer is still going to get the opportunity to surf two heats. That's an absolute guarantee. Whether it's advancing through this heat into round 2, and that's going to be their second heat, or it's following out of this round in 3rd or 4th place if there's 4 people in the water, and the bottom 2 surfers will head into that one repocharge round. From there, if they win that heat, they're back into the main round, and then moving through for the rest of the event, it will be, you know, elimination from there on.
I mean, like you said, it's unusual or not the format that ISA usually runs on, but so to speak, for every other event, even to have one extra opportunity is phenomenal. And so, you know, that's great for these athletes.
Coco Arthur now driving off the bottom, just checking herself. Like you said, you know, you can really get a feeling for how large that wave was based off of that first opening turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of looking to find that opportunity of where to set that rail is you have to be really patient, but in that patience, keep up your speed and drive through that rail is not easy to do.
Kenya setting herself up in position now. She's looking for a 3.24 to take the advancing position, as the last of Ava Mota dropped in as a 2.00. So that was enough for her to take second, and now put a slightly bigger requirement in the advancing position for that 3rd place surfer, which will require, you know, at least one turn, proper turn, to be connected together for that 3.24. She's now sitting down in an out of priority. They're kind of just sitting off of that priority peak. We can see that priority sitting next to our surfer in green, but not indicated for blue or for red, as they're just sitting a little bit farther on the inside. And we can see this next wave starting to approach. Ava's in position maybe for the set on the outside. You can see even just from a strategy perspective for Coco and for Kenya, maybe looking for one of those smaller waves, something that they're able to really feel like they can unleash on and put their board really into the pocket with. Ava now having a look, surfer in green, big drop in, does very well to navigate a tricky takeoff. Now just sticking with this onto the inside and right in the pocket. Great opening turn, snaps around, driving down the line, setting herself up off the bottom into that second whip. And unfortunately, the feet just slide off the wax. But she is looking for just an improvement on a 2-point ride.
Yeah, trying to up that requirement for Kenya, getting that 3.24. I think we might see that improvement from that 2.0, and so upping that requirement, really putting that pressure in the last 90 seconds of this heat. We have a couple of lines on the horizon. Let's see if red priority 1 gets an opportunity. She does.
Kenya up and riding, driving through that first turn. That was beautiful, seamless into the second, setting herself up now for that 3rd, and she's going to hope that this wave hits that little reform section if it's shallow enough on the inside to give her just this finishing opportunity to really tag. We know that that requirement is going to grow for her as well, and she would have known that Ava just caught a wave, and she was gone for a while, so she doesn't know what, happened on that wave, but she would likely be expecting her advancing requirement to grow, so that was a great effort from her.
Well, this is going to be really interesting. A 3.24, I have to say that I think that's that requirement now. It's just to see how much that requirement is potentially upped by that last of greens, but that was her best wave by far for Kenya. So it'll be interesting to see where the judges drop that. I think we could have a potential situation change on our hands in the final seconds of this heat.
It's also going to be interesting to see where they go with that, because the other waves caught in this heat, although they haven't been huge scores, they have been huge waves. So wave size being kind of brought into that conversation, difficulty and risk on that side, versus the wave Kenya caught was smaller, but it had a great opportunity for her to actually get some maneuvers done. So we'll see where the judges go with it. For Ava Mota, last of green, it's a 2.4. We don't know what's going to happen yet with Kenya Lopez for our surfer in the red jersey. Her requirement now a 3.64. We're going to wait. When we get back from this commercial break, we will give you the update on this heat, and we'll see if Kenya Lopez is able to get herself the advancing position.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to the action. We're still waiting for that score to drop for Kenya Lopez, so it's nice we were able to take advantage of the commercial break, and we haven't missed any action. The next heat hasn't started yet. Rachel and I are just sitting here waiting for that little red circle to finally drop a number and see if Kenya Lopez was able to successfully get a 3.64 on her last wave. Strung together multiple turns. It was smaller in size than what we were seeing from the fours ridden by both Coco and Ava, but she was able to connect multiple maneuvers together and finished off on the inside. So we'll see what happens here, Rach.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at this replay. She scratches into it, is patient, wraps it around. I love that opening turn. Hits it back. I really liked the outside section. I mean, the fact that the judges are taking their time with this means that they are really trying to analyze what the right score will be for this. So they're being really patient out there. Judges would be in this moment, to give you an idea at home, really replaying that. And Shannon, it is the score at 3.83.
Wow, that was so close. A 3.83 rewarded for Spain's Kenya Lopez on that last effort. Incredible that she decided to stick on the inside, pick off a wave that she knew she was just going to be able to surf rather than, kind of just hanging on to see what would happen with it. Very smart heat surfing from her there, and she is able to take away that second place position ahead of Ava Mota from the Dominican Republic. Now, the great news for Ava is that she will be heading to the repecharge round. She's going to have another opportunity, and she was surfing beautifully. I mean, absolutely has what it takes to making it through these rounds, but she's going to just have to settle in this moment, take a deep breath, and know that she does have another opportunity coming up later this week.
Yep, absolutely. A great heat by her to get that 4.0, but we are into the next heat now. last heat of this round, Shannon.
That's right. So our under 18 girls had 32 heats in it. We're officially in number 32 after a huge day of surfing yesterday. Ran from 7 a.m. to past 4 p.m. And today we've got an even longer day of competition. Maria Weiss from Team Chile now up and riding. Great snap to start. Sets it up for that second turn, already unleashing into a score that could be a keeper in her scoreline come the end of this heat. Great way to start things off. I love that style with her kind of throwing her arms up as she comes out of those turns. And just coming through to the inside, tags it off the section. Looking for one more opportunity. And great finish.
Wow, that wave just kept on giving. That was really, really nicely read by Maria.
Wow. 18 minutes, sorry, just about 19 minutes still remaining on the clock. First minute, we got a great wave in for Maria. We've also got a cleanup set now hitting Yuna Takahashi from Japan and Su Mei Fang from Chinese Taipei. So they'll be looking to get themselves back out a little bit farther in the lineup potentially, but also taking note of, you know, that score that was dropped for last surfer in the last heat. Being able to take that advancing position was kind of just enough to keep her in that conversation. There's definitely some waves on the inside. There's also some substantial size in those bigger sets. As we now wait for this first wave of Maria Weiss to drop in.
Yeah, Maria, a 17-year-old surfer from Chile. She has 6 years of competitive experience already under her belt. So you can see that experience coming into play with that wave selection and just starting off with that. It looks like the judges have dropped their score, Shannon.
A 3.83 on the board now for opener of Maria, as we just see a wipeout on takeoff from another one of the surfers. Look like our surfer in red, Yuna from Japan, so she's going to be just stuck on the inside again. And that will leave Chinese Taipei's Su Mai Feng out the back on her own with another solid set coming right in front of her. So a 3.83 to start things off for Maria. That's going to be a building block for her.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we actually at 3.83 was the score that switched it around in the last heat that we saw. So we do know that those scores can come into play. Let's take a look at this replay. A nice size wave, mid-carve opening turn, wraps it all the way back. So, you know, the thing that's maybe standing out to me, that maybe why it didn't go higher than a 3.83 is her upper body is really exciting to watch, but maybe when we're watching her board, it's not going as much on rail that the judges would like to see. And so that's just a form of communication that the judges use for the surfers, saying, hey, we want to see a little bit more from you in that. And so I think it was really well read. I think it was well timed in her turns. I liked her excitement on it, but maybe just looking for, they're just pushing for her to have maybe more of a major maneuver, at least on that outside section.
I like the way you phrase that as well, as, you know, the judges are communicating to the surfers. They want to see surfers drop 10-point rides. That's like the best day for them is when they get to throw out, you know, excellent scores. But they're needing to communicate to those surfers what it takes to get a score like that.
Yeah, I know in my heats, especially in these opening rounds, it's all just foundation day. I like to think of it as, and really just understanding. I watch other people's heats, understanding what are they rewarding, what are they liking, what type of wave reading and what type of waves. Do they like the medium ones that run? Do they like the bigger ones that are a little bit, you know, bumpier but are bigger? Let's take a look at this one here.
Well,
oh my gosh.
Very solid takeoff for Yuna. Just gets taken out in the head by the lip of that wave, but her composure and style on takeoff was looking perfect if that wave had held open.
Yeah, she just really took her time on that down carve and maybe took a little bit too much time because that wave caught up with her and just swallowed her up, I'd have to say. But it is red and blue that have now opened up their accounts, still waiting for our surfer from Chinese Taipei to open up her account. Out the back, only a 3-person heat. 2 people will be advancing, Shannon. 1 person will be going into that repecharge round. Really nice composure, like you said, Shannon, on that takeoff. She sets up her line, realizes it's catching up, down carves, but a little bit too late, and that lip just lands right on top of her.
It's one of those where you're like, there's got to be some water in the ears, and that's going to feel uncomfortable. Hopefully just for the heat, but potentially for later in the day as well.
Yeah. Sometimes those can rattle you up a little bit, but you know, with this type of size, I think we're going to see a bit of action like that throughout the day. Definitely bigger than we saw from yesterday, and I think bigger than the practice days as well. So with that, the lineup does change a little bit. This is that first exposure for these surfers on this kind of bigger day of relearning and rereading the lineup compared to what they've been practicing in.
That's right. It's a completely different playing field than how it started out yesterday. It's totally different from the practice days in the lead up. And it's really different from what we're going to see through the rest of the week, because today's the peak of the swell, and it's going to start tapering off through tomorrow, and then on through the rest of the week, getting significantly smaller. 13 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's take a quick break and check in with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Well, first of all, congratulations, Coco. Big heat win in your first heat ever here at the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. You had to earn it out there, didn't you?
Yeah, definitely. It feels so good to be here for my first ISAs. The waves are pumping, so I was happy to get a couple.
Now, you look well prepared. Your surfboard looks perfect for the conditions out here. I know you're well coached. You got the whole team right here. What's it mean to you to be representing your country here in Peru?
Yeah, it's so good. I'm so happy to be here with Team England. The support's so good, and yeah, the vibes are high.
I know you got a ton of friends and family watching back in Nuki. You want to send them a message?
Yeah, shout out to everyone watching at home. Shout out to Big Wave Riders, and everyone for all the support.
Right, congratulations, Coco. Looking forward to big things from you in this event. Let's go.
Thanks.
Stoked for Team England. Coco with a big victory, and just, you know, a few words, but focused, ready to go, and you can just see that joy and excitement taking out a victory, especially when the conditions are like this out there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that relief that you were able to manage that lineup, especially this is day 2, but their first heats, you know, of the event. And so to watch, to kind of sit back a whole day, sometimes you can get antsy and go, I just want to get out there. I just want to have my first heat done. I want to win my heat and have that accomplished. But let's take a look now at the heat that we're watching now. This is more like it for our surfer from Japan. Loved that opening turn. Really great placement, great speed. Unfortunately coming unstuck, but Shannon, the judges really rewarding the critical nature of that one turn.
Yeah, a 4.17, which in comparison to the 3.83 that we're seeing for the start of this heat and the one that wrapped up our last heat for Kenya, that's a, you know, a higher score, and really, again, that communication from the judges panel of what they'd like to be seeing with vertical surfing.
Yeah, so exactly. It's not always about that was a smaller wave and that was one turn, but the judges really showing, hey, the criticalness and the majorness of each maneuver. Majorness, I don't think that's a word, but I think you
we'll go with it.
Understand what I'm trying to say, is really crucial in getting the score. So it's not just about, it's actually not about size of wave or length of ride, while those do come into play when forming a score. It's actually about how critical those turns were, and that is a really great example of that discussion we started this heat off with.
So 4.17 now sits Yuna Takahashi for Team Japan in that leading position. She's 18 years old. You know, you were saying before, a lot of national champions in here. She's the current national champion for 2025, and she took it out in 2024 as well. So she's got some great results behind her, but this is actually her very first time competing at the ISAs, which is, you know, for a Japanese surfer specifically, I mean, that team is so challenging to qualify for. The, you know, number of Olympians that we have out of there, the girls that are just at that cusp of championship tour qualification as well, that have come through the ranks from Team Japan over the years. For Yuna to finally get her foot in the door as an 18-year-old is really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. A huge, you know, feather in her cap, really, essentially, to have that opportunity as a junior. And like we said, a lot of juniors, participants, junior gold medalists are ended up going to have a really huge career. And, you know, thinking all the way back to Tom Curran, Kelly Slater, like some of these surfers that we now know to be our greats. And even more recently, you know, we have Stephanie Gilmore. I'm seeing Caitlin Simmers on there. Yeah, just some of our more recent world champions on the WSL side all got their starts here at the ISA World Junior Championships, winning those gold medals.
That's right. 9 minutes remaining, and we've got Yuna now with a paddle, and she just isn't able to stick the landing on the takeoff. There's so much power in those waves too. Sophia was just saying this wave just has a lot of power to it, and if you're not in the right position on takeoff, it can pretty much be impossible to get up to your feet like that.
Yeah, you know, it's really great that she now has that 417 in her belt, because I think she'd be pretty frustrated with how this heat is going. She's having a lot of those little mistakes, just struggling to feel confident on her feet. And sometimes you have heats like that for whatever reason. I've had heats like that, and you can't make sense of it, but I know when you're out there, this is where it comes down to mental game. And for her, being able to regroup and not get too frustrated by the fact that she's had those falls that she's clearly better than. She doesn't need to be having those. Those are, you know, so to speak, mistakes that she wouldn't want to be happening. But she was able to pull it together for that 417. She has that top position right now. Would be great to see her throw away that .93 in order to really solidify that top spot. And we saw what she can do, you know, so we know that she'd be kicking herself a little bit. But I'd really love to see the account opened for Mei Fangsu from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, she's just a 15-year-old surfer. She's competing across both divisions, the under 16s and the under 18s. And so the fact that she's, you know, she's out there right now in this heat, she may be surfing in her under 16s division later today. That also has a large round, so we won't be getting through the entire thing. But she potentially will have some big conditions that she's battling, just more than even this heat throughout today. But it would be so awesome to see her get into that first ride. As we take a look at live action now, with Yuna driving through that first turn, and she'll just get bumped off again without being able to kind of drive out and finish off that opening turn. Sitting now with that 1.07 to back up her 4.17. I mean, each little, you know, increment like that her scores go up, it does give her a better chance in that leading position. But for Maria, we saw the type of surfing that she could do. If she's able to get herself into a position on a good-looking wave, we're going to be seeing a decent score drop from her as well.
Yeah, it's a little bit of this cat and mouse that we're seeing these surfers have to play in the lineup as we're seeing them get cleaned up by these waves right now. These sets that are cleaning them up aren't, so to speak, necessarily the best scoring potential waves, so they're kind of sitting waiting for those medium-sized waves that maybe a little bit cleaner, hit that inside reef, have a bit more opportunity. But that cat and mouse nature of it means that you get caught by these sets and have to do a little bit of work through them. Still plenty of time though, 5:50 on the clock.
Yeah, there's a lot of duck diving involved on days like this, especially if you're deciding to, you know, pick off something with some better shape, which might be a little bit smaller. Mai Fangsu from Chinese Taipei. She has a belief in her life that hard work doesn't always guarantee success, but without hard work, success is impossible. And I think right now she's doing exactly that. She's putting in the hard work. She's put in the hard work on the way here to qualify for her team. You know, she's been surfing as much as she can back at home. And Chinese Taipei gets some very solid waves. Rach, you and I have had the pleasure many times in our surfing lives and careers of traveling to Chinese Taipei and going on some amazing surf trips. We've seen some huge contest days. And so back at home for Mai Fang, she's used to these kind of conditions. And she actually just snuck into a wave at the bottom corner of our screen, and she goes in for a huge layback. That was awesome.
Oh my gosh.
I so wish she would have been able to hold on to that, and I love that she's now going to have a score on the board and can just reset. You know, it's under 5 minutes on the clock, but she's got time to get another wave or two.
A 1.43. Judges were quick to drop that, so she only needs a 2.91. That is, I mean, not that she was ever out of the heat, but that really helps make it, when you're under that 3-point range, that changes maybe even the wave that you're looking for to achieve that. You can kind of take off almost on anything, but it is Maria now trying to change that improvement.
Into that first big turn, links it up with the second in that top third of the wave. Now she's going to drive a little bit closer to the bottom half of the wave and setting herself up here to try and improve on that 3.83. Getting a lot of work done, and we're going to see if she's able to really find a decent finish. Either way, at this stage, she'll be taking away that leading position with this wave, no question. The question really then is just by how much will she be in the lead, and will it be within Yuna's grasp?
Yeah, she's done a great job at finding waves that run along that reef, having great wave selection, and giving her plenty of opportunity to rack up that quantity of maneuvers. So, just as we were saying, Mai Fang, Su had only a 2.91, that her opportunity was there in her hands. Maria was able to snag one and try and change that situation, and she does.
Well, scores are in. It's a 3.87, so that brings her heat total into the 7s. And it now means that Yuna is chasing a 3.53 to get herself into that leading position. Now, what we've seen from Yuna surfing, she just needs to get herself onto a wave and actually really complete that first maneuver, find a little bit of rhythm on her way through, but she just seems to be struggling to really get herself linked into a good rhythm within this heat. Still only a 3.82 requirement for Su Maifang for Chinese Taipei, so she's also got that opportunity. And we can see by that tenacity in her surfing, charging the in section of that last wave, that she just needs to get herself into an opportunity like that, and she could also be looking at the score.
Yeah, so really I think it's a battle of who gets a wave in these last few minutes between red and green. Yuna having a look at this one. Okay, she's to her feet. Let's see what happens, Shan.
All right. Sets it up off the bottom, just stays really low on this wave to make sure that she's able to just get a little bit more distance on it. And a couple small turns, you know, kind of just like maneuvering herself down to the inside. Unfortunately, that's not going to be a big score, but it will up that 1.07.
Yeah, but not by much, you know. There not a lot of work was able to get done on that wave. They drop it, it's a 2.0. Does up it just a little bit, but that requirement now looks pretty different for Su Maifang at 4.74. Now that is going to have to be the highest single wave score of the heat, which will require not just good surfing on it, but also great wave selection, which is a different situation than we were talking about when that requirement was only a 2.91.
That's right. I mean, in the context of this heat specifically, looking at the scores, looking at how everything's kind of played out with the waves that, you know, with what's happening and how these waves are being ridden, Yuna's done a great job to get herself that 2-point ride, to be able to just put enough pressure and really give herself a moment to kind of breathe with that potential for advancement in the main round rather than heading into the rapid charge rounds, as we're down to just 50 seconds on the clock. And you can see that Maria Weiss is out the back. She may have the opportunity for one more wave. I would say other than that, it's unlikely that we're going to see either of the other surfers get themselves, you know, another chance to put a score on the board as we come down to the final seconds. Reminder that this is the last heat of the girls under 18s. We've seen some incredible performances. We've seen excellent scores dropped all throughout yesterday. We saw so many 8s. We saw a 9 in the mix. We saw a lot of 7s, surfers that were just coming in right underneath that excellent mark. And that was a great way to kick off the conversation for our under 18 girls. As we finish out this heat, we're going to be then switching over into our under 18 boys with the first 24 heats of their opening round. to be surfed today, as we can hear the beach announcer counting down that timer has run out. And for Maria Wise, she's going to catch this wave, but it will be after the buzzer. And it's just going to be that opportunity to surf her way in. She knows that this isn't going to be counting, and she also knows that within the rules she shouldn't be up and riding, so she's going to go down to that prone position just to get herself out of the situation. Well done to Maria, taking out a win. Yuna Takahashi holding on to second. We'll be back with more action when we return. It's the under 18 boys hitting the water.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Straight into it is Massimo Baines, representing Switzerland. From Cape Town, South Africa, lives in Komaki, where there is some cold, cold water that he's used to surfing back at home. So even though it's cold here, it probably feels a little bit warm for him. Jacob Turner from Hawaii locks into a massive opening turn, and he falls right in front of Massimo. That was wild. I don't know if we'll have to look on the replay, if he kind of kicked out of that turn so he didn't land on top of Massimo, or if he was kind of sliding out anyways. But either way, the flare in that opening turn gives us great hope for what is to come from Jacob's surfing in the rest of this heat. They're both in the lineup up against Nicaragua's Jack Kropp, and we'll take a look at this opening wave.
Like you said, huge at the top. Love that fin release, was really flary. And I mean, Shannon, you make a great point. Looks like he chose to press eject right before coming in contact with Massimo.
Now up and riding once again, so just wiping off that first wipeout, setting himself up with a couple of good turns, and goes a little bit fancy on that last maneuver. Won't be able to hold on to it, but bringing something different into the conversation and having a little bit of fun for the start of this heat. We got 17 minutes on the clock, so it's 20-minute heats also for this under 18s round, and we'll take another look here.
Yeah, bringing it around, a smaller one, but has a lot of speed and goes for the pop shove it. Unfortunately comes unstuck, but this will go into his lineup. Judges being quick, dropping a 3.5 for it, and really just rewarding the speed. And then I love the little body surf at the end for that. Even though it came unstuck, you know, I really like Jacob's open to this heat. Only already 16.5 minutes remaining. So in those first 3.5 minutes, he's gotten really busy, has gotten his feet in the wax. This is his first heat of the whole event. So, you know, you can have a lot of nerves, and that's a great way to wipe off those nerves, although he's looking really confident on his feet.
Massimo having a look at this one. He's got that 0.5 from his first takeoff. Smaller sized wave now, and into a beautiful looking carve to start things off with. Drives hard off the bottom, releases those fins, and just won't be able to find the projection out of that second turn. He's gonna have another score to drop though, just checking around to see what else is happening in the lineup. And we're still waiting for Jack Kropp, representing Nicaragua, but actually born and raised in born and raised in the Netherlands in Nicaragua from parents that are from the Netherlands, which is really the story of so many of the kids in this event, right?
Yeah.
They may be representing a country that either they're tied to from family heritage or their families have moved from, locations that don't have, the best of surf available for them or something if they're surfing families, and they've moved to a place to raise their kids somewhere. That has given them opportunities. And for Jack, that's the case. For him growing up in Nicaragua, it's given him the opportunity to be in the ocean from a very early age and to really just lock into some decent surfing opportunities in his life.
Yeah, I've been loving to see that over the years with the ISA events. Those surfers that have come from, like you said, we're seeing more representation from landlocked countries like Switzerland. So that is so cool. Every event I think that we run, we're saying that it's a record number of participation of countries, and this event is no different. We're up to 57 teams now represented here at the ISA Juniors. It's incredible.
Yeah, that is a lot of surfers. That's one of the reasons why we've had to just kind of change the format for this year's event, because with the growth of surfing internationally, with the fact that there are so many nations now in the conversation that are, have surfing federations and are part of the International Surfing Association, that's a lot more access to more surfers jumping into these competitive parts of their surfing careers from really young ages. And so we're seeing the growth of that. 424 kids in the entire event, and we've seen, a decent portion of them already surf. We've seen all the under 18 girls now, the under 16 boys that were surfing yesterday at El Bosque, which is our second podium. They've also just finished out that opening round for them, and now will be into the under 16 girls for the day on that second podium. Be sure to check in online to follow along with those scores and everything. Our main broadcast is going to be just focused on our main podium. And so we'll be following all the action at Punta Rocas. But with that said, throughout the entire week, we'll be rotating through each of the different divisions so that we get eyes on all of the best junior surfers in the world. As we see Jacob Turner just coming in for this first turn, sets it up off the bottom now as he looks into that lip line and carves it around. He's got a really nice style as he's just whipping through each of these turns and is looking to set it up here on the inside section. Driving through, throwing a lot of spray, looking really comfortable too as he connects with that final turn and just really releases the entire tail but can't pull it back together for the finish.
Yeah, I really loved his style on that wave. Lots of speed, really great control. Unfortunately, like you said, getting unstuck, but a lot of great work was done throughout that entire wave. So I expect that to be his highest single wave score. We'll let the judges do the actual work in deciding that, but he got a lot of work done and a lot of critical major maneuvers done as well. Great wave selection to find that medium-sized wave that was clean enough to do that and ran along that inside point and offered so much time and opportunity.
So waiting for that score to drop in, and there it is, a 5.00 on the board for Jacob. So that puts him into a leading position. Requirements only in the 4-point range now for Massimo to take away first is a 4.78. And we're still waiting for that opening wave to be ridden for Jack Kropp out of Team Nicaragua. A 4.23 will be enough for him to change up his situation. But there's still a lot of time left on the clock. And the waves are just firing and fun, so there's going to be a lot more waves ridden within this heat. I can pretty much guarantee it. 12 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's go down to the beach to check in with the winner of that last heat alongside Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you, team. Congratulations. You had to wait a long time to surf your first heat of the event. How did it go out there for you?
Sí, súper contenta, mi primer mundial aquí en Punta Rocas. Está difícil el mar, ya creció un poco, pero súper feliz de pasar primera, ahí con todo el nivel, ahí arriba Chile también.
There are so many good surfers representing Chile. You got your team here, you got your mom here. How does it feel to be supported by the team and by all your friends and family watching at home?
Sí, me siento súper apañada por el equipo chileno, se siente toda la garra desde dentro del mar. Tengo a mi mamá, a mi familia que me acompañaron aquí, así que me siento súper agradecida de que estén aquí todos viéndome también desde la casa, así que súper contenta.
And as one of the closest countries to Peru, you have about a 3-hour flight to get here. Do you come with a little bit of extra, want to win coming from a neighbor country?
Ya venía entrenando, vine hace como 3 semanas aquí a Perú a entrenar. Me tocó un mar súper grande, así que ya me acostumbré un poquito a esta ola y súper contenta aquí que se pudo conectar bien con el mar.
Well, congratulations and good luck for the rest of the contest.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Well done to Maria. That was a really challenging heat. I mean, it was kind of like neck and neck throughout the entire thing for who was going to be able to take out the win between her and Yuna. And, it was really awesome to see her find those 2 waves to feel solid on her feet. And she's going to be feeling really well heading into that next round. Conditions will definitely be smaller by the next time that she is in the lineup because the top 2 surfers advancing into the main round, it'll be a few days before they actually surf again. Because we will have that repecharge round to be completed as well. And so, yeah, great work for Maria. We've now got just under 10 minutes remaining on the clock, Rachel, and a lot of action out there. It's nice to be switching over into some men's action for the rest of the day as well after finishing out the remainder of that under 18 girls division. And we do have a slightly tighter heat now on our hands as a 4.23 dropped in for Lasta Massimo Baines. That has put him in a solidified second place position. Jack Kropp, the young 14-year-old out of Nicaragua, wearing the green jersey, still hasn't opened his account. He's now going to be chasing nearly an excellent score in a 7.96 as well to be able to take that advancing spot.
Yeah, we saw Jack compete yesterday in the boys under 16 on our podium too. So he will be surfing again. So out of these 3 surfers, he's the only one who's actually surfed a heat so far because the other 2 are just surfing the boys under 18 division because that they are too old for the under 16.
Beautiful conditions out there this morning. Glassy, but also with a little texture on the surface of the water. And I feel like that's more due to the fact that there's so much swell out there. Chatting to Sophia yesterday, she was saying that wind is really just not common here. So the fact that we had those light onshores blow through for a while yesterday she was like pretty surprised that was happening. So hopefully today we don't have that wind come into factor. As Jack Kropp is now up and riding on his opening ride of the under 18s division. As you said, he already competed in his under 16s heat. And that was a decent looking snap to start things off with. Love that second turn as well, throwing a lot of power into it and then just unable to pull that bottom turn all the way around to get the finish.
Yeah, that shows where that's an example of how hard it can be when you have so much speed to keep that rail engaged. But I really loved the look of those first 2 turns, finally getting on the board. Judges are quick to drop that score.
There it is, a 3-point ride. Sets him up now, chasing just a 4.96. So we'll see where he lands by the end of this heat. 7.5 minutes to go. There's a big set approaching. He's going to have a long paddle to get back out there, but let's take a look more from what the judges would have been seeing.
Yeah, I love this opening turn. Gets a little bit stuck, but then just jams that with his back foot. Nice bottom turns. Love that extension from him. Wrapped it around and just ejects off that last one. Only 2 turns. Judges were awarding that a 3.0, I think, showing that they like what they saw from that. And maybe, another finishing turn and he would have been in that 4 or 5s conversation with the other boys.
Well, you're going to love this, Rachel. So from a hobbies perspective for Jack, he's into skateboarding and snowboarding, which is not really any surprise for any surfer in this event. Board sports seem to just kind of all come hand in hand. But he loves to wing foil. And I know that you're really into that.
I am really into that. I love foiling.
It's a world that I know nothing about, but I know you're really passionate about it because you talk about it all the time.
Because it's awesome. Because it's actually so awesome and it's so fun. And Peru actually is known to be a great place to foil. Chicama, specifically, one of maybe the longest left in the entire world, has just become a foil haven for people traveling down. Lots of foil tourism in Peru now.
Did you bring your foil with you?
I did not.
Okay. Did you bring a surfboard with you?
I did.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Good.
So I guess that shows where my priorities still lay.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's actually very true.
A little bit easier to find a quick surf on a board, especially in between, work in what we are doing here, Shannon, and the crowds. That's something I am definitely not for, is paddling out in the middle of a thick crowd on a foil.
Oh,
And
yeah.
That's kind of the only opportunities we have here in and around the contest is crowded surfs.
And when you say thick, you're like double spread. There is so many surfers out there in every single free surf, no matter where you're at this week. Massimo now just getting caught behind the section, and that was unfortunate because I was hoping he was going to be able to just make it around and get into that first opening turn. Still 5 minutes remaining on the clock. He's looking to improve on a 3.73. And as I had mentioned earlier on, Massimo representing Switzerland. He was actually born in Dubai, but has been then was raised and grew up in Cape Town, South Africa, Komaki specifically. Loves surfing at J-Bay. Both locations, Rachel, that you and I have spent a bit of time in, and has some really good waves. Komaki specifically, where Massimo is from, his hometown, is just known for some very cold water, lots of kelp. And across the bay has a view of Dungeons, which is one of those big wave surf spots. Actually, Sunset and Dungeons are just within sight of where he would have grown up, and has some very, very high quality big wave surfing in his area. As we see Jacob Turner just having a little bodyboard here as he pops up to his feet to get around the section. He's now going to link it into his first turn, finds that first vertical opportunity, goes in for a second on a big section, and we'll just mistime that finish.
Yeah, I was very interested to see him so commit to that wave after that opening bodyboard ride, but actually I think it was the right decision. We'll see if that goes into his top two. I think it could throw away his 3.5 or be right there in and around. Using that first priority, he probably would have been a little bit disappointed that he didn't get to maximize that opening section, but makes his way around. I mean, smart he didn't jump up there because he was able to maintain his speed better on his belly.
And finding the finish for that last turn, that was nice. So like you said, he's able to get those two turns connected together. Wasn't able to find the finish completely. Judges have just dropped in a 4-point ride for him. So, that was a great decision in the end. It did increase his heat total overall. It's put a 4.78 requirement now on that second place surfer. And in the end, two-turn combination gets him a slightly bigger score than what he already had on the board.
And I'm thinking to his 4 and his 5, both are from 2 3-turn combinations where he didn't actually finish that end section. So imagining where his scores could go, probably both of them could be each a point higher if he does just finish that wave with composure and not fall on that final maneuver. Massimo looking for that top position.
Massimo now with the opportunity, hooks it into that first turn, sets him up with a really wide opening second turn. And now just waiting to see what will happen with this wave. So it stands up nice and tall. This is going to be a good score for him. Looking to improve on that 3.73, trying to better the 4.23 as his high score, and locks together almost a great combination to finish, just can't quite hold on to the end. Jacob Turner now into another ride. That was a very quick turnaround, and he does seem to kind of be throwing it away, like a little bit frivolous on that end section, without really just keeping it sharp and tuned in to the fact that he's wearing a jersey and competing for a gold medal by the end of the week. But he's having fun out there, and he's been able to keep himself in that leading position for the moment. Requirement, again, is a 4.78 for Massimo to take the lead over Jacob. And then for Jack Kropp, we were able to see him get another opportunity there. He's chasing down a 4.96 at the moment to take second, but we know that there are 2 fresh scores to drop for Massimo and Jack. Specifically for Massimo, it's going to be a score with some potential to it.
Yeah, minute 20 on the clock, and Jack's not even quite out in that priority position. Let's take a look again at this wave from Jacob. Nice opening turn. Great hit, variety of maneuvers there. Brings it back around and then just kind of throws it away there, like you said, Shan. But I really liked those turns. I could see it going higher than his 4. And taking a look at Massimo's lumpier, softer wave required him to have a little bit more downtime, but still really well read. Love that. Check turn there brings this one all the way around. So comparing that to Jacob's, lots more maneuvers, but a flatter wave, so didn't really allow that opportunity to have that speed on rail as Jacob's turn did.
So we're still waiting for 3 scores to drop. Jack Krop now up and riding again for Nicaragua. Hits that first section, has some nice flow as he slides through into the second one. I love that little tail release mid-face. And he finds the end as well, so that's great work for the 14-year-old Gromit out in the lineup. Again, currently chasing a 4.96, but we would expect those requirements to all already have shifted as we're waiting for scores to drop from the panel. We're waiting for at least 1 score for Jacob Turner. We've got a score to drop in for Massimo Baines. Both of them have the potential to improve their overall heat totals. And then now for Jack Krop, his last wave specifically is going to be counting into, you know, potentially his highest score so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be interesting to see if there is a change-up. My guess is that there won't be, based off of my opinion. You know, I think Jacob maybe even did enough to improve upon his situation. And looking again at this one from Massimo, like we said, a bit of a flatter one. I think it'll throw away his 3.73. It does, a 5.77. That doesn't take him into the lead, but makes that requirement for Jack all that much higher.
Well, incredibly well done. Scores have just dropped in across the board. The 5.77 was enough for Massimo to take the lead, but then Jacob Turner took off on this wave. Judges dropped it in as a 5.83, and he regains that winning position.
Yeah, a really great combination between all of them, or exchange, I should say, in the final minutes, Shan.
Wow, and a 2.97 for last of Jack Krop. Great effort from the Gromit. He'll be into the rapid charge round for the under-18s. When we return, we've got 4 surfers, Peru, Chile, China, and way more surfing to come. So it's going to be a big day, and we'll be back with more right after this.
Welcome to day 1 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. From the host nation of Peru, Paul Huguet with an 8.83.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I learned to surf in this wave. Incredible to be here with my family, with my team.
From the United States of America, Mackay Castle with an 8.5. Japan's Mirai Ikeda with an 8.67.
Quick whip during tons of spray.
Yeah.
She opts out.
Surprised that she committed to the inside too.
The Olympian Yang Su Chi from China with a 9.17.
Wow. Oh, sets herself up with it. Wow. A little bit wild.
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel air wave is very good. It's my first time come great.
Perfectly, speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Welcome back to South America. It's day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Heat 2 of the opening round for the boys U18. A Peruvian out there in the red, Bastian Pierce, Tomas Castillo from just south in Chile in the blue, Wu Xidong representing China in the green, and Johnny Martin Pusic representing Slovenia out there in the white. Mecho Salazar with one of the all-time greats, Sofia Milanovic at Punta Rocas. It is pumping out there at the moment. We got an international heat, Sofia, but we also have a local surfer, Bastian Pierce. He's from your hometown of Punta Hermosa, 17 years of age, and he has spent the last 4 years on Oahu's North Shore practicing in larger surf. Here goes the Chilean, Tomas Castillo. And we are talking about the world's best surfers, 18 or under in this division on the men's side. So a lot of people that you're eventually going to see on the regional QS, on the Challenger Series, and probably on the World Championship Tour. A couple setup turns right here for the Chilean in blue. And this wave, pretty flat. He wants to make sure he gets a score on the board, though. And we call this a grinder, Sophia. Just get a score. You get anything above a 3, that sounds pretty good. Now, Wu Xidong already has a small score on the board, a 1.83 before this. So his second ride already. Good flow right there by the Chinese surfer in green. 17 minutes.
Really good, Wu Xidong.
Good style, too, from Hainan. His last year in the U18s right here for Wu.
It's incredible how good the Chinese team is surfing right now at the moment. Yesterday, we had the Chinese girl getting a 9.17, the highest wave score of the day.
Peter Town, and the OG world champion, told me a few years ago he went and actually coached and developed a good amount of their programs in Hainan and a couple other wave pools that they have in China. And he said, you know, mark my words, eventually there's going to be an Olympian and a world champion. So far, you mentioned Zhang Yuqi. She was an Olympian last year, still a teenager, Sophia, and well representing China right here, as you said, at the ISA World Juniors. Well, comes with the big population, right? They have a huge coastline, too. Eventually, they're going to have somebody that makes it to the very top.
Yeah, they've dedicated a lot of resources for them, too, for the Chinese team. So it's good to see. It's good to see the Chinese team having really good surfers.
Speaking of very good surfers, tell us a bit more about Bastian Pierce, 17 years of age, from your hometown of Punta Hermosa. Favorite wave is Señoritas right at home.
Yeah, Bastian Pierce is an amazing surfer. I know him since he's a baby. I know his family. He comes from a surfing family, lots of tradition of surfing in his family. His dad is Brian Pierce, one of the biggest locals in Punta Hermosa, great style. We all admire him a lot. And I think he's going to do amazing. He has a really, really good backside. He's going to be going on those rides right now. He's a goofy footer. Well, maybe he'll catch some lefts too. And yeah, he's solid. He's a tall surfer, you know. He has a really good extension, really good flow. He's also really powerful, so we'll wait for him to catch his first wave.
Loves to surf Señoritas and Caballeros. Does consider La Isla to be one of his personal favorites, right around the corner from where he's from, but loves both big and small waves, so loves to rip. And as we have seen with a lot of people here from the Lima area, you have Pico Alto, which is right there near home. So a lot of people eventually do transition into big wave surfing as well, Sophia. It's kind of a staple being from here.
Yeah, for sure. Here we have really complete surfers. The kids are surfing good everything, like beach breaks, point breaks, big waves, small waves, rights, lefts. So we have a really good training ground here in Peru. We have all kinds of waves.
100%, and that's why you see them do very well in Hawaii. Tahiti being another place too, where we've seen a lot of Peruvians do very well. Alonso Correa, you know, he was very close to getting the bronze medal over there in Paris 24. Also saw Luca Messinas compete. Of course, Sol Aguirre as well. 14 minutes on the clock, 4.5 the second score of the Chinese surfer in green. Xidong, Tomas Castillo with a 3.17. And both him and Xidong have a small backup. Johnny Martin Pusic representing Slovenia, born and raised in Ontario, Canada, but began surfing only 4 years ago when his family moved to Panama. So kid's only been surfing for a number of years, now competing here at the ISA World Juniors. He does have Slovenian heritage, that's why he is representing that beautiful country. 13:30 on the clock, let's go downstairs. Chris with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, thank you so much, team. Congratulations. I seen you in Snapped 5, I seen you in Mirage, all over on the video world, but now I'm watching you in a jersey. You're looking pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, this is new, but it's pretty fun, the jersey.
Yeah. So you wouldn't necessarily say you're like a comp guy, but you look like it out there.
No, we're a comp guy. Yeah, we're in the comp mode right now.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good to hear. So have you ever been to Peru before? What's your experience been like so far?
First time to Peru. The food's good. Everyone's cool. And yeah, it's good. Good place. Thanks for having us.
And what about the ISA community? You got 57 nations represented here. Have you been able to, you know, cruise around, meet some new friends from all over the world?
Yeah, that's what I'm here for. Meet new people. And it's been good. So much new people, all different countries, and it's been sick.
Heck yeah, well, that was super fun to watch. I know you got a bunch of friends and family watching back home. I'm not sure what time it is on Kauai, but you got a message for the homies?
If you're watching, thanks for watching. I had a mental bug heat, and it was good. Yeah.
All right, go Team Hawaii. Good luck out there.
Good fun.
A man of few words right there, Jacob Turner from the beautiful island of Kauai. I believe he won the Newport City Classic as well early this year in California. Live action, Tomas Castillo. That's a beautiful opening snap, and just loses it on the second bottom turn, unfortunately. And Bastian Pierce, the local boy, caught behind the whitewater, and he's not going to make it out in front. So definitely size has been something difficult for a lot of surfers to adjust to so far today. Meanwhile, Pusic, his opening ride, and, well, 3 falls in a row. And you don't normally see that in this division right here, Sophia.
Yeah, there's a lot of bump in the wave, I think. When he catches that, like, wide part of the, you know, where the waves are breaking, it kind of gets a little bit bumpy for them.
Oh, the froth on the
yeah,
foam
the froth,
right there.
exactly. That's what I wanted to say.
Sidong had a look at that wave. But the speed that Castillo was carrying after that first opening snap, got to be thinking that he completes that wave. Is on his way to a large score right there. And this is only the second heat of the round, too. So judges really want to set the scale and the standard. We saw a couple of 5s. Those aren't bad scores for Jacob Turner, but first heat of the round, you still have a lot more to go. We have 36 heats in this round alone, Sophia.
Exactly, and that last turn of color blue from Chile, that first turn was really good. Really, really good. But unfortunately, he fell off in the second turn.
So everybody trying to establish priority. You see right there, the P1 and the P2. That means unconditional right away with the surfer in green. He has a 4.5, a 183 as a backup. He's in the lead. Castillo drops a 283 on his second, though he is in second place. But both Pusic and Pierce, couple small scores to start things off halfway through the heat. And by the way, really appreciate you doing the English side of the broadcast too, Sophia. I know it's not your first language, and just want to say thank you for hosting us, the hospitality of having us here in your home country, literally 15 minutes away from where you live. But really appreciate being in Peru once again.
Thanks a lot, Mitch. Yeah, it's my pleasure to be here looking at this beautiful wave. And
how does it feel? It's not your first time doing the broadcast, but how does it feel to be on this side rather than competing in the jersey once again?
It feels awesome. I love watching good surfing and be able to commentate it with such good commentators like yourself. It's a privilege.
Here's Wu Sidong now, the heat leader. Good technique and pushed a little too hard on that opening section. So frustrated. You can see him splash the water right there when he's paddling back out. So it's going to be a throwaway for the Chinese surfer in green. He's going to move around and tried to catch that last one. Doesn't seem like he was able to get it, though. And now the local boy, Pierce. Crucial wave for him to get things going in his campaign in this heat. Strong opening snap. Readjust well. Nice flow on this one so far from Bastian. Much better right there in the pocket. Slid the fins momentarily. Make sure to stay near the power source the entire time, and that is a key component of surfing Punta Rocas as well. And the Peruvian just flowing through the motions on this one. Smaller inside sections, but can't really surf it much better than that. 8:30 on the clock. Needs a 5.5 for second. Might be getting it here, Sophia.
Great wave by Bastian. Surfed it so well. Lots of turns all the way to the beach, showing confidence, commitment, power. There's still 8 minutes to go, and I think that's going to be the best wave of the heat.
And now Castillo nearly lost it right there on the drop. Big opening turn right there from the Chilean. Love the bottom turn. He grabs his rail on the bottom turn almost every time, Sophie, and just adds a little element of spice to it.
Great wave by Blue.
It should
Tomas
be his
Castillo
best wave.
from Chile. Yeah, that's his best wave, I would say. Surfed it really well, too.
Timing, as you mentioned a few heats ago, is something that is extremely important out here at Punta Rocas, and his timing was on point on that wave right there. 7.5 on the clock. And it seems like Wu Might be having a look at this one right here. So, you know, from our perspective right here on screen, the right's still the best wave available, but the left just to the other side of it's still an option. Everybody's still opting to go right. Looking at the replay, starting with Bastian's first.
This is Bastian taking off in this wave. Really beautiful wave. Doing a big first turn, then doing a second turn, looking for that section. That's a really nice turn, that last one. Beautiful style of Bastian Pierce. He has a really good fundamental in his surfing. Going vertical there. Knowing that he has to have a strong finish, and he does it with lots of style. What a beautiful style of Bastian. He does some really good airs too, Bastian. He's a really progressive surfer. And we see green.
This kid's got sick style too. Oh, crab rail bottom turn as well, and was close to pulling that last turn off. Wu Xidong. Well, he will be improving on his low score, the 183. There's no doubt about that. But the score drops in for red. Pierce, it's a 6-3-3. Now waiting on one for blue as well. So this is a very competitive heat early on, Sophia. Still with 6 minutes on the clock right here. And interesting thing about it, the only regular footer out there, Pusic, he's the one that's having more trouble really to find those better scores. So the goofy footers have done well so far in the back end right here at the right-hander.
Yeah, they're ripping. They're getting some really fun waves out there. And we see Bastian in the lead with a 6.33 and a 0.5. He's going to have to improve on that second wave. Then we see the Chinese with a 4.5 and a 1.83. Well, we just see a new score for blue, 5.67, and he goes to the lead. Tomás Castillo from Chile.
Yeah, so he's in first now, 5:20 on the clock, although we are still waiting on the score for green, though. Needs a 2.34 for second at the moment. And got to be thinking he's going to get that in some change. You know, it's so interesting about this weekend here. I know it's a holiday weekend, Sophia, both Monday and Tuesday. So got to be expecting a lot of support for the host nation right here at Punta Rocas. Still early, 9:20. We go at about 4:30 every single day right here at this location. But, you know, would think that this weekend and the next, there's got to be a lot of local surfers, a lot of local people supporting the host nation of Peru.
Yes, for sure. I think people are going to come support the Peruvian team, and all the rest of the teams come support good surfing, because there's going to be plenty of good surfing. So if you're listening to this webcast, come here, come down.
It's free.
Come down.
There's good stuff to eat, to see, and of course, you know, educated fans, they recognize good surfing, and that's a good call out right there, Sophia. We go to Brazil a lot, and same thing. Beaches are crowded, but they support everybody that surfs well. So the last of Wu Xidong, it's enough for second. It's a 3.2. Pierce now needing 1.37, and Pusic needing a 6.2. And here goes the surfer in red. On the paddle back out, catches a wider one.
Wow.
Strong opening turn under the lip for Bastian. Riding that climax surfboard. Does seem like he is riding something just a bit longer than your traditional surfboard too. And a very smart finish right there. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Bastian Pierce will be improving on his backup. Meanwhile, Castillo now currently in the lead. Whippy snap right there from Tomás. Kid's got good flow. Maybe the speed is a bit off, Sophia, but surfing well, and with the little chop hop at the end, he's got to be stoked on his performance on this last one. Looking to improve on a low 3 right here.
Yeah, that was a nice wave for blue, but I really like Bastian's wave. That was a really well-ridden wave. He started really well with a huge turn at the beginning. I think judges are going to like that, the commitment on that first turn. And then he kept with that same rhythm, going straight to the top in each move. And he finished well too. So let's see what the judges think, but I think that was a really good wave for him.
But they have a lot of work to do right here in these last 3 minutes, because we got more waves incoming on the outside. Are there reefs here? Do you know an indication of when a certain wave is going to come? Because Those waves are breaking nearly a mile outside.
Yeah, not really.
You know when it's on top of you.
Yeah,
when you're
exactly.
Duck diving.
Yeah, this is a replay for Bastian. This first turn is so committed. I really like that. Amazing drawn bottom turn and straight to the top. Goes back to the power source. He knows he needs to find that critical section again. And then here goes in another beautiful turn off the top. And this last turn was awesome. I really like that last turn. Unfortunately, he kind of falls off. I don't know if that's going to be like a complete maneuver. What do you think, Mitch?
Pretty close, and judges, I think, agree. It's a 5-8-3, but still a good score. Meanwhile, waiting on this one for Castillo, who's now dropped a second.
Castillo's wave. Surfing really well also, the Chilean. Beautiful style of Castillo, really smooth style. Throwing lots of water. Kind of loses a little of control on that move, but still finishes well.
And you said it's about a 3-hour flight to the capital of Chile from Lima too, right?
Yeah, it's like 3 hour and 15 minutes to Santiago.
And depending on what part of Chile you're from, too, might even be closer. Right there in Arica, where that famous wave of El Gringo is at. Pretty close by to where we are at right now in Punta Rocas. A little over a minute. Change in situation. The local surfer Pierce up into the lead. A 6.33 and a 5.83 are his top two. Castillo in second, 5.67, 4.33. That means that Sidong now needing a 5.51. And Pusic, well, he's needing something excellent, Sophia, an 8.5 or better with 45 seconds now remaining in this heat. And Sidong, just unfortunate, too, because you can tell the kid is very talented. Same thing for Pusic, but Wu, unfortunately, had maybe 2 opportunities to get some larger scores and either pushed too hard or didn't push hard enough, Sophia. But he's got a chance right here, 20 seconds, and that is not going to be it for the surfer representing China.
We have Bastian Pierce in the lead and Tomás Castillo from Chile in second.
This might be a victory. Oh, can't get into it. And neither can Green, so was close to getting another opportunity. Was the surfer out of Hainan, China in the green. But that's going to be all she wrote for both Bastian Pierce and Tomás Castillo. They're moving through into the second round of competition here in the main event for the boys U18. We'll see both Sidong and Pusic in the elimination round later on in this event. And Puerto Rico well represented right here at the ISA World Juniors. And with that, a couple more heats coming through in the boys U18 round 1. Be right back with more action from Punta Rocas at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves of Punta Roca. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, FENTA, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
The beautiful nation of Peru hosting the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships for the 2025 edition. Punta Rocas, the main podium right here in South America. Mitchell Salazar with the great Sofia Mulanovic. It is heat number 3 of the boys U18 opening round. Kai Hall out of South Africa in red, Breen Bowden Inouye out of England in the blue, Jeremy Cedeno from Ecuador in the green, and Daniel Ambler from St. Lucia in the Caribbean is in the white. So all different parts of the world covered right here. Kai Hall, though, at Durban, South Africa. His home break is New Pier. Same place that saw Jordy Smith become an ISA gold medalist in the past. And he did have a dig. Do not think he got up, though. So it shouldn't be a scoring ride for the South African Hall. Meanwhile, Breen Bowden Inouye, he's from a place that is very famous in the surfing world in England, Sophia, in Newquay.
Oh, Newquay,
Works there as a bartender at Beach Bar in Fistral every now and then, too. So one of the more famous locations in the English area when it comes to the sport of surfing. Meanwhile, Hall, this kid's 18 years old, started surfing when he was 2. He's lived at both J-Bay and Bali in the past, and you can tell the kid rips. He's got a lot of talent, tall surfer, and he is excited to represent South Africa here at probably the greatest event in junior surfing history. Strong finish right there from the South African Kai Hall. Should be a good start. Meanwhile, the Ecuadorian Jeremy Cedeno, deep bottom turn in the pocket. It's a beautiful snap. One more. I like how whippy he gets on the backhand right here, Sophia. Kind of gets a little torque in at the end of his turns. Still looking for the double up on the inside. He might get it if he sticks with it, too. And he's going to kick out. Meanwhile, the Englishman, Breen. Quick one for him. So 16 on the clock, remaining in heat number 3. A couple of waves being ridden, though, and a good exchange to start things off in this one.
Lots of waves to start the heat.
So 16 minutes on the clock. With a break in the action, let's go downstairs. Chris Cote with Bastin Pierce.
Yeah, thank you, team. All right, hometown hero from right up the road. Let's talk about what it means for you to be the host nation for this incredible contest.
Well, it feels incredible for every country to come here and surf this beautiful wave, Punta Rocas. I've surfed here my whole life, living in Punta Hermosa, and it's just beautiful. And yeah, so fun to be with my team here and go Peru.
Now you have this beautiful high performance center right here. Obviously the wave is amazing. So how much experience do you have at this place? I mean, is this where you grew up surfing?
Yeah, this is where I grew up surfing, in the car. Surfing here every day for the last year or so. The rides are incredible, the lefts are so good. So yeah, nice place, really nice place.
And you must feel really good. I mean, being named to this team in Peru is a huge accomplishment in itself with so many good surfers in this country. So I'm sure you got a lot of support out there. You got a message for your friends and family watching?
Well, I want to thank my parents, all my family, my friends from school who are watching, my friends from the beach, and everyone else who is watching from Peru. Vamos Peru.
All right, congratulations. Keep it going, brother.
Thank you so much.
Nice kid, Sophia.
Really nice kid, Bastian, an amazing surfer. He did a really good job in that last heat, his first heat of the event.
Yep.
So I think there's gonna be more of him, I'm sure. And look at that image. That looks so beautiful.
That is an underrated part of coming to this part of the world right here. Just the environment around you. And as surfers, we are so grateful for Mother Nature. And of course, I think I speak for most of us out there. We are truly connected to nature in a very different way to most human beings, Sophia. And surfing has brought us together as people, but more importantly, with other living organisms out there, too. I mean, what other sport can you say has dolphins right next to you in the lineup?
None other than surfing.
And Bastin Pierce, by the way, might be having, top contender right now for the best haircut in the event too. So I'm going to keep, a leaderboard for that as well. 13:30 on the clock. Kai Hall in the lead, drops a 6.33. The Ecuadorian Jeremy Cedeno with a 4. And the Englishman Breen Bowden Inouye with a 2.5 and just a small backup score after that. So Inoue, he is from Bistro, 18 years of age, so it's his last year in this event here at the juniors. Meanwhile, the surfer out of Ecuador, 17 years old from Montañita for Cedeño. He rides for Climax Surfboards, and he's been surfing since he was 3 years old. So, Sophia, I don't know about yourself, when you started surfing. I started surfing when I was 13, so a late bloomer. I see a lot of these bios. There's people that have started surfing when they're 2.
Yeah.
There's people that started surfing when they were 3 or 4. And it seems like the list goes on and on. People get younger and younger now that they start surfing.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now kids start surfing like at almost like 1, 2 years old. Yeah, I started surfing when I was like shortboarding when I was 9 and bodyboard when I was around 5.
So you'd always been involved with the ocean. You would have been a water woman since you were young.
Yeah, my parents are surfers, so we used to be going to the beach since we were super young. It was part of our lifestyle.
And everybody starts in different ways, right? As you said, you started shortboarding when you were 9, but you started boardboarding before that. But at least you have a sense of what the ocean does. And most importantly, ocean awareness has to be, you know, something that a lot of these kids really appreciate, especially the ones that come from big open waves like this.
For sure. I think the younger you get that connection with the ocean, probably the better.
So 12 minutes on the clock right here. Ambler out there from St. Lucia, a beautiful country in the Caribbean. Small island, but known for its great cuisine, too, and probably has some spectacular waves. He is 14 from Marigot Bay. Listen to this, Sophia. He was a national swimmer and sailor before he started competing in surfing. Also plays the drums and loves music. But talk about a true person that loves the water.
The water, yeah.
Sailing, swimming, surfing. Kid can do it all.
His element, for sure.
Yeah, and for a lot of people, there's just, you know, nothing better than being around the water. I think Daniel's one of them, but, you know, you have the likes of John Florence. He could go sailing year-round, and he'd love that. Foil, longboarding, anything you ask him to do.
He's a waterman. I love to watch John on his social media, all the waves he finds, too, while he's sailing. It's crazy.
And the fact that, you know, a lot of these people are able to do with their families, the people that they love, it makes it even more special. And, you know, you could probably attest to this, but a lot of these events, you're traveling with your parents when this young still, and sharing those memories has to be something that they're going to carry for the rest of their lives. Here goes Bowden Inoue, surfer representing England. It's a strong carve to start things off for Reen. One more in the pocket. And first time here in Punta Rocas, much more extension right there on the third one. And he is just going to town. Some smart surfing so far and a great finish as well for Reen.
That was a really good wave. It offered a lot of potential.
And didn't try to over-surf it either. Kai Hall now, the current heat leader in the red. This wave looks like an avalanche. That is a massive finish for Kai Hall. Explosive surfing right there for the South African. Already has the 6.33, and despite not having a huge number of turns, Sophia, quality over quantity all day. And judges should be loving that finish right there.
Yeah, he risked a lot in that last move. I think judges are going to like that. That was a beautiful finish for color red, Kai Ho from South Africa.
And just over 9 minutes on the clock right here. Cedeño in second, but he's probably going to move down the order right here, as we're still waiting on a score for both blue and red. Just, you know, one thing that we've really seen so far in the first 2 days of competition, there's a lot of waves that shoulder off. This one didn't. It actually ended up closing out, gave him a critical section at the end, Soph.
Yeah, like the first part of the wave was a little bit wide, so it was kind of hard to surf. So he knew he had to do something big to get a good score in this wave, and he did it. He finished it really well. And this is Blue's wave. That was a really hard takeoff. He managed really well to do that first move. Beautiful wave. I really like this wave. It offered a lot of sections for him. And His surfing was maybe a little bit safe, but still he surfed it really well.
Yeah, you could say a bit conservative, right? But do you blame him? I mean, he had fallen on the first two waves.
Exactly.
He needed to get things going, right?
Safe is not bad sometimes.
A 5:07 for Kai Hall, so he extends his lead. Meanwhile, Reed Bowden Inoue, well, he gets his best at 4.67, so into second place right here in 8 minutes on the clock. And boy, these 20-minute heats fly by, Sophia.
Yeah, there's just 7.5 minutes. And we have Kai Hall from South Africa with a 6.33 and a 5.07. Reed Bowden from England with a 4.67 and a 2.5. He probably is thinking about improving that second wave. Jeremy Cedeno with a 4, and he doesn't have a backup yet. And Daniel Ambler hasn't taken off yet.
Yeah, so waiting on him to catch his opening ride. Just over 7 minutes on the clock. I haven't asked you this question yet, but did you ever compete at the ISA Juniors?
Yes.
Or did you only compete at World Surfing Games?
No, I competed in the, I don't know if it was an ISA event or like a World Surf League event, but I did compete in a junior event, and I got second to Chelsea Georgeson.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Chelsea Hedges now. Amazing surfer. But I don't remember if it was a ASP contest or it was a ISA contest.
Where was that at?
That was in Avalon.
Oh, okay, in Sydney.
Yeah.
That perhaps, I mean, you have a list of World Pro Junior champions, Joel Parkinson, and I want to say Pedro Enrique won 1 year too.
Yeah.
So, could it be? But, I mean, speaking of all your accolades, I was asking you because there's such a long list of things that you have done. I didn't know if you had actually done the ISA Juniors before. Because two-time ISA gold medalist at the World Surfing Games, but at World Juniors, long list of people that have done well here in the past too. Speaking of somebody that's on the board now, Sally Fitzgibbon, she's won 4 gold medals.
She's amazing, Sally. She's such a good surfer, an amazing competitor. She's won so many ISAs.
I keep finding things that she's won.
And juniors too, right?
Yeah.
She's won the juniors too.
Yeah,
both
2007
open and juniors. Yeah.
in Portugal. That year, provided a showcase of talent too. I think Sage Erickson made the final that year. I want to say that Corey and Beatty might have made the final for the U.S. team. Guess who won on the men's side? Jadson Andre.
Jadson, yeah.
So
great surfer, Jadson.
Talk about a list of people that have won. Mentioned, Jordy Smith making the final. Julian Wilson has won over there in Matacias before.
Well, Cristobal de Cole won it here too.
I was here that year. Miguel Tudela made the final with him too, another Peruvian, back in 2011. Seems like surfer in blue, Reed Bowden Inoue, just over 5 minutes. He is in second. So he's looking to improve on a 2.5. That was a great carve right there, but a little lackluster on the finish. I'll get credit for what he was able to do before the fall, though. 5 minutes now. Meanwhile, Ambler still hasn't caught a wave. And Cedeno, he was only needing a 3.18 before this last one of blue. Got to be thinking he's going to be needing a bit more right here after this last one of the Englishman in the blue jersey.
Yeah, he served really well that wave, color blue. He did a couple good hacks, throwing lots of water. He's picking his waves really good, I think. Color blue. Here he comes, this is a replay. In that first section, nice carve up the top. Second carve. And this turn, I really liked it. Through a lot of water. This one coming up, wow, that was a beautiful turn. Fortunately, he falls off by the end of this wave, but I think the damage was already done on that wave.
So that was a smaller one. But, you've mentioned a lot of those ones tend to be cuppier.
Yeah.
Case in point right there, that one definitely had a good bowl on it.
Yeah, I had some space for some really nice drone turns.
So 4 minutes still waiting on that score. Meanwhile, Cedeno right here, he's wearing board shorts too. So either he feels really comfortable in that or the water's really not that cold. This wave shouldering off and not a whole lot on it so far. 3 minutes 30.
Yeah, he should be kicking off that wave, I would.
Well, he's sticking with it.
Maybe.
He gets the 2 for 1 at the end, and it wasn't a bad combo. Little Miguel Pupo kind of looking style right there from Jeremy.
He's an amazing surfer. So I think if he gets maybe like a better quality wave, he can do like a really good score. We'll see what the judges think on that last wave though, because by the end he got a couple of really nice moves. But at the back it just looked like a little bit wide. Not many sections for him. A little bit flat that wave, but by the end the section kind of stood up for him.
Well, you got to give it to him for being patient, Sophia. He waited the entire wave to get these last two.
Yeah.
Especially the last one.
Yeah.
Good strong
That was-
maneuver right
yeah.
there.
He's a great surfer, you can tell.
But even the best surfers still need to be on the best waves, right?
Exactly.
So waiting on the score for blue and the last of green. There's the one for Reen. The Englishman in the blue. That's actually his best, a 5.13. So extends his second place positioning. That means that Cedeno now from Ecuador needs a 5.8 at the very least. Has a 4 already, 2 minutes on the clock. And judges taking their time. Normally, you know, you want to compare a lot of waves, see how it really compares to a lot of the other scores that are near the requirement that the surfer needs. Here, though, just looking at the outside section, as you said, it took him very long to really get some steep sections out there. And for a lot of these surfers, first time coming here, it's so hard to get waves during the free surf with hundreds of people out there with a small takeoff zone too, and it's not enough, Sophia. 3.73, still needing close to a 6-point ride here at the Ecuadorian. And by the way, Ecuador, just the country to the north of Peru as well, so I know a lot of people from Ecuador actually travel to Máncora, to Los Órganos to surf, right? It's a close drive for them.
Yes, it's really close. Ecuador has some really fun waves too.
Yep. Yeah, actually had a couple ISA events before in the past. La Fai.
Yeah.
And over in Montañita, they had the Masters there about a decade ago. But they are still really in need. Somebody outside of Mimi Barona to stand up. Had good surfers. Bibi Rodriguez being one of them. Aurelio Prieto another. Genesis Borja. She is still doing good things at the World Surfing Games level, but not a whole lot of talent on the junior side of things. You think they're having fun?
So much fun.
The U.S. team and Puerto Ricans sharing some good laughs and smiles right here.
Surfing good waves, not going to school.
Well, I hope they're doing their homework while they're here in their spare time too. 20 seconds. Seems like Bowden Inoue might have one more chance. He is in second, but a 6.28 would give him the lead. Pretty deep on this one at the beginning of it. Comes around it. That is a lovely wrap into the lip for the second one. And continues to just tear this wave apart. So the horn has blown, and body language, he loves it. Might be enough for the lead, really, when you compare it to the 6 that we have in this heat, Sophia. Good surfing right there from Reen.
Yeah, I think Reen's been surfing super good this heat. He's a smart surfer, you can tell. He picked his waves super good. He finished all his wave, almost all his waves, so he's a really smart competitor.
It seems like Kai Hall on the red might have gotten a wave before the buzzer too, but it was just a throwaway, a 1.83. It won't change anything for him. So regardless of Reen Bowden Inoue getting the score for first or not, he's going to be moving through into the next round. Watching the replay though, some good surfing right here.
Great first hack from Blue. Second really nice turn. And a third one. In that last section to do one more little hack. Great wave by Blue.
Seems like he got better with each wave too.
Yeah, he
0.87.
seems more confident, right, in that last wave.
Might just needed to get going right there at the end. So Hall, Bowden Inoue, they're going to be moving through into the second round of boys U18 action here in Punta Rocas. We got 36 heat in this opening round for the boys U18. It's a 5.1. He moves through. More action when we come back from the break here in Peru.
It's there.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
The end of the road, an ISA Surf movie coming out soon, and you can watch it on isasurf.org. A lot of smiles down there on the beach today because the waves are just going off at Punta Rocas, Peru at the moment for the boys U18 opening round. Heat 4 in the water, Will Dean from the US of A, Orion Shemer from Israel in the blue, and Sheng Yan Chen from Chinese Taipei in the green. Mitch and Sophia with you for the first few heats of the round. Meanwhile, a couple of big names out there in the opening round have already moved through. Bastian Pierce from Peru, Jacob Turner from Hawaii, Kai Hall from South Africa, the 3 heat winners so far. And we could be seeing another big name move through with William Dean, kid out of North Carolina. He's one of the team captains this year for the United States, Sophia, and you've been a captain for your team in the past. Big privilege, big honor, but at the same time, a good amount of pressure on your shoulders too.
Yeah, for sure. Everybody seems so happy. They're just happy about the waves. Look at the waves, non-stop.
Well, if this were a free surfing hour right now, there'd be probably 300 people out there. It's not though. So you have pick of the litter when you're a surfer. Did your attitude change at all when you knew you had opportunities and the waves are just going off out there for a competition? We'll get back to that because Shemer Orion, the surfer out of Israel, riding his trusty CI2 Happy out there. All of his family surfs. A couple of opening wraps in the pocket right here for Shemer. Ooh, it's a much better snap in the pocket from Orion and slides the fins, lays back, and he's going to pull it at the end too. That was a strong combo at the end of this wave right here for the surfer out of Israel in blue.
Adding some spice to his surfing in that last turn. That was really nice to watch.
And now the surfer in red, Will Dean. His first wave of this heat. Has a clean open face to work with. Brings it all the way around. Almost slides the fins right there at the end of that turn, and maybe a bit too forced right there for the second one. And there's the U.S. team, head coach Ryan Simmons and the crew. Linnea Mons, Avery McDonald. Simo, probably have to consider him the best beach announcer on the planet. But we have a great crew here as well for the ISA World Juniors as always. Good tempo on this one. The surfer representing Chinese Taipei in the green. He already dropped a 4.5 during the break, Sophia, and he's already going to get 2 scores on the board in the first 4 minutes. Watch out for Chinese Taipei. They are coming.
Wow, this is a really good heat that we have in our hands. All of them showing some really good surfing. They're all great surfers.
I'm impressed. This kid rips. Sheng Yang Chen. Once again, they have really good waves over there in Chinese Taipei too. Super consistent. They got a lot of typhoons, so extremely consistent when it comes to tropical activity too, but good amount of beach breaks. A lot of places that actually resemble Punta Rocas. A lot of cobblestone breaks too.
Nice. So they have point breaks too, both beach
Yeah.
breaks and point breaks.
Yeah. They ran the WSL longboard champs there for a few years at a left, and then they have a good beach break peak that they use too for a lot of events. So yeah, they have plenty of different options to choose from. 15 minutes on the clock, waiting on some numbers right here. Looking at the replay here of Will Dean. Unfortunate mistake right here at the end for Will.
Yeah, that second turn. That third turn, he kind of... Oh, this is a new one?
This is a different wave, actually,
Okay.
yes. So this is a wave that he
Alright.
caught paddling back out, Sophia.
That looked like a really nice wave. Finished well, too.
Yep. Seems by far his best. So the fall and then that wave to make up for it. But going back to the question, did your attitude change? Did your personality come out really when you saw good waves for a comp? Did you get more excited in that sense?
Yeah, for sure. Especially when you surfed like in places with really good waves and the waves were fun, like Snapper, for example, that you could barely get like one wave at the free surf. Oh, here comes Red in this replay. Really nice wave. Wow, he attacks the lip on that first turn. In that second section, that's a really nice hack. And finishes really well. Showing some variety too, that's what the judges want to see. That's his best wave till now.
So Will Dean, he's also going to be going to the World Pro Juniors in the Philippines next month. So he did qualify through the Junior North America ranking. And East Coasters from the U.S., as you know, the greatest surfer of all time is from the East Coast of the United States.
Kelly
Obviously,
Slater.
the great Kelly Slater. You have Lisa Anderson, of course, as well, over there from Florida. Caroline Marks,
The
current Olympic
Hopwoods.
gold medalist. Oh, you're speaking my language now.
Yeah.
You want me to go goof footers then? Could go to the Hopkins, the Lopez brothers too.
Yeah.
Justin Quintal, one of the all-time great longboarders as well. So waiting on a couple of numbers. Meanwhile, let's go downstairs. Kai Hall with Chris.
Thanks, team. Hey, congratulations, Kai. First heat of the event, and you smashed it. It only took you 26 hours to get here from South Africa, but you've been here for 6 days. How's your experience been so far?
It's amazing. The wave feels a lot like home, lots of power, and yeah, I'm just stoked taking it heat by heat, and yeah, we'll see where it goes.
And being part of Team South Africa must feel good in itself. It looks like you got a strong squad down here. What are your coaching sessions like? What are they telling you before and after these heats?
Just confidence, you know. We've always been kind of underrated, and seeing Luke Thompson win the Challenger this year, it's given us a real big push to show what we're worth and where we come from, and to show we're passionate, and we've also got this, you know, and I think this wave suits our surfing to a T, so yeah, we'll just take it heat by heat, but yeah, we're feeling good, we're feeling strong, and as I said, we'll see where it takes us.
What about team goals and personal goals for you?
I mean, it's always number one for me, and that's why I'm here. But it's all about the experience and the people you meet here, and I don't think it's a memory you'll ever forget, and that's why we're here. But I'm here for number one, but as I said, heat by heat, stay humble, and yeah, we'll see.
Right on, Kai. Good to meet you, brother. Good luck moving through.
Thank you, Chris, and congratulations to Kai. Good sportsmanship right there from the proud South African. Meanwhile, we did see Schemmer have a couple of maneuvers on the outside. His opening ride was a 3.73, smaller wave, so judges really considering that. There is the great surfer out of Kauai, Legend Chandler. He's coming up wearing board shorts and a wetsuit top.
I think
paddling
maybe
a lot.
when you're competing, I think like the last thing you're thinking is about being cold.
I mean, me personally, I'm a big dude as well. I got a wetsuit that's already integrated to my body, so I need to go for a wetsuit top as well. Will Dean, that's just a small showcase of the talent that he has, and
Wow.
unfortunately, he just loses it coming out of the turn, but he is in the lead, 617, 307 on his two previous rides. And once again,
I really like his approach on there. He's risking a lot, going for it. Wow, that was a great move. He almost pulled it, huh? I was getting really excited. I was about to be like, wow.
hey, bring that out. I want to hear the was.
The replay for this move.
Another angle.
really risked. Wow. That was a really good move. Unfortunately, he falls off by the end. But that's good. That's good. It's really entertaining for sure to see progressive moves like that.
I don't know how much time you've spent on the East Coast of the United States, but where he's from in North Carolina, certain times of the year, you might be surfing some of the best waves of your life. I mean, beach breaks, a lot of different hurricane seasons that you have, any kind of storm that you get on that side of the U.S., really extremely good waves when it is on. Chinese Taipei up and riding, Shengyan Chen. Couple opening maneuvers right there on the outside, looking for something more committed. There it is.
Wow.
Beautiful snap on the open section right there for the surfer out of Chinese Taipei. Larry Layback to get some combinations going too. And a lip line floater at the end. He loves it.
Yeah.
Love the attitude. And Shengyan Chen, he's having a ton of fun out there. Meanwhile, Dean on the outside, your current heat leader, big snap, goes for the layback on the outside. One more in the pocket, slides the fins. This wave standing up well. He is just going to town and hammering this wave. And he loves it too. The no claim. Got a great heat right here, Soph.
Showing the passion, going for it. I really like the timing on the wave of the competitor in green. He surfed it really well, and that last wave by Red that first move was crazy.
Strong, wasn't it? You can see the difference in size and age. Shengyan Chen is 14.
Oh, wow.
And he is surfing up in the boys U18 right now. So obviously a big challenge.
His surfing is really mature too.
And
to
he's
be
passing
just
the
14.
test. Flying colors right here, Sophia.
Here comes green. In that first section, managing to do a really nice turn. This second turn was really nice, kind of setting up for this turn was the money turn for sure. Wow, throwing lots of water, showing a lot of commitment, power, control. And just his timing every move really well to be a 14-year-old. You know, like his surfing is really mature for his age.
Celebration at the end too. Little bonus points right there, and then Dean on the outside.
That first move was so good. The second move was really good too. I think judges are really going to like this last wave of Red.
It's really easy to differentiate the amount of power that one has in comparison to the other. Obviously, the difference in age has a lot to do with it. But a 6-1-3 for Shengyan Chen, so momentarily in the lead, but we are waiting on a score for the surfer in red. Meanwhile, Shemer, the Israeli out there, first few waves were good, but just seeing what we just saw from green and red, you got to be thinking you need to at least match one of the sixes out there.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how much. 8.5. Yeah, I knew it was going to be an excellent score. Just that first move shows so much risk and commitment, and it's kind of like different to all the moves we've seen, like
as you pointed out a few heats ago, maybe too safe sometimes.
Yeah, he just totally pushed the back foot in that that first move, and it was really explosive and really good to watch.
Yeah, risk equals reward all the time, and Will Dean took advantage of it. An 8.5, one of the best scores of the event, the best score of the round so far for the U18 boys. 6.5 right here. So Shemer, we've seen potential. There's been flashes of it on certain waves. Maybe hasn't been on the best wave so far though, Sophia. 6 minutes on the clock, needs a 6:01. From your perspective right here, can that be done 2-3 maneuvers on the outside today?
I think he needs to pick his waves, right? I think right now there is waves that gives you that opportunity for excellent scores. You just need 3 good moves on the right part of the wave to get that score. So right now I think he has plenty of time to pick his wave. So we'll see how he does.
Haven't seen really a lot of airs attempted so far in the event. It is a complicated wave to really do an air on, and speaking of errors, Shemer right there with the fall, unfortunately, an unforced error. So he's going to go to the back of the line when it comes to priority. And Red Dean, well, he's just looking for anything he can ride. 617, his backup at the moment. And looking to get something on the inside right here. Wave potentially doubling up. Get a combo. Nothing crazy so far, but goes for the alley-oop. He pulls it too. Whoa, okay.
Wow.
I threw the word air out a few seconds ago, and somebody did an air, so I'm going to start saying the word air more and more, Sophia. 5 minutes on the clock, looking to improve a low 6.
You could just tell by his body language he felt so confident from the start of that wave. After that 8.5, like, your confidence goes through the roof, and you can just tell by this wave that he's ready for anything.
It was so spontaneous, too,
Yeah,
all of a
it
sudden.
was so hard to do that move in that part of the wave. I don't know how he pulled that.
Everything's good, linking through together, but you never thought the air was coming at that point of the wave.
Not at all. Wow. That was awesome.
Right at the end. Another angle here, Soph.
It was a beautiful wave by Red, but still it had a lot of bump on it because it was a wide wave. But he looks so confident and so in control. Just waiting for that section. And right here he's like, okay, this is perfect. This section is perfect to do like an air. Oh my God, that was so cool. So cool to watch. I think judges are going to like that too.
He cleared a good amount of distance too. It's not like he landed in the same spot. He went pretty far forward with that alley-oop right there. So waiting on the number right here for the surfer representing the United States. Looking to throw away a 617, and there it is. A 7.5 for Will Dean. 16-point heat total. He's gone excellent already, Sophia. 3.5 on the clock. He could probably come in and call it a heat right here.
Great surfing from Will Dean. Showing some progression. Lots of commitment.
Well, we spoke about him being the captain of the team too. You need to be able to put in a good performance as the leader of your team. This should probably facilitate and help things out for everybody else watching him on the beach.
I bet Team America is going nuts right now. Loving that last wave. That's those last 2 waves, right, of him. One after the other. First one 8.5, the second one a 7.5. Total score of 16.
He's still throwing away the 3rd best score of the heat too, a 6.17 that's not even counting anymore. But now 2 minutes 40. Schemmer right here, the Israeli, needs a 6.01 or better. And here he goes. Could be his last opportunity too. The first carve is not bad. Needs some lip line action, though much better in the pocket. And throws it around with that tail slide, and he likes it. Is it the 6.01 that he needs, though? Just over 2 minutes right here for the surfer in blue.
I think the wave just didn't cooperate by the end.
Judge is quick with that one, too. It's a straight 4, Soph. So 2 points basically under the requirement for Schemmer. And you look at where he is on the bottom of your screen. It's a long paddle out with just 1:50 now remaining on the clock.
Will Dean is eyeing this wave. I think he wants to do more of those. Yes. And I think it's good that he did that too, because all the competitors that are watching from the beach are going to know that those
it's possible.
kind of, yeah, exactly, it's possible. So that kind of opens the door for that progressive surfing we all want to watch.
Throwing the tail around.
Oh my God, yeah.
Nearly had the rotation complete right there, but he is very far out front. 1 minute 20. Really eyes on blue right here. Needs a 6.01, and Shengyan Chen out there on the outside. I mean, he still improves in the 4.5, makes things more difficult for Schemmer. And this one really just a victory lap for Will.
Great surfing from Will Dean.
Oh, the best performance of the event so far on the men's side, that's for sure. Here's Schemmer. He needs a 6.01 or better. The start is way better on this one too. 3 in a row. Oh. Ever so close. But now so far. And Chen not able to get into it. 30 seconds. I mean, you got to give Orion props. He went for it. It was a big, steep section.
He risked. Unfortunately, fall off.
Probably
but good job for him.
Probably don't hit that section, and you're probably not getting another one like it on that wave either.
Exactly.
So risk does equal reward.
Especially if you need a 6. 6 is a good wave, so you need to go for it.
And it's either you win or you are in the elimination round, and Schemmer is there right now. Will Dean with the best performance of the men's side in the event so far, and Sheng Yang Chen advancing in second place as well. It's non-stop action here at Punta Rocas for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Heat 5 coming up. Legend Chandler, Jack Young, and Ratislav Jasso hit in the water when we return.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves of Punta Roca. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, Fenta, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Welcome back to the action. Straight into it with Legend Chandler up and riding for Team Hawaii, knifing it through what could be maybe, you know, his third, fourth turn already. We kind of missed the start of this wave, and it's looking like a solid finish though as he just tags the in section. Only 2 minutes down in this heat, still 18 minutes remaining. And that's going to be a nice way for the Hawaiian to get his campaign opened up. He's in the water up against Jack Young from Puerto Rico and Ratislav Jasso from Nicaragua. As we take another look here, Rachel.
Yeah, a really nice wave lining up, a kind of smaller medium one. Buries the rail a little bit on that opening turn, but on that second turn is able to unleash, and this is where he starts to find his feet. You can tell he's getting more comfortable, getting his feet in the wax, his rail engaged in the water. So that's from that first turn. From there, just continue to build that house, and really nice to open up your account so quickly at the start of the heat.
Yeah, you love doing that, right? When you're wearing a contest jersey, like within the first couple minutes?
Yeah, I mean, you know, ideally if you get that opportunity, and a quality wave, I'm not talking about just stand up on a wave to stand up, but for something like that, that medium wave, when there's a flurry of waves coming through, just to get your account opened up, even if it's not going to be in your top 2, sets you in a nice pace for the rest of the heat, kind of gives you that nod, puts the pressure on the other surfers to open up their accounts later on.
And at least you're able to get surfing rather than sitting for too long from the start of the heat.
Yeah, sure. Sitting too long at the start of the heat, and you know, that's where it starts to play games on your mind, where you start feeling that pressure. If there's 12 minutes remaining and you haven't caught a wave yet, it's completely possible to turn your heat around, but you have to have a strong mental game in order to do so.
And from that point too, then it's really like, okay, each wave matters, needing it to be a counting score specifically, as opposed to those kind of starting few minutes where you can just get those feet in the wax. We got 16 minutes remaining, and we can notice, Rach, between, you know, the last couple heats we called and now, this wind has just really started to pick up, and we'll see how it kind of comes into play in the playing field out here. You can see a little bit of chatter on the face of the wave as Jack Young for Puerto Rico is up and riding on a nice looking wave here. Just kind of getting some work done on the outside section to make it through. We'll see if it stands up for him. Really nice rail surfing, just keeping things smooth and fluid as he comes into this last final moment, just pacing it out to get maybe a 2-turn, potentially 3 on the end section here. With our camera angle so zoomed in, it's kind of hard sometimes to tell, you know, what the rest of that wave looks like. But these guys have that vision all the way down the beach for exactly what they're looking at. Rostislav also getting a piece of the action now for the Nicaraguan and just digs it in on that final turn. And we'll now have scores to drop in for the rest of the field, but a big start, a 7.83 on the board for Legend Chandler from Hawaii. 15 minutes remaining, Rach. We're going to go down to sidelines quickly to check in with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you, team. Well, team captain Will Dean, that's how you set the precedent for your team. You look like you're, you know, we're a long ways away from the Outer Banks, but you look like you're feeling right at home here in Peru.
Yep. I mean, yeah, I've been loving the wave. I've been here about a week. Definitely been tricky getting it dialed, but I feel like I'm figuring it out. Feel really good.
And you had the beach going absolutely crazy. That alley-oop was incredible. What did it feel like for you to look up and see the flags flying on the bluff and hear your squad going nuts?
Yeah, our team's amazing. Everyone's been super supportive of each other, and vibes are really good, so I'm excited to keep it going.
All right, I've been asking everybody, team goals, personal goals, what do you got?
Yeah, this is my 3rd ISA, and the last 2 I kind of feel like I put a lot of pressure on myself, didn't do as good as I hoped, so definitely feel like I'm letting go this year, hopefully make it far. And then our team's amazing, everyone's surfing really good, we're going to do gold.
Well, top male performer of the event so far, just keep doing that.
Yep. Thank you.
Huge result for Will, and I mean, you know, the fact that he's able to kind of come into this event hopefully carrying less pressure than he did in the past, it's showcasing in that first heat.
Yeah, it's a tricky walk to line, and of course you're here and you're so passionate about wanting to do well and finding that ability to let go. Of course you still need to show up and perform, and you're showing up because you care, but being able to release that pressure you put on yourself. There's enough pressure from, you know, all the other elements, but being able to have that, again, we're talking about that mental game there, that positive self-talk and letting go of that pressure makes a huge difference in how far you see some of these surfers go in the event.
That's right, and I mean, even putting, you know, an excellent score on the board, the highest heat total of the round so far. Rach, you and I are often having conversations. We'll get back to that in a minute because we've got some replays here to appreciate for this first wave of Rostislav. It's came through at a 3.6.
Yeah, a smaller wave. This was well surfed. Some mid-face carves, nothing overly critical, but it stands up a bit more on the inside here, and he was able to finish it cleanly and just get his heat started. This wave continued to offer opportunities, but it was really just those last 2, maybe 3 maneuvers that he was able to really put on rail, and that is where that score is coming in from the judges, or maybe why it didn't go as high, because that outside didn't get to be as critical. This one came through as a 4.5, Shannon. As we take a look at this wave from Jack, a fatter wave, again, trying to make the most of this outside section. Nothing really on offer yet, but he's doing well to stay busy and make something of it. And this is where it starts to stand up on the inside. You can see it. He's reading that line in front of him, gaining that speed, snaps it up to the lip. Another one there and cuts out. So a little bit more energy on those final maneuvers. But this one was the standout of the opening exchange, a 7.83. Buries the braille a little bit there, but everything else from here on out had so much speed, power, and flow, exactly what the judges are looking for. Phenomenal surfing, and I will say this section, this wave, being as foamy as it was, that can be really hard to surf cleanly through, and he did an excellent demonstration of doing exactly that.
Yeah, you're right. It really didn't like factor into his speed or his control in any way, and often that's what you see affected when a wave is so foamy. It has that frothy, those little pockets of air on the face of the wave where the board can struggle to really connect to the water. Saw Legend just have a quick in and out on that last one as well, as a massive set is coming through. Quite a few waves to duck dive today. It's a very good test of surfing ability, but also endurance in what these surfers have been doing on land to prepare themselves for big heats in the water.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to duck dive and keep your energy up and have that ability that if after going through all of these sets, the right wave pops up, being able to just whip around right away and perform on that, have your breathing in control, and have that power and energy in your legs to perform is really crucial. So,
yeah, I mean, to get out the back and be fully puffed, but also still have to perform, like, that's a very challenging position to be in. And these surfers are young, they're under 18s, there's under 16s in the division. Kids have endless amounts of energy, so for them I feel like it's not quite as big of the conversation, but they're all, thinking towards their professional careers and becoming, really true athletes as well as surfers in the lineup is what we're seeing from so much of surfing today. Anyways, as we take a look at the current conditions there, Rach, the swell up to 6 to 8 feet today from that south-southwest direction, and that wind has just started to pop up as well.
Yeah, a little bit. It's making it for a kind of chattery face. That's a little bit of another level of things that the surfers are having to deal with already, challenging conditions. From the broadcast and this view, it looks so beautiful, just wave after wave. But then once you actually see the surfers, and they look so small on the screen right now, trying to navigate that lineup and find their positioning out there. I think that's the overriding thing that I'm hearing from the surfers once they get out is like, man, it looks so perfect when you're watching, preparing for your heat, but then when you get out there, it can get easy to feel lost and find that right spot to take off, not sit too far out, not sit too far in for those bigger sets that are actually scoreable. And I think this angle of being able to see the surfers navigate around all of this is a great show of everything that they're having to put into play, that ocean knowledge, their ability to read a lineup and a reef, and their experience training out here over the past week.
That's right. I mean, they really do look tiny in comparison to the size of the waves out there at the moment. A little bit of victory at sea. But everyone's doing, a great job. I mean, for Legend to kick off with that 7.83, he's in a very convincing leading position. He's also already at the top of the lineup. He's gonna have that. He's got that first priority next to his name already from the judges panel, and so he's in a really good position to just kind of play with some wave selection as well, get to know this break even better. As we take one more look here at that 7.83, so nearly excellent. Surfing from the Hawaiian.
I think really it was just that first turn that kept it from that excellent.
Yeah.
I'd say as a wave goes on, it goes less important. The importance of each maneuver becomes less important throughout the wave. So that opening maneuver is what I'm trying to say is your most important maneuver. So to nail that with speed, power, flow is what immediately jumps your score up into, the next level. And then from there on, every maneuver that you get up until that finishing maneuver is just tick, tick, tick. And then kind of that finishing maneuver is your bookend of importance where you can finish off with speed, power, flow. Again, find that critical section if you can when that wave stands back up and just puts that punch. I'd say those two maneuvers are so crucial in getting into that excellent score.
Yeah, and just kind of wrapping up the whole picture, I'm excited to see how that end section comes alive as we go into the lower tides. So it was high tides in the morning here, kind of around start time or roughly an hour before for what we had opening day yesterday and today. That low tide today is around 12:30 this afternoon, so about 2 hours away from that still. And yesterday afternoon, we really saw that end section start to stand up really well. And we got to see a lot of very exciting finishing maneuvers, where earlier in the day, and similar to today, there's kind of a lot of just kickouts at the finish. So that will get more and more exciting. As Legend Chandler is up and riding again, opening carve. was beautiful. Sets it up for that second one, really just gouging it and putting a lot of power into that turn. Sets himself up here, just looking down the line, wanting to know, what else this wave has on offer. Just kind of staying that top half of the wave, keeping that board on rail. Everything's looking really smooth as he's connecting the lines together. Goes for that end punch, isn't able to complete it, but this is going to be a decent way for him to back up that 7.83.
As we see Team Hawaii on your screen, they are there cheering Legend on. They'd be feeling really confident with his position in the heat at the moment. And judges are quick to drop that score, Shane.
6-point ride. I mean, that's a great way for him to be, moving on through this heat without having put in too much effort. He's only taken off on 3 waves. That 0.43 was a very controlled takeoff to kick out immediately. It wasn't, a fall or wipeout necessarily. It was noting that the wave selection wasn't quite there and just moving him around in the lineup. So now this 6 has him set up in a really, I think, comfortable position.
Yeah, having a bit of a late takeoff on this one too. He did really well to set that rail and project right away and start his wave with speed. Baby's that last turn a little bit as he gets through this soft section, but as it stands back up, he goes right back on rail. And unfortunately, coming unstuck, talking about those bookend turns, that first turn a lot cleaner, a lot more powerful, but wasn't able to bookend with that last turn. Had he been able to, I would say we're up, we're maybe talking back in that 7 range along with his first ride.
4.5 minutes remaining. Jack Young sitting with that 4.5 on the board. A giant set sweeping through the lineup, taking both Jack and Ratislav just on the head. They've got some duck diving, some paddling to do. For the Nicaraguan, he's got a 3.60 and only needs a 1.91 to take the advancing position. And Rachel, I mean, I think it is specifically due to the location and the type of surf that these surfers have been battling with through yesterday afternoon and today. But it's been a very similar story in the requirements for that third place surfer to take away second. The requirements in a lot of heats have been really small, but even that has proved to be a challenge for some surfers to be able to just get into a wave, stand up, and kind of have that first bottom turn to get themselves a 2-point ride.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at Ratislav sitting where he is, only needing a 191, but unless he's just been going through whitewash, and so he can't just turn around on a whitewash for that 2 requirement. It doesn't really offer any opportunity of any maneuver, and although he barely has to do anything, he'd still have to, I'd say, do at least 1 maneuver.
That's right. If it was a 0.5, take off in the whitewash, stand up to your feet, go down the line for a second, and you've got a score like that. But to get close to a 2 is actually really challenging sometimes in an odd way.
Yeah, getting into that position where you can just find a corner, hope a corner pops up in front of him. I mean, 3 minutes remaining, still plenty of time to find that.
Water safety team just cruising around on the outside of these giant sets that have been coming through. It's great to have an experienced water safety team behind the scenes and just, keeping an eye on all the surfers out in the lineup if there is anything from like a safety perspective that comes into play. We had an incident like that in one of the heats yesterday afternoon where one of the girls jumped on the ski, so her heat essentially ended the moment she touched and grabbed onto the jet ski. But it was a great kind of rescue moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, getting injured a pretty hefty cut into her foot. So really great that she was able to jump on a ski right away and have that help.
2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Not too many waves have been caught within this heat, but the best of both of them have gone to Legend Chandler with a 7.83 and a 6.0.
Yeah, let's take a look at this first one. This was the 7.83. Really loved that speed. So a foamier wave, but we already talked about how impressive it was that he was able to navigate it with so much speed. Everything was linked really nicely together. So I think there were about 3 major maneuvers on that wave. Let's take a look. This was his 6, a later drop. Not as foamy of a wave. Nice opening turn. Really tight in the pocket. Did well to keep it around. Gouges it there. Gets locked off the rail a little bit, but did well to recover. Babies that turn and starts to pick this speed back up. So this wave offering a lot more opportunity in number of maneuvers, but the nod going to that other wave purely because there was a lot more speed and control throughout the entire wave.
Jack Young now taking off on a giant wave. Can already see, you know, the texture on the face of it. Kind of safely making his way through that opening turn for the Puerto Rican, and unfortunately gets bumped off as he comes kind of close to where the surfers are that are going to be ready for the next heat. They can paddle out and sit next to that buoy to stay out of the contest zone. Legend just finding a little victory lap on the way in. That was an awesome turn on the first section. Sets himself up here on the second and is looking really, really comfortable. Surfer that's going to be probably frothing if we get a little bit more size towards the end of this event, as he's really made the most of the occasion out here. No excellent scores for him, but some really decent surfing nonetheless.
My question is, where is Radislav Jasso? Out in green, 15 seconds remaining. He's the one with first priority, needing a score. Will he get an opportunity? It's Jack.
Jack, wow, well, he's done well to increase the requirement on Radislav. Now chasing down a 3.24. So for Jack, just staying busy towards the back half of this heat, getting that 2.33 for his last wave was enough to kind of solidify his position. And unfortunately for the young Nicaraguan, he was just unable to get himself into another opportunity. He had suspended priority for a while there as well, so he just was in position and then got taken out by one of those sets, and it took a while for him to get back into the zone. So a big congratulations to Team Hawaii. They've been on a roll throughout today. Legend Chandler taking out the victory. And when we return, we've got more action from our boys under 18s.
It's coming out, it's there.
Welcome back to the action. Decent size score drop for the last wave of Legend Chandler in the sevens again. So backed up his 7.83 with a 7.33 to finish off that last heat. It's going to be Jack Young from Puerto Rico who walked through in second place. Also improving his scoreline narrowly with his final takeoff. And then Ratislav Hasso from Team Nicaragua will be heading into the rapid charge round, but he's going to have another shot, so that's awesome. We're now heading into heat number 6 for round 1 of our boys under 18s. Peru, Chile, Uruguay, and Vanuatu have surfers out in the water, with Gabriel Bernales from Peru, Pascual Lorenz from Chile, Thomas Casafont from Uruguay, and Danilo David out of Vanuatu. So no waves written yet. That's because this heat has not started. We're just waiting for the countdown from the judges. We can see those zeros on the time clock, and that just lets us know they're just resetting upstairs and they'll be underway as quickly as possible. Big surf today, big conditions. Wind has picked up just a little bit. It's got a little bit more messy in the lineup and slightly more challenging, so these surfers are going to have to rise to the occasion. And we've just heard that buzzer sound. Timing is on, and we've got 20 minutes on the clock now for our first heat for boys under 18s. And no priority established at the start of a heat. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Rachel Tilley to call the action. And it's going to be another good one, Rach.
Yeah, this has been a great day so far, watching the surfers navigate some tricky conditions. This heat, we have 4 surfers in it. Last one was only 3, so just increases that that strategy and that play that we get to see take place throughout the heat. I absolutely love observing that when we are sitting here on the booth side of things, just watching surfers battle and jockey for this first priority position. Obviously, no one starting with priority first, so it's Tomas making a break away, seeing if he can get something. Not quite. Now we're seeing Red make his way deeper. You know, just no one has priority, so it's whoever has that inside spot when the wave comes that has, you know, surfers like technical priority for that wave.
That's right, and it is actually, well, we've got a little set coming, so we'll pay attention here to our surfer in white. Has a look there, is unable to get into it. I believe that's now green with the paddle. And Thomas also just struggling to scratch into this wave. Decent sized set now. Just kind of taking everyone on the head as they start to reposition themselves. There you can see Red, Alejandro Bernales for Team Peru. One of the locals in the water, and the Peruvians have been on an absolute tear as well. No surprise, because this venue at Punta Rocas, from a surf perspective, you know, a world-class wave, actually has one of the best high-performance centers built on the planet for a sport, and specifically for surfing, as it is located at a world-class break and just on the shoreline. Is an incredible facility for training. So all these Peruvian surfers, whether they live in this local area or they're from a different part of Peru, they're surfing and training here all the time. So that's really awesome for them. 17 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We're going to go down to the beach to check in with Chris Cote as we wait for this first wave.
Thanks, team. Well, safe to say, Hawaii brought the hammers. Legend, you went out there and went off. I know you've had some competition recently. You surfed at Sunset. How did that momentum prepare you for what you're facing here in Peru?
Yeah, Sunset before this was pretty sick. It's kind of similar, you know, like some soft sections laid down, but you get the double ups and they bowl up. So yeah, I was sick coming from Sunset, training over there for comps, and coming straight into this one. Feel the rhythm, you know, get in it.
I've already seen you standing tall in some big pipe barrels this season. When you got the call up to compete for Team Hawaii, you did have to sacrifice probably, you know, a week or two on the North Shore. But how proud are you to represent Team Hawaii here in Peru?
Oh yeah, I'm super proud of having Hawaii on our backs, and yeah, my brother's sending me the clips of pipe and making me lose it, but it's all good. It's a fun time, a good experience.
No doubt. You got a job to do down here in Peru. I know you got your friends, your family, your brother watching you right now. What do you want to say to everybody supporting you back home?
What's up, guys? Love you guys. Miss you guys. Yeah, thanks for having my back.
Right on. Great job. Good luck moving through.
Well, you're right, Chris. An absolute hammer. Legend was just laying it down. That last wave looked so fun as well. And great team that Team Hawaii has brought together. Some newer names when it comes to competitive surfing, kind of within that conversation, are not new names to competitive surfing, but maybe just not some of those more familiar names that we've had for Team Hawaii before. But also there's a big QS that's been running at Haleiwa this week, and that's a great opportunity for some of those surfers looking for World Tour qualification that want to keep themselves in the mix as well. So a couple world-class kind of heavier breaks getting to showcase great surfing this week between Punta Rocas and Haleiwa on the North Shore of Oahu.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see live action from Alejandro, the local.
Up and riding now on his opening wave. So it's taken a little while for this first ride, and just links into a great looking turn for that second section. Just wrapping it in, kind of reading this wave, pacing it out. Something that's really important here with, you know, kind of the speed of this wave, and he is just matching it perfectly. Precision on the finish as he kicks off, and was able to just unleash a little bit of spray on that wave as well.
Yeah, he looked really comfortable and familiar, like you said, with that speed and that pacing. That's something that is super crucial here on this wave, but can be a little bit tricky as it hits different spots of the reef. Some sections speed up and stand up quicker than others, and so you could see he did well to anticipate that as we see Tomas having his opening ride.
Setting up that first turn, just kind of links it around. Frothy little wave in front of him. Not too much scoring potential up until this moment, but really nice to get his feet in the wax and start to have a more critical section for these last couple of turns. Finds that little speed line for a second as well, and now just tries to go in for that little hit on the end section. He'll fall, but some nice flow throughout that wave until that moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a lot of speed throughout those maneuvers, but everything was executed really cleanly, as we see a quick 2.0 dropped for our surfer in white. So I imagine that was an in and out the back, maybe a 1 turn, and a 3.67 drop for green.
First of green. Now we're waiting for that first wave of red, which we know is going to be the wave of the most consequence here as we take another look.
Yeah, I like how he drew that opening turn from top, kind of cut at a diagonal back to the bottom of the wave so he could bottom turn into these next turns. Lots of flow, and like we said, that which stood out was the pacing of that wave, and he was in the perfect position for that last maneuver. Really well executed. As we take another look at this replay, this 3.67 from our surfer in green. So, like we said, well surfed, well timed, but maybe what was lacking on this wave was a bit of speed projection through each of those turns. Love these few snaps that he gets through the inside here. Not easy to navigate that speed in those snaps through these frothy sections as well, and unfortunately gets unstuck for that last maneuver, but I don't think that would have been overly consequential to his score, 3.67.
Pascual now up and riding for Team Chile, just south of where we're currently located in Peru, grabbing that rail to just keep that board in a nice line as he heads into that finishing section. It'll take him out. Scores are in. He's got a 3-point ride for that opening wave, so that was quick from the judges. And Alejandro with that 5.67 sets himself apart from the rest of the pack. Alejandro is from San Bartolo, which is about a 15-minute drive down the road from where we're currently sitting in our commentary booth here at Punta Rocas. And it's actually where you and I are staying this week, Rachel, and a lot of the team from the ISA. It is such a cool little town. There's a great skate park. There's this beautiful little bay. There's a wave that comes in off the kind of north end of it. And there's like a whole little fishing bay with a bunch of boats floating around. Feels a little bit like Europe. So it's a really neat little location to be staying for our contest site this week.
I've been feeling that about all these little bays throughout this coastline. There's these very cute towns. We have where we're staying, as you just described, Punta Rocas, Playa Hermosa, just to the north of us, and just some really beautiful, fun towns. I went through Playa Hermosa's last night on the main strip, and it was so alive and electric with people out and about eating dinner, lots of great restaurants. I mean, a standout, we have to say, is the food here in Peru is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's been a really great location to be able to travel to, and I know so many of the Groms, have mentioned within their bios that they're just really excited to see a new location.
Yeah.
They're excited to surf an event, but they're also excited to start their travel around the world. For a lot of surfers competing in this event for the first time. Alejandro is actually his first time here competing at the ISA World Juniors, and it's at home for him, which is like really great on one hand because you have that hometown advantage, and then also you a lot of the other surfers see it as an advantage that it's in a brand new country and they get to travel around the world and experience some new things.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, in amongst it all, you get to make friends. That's the cool things about the ISAs. Traveling with your team, one, you become better friends with those people from your country. There can be people coming from all parts of your country on your team. And then, the opening ceremonies in and around the event are all just such great opportunities to make friends with people all around the world. I mean, ISAs have been a huge source of friendship for me over the years. And now I'd say that I have a home in almost every country that I can go visit, or a friend in every country I can go visit. And that's a really special part outside of the competition. Here, everyone's here showing up, trying to win a gold medal, trying to become a junior world champion. But outside of it, the longer lasting things are those connections you make and those experiences you get to have with cultures all around the world is incredible.
Yeah, it's a really, really amazing experience, to be able to travel to so many places. Now, there's one tiny island that I'm wondering if you've ever been to called Vanuatu.
No, I have not.
It is located in the middle of the ocean, just kind of off the coast of Australia. I'm looking at it on my maps right now, and it is really just kind of hanging out there in the middle of nowhere, and it is such a cool little area. I've never been personally, but I've got a lot of friends from Australia that have spent time surfing and traveling to Vanuatu, and they absolutely love it as a surf destination. Great from a tourist perspective as well, and a beautiful tiny island kind of community that Danilo David, who's our surfer in the white jersey, was born and raised in. This is his very first time surfing in a major competition, so I mean, a huge opportunity for him as well, coming from a small surfing community back at home, making it into, you know, the opportunity to surf on his national team, and now traveling across the world to compete in an event with over 400 other surfers in it. That's a major competition if you've got that many surfers in the draw.
I'd have to say a lot of people are probably trying to be friends with Danilo because, you know, with that prospect of getting to go to somewhere like Vanuatu, I'd say, hey, you know, you have great surf at home. Let's be friends.
Great surf, not a massive surfing population, likely some empty reef breaks around, and the potential to get some really good waves, you know, and kind of avoid the feeling of maybe what like an Indonesia has grown into from the crowds and all of that, but still has that tropical feeling and those great waves and kind of some of those untouched areas that surfers are continually looking for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, 7 minutes, 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Overall, this heat has been pretty slow. Each surfer has one wave and does not have a backup score. So 4 waves ridden. It's nice that it is spread across for each person. Everyone's had their accounts open, which is really nice. Pascual now for Chile does that rail grab again as he drives through into a massive opening top turn. Snaps for the second. And now just looking to link it together, getting a little bit of that kind of, you know, soft work done through that middle flatter section of the wave where it gets a bit fat, and then looking to see if he can find this stand-up critical section. Throwing a lot of spray off of each of those turns. He's a powerful surfer, and now looking for this end section to complete. He's only chasing down a 0.68 to get the advancing position. At this stage, could have the chance to get 1 or 2 more waves based on the clock. And he'll be looking to improve on that 3.
Yeah, that will absolutely do that. Looking for a 0.68. At least that's going to put him into advancing position. And it does more than just that. It puts him straight into the lead, as you can see there on your screen, along with a massive round of sets that's wiping all the surfers out. It'll be interesting to see if anyone's able to get a corner maybe on this next one. But you can see everyone duck diving that whitewash there in the middle of your screen. But a nice improvement on Pascual's situation, a 4-point ride. As we see, I think that was Danilo who paddled into that wave and I think just got swallowed up by the speed of that whitewash. Taking a look at this replay of Pascual, I really love his speed through those maneuvers. Everything is, the word that's coming to mind is effervescent on that first opening floater, especially. He just, you know, quite literally floated through that, and that's a testament to his speed and his positioning on the wave, looking really comfortable. Everything else, not feeling overly critical. He did a lot of great work keeping busy, but not another major maneuver like that opening turn. That was so beautiful. So I think that's what kept it down to that 4-point ride.
Some dolphins just jumping through the lineup. This is a little bit farther south from what we can see from the drone, looking, you know, down at the beach here at Punta Rocas. And we've seen a few dolphins yesterday afternoon as well. It looks like a pretty big pack of them coming through this afternoon. Really beautiful part of the world. Sofia Milanovic, who's one of our co-commentators, a Peruvian world champion, an Olympian. She said that, you know, growing up right here and surfing here for the majority of her life, there's just so much, it really is a place where you feel like you can connect with nature, I guess, because there's dolphins like this all the time. I mean, that's a huge pot of dolphins.
That is a huge pot of dolphins. It was like, I thought it was big already when we were seeing like 7 and then like 15 popped up. Okay.
A little bit of sunscreen necessary on days like this. It's an interesting climate that we're in. It's a place that is the second largest, according to what Chris Cote has been telling me, the second largest desert city in the world. Las Vegas being the largest, here in Lima specifically as the second largest. And it's a place that just gets hardly any rain. It rains less than an inch a year. It's mostly just like an overcast, foggy kind of location. And you know, now we can kind of see like the actual sun has come out, but it's not that common that there's just like pure sunshine and the wind pops up to blow that fog away.
Yeah, exactly. It's something that feels like you don't need sunscreen because you see that cloud cover, but you can feel that heat and that sunshine on you through it. That is so important as we see Team Costa Rica making their way onto the event site. I think they're making their way, Shannon, over to that podium 2 position. As you can, the podium 2 is literally right next to podium 1, although you can't see it on your screen. If you just looked, basically where your screen stops on the right side is where the surfers for podium 2 would be sitting.
Well, the Peruvian is now up and riding, Alejandro. He's sitting in second off the strength of a 5.67 as his only wave. This is now going to give him a backup score, and that was a massive turn. We can hear the cheers behind from down the beach where we're currently sitting. Even though we're in a building right now with the doors closed, the Peruvian squad is just lighting it up for that kind of surfing.
Well, of course they are. It's their hometown guy representing on the world stage and surfing so well while he's doing it. That was a really nice wave. I'm looking forward to seeing what the judges go with that.
And Danilo David now up and riding. We've been kind of wondering where he's been at this whole heat. We haven't been able to see his surfing, and I love that we're getting a piece of it now in the final couple minutes. Great rail surfing, huge turns to start off with. That could be a massive change to the situation. He's chasing down a 3.68 at the moment, Rachel. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. I mean, you know, I'm thinking more of that 7-point heat total where the Chilean is sitting right now, expecting that Alejandro will jump into the lead.
Yeah, so let's take a look at this replay of Alejandro's, looking to build upon that 5.67. And he does. Judges drop this one that you're watching as a 5.27. And I think it's really due to that giant turn at the end there that we heard all the cheers from. This opening section just a little bit slow, so he was really patient, stuck with it, knowing that it was going to build up on the inside. And once it did, he took maximum opportunity from it, seeing that spray, demonstrating how much power he had through that, coming unstuck at the end. So it is this wave from white looking to change a position, needs a 5.0 in order to do so. Nice opening turn, second turn, mid-face carve, and it pushes the tail there, releases the fins just a little bit. Shannon, I don't know if it will go into a 5 now. Before, he needed that 3 point something, and then I would have said absolutely. Now it's a 5. I'm not sure if that will be quite enough, but we'll leave that to the judges.
Well, Thomas now up and riding. He's chasing down a 3.34. That was a beautiful turn. Looking to see if he can find anything else. This wave is really kind of just crumbling away from him, but he's nearly made it back out into that open face. So Thomas Casafont is chasing down a 3.34. We've also got a score to drop for last of Danilo, which now needs to be a 5. That's a tough ask. Alejandro sitting in that leading position. He's got a couple 5s on the board for the local, and he's just going to really unleash, throwing heaps of spray, looking really comfortable and confident now out in the lineup. He's a local. He just lives a few minutes down the road in one of the cutest little towns I have ever seen, and has some great surfing available to him along this coastline. You know, someone that knows Punta Rocas really well. So he's done great to get him back into that leading position. That buzzer has sounded, and I will say that Pascual was up before the buzzer, and this wave will be counting for him. He's really fighting to defend that second place position now. His requirement is nearly a 7 to get the lead away from Alejandro, but this wave, if he can improve on that 3 or that 4, he could be looking to solidify himself an advancing position moving forward. So a couple turns on the inside here. He'll finish off with. We do have scores that are in for Danilo David out of Vanuatu. It's a 4-point ride, which would have been the requirement before, but unfortunately with that 5, it just isn't enough, and there was no time for him to get another ride to chase down that 3. He will officially be heading to the repecharge round. And Alejandro, we already know that he's going to be in that leading position. As we take another look at this, appreciate this surfing, but we are waiting for scores for last of blue and last of green to know who between the Chilean and Uruguay will be heading through into the next round.
Yeah, and I think this is Alejandro's best wave. It might be his best wave. I mean, this angle, we're a little bit behind it, but it just looked so critical, and he had so much speed. So it is between, really, that was a victory lap for him. Pascual looking to defend his second place position. Shannon, I don't know if he will improve upon his 3-point ride here. I have to say, you know, maybe he won't, or if he does, it'll only be marginally. And so it really comes down to Tomas needing a 3.34. And scores are dropped for Alejandro. It was his best wave, a 6.83. So what a victory lap for him. Now, question is, who gets second place in advancing position?
Yeah, it's really come down to the wire. This last exchange will decide it, for Pascual needing to improve on a 3-point ride to make the requirement bigger than the 3.34 that Tomas is currently chasing. Tomas had some downtime on that wave, but he also had that one decent turn. So we'll see where the judges go with it, if it's going to be strong enough on that single maneuver to take him through into the advancing position ahead of Pascual. And he nearly made it for Thomas around that section. I think if he would have been able to get there, get one more turn together, job done. But with just that single maneuver, we'll see where the judges go.
Yeah, it's a close one. Look, I'm not going to be surprised if it goes either way. It wouldn't be a shocker if he doesn't get it, but I'm going to put my neck out there and say I think it will be the requirement, a 3.34. It's not a lot. So we're seeing on your screen some of the beautiful landscape. Like you said, desert. We're completely on sand. It doesn't rain here. And they did a great job to build an awesome city on top of it. The whole coastline just stretching out with beach town after beach town. Looking down, this is Punta Rocas. Farther down into Lima. So we're still waiting for that score from Tomas.
Yeah, this is...
Judges taking their time.
They're taking their time with a lot of scores today. Have you noticed that?
I have, and I think a lot of times that can indicate it's a split decision, potentially, or they are waiting for... or they are waiting to see what they think on the replays. So having a look at this one, he's taking his time. Yeah, like you said, Shan, not a lot happened, but a big final turn there. So needing a 3.34, then trying to stick around it, and unfortunately doesn't make it back around. But the judges would be looking at replay after replay, trying to compare it to Tomas's 3.67.
Well, we're still waiting for that last score of Tomas. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we'll give you the official results of heat number 6, and we'll be into heat 7 for our under 18 boys. Lots of surfing to continue on with today, so stay tuned.
Welcome to day 1 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. From the host nation of Peru, Paul Huguet with an 8.83.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I learned to surf in this wave. Incredible to be here with my family, with my team.
From the United States of America, Mackay Castle with an 8.5. Japan's Mirai Ikeda with an 8.67.
Quick whip, throwing tons of spray.
Yeah.
She opts out.
Surprised that she committed to the inside, too.
The Olympian Yang Su-chi from China with a 9.17.
Wow. Oh, sets herself up with it. Wow. little bit wild.
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel air wave is very good. It's my first time come free.
Perfectly, speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Well, we have officially seen that the score was given to Tomas Casafont from Uruguay. He needed a 3.34. He got a 3.5 on that single big snap. Great turn. And it's enough to take him into that second place position to avoid repechage. It does push Pascual Lorenz for Chile down into third, and Danilo David finishes out in that fourth place position. Both Pascual and Danilo will have the opportunity to surf themselves back into the main round through that repechage round that will run just in a couple of days, or potentially even tomorrow, actually. So well done to the young surfer out of Uruguay for finding himself a score on that final maneuver.
Yeah, you can see him there making his way back into the beach with his team. They're all giving him hugs and pats on the back. They'd be so proud and happy. And there it looks like he's discussing with his coach. As great as it is to advance, it's also great to kind of break down a heat and go, what did I do right and what did I do wrong, and how can I continue to better myself heat on heat? I mean, we're only on the first heats here of the boys under 18. Day 2 of competition, round 1, heat 7.
New Zealand, Portugal, Romania, and Greece out in the water. It's Alexis Owen, Salvador Vala, Matar Vive, and Elias Smith. We've had some pretty sizey conditions, and now we're getting to see a little bit of the action for the start of this heat. Matar out of Team Romania, up and riding, just caught behind the section. A lot of distance traveled though on this wave to start off with. Just setting himself up, some kind of just placement maneuvers here, and he'll just eject, jump off the back of that wave and get himself out of that situation.
Yeah, unfortunately, it never really opened up for him to do anything, any real maneuver. So after waiting that long out the back and not getting to do anything, that was smart that he chose to eject and not take it all the way in.
Salvador now up and riding in the blue jersey for Portugal. Just waiting to see what this wave will offer. Driving through that first turn, sets himself up off the rail. Ooh. Starting to really engage with that surfboard and just looking really, really decent as this wave is continuing to connect down the line. Setting himself up for a big finish and throws a little bit of spray. This wave continues to offer more and more. We're kind of seeing with that low tide, Rachel, that end section is starting to really open up a bit better.
Yeah, if the surfers stick with it after maximizing the outside, you know, they can be pretty confident that they're going to get that opportunity on the inside, where this morning with that high tide, we were seeing a lot more kickouts.
Alexis Owen now for Team New Zealand, up and riding. Just connects with the foam for the start and setting himself up, really driving through the rail on that opening turn. Wave's looking really nice for him so far, just getting that opening lap and first wave ridden for Alexis. Lots of control as he just lets that tail slide on the finish and really fighting with it to hold on to the end section right over the top of a massive looking rock. Hopefully he didn't connect with it. Seems to be fine, and he's not checking his equipment, so that's a good sign. Well, 15 minutes remaining on the clock, and let's go down to the beach to check in with Chris Cote as we wait for scores to drop.
Thank you, team. Alejandro, you just told me you're from 10 minutes down the street. So far, so good for Team Peru. 2 surfers, 2 wins. How'd you feel out there?
Yeah, I'm feeling good right now. I think the first hit is the worst one with all the nerves and that. But yeah, happy to make my first hit here in Peru, in home, and super stoked for what's coming.
Now, I know that the Peruvian government has put a lot into surfing. You have this beautiful high-performance center right here. What does this place mean to you and the team?
I think it means a lot because I came here to train like almost all the days. And yeah, you have a gym also, so you can train like in the gym and you can surf and you can like take food and that. But yeah, it's in a really good spot. This wave is amazing. I've been training a lot here, and I'm happy.
Now, I know obviously you want to win as a team, but you're also the hosts. So what are you doing to welcome these 57 nations here to Peru?
I think Punta Rocas is firing right now for all the teams, so they can enjoy it these days. And yeah, sun came, the waves are firing, all the crowd is going crazy right now, and all the guys are ripping, so I think it's a good welcome to them.
Right on. You got a message for some friends and fans and family here in Peru?
Nada, saludar a toda mi familia que me esté viendo, de donde sea que estén, agradecer a mis papás que están acá conmigo, mi hermana apoyándome. Y nada, gracias a mis auspiciadores, acá el Team Perú estamos pasando poquito a poquito y vamos con todos estos días, que el mar se pone buenazo y nosotros vamos a dejarlo todo en la cancha. Así que gracias.
Thank you, brother. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Well done to Alejandro. Well spoken. And I love that the greeting, the welcome from Team Peru to the rest of the teams around the world is surf like this. It's amazing. What
Exactly.
a great welcome.
It absolutely is. I mean, as a surfer, when you're traveling around the world and you don't necessarily know exactly what the wave is like, maybe you've watched videos or seen clips or looked on surf cams or whatever, but there's nothing quite like actually showing up and then getting to see pumping waves. Especially when the dates are announced months and months ago of where you're going to be. You just hope that there will be good swell during your event, and there is. This is such a great welcome.
Elias for Team Greece had a look at this wave. Score still to drop, Rach.
Yeah, loving that second turn on this. Everything else just kind of being patient with, connecting through, nice flow, and finishes it off. So I really like that opening one from Elias. As we take a look at this replay from Alexis as well. Gets a little bogged there, was picking up speed, lost it, but then did well to gain it back for a nice opening turn technically. Second turn looking really fiery as well. Brings it around. Love this variety from him and bangs it off. Shannon, I want to know, do you think this is complete?
Wow, I mean, I would say it could be deemed incomplete. Unfortunately, like it was just there and then he went down with that rock, but he also still needed to actually come out to the flats.
Yep.
I would say a surfer needs to make it onto the flats.
Yeah. Yeah, as we take a look at this replay from Salvador Vala, a nice opening ride for him. Judges dropped this one. It's the best of the opening exchange, a 6.33. And I think that just did well. He did well to take this one all the way to the inside and get so many maneuvers locked off. Looks like he's riding a bit of a longer board as well than what I'm noticing from the others, and it just looked like it navigated through those frothy sections with a lot of speed and nice and on top of the water.
Yeah, it looked really, really good underneath his feet. Sophia was, pointing out a couple of the girls yesterday that were riding bigger equipment, and it did the same thing. It just smoothed things out in conditions that require that a little bit with how big the surf is. Matar now up and riding, and he's just got a 1.5 on the board. So this could be, it could really have made a difference until those kind of speed wobbles just knocked him off. So that'll kind of wash away. He's going to be paddling back out there to get himself a better wave, currently chasing that 4.18. But like you said, the difference between Salvador's wave and Alexis, for Salvador, that 6.33 being the higher score. Alexis falling at the end of his wave, comes through at a 5.67. Would you say that's reflective of an incomplete maneuver on the finishing section?
Yeah, I think I would say so, because I think Alexis's major maneuver was, potentially bigger. And so a lot of that score would be coming from those maneuvers, where Salvador was able to just add with a lot of opportunity as we see him on another opportunity.
Yeah, really great opening section for those first two maneuvers. Now setting it up down the line, that board, like you pointed out, it just looks really great under his feet. It's keeping things really smooth. It's giving him all that speed and momentum through each section and allowing him to be very steady for completion.
Yeah, as another ride from Alexis.
Great opening wrap, sets it up now, drives hard off the bottom into the lip. and finds that vertical, turn on the opener, which has now allowed him to link together a couple more. He's feeling that passion. Would have been really bummed to fall on the finish of that last wave. Now looking to build in the 5.67, and this heat between Salvador and Alexis is really starting to turn on.
Yeah, them two are separating themselves from the other two surfers so far in these exchanges. Both surfing really electric and reading the wave well. You can see that fire from Alexis, feeling really good. I think that could go above his opening ride of that 5.67. I mean, look at this wave in front of him. Wraps it around, flattens out a little bit, but his upper body had that speed and that great fundamentals to wrap him through. Loving how he read that, getting tight in the pocket, snapping it, bringing it back around. I mean, something that's really standing out to me is his use of his upper body, and finishes that one out clean. There is no doubt about that one. So we'll see where the judges go with that.
So scores to drop now for our top two surfers, one for Salvador, one for Alexis. Scores are in for last of Salvador. It's a 6.83, a quick in and out there for Elias as that wave shuts down in front of him. And now waiting to see if Alexis could get the 7.49. That's now his requirement to take away the leading position from Salvador. One thing that's been really exciting in competition this week, Rachel, is the growth of the Greece team specifically. Matteo Christodoulou, who is actually living here in Peru but represents Greece. He's been on, flying that Greek flag for ISA competitions between World Surfing Games and juniors for many years solo. It's been awesome that their family has committed to showing up and being a presence, and now we're starting to see the fruit of their labor, really, as the Christodoulou family, to grow the Greece surfing team. There's 8 members to the Greece surfing team this week. It's the very first time that there's been more than just Matteo, and I think that is such an awesome thing looking forward as we take a look at this replay here from Salvador. Out of Portugal, this wave dropped in as the highest of the heat so far, Rachel, with a 6.83 as we just watch the finish on this end section here.
Yeah, again, this board just looking so good on this wave, but Shannon, it was the highest single wave score until we saw this replay. Judges dropped an 8.67 for the wave you are watching on your screen right now for Alexis Owen. Looking really fluid. Love his control. Snap, you can see that spray out the back of the wave. Just indicating how much power he is unleashing onto this. And, in the shortboard world, I have to say, we see a lot of claims often.
There's so many claims.
A lot of claims, but that one is warranted. When it goes excellent, a claim is warranted in 8.67.
Definitely there. Now, Matar has some work to do. He's found himself in a combination situation. And now he's just going to, find some rhythm. On his backhand here, he's got this great looking ride in front of him, already connected together a couple of snaps, looking for that end section, the finish. That's going to feel really nice for him in his campaign here in this heat. Elias as well answering back. Beautiful carve, lots of spray flying off that outside rail. Slips off the wax and he'll go down. He is chasing an 8.99 to take the advancing position. He's going to put another score on the board to back up that 417, but it's going to take a score higher than the 417 to actually chip away at his requirement.
Yeah, but as we said, it was these top two, Alexis and Salvador, who are running away with that, just being super dominant in this heat together, pushing each other. It so seems. Really having those requirements be huge for the bottom two. But fortunately, round one, this round in specific, does have a repecharge round, another opportunity for these surfers to fall into and make their way back into the main round again. So this is not the last time that we will see these surfers.
So 5 minutes remaining on the clock. Like you said, it's not the last time. Every surfer in this event will get the chance to surf two heats, not just 2 waves, 2 heats. Hopefully they surf a lot more than 2 waves in this contest.
Hopefully.
If they fall into repecharge, they're guaranteed a second heat by having that one repecharge round. Obviously, if they lose there, then it's the end of the road for their competition this week. But if they win, they're back into the main round. any surfer who's advancing through into the main round is already then guaranteed to surf a second heat. And then from there, it's going to just be those top 2 surfers, you know, elimination style heat, same as basically any other contest that these surfers are competing in year round outside of the ISAs is not going to have any kind of repecharge or kind of, you know, other round that they can surf their way all the way back into.
Yeah, yeah. So as you said, I mean, the fact that it's unusual for us at an event to not have that entire repecharge round, even to have this opportunity to surf your first round when there's all those nerves and all those jitters that you know this isn't your final time surfing no matter what happens in your heat, is just, it's instrumental to, you know, being able to relax and maybe be a little bit more present in your first heat.
At the moment, surfer in the lead, Alexis Owen out of New Zealand, has first priority. He's in a commanding position. He's got big requirements across the field, even into the high 7s now for Salvador out of Portugal to take the lead away from Alexis. And Alexis is from this little town on the South Island of New Zealand called Dunedin. It's located at 46 degrees south. It's a really small part of the world, and it has some pretty extreme temperatures to it, Rachel. Now, him obviously being a surfer, he's surfing at home all the time. He says the water temperature ranges from 7 degrees in the winter to a max of 18 degrees in the summer. And I just looked it up in Fahrenheit for those of us that don't speak in Celsius. 64 degrees Fahrenheit as the high, which is fine.
That's like about what they're in right now. I think they're in like 67.
Yeah, you're wearing like a 3-2 and you're feeling comfortable out in the lineup.
Yep.
7 degrees Celsius is 44 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's unbelievable.
I just don't know what that, I don't know how you
I'm
do
sorry,
that.
Alexis. I don't think I'll be coming to
It's so wild.
surf there.
Although one of the most beautiful places in the world with so much nature. Now we've got a priority call from Alexis. He's got first priority. He's going to decide to go on that. Elias Smith kicked out of that wave, but it was crossing over the line of where Alexis dropped in. We'll go back to the judges on that kind of call. For the moment, we're going to just appreciate some great surfing from our current heat leader in Alexis Owen as he finishes off on the inside.
Wow, that was an aggressive move by Alexis. I mean, clearly not
very.
Yeah, not needing that type of wave necessarily, but he decided he wanted to use that first priority and didn't matter what else. I mean, I think it's, I say that it's aggressive, but that's not in a negative way. I think, you know, it's when you have priority, it's yours for the taking. You don't need to give anyone else opportunities. As we see this replay of this, I don't think the judges will call it an interference, as Elias did pretty well to get out of his way, and it didn't actually interfere with Red's ride. And this was a great wave, so I see why he was emphatic about getting it, that he's looking to drop that 5.67.
Well, we're down to 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. Matar is on the inside section. He's got a couple of small scores on the board, that 2.9 being his highest so far, and you can see with that decision making for him, he's just trying to pick off something smaller on the inside. He is in a combination situation, so it's impossible at this stage really for him to be advancing out of this heat, but to find another wave to get his feet in the wax one more time will set himself up moving into the next round into the repecharge anyways. Elias Smith was just that quick in and out. He's chasing a near 9, an 8.99 to take the advancing position away from Salvador. That's within grasp on a single wave specifically, but with 42 seconds on the clock, feels fairly unlikely that any of these situations will change as far as the placings of these surfers. Even though Salvador is holding on to priority, it will need to be the highest wave of the heat. And Elias Smith, just having one more look here, representing for the Greek team, which again, for the first time, has more than one competitor on it. And it's great to see that growth coming through in the juniors division as well. You know, the youth representing for Greece, and we know now that that's going to be a great contingency to continue growing over the years. And before we know it, we're going to have the first surfing Greek Olympian. Up and riding now, Salvador with a quick snap to start. And this would be just before the buzzer sounded, but you know, again, he's needing a 9-point ride. It's not going to come from something like this. He's just going to set it up here, maybe trying to find a speedy little line on his way in. But other than that, great surfing from him. You know, dropped a couple sixes and did really well. Alexis Owen taking out a very convincing lead, though, for the surfer who's enjoying a balmy vacation here in Peru, considering how cold it can get right back at home in Dunedin.
I know, absolutely.
Well, it's been a big morning of surfing. We've got so much more to come. 11:30, we're just off of low tide. The surf is pumping, and we've got more action when we return.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to Punta Rocas, Peru. It's the boys under 18, heat number 8 of the opening round out there right now. Japan, Panama, Belgium, and India represented in this heat right here. This is Anthony Hill from the beautiful Central American country of Panama. Regular footer out here with the sun shining now in Punta Rocas. And the waves have been on all day. So he's going to finish up that ride. And Mitchell Salazar here with the former finalist at the 2006 West Coast Championships at the NSSA level,
Whoa,
Leandro Osuna.
whoa.
But the former two-time ISA gold medalist and Olympian, Lele Osuna. Welcome. Thank you for joining us, Lele.
Thanks, Mitch. What an intro, man. I haven't thought about that contest in a while.
I had to look it up.
Thank you for bringing that back. That's cool, man.
So 4 different names: Rio Ono from Japan, Anthony Hill from Panama, Luis Escudero represents Belgium, lives in Portugal, and a new name, Tayin Arun from India out there in the white. India,
Yeah.
beautiful place, couple good waves too, not as consistent as many other places worldwide, but a new nation joining us for the first time.
Yeah, it's cool to see India here in the first ever for them World Junior Surfing Championship. Here is White, talking about India.
Yeah, already has a 1 on the board, Tayin. So it's going to be a quick ride for Arun on his second one. 20-minute heats, Lele. You've won here before.
Yes.
You won one of your gold medals here at Punta Rocas back in 2016. It's a long paddle, especially with this size. But Ono now up and riding. Big first snap off of the top. So wind really being a big factor right now. Not for Ono, though. He is just crushing this wave to pieces.
Wow.
And it's going to be a 3-turn combo. Less is more, I'd say, on those waves on the outside, Lele.
Yeah, definitely. And, you got a little bit of a wind factor coming into play right now, but it actually helps give you that section, that extra little lip where you can actually smack it. Where usually it's, Punta Rocas is usually an 80% cutback wave. You're always doing these cutbacks and you're waiting for that wave to present. But with this kind of a little bit of an air, it gives you that edge where you can really attack the lip and go up and put that board up there like Ono did in that last wave, like Luis is trying to do in this last one.
There was the Belgian surfer in green, Escudero.
Escudero.
And now Arun up and riding again, the surfer representing India. So we haven't seen a whole lot of them, at the junior level. They do compete at the Asian Surfing Championships. They actually hosted that event this year, but, compete in the Maldives. They do compete in Sri Lanka every now and then too. So within the region, but overall, long trek for them to get here personally, Lele. I mean,
Yeah.
you're talking about 30-plus hours just to get to Peru.
I actually went to India not too long ago for the Asian Surfing Games. I was commentating that event, and it was great to see, just the surf town, get to know the culture, amazing waves. We actually got the same swell that they had the Penang Cup. We actually got it up in Tamil Nadu, which is at state, and we had perfect little right-handers. So I saw a bunch of these kids that I saw over there surfing, and they were shredding, and I was impressed on the level of India. In India today, having more population than China.
Yeah.
And it's a country that could grow a lot. They have 5,000 kilometers, 2,000 extra miles of coastline. So there's a lot of potential, not only in people, but in waves and coastline.
Right. And probably things that they still haven't even exposed themselves to when it comes to the sport of surfing either.
Oh, yeah. No, amazing. Amazing to see them here for their first ever, juniors.
Escudero here, the Belgian surfer, had a couple quick up and downs. This wave with potential on the inside. Gonna wait for it to double up, goes for the foam climb, and just a bit off timing so far on this wave, and little frustration right there with the body language, Lele. You can understand that, having competed for a number of years at this location, but itself, though, as you said, the win for certain people might be a good thing. You get that extra lip line, you get a wave, a section you could identify properly, as Ono dropped a 5.67 on his opener. He's already up and running again. Couple setups. Much better right there. Lays it on rail. Rio just making sure that he gets a second scoring ride, paddling back out. Little stuck right there. Makes up for it, though, at the end. And it'll be his second scoring ride.
Yeah, good surfing from Ono. He's already got a 5.67 on the board. There's only 6 minutes have gone by. He's got time to get at least one more wave, if not 2 or 3. So great surfing, strategic-wise. He's already got 2 waves, 2 good solid scores. We've been seeing a bunch of 10-point, 11-point combinations getting through this first round.
Right.
So if you're out there just, getting 2 5s or a 4 and a 6, whatnot, you're most likely going to make this heat. And we have seen some excellent scores.
We have. We saw Will Dean, 16 points.
Yes.
But as you said, main thing is advancing, right,
Yes.
out of this round especially.
Yeah, it's definitely advancing. You got the first round, first heat for all of the surfers. They got the jitters, they're nervous, they're anxious. So getting out there and just getting loose, catching waves, building the house, start to feel your board, start to get in contact or in movement with your body again, because that's what happens in your first heats. You're so anxious and you want to surf so bad that sometimes your body moves faster than your board. And we've seen that. I remember Dane Reynolds, when he was competing in the CT, you could kind of tell, he wanted to go so much faster than what he was, his board was moving or the wave was moving.
It's like when you order too much food, you're thinking with your stomach and not with your head anymore at that point.
Yeah, don't eat with your eyes,
Yeah. Well, that's the advice that I might need right now. 12 minutes 45 on the clock. The last of Ono, a 4.67. So as you pointed out, into the double digits now. Ayun in second, 4.17. He total his last, a 3.17 his best. Escudero, 2.1 on his last, and Heel just with a 2.33. And Lele, I mean, talk about a wave that just offers up opportunities.
Jeez.
I mean, yesterday was already nonstop. Today has just been on another level. I don't think I've seen the ocean stop for a single second so far.
Look at the set coming out the back. This is a big bomb. You can get up to 5, 6 waves at Punta Rocas just lining up from the shore all the way out to the peak. This is amazing canvas to, just to draw big lines. We've seen some airs, Back when I was surfing here in 2014, the ISA I won here, we didn't really see that many airs. We were still into the carve game, but now we've been seeing alley-oops. I'm sure there's going to be airs during that. I heard you talking about it too, so I'm sure there's going to be airs in the next couple of days, but it's such a beautiful canvas. It's such a great wave, and it's so consistent. We always talk about El Salvador, how consistent that is. Check out Peru.
I know. Well, this wave, to me especially, the fact that it offers both the right and the left, nobody's really used the left so far, but most important thing out there about this location south of Lima usually doesn't get below 4 feet. And we're talking, head high, if that. And with 11:20 on the clock, you mentioned 1, maybe 2, 3 waves more. Ono's just barely back in the picture right here. It took him at least 3 minutes to get fully back on the outside, as it seems like Escudero, he's up. Doesn't need a whole lot to move up into second, just a 2:08 or better. Might be getting this right here. What a turn right there.
That was beautiful. That was like under the vertical, huh? Almost negative. Going
Nice
up into
angle. So the Belgian out there looking to move up into second. Let's go downstairs to the last heat winner with Chris.
Hey, thank you so much, team. Congratulations, making it look easy out there. Is Peru everything you expected it to be, or are you still surprised every time you come down to the comp site?
To be honest, when I was coming to Peru, I thought it was going to be like El Salvador, like a real tropical, interesting place, but it's so sick. It's like dry, but like the waves are so pumping. Like perfect point breaks is just all you can ask for, to be honest. Non-stop waves and yeah, good times. Sick down here.
And it looked like everything went according to plan. What did you have in your mind paddling out, and did everything go like you thought it was going to go?
To be honest, I was trying to sit a bit underneath. There's like the best ones are those like middle-sized ones, and that's what I coordinated with my coach. And yeah, it worked perfect to plan. Just that bomb, the 867 came straight to me, and yeah, surfed it good, so I was stoked.
New Zealand always fields strong teams. You guys have an incredible history of amazing surfers coming from your country. What do you feel like your team goal is? Are we looking at top 10, top 5, maybe top 1?
To be honest, yeah, always coming to a comp to win, so that's what we're looking for, You don't do a competition if you expect to lose.
Love to hear it. I know you got a lot of friends and family on the beach, of course, and of course back home. What do you want to tell them?
I just want to say a massive thank you for all the support back home. I know it's early, and if you got up to watch, big thank you. And Mum and Dad, I love you, and I miss you guys, and miss you all my siblings. Can't wait to see you guys when I get back.
Right on. Well, I know they're proud of you. Good job out there. Good luck moving through.
What a nice kid.
Yeah.
Always be thanking your parents, too. I mean, I know you know that very well, but as a father now especially.
I got to thank my wife.
What parents do for their kids, though, I mean, it goes the longest way, and nice to see some appreciation on behalf of Alexis. So not his first time competing at the ISA Juniors either. Dropped an 8 in the process. Nice. 9 minutes on the clock. Tayin Arun right here looking for a 4.84. He got dropped down to third because the last of Escudero close to a 6, a 5.9. So going to be a mishap right there for Tayin. Hill, unfortunately, Lele, still looking for the 5.68. He's only caught one wave so far in this one.
Yeah, it's challenging, because there is a lot of waves, but it is such a long such a long playing field, It kind of reminds you a little bit of Sunset because it's so long from from the inside to the outside. You don't really have that West Bowl and that North Peak like Sunset does. It is kind of just a one line all the way through, but it's a long paddle back out. It's a long canvas, a long playing field. You got to be at the right spot, You kind of got to know where to get the wave.
5.68 what he needs, and Hill is up. Only has the 2.33, 8 minutes on the clock right here. And one of the younger surfers in this draw for the boys U18, so still in his early teens, but you can see he's got the technique. Might just need a bit more size. Hill doing well though, so say he doesn't get the 5.68, he'll at least better the 2.33, and the Panamanians tend to field a very good team. And have both coastlines available too, Lele, both the Caribbean and the Pacific side.
Yeah, beautiful country, beautiful country. So many waves. A wave that's kind of similar to this one would be Santa Catalina. Similar kind of, point break, right. It's got a lot of strength, a lot of power and juice into it. It's really long too, so nice surfing by Anthony. What you were saying, might need to compress more, might need to attack the lip more, but I feel like in these first heats, for all these surfers, they're kind of like that nervous, that anxiety kind of beats them. So it's like, it's cool to get waves and get in rhythm and start catching a lot. Look at this set just coming through. Wow. Yesterday we were seeing waves like, oh, you need to get the waves that has the face. Now it's like, try to get
There's too many waves.
There's too many waves. There's too much face on this wave,
Now, with you saying that, at what point do you just say, hey, there might be too many options, I just need to go?
Yeah, I had a couple chat with a couple athletes, and obviously they're coming up for me for advice, and I'm just trying to tell them, like, look, there's a lot of opportunities, Don't try to maybe even get in the fight with the other competitor for the priority and this and that. Just try to think of you, You are your main competitor, and the water is you. You're your number one competitor, so try to make sure you do you. Second would be Mother Nature. Try to be connected with Mother Nature. Hey, the set's coming, I got to paddle. Hey, there's no sets, I got to move in the inside. And then third and last, that's when you want to, compete against your rivals. That's where, like, hey, I got priority, I'm going to go sit on this guy, or I'm going to paddle out the back, make sure no one gets a wave, or take something, sell a wave to someone else. So just make sure you're connected with yourself first. Feel confident, get in position. There's so many waves. Like you can sit in the inside, the middle peak, the outside peak. You don't really need to be hassling with the other surfers. Just connect with your surfing. Connect with your inner.
I hope that everybody that's watching is writing this down, because that costs about $300 an hour right there. That
Depends
kind of
where.
advice.
Depends where.
But stoked to have Lele Osuna, the two-time ISA gold medalist and the Olympian, with us here on the English side. You've been working on, the Spanish side of the booth as well, and I know Mateo Rojas, Carotun, and now Sofia Mulanovic moving over there right now. Really cool to see the ISA always having both dual broadcasts, especially considering that we have a huge surfing population here in this part of the world. The heat leader, Ono, big layback to start things off. Kid has a very cool and casual style. Frothier wave on this one right here. Into the lip, and Lele, it just seems like his timing is on point, technique superior, and he is definitely going to improve on the mid-forward that he has already.
That's something I always admired from the Japanese surfing teams. Their technique is second to none. Their technique is so consistent, and they're always so solid, and they have such good form in their surfing. And all of them surf so I don't want to say polite, but it's like smooth, It's like amazing, just so solid. It's cool to see how just easy they make it look.
Right. Their culture translates into their style, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely does. And we've been seeing high scores from the Japanese surfers yesterday, so this could be right up there, Good-looking wave, attacked the lip really well right there. Kind of foamy in the inside. Nice cutback to get in position again. And then does this finish. That finish is hard, too, because you can kind of come up late to it, and there's so much power in that whitewash that you want to be as far away from it as you can. But this first maneuver was really cool. Under the lip, kind of like a little slash layback. Gets a little nice cutback in there, and then this is what I'm talking about. It kind of came up late to that foam floater hit. It's like a 3-turn-in-1 right there, but he did right out of it. He was able to hold on through that turbulence.
6.57 that score for Ono, so he gets his best and extends his lead. Now Escudero, well, he's momentarily in second, but low score is only at 2.1. It seems like he's going to be increasing that. So smart surfing here for the surfer representing Belgium. Does live in Portugal. Great surfer. You can tell he has sensational style too. Whippy snap right there. And one more to close that wave out. 3 minutes on the clock right here, Lele. And both Gil and Arun are going to be needing some scores at the moment.
Yeah, Luis a big guy. He looks like he's a big guy.
He's grown too.
Yeah, he's got a lot of strength in his surfing. I'd like to see him on a proper good one out the back, because the waves he's gotten were kind of fat. They didn't really get good until the inside, and that's where you could see his surfing, I would love to see him on a big set, a big, open face canvas out the back, but great surfing, keeping it smart. He needs to change the 2.1. There it is, a 3.93. That's going to help his situation. Now surfer in third, Anthony's looking for a 7.06, and Arun is only looking for 6.66, but he hasn't really, the waves. There's a lot of waves, but it's kind of difficult sometimes to be on the right ones, especially if you don't know where to sit out here and where to line up and which way can provide that.
Now, you had the fortune of growing up partially in San Diego, California, too, but you come from primarily beach breaks, like most people do worldwide. One-turn waves, real quick ones, too. When you got to an open face, a canvas like this at Punta Rocas, how difficult or how easy was it for you to get combinations and maneuvers going? Because for majority of the judges, that's really what they want to see at a level like this.
Exactly. They want to see, linking 3 turns, like Ono did in that 6.57. He linked up a couple of turns. And that's what they want to see, They want to see speed, power, flow, linking 3 turns. That's where the money's at right there. And I think my surfing, I grew up in San Diego. I grew up surfing wind and sea, reef breaks. So I think my surfing is born in, long, right canvas waves where I could do those turns. I can link those maneuvers. Because usually in beach break, you're usually looking for speed, generating speed, doing one hits, maybe 2, where in big waves or long waves like this with a lot of power, you're actually just using the speed the wave gives you. And that's where you connect that's where you make your line, you connect from one maneuver to the next. So I'd say my surfing comes from, wind and sea, and that's why I can adapt so good to these kind of conditions.
Reef break meets reef break right here
Right
at Punta
there.
Rocas.
Yes.
55 seconds. Ono on the outside, second priority. He's going to let the wave go. Same thing for Arun, who needs a 6.66 heel, the Panamanian out there, needing a low 7 for second place in 40 seconds. Seems like Surfer in Blue definitely out of position, but Arun, well, he's going, has the chance, needs the mid-6. Oh, and just a bit forced right there for how weak the section was. It might not get another opportunity here, but shades of brilliance, Lele.
Yes.
He's going to have another chance in the elimination round.
And this is that one World Junior Surfing Championship where going into that repechage isn't as stressful as other ones. Because you can come right back. Main event. Oh, left.
Escudeiro. Well, had the 393 before that. That's what he was looking to replace. More than likely going to stay in second, though. He needs a 6.35 for the lead. So it'll be Ono and Escudeiro advancing into round number 2 of the boys U18 here in heat number 8. A good one. Entertaining and competitive stuff out there between all 4 of these surfers. But another big heat coming up after this one. Jay Phipps, Alberto Barzan, and Trent Corbin when we return to Punta Rocas, Peru for more action at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Back in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Mitchell Salazar here with the Olympian Leandro Osuna. Jay Phipps out there in the red, Alberto Barzan in the blue, and Trent Corbin, the surfer out of Barbados, in the green. A 3-surfer heat. France, Barbados, Italy out there in the water right now. 20-minute heats, top 2 waves. Gets the surfer through within the first 2 spots. Jay Phipps, he's done well at ISA Junior competition before Leandro. 3.67 his opener. Alberto Barzan represents Italy. Parents from Rome, but he grew up in Malibu, so surfs a lot of the point breaks there in Southern California. And Trent Corbin out of Barbados. Well, you and I know that there are some quality waves right there in that part of the Caribbean, and some heavy water waves too. Those guys know a break like this extremely well. Looking at the opener though, of Phipps right here, 3.67.
This is Phipps. Nice looking wave, just starting to get things right off the bat. 2 good turns, little whitewash on the inside. It's harder to navigate those whitewashes. There's a lot of air, the wave's kind of bumpy, but it's a good starter. Just 3.67. Get your feet on the board. This is Blue's opener too, or is this live action? This is live, I think.
Seems like Barzan getting his first ride. Just getting on the Hurley team as well, so congratulations to him, and a big shout out to head coach and team manager Brett Simpson, longtime representative of the U.S. at the ISA World Surfing Games. So Barzan really just going through the motions right here. Much better finish, though. And it's going to be a good starter for the kid out of Northern L.A. representing Italy.
Nice, yeah, definitely a nice finish, Something that Gabriel Aramburu, one of the coaches for Peru, always told me, if you start strong, just finish. If you start weak, finish strong. So that's kind of what Alberto did right there. He kind of started off not as strong as that finish. So the judges got left with something.
It's a 4-point ride for Barzan. And now Corbin out of Barbados. The one snap out the back. He's going to reset right here on this wave. Getting a bit slopey. Managing that speed well, though, and trying to get a double up here on the inside if he can. Much better right there. Lays it fully on rail as the Caribbean surfer. And potentially one more. He'll fit it in, too. So a good start for all three surfers. Nothing excellent, Lele, but still something positive and indicative of their talents.
Yeah, definitely. You know, definitely a good way to start. You know, 3-4 points. I like to see where Green comes in with that one, because he did hit that first section, and the judges really like it when you take that risk and go up in that first section of the wave. You know, that's where a lot of the points are going to be rewarded. We've seen a lot of waves where they do good in the inside, but it doesn't go over a 5. That's because they want to see you hit the lip out the back, you know, in that big section. The most critical part of the wave would be that first section out the back.
And you've mentioned that a lot of times competing here, there's not necessarily a lip to hit. You really do have to go on the open face and use your rails as well as possible. But now chances are out there, so you got to maximize that kind of opportunity you get.
Yeah, definitely with this wind, you know, you get a little lip sections out the back so you can actually go up and put it 12 o'clock. There's a lot of things out here, you know. Punta Rocas is a really special wave for me. I've been competing here since 2006, I think was the first time I started competing here, and I fell in love with the wave, you know. It really reminded me a lot of back when I lived at Windansea. Just a long ride, just gotta be really in tune with the ocean and know how to read it, and especially attack the lip when it presents itself. And I'm used to doing, you know, just big roundhouse, big cutbacks. But you know, a thing I would tell most athletes too that are listening is maybe start out the back, you know, try to get a good 3, 4, 5 point, whatever mid-range score you can, and then maybe do a backup really quick. So it's just at least you know you have 2 good or medium scores where you can be pretty safe, and then go out the back and look for a third bigger wave, better wave to improve, not your backup, maybe your bigger score.
Right. Always looking to improve on the top one,
Yeah.
right? Just under 15 minutes on the clock right here. Corbin's comes through as a 4.13, so at the moment it is the best of the heat. Jay Phipps out there in the red. His father is from Victoria, Australia, so from the Bells Beach region. Sister Lori just won another gold medal at the ISA Parasurfing World Championship, so congratulations to Lori. Comes from a surfing family, though, so Jay Phipps out there in the red. A lot of history within his bloodline when it comes to surfing. Father Shaper, too. So it's always nice when you have something that you know you can rely on and trust under your feet, Lele.
Yeah, a lot. You know, we've seen Ben Skindog shaping for most of the England team.
He's here, yep, with his kids, too, both Lucas and Lila.
And just, it's cool. It's cool when it's all connected in the family.
Well, it's nice when you're able to share this with your family, not only as a trip to come to compete, as a trip in general. I mean, these are moments in life that you're probably going to remember for the rest of it.
True that. Here we go. Jay Phipps out the back. He doesn't like the look of that. He's only got a 3.67. There's still a lot of time, though, you know. He did get that at the beginning of the heat. So not bad decision, not going on that wave, waiting for a bigger set. He knows there's a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of waves out there. You can see in the horizon, just 1, 2, 3. And it's been non-stop, you know, just a really consistent swell we've had here today. And it's supposed to stay like this for the next couple of days.
Well, this is good for us because it might mean that after we finish working every day, we might have 30 minutes to an hour of potentially free surfing ourselves. 13 minutes on the clock. Phipps with priority. Barzan right next to him in second priority. And they're both going to get caught inside by this first one right here. And, you know, I was talking to Sophia a few heats ago about how good a lot of these countries have become as of late. To me, Italy, well, because you can represent your country and not necessarily live there, right? But it's a ton of people who live outside of the country of representation. To me, Italy has definitely been one of the most improved countries, I'd say, in the last 5 to 10 years, Lele.
Yeah, Italy, China, definitely up there, you know, having an Olympic qualifier. I got a little Italian blood.
Okay.
Yeah. Not the Italian passport. It's on the way, but... But I wouldn't. I mean, I'm sticking to Argentina.
Okay.
I'm sticking to Argentina.
They're listening to you right now.
Are they listening to me?
So.
Italia, Forza Italia.
Well, and Martin as well, Passeri, all those guys.
We all got a little Italian from Argentina. I know a lot of Italian heritage.
You know, maybe we can do like a cross-training event
that'd
between
be
Italy.
Cool. That would definitely be cool.
And Argentina.
Yeah, that would be awesome, actually.
But a lot of the European championships tend to happen Portugal, Spain, France, because there are some landlocked countries that don't necessarily have a coastline where there's enough or consistent waves. So for a lot of these surfers like Alberto, like a lot of the German surfers, they tend to have to compete on their Euros, typically in Portugal most of the year.
Portugal? Oh, well, now with the wave pools, actually, there's, you know, surfing is growing. This was a kind of a debate. You think...
So at the moment, leading is Trent Corbin. We'll get right back to it. Let's go downstairs to Chris with the winner of the last heat.
Thank you, Team Rio. Great job out there. You came in, big smile on your face. Are you proud of what you accomplished out there?
Are
you happy with how you surfed? Yeah.
A little bit nervous, but it's so good way, so I'm so fun, yeah. So.
And you've been in Peru now for a week, and how are you finding this place? It's a pretty interesting country, isn't it?
I'm sorry, I can't understand. So.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry though.
No, right. You have friends and family back home watching. You want to say hi to them?
皆さん応援ありがとうございます。まあ1位止めなんですけど、まあこれからもっと調子も上げて優勝していくんで見ててください。頑張ります。
Rio's a great surfer with a great team behind him. Congratulations. Good luck for the rest of the contest.
Really appreciate, you know, everybody doing an interview in English when for the majority of the people competing at this event, it isn't their first language. A lot of them still don't know maybe even a sentence or two. So the fact that Rio was able to do that right there, we really appreciate it.
Yeah.
By the way, what a sick sponsor, JES, Japan Elevator Services. I want to get on that team right there.
I want to get on that elevator.
Might be, you know, something that we can work on in the future, potentially getting an ISA event back in Japan in the future. Just under 10 minutes in heat number 9, Corbin out there in the lead, 4:13.05. And here he goes again, speaking of the surfer from the Caribbean. One of the younger surfers in this division too, Trent. Mayhem looks good underneath his feet. Beautiful swooping carve right there on the second one. I really like the use of his entire body throughout that turn as well. Good tempo. Goes into the lip right there. And one more for good measure. So if you didn't know the name Trent Corbin, now you do.
Now you know. Did you see that? Because I did.
Yeah.
That was cool surfing by Trent Corbin. You know, really smart decision too, staying in the inside, getting another strong backup. It might even be better than his 4.13. Really attacked the lip on that wave. That Mayhem did look spicy under his feet. And, you know, you can tell he's getting loose, you know. He's getting those jitters out of the way. He's attacking the lip more. This was blue.
Yeah, wave we haven't seen lately right here from Barzan.
Nice attack off the top right there. A little foamy one, but does manage to get 2 quick ones. Can he ride out of it? Oh, that's that turbulence, that power for Punta Rocas. So this was Green's last wave, you know. Not a big size wave, but did manage to get a couple nice turns in here. Really like how he got in tune with these two. That one, you know, like Mitch, you were saying, the use of his body, the way he whips out those arms around and looks at that whitewash. And here he can attack the lip and really go up there and smack that lip, take some water out, and does a nice finish with a little more tail release. So a really beautiful wave for Trent. We'll see what that comes into, but good surfing by one of the youngest guys in this division.
We should be extending his lead right here. At the moment, Barzan does move up into first, a 3.93 on the previous one to this. He's up and riding again behind the whitewater. Comes around the section. Nice blast right there from Alberto.
Hi.
And a little hung up on the bottom turn right there, right in front of Corbin. So don't know if that'll change his situation.
Yeah, there's still
well.
7 minutes, 45 seconds. He's got time to get another wave. You know, those big first ones are really bumpy. Those are going to be the bumpiest waves, and especially if they swing wide like that one did. You know, you really want it to be the best option would be the second wave, a little bit bigger than the first one. You know, you got the playing field is clean. It's going to be right on top of the rocks, say this reformation that Punta Rocas has. Those wide ones can get a little bumpy. They can get really hard to surf. You know, the section kind of throws at you, but it doesn't have much of a face. It's just kind of like a slopey whitewasher, really hard to surf. But he did manage to get one good turn out the back. It's not going to improve on his score. It was only a 2.50. So Alberto maybe just needs to, there's 7 minutes. You have time to get one more wave with the consistency. Just try to get on a clean one. Just try to get on a clean, smooth one like the wave we're looking at right now at the screen.
So 6:45, as you were saying, time is still out there. Meanwhile, Phipps, after his 3.67 initially, hadn't caught anything else. That's a good start to this wave, though. More of a hack under the lip. That wave does go flat, but a low 4 is what he requires.
Yeah.
Posing the question right there to the judges, and I like this intensity. He recognizes that there is a chance that he could recover one of the top 2 priorities right here. Really one of the first paddle battles we've seen all event.
I like it. This is what it's all about, this paddle battle, he might have done it. Jay Phipps just got, he just got a wave. So he might be a little bit more out of breath than Green, but Green is paddling from the inside. So we'll see where that goes. He might have done it, huh?
Waiting to see the P's next to their names. Well, Blue's paddling, so you know that he's got one thing on his mind, and that's improving on the low score right here. And he has just been a bit out of luck when it comes to these waves, giving him chances at the beginning. Look at a carve, though. One more in the pocket. Sharp eye looks strong. Needs to get going closer to the lip and something more critical, though. And this wave is not giving him a whole lot. It might just need to get a good finish if he can, and he cannot. The good news for him, though, Lele, last of Phipps, 4:03, so still not enough. Jay's still needing a 3.9 right here. With a little over 5 minutes.
We'll see if he betters at 3.9. He did have 1 or 2 good turns after he made it around that whitewash section. I think he's 7 minutes. He should have maybe just waited for a cleaner, better looking wave. But he's staying active, he's catching a lot of waves. He might improve on that 3.93. We'll see where the judges go with that. Meanwhile, Jay Phipps needs a 3.90. He doesn't need much to go to second place. And Trent Corbin is actually doing a pretty excellent job out there, just building the house, getting 2 good scores on the board. Oof.
Get a heat. I mean, the scores don't necessarily reflect how well and how competitive this heat has been. Nobody's entered the double digits so far, but look at how tight it is between second and third at the moment. 7.93 to 7.7. The last of Barzan, by the way, doesn't go into his top 2 at 3.67.
Well, and he's got that long paddle back now. He's got a long paddle back, maybe like a 2-minute paddle back, 3. Here we go, Jay. Super important wave for Jay Phipps right here.
And this might decide the heat, actually. 4 minutes. 3.9 or better is what he needs. Strong start. The Frenchman out there in the red gets the combo going. Up and over the lip line once again.
Is that a 3.9?
Did he do enough with the first 2? Had a 4:03 at the beginning of his last ride, really, with one consequential maneuver on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be right there, huh, Mitch? He did manage to get 2 turns out the back on this one instead of that other one. He kind of just got that one first big turn and then did that cutback. On this last wave, he did get 2 critical, hits off the lip, so I think it's gonna, and you know what? It's good he went on that first wave, because look at this set. This guy out the back, who is it? Trent Corbin is just getting watched.
And look at that, 4.57, so just enough for second place. And Barzan now needing a 4.6, and he's out of the picture.
Yeah, I don't know where he's at. He's in the inside. Is he going for that?
Well, that was Phipps right there, it seems. He was trying to catch anything he can at this point. Yeah. You do make a good point, though. If he hadn't got on that wave, he wouldn't have even had a chance to go on either of those.
Yeah, that was smart. Maybe, maybe he saw the horizon. He knew he was going to get washed. And he's like, hey, I got to pull the trigger on this one and get that 4. What he needed, like a 3.9 something. So he did do the job. Now it's a question of, time. What do I do? I got priority over Blue. Should I go and sit in the inside? Should I try to better? All these things that are happening in your head right now. You see him in the left side of the field right there on the screen. So Jay's looking like deciding to go on this one.
Yeah, and Barzan's pretty close to being outside too, so he's gonna get another chance. And Phipps, an unforced error, and Corbin's gonna let that one go. 2 minutes.
So this is a big opportunity for Alberto now. The door just opened up, and we'll see how Trent's He's taking it easy. He's out there. He's waiting for another good wave. He's got that 5.17, which is really his, his strong wave right there. He might want to better that 4.13 though, because it could be anybody's game in this heat.
A minute 45. These low-scoring ones, I'm telling you, these low-scoring ones tend to be the grindiest ones where people are just trying to make it through.
Yeah.
Chomping at the bit at any kind of chance they get.
I mean, if we're here biting our nails, I can't imagine, people at home, their parents.
Well, look at Phipps on the inside. He does not leave anything to chance. And had to let that one go. It closed out. Green's going to let it go, and this is the chance for Barzan. Needs a 4-6 or better. The Italian, deep bottom turn. It's a strong opening car for him. One more. If he gets to the lip, can pretty much say that this is going to be what he was needing at this point of the heat.
Wow.
And it would be a big comeback, too, considering that he's fallen on a good amount of his waves.
Yeah.
Not on this one, though.
Should be happy for that wave.
And Phipps.
Oh, Phipps just catching a lot of waves. I think he's kind of moving too fast. You need two good waves. You don't really need to. It's not the quantity. It's the quality, right? Great wave by Alberto Barzan. Really in that tight pressure moment, he actually got the job done. He might even go to first with that last wave because he did manage to get a couple good turns. Did go up in the lip. It's 15 seconds remaining. See if Trent can get on another one.
And as you said, he slowed down. Took his time, didn't get desperate on that one. And it was really the first time that he did that all heat. Corbin goes down. Don't think that'll change his low score of the 4.13. So it's really going to come down to whether or not Barzan gets the 4.6 or better that he needs at the moment.
It was definitely his best wave. There it is.
And it's enough, as you said, for the lead of 5-5, the best of the heat. So the Italian straight to first. And that means the Frenchman Phipps, he's into the elimination round. And the Bayesian surfer from Barbados, Trent Corbin, moving through into round 2, the youngster. He had a good heat. He was in the lead the majority of it. And he's going to be advancing as well. Heat 9 done and dusted. We'll hear from Alberto Barzan when we return to Punta Rocas, Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship right here at Punta Rocas.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Back at Punta Rocas, Heat 10 of the boys U18 opening round out there. Probably one of the better heats of the round, too. Tomás Marquez in the red out of Argentina. Romeo Stone from Costa Rica in the blue. Aiden Albada representing Trinidad and Tobago in the green. And Conor Maroney from Ireland in the whites. Mitchell Salazar here with the Olympian Leandro Osuna. 18 minutes on the clock, and Stone on the corner, the longtime competitor here at the ISA Juniors, up and riding. Proud Costa Rican. Big floater on the outside. Major maneuver for Romeo. Comes around the corner right here. At least a few more sections, you would think. Another floater. More of a rock and roll for the young surfer in the blue. And he's going to try to get a decent finish. He does. 17:30 on the clock. Majority of the points probably going to come from the outside section, though. Now the Irish surfer, Moroni. Nearly lost it there on the bottom turn. Carved in the pocket once more. Nice to see the beautiful country of Ireland represented here at the juniors once again. And that's going to be it for Connor. Meanwhile, Marquez out there in the red, a great surfer out of Argentina. And Aiden Albada, despite representing Trinidad and Tobago, well, he lives full-time in Santa Barbara, California. Here's Marquez now, the top seed in this heat, wearing the red jersey, riding his trusty, rusty surfboard. Really wide stance, and unfortunately, just an unforced error right there for Marquez. So, a couple waves ridden already at the beginning of this heat, Lele, and definitely seems like Romeo Stone going to drop a solid number right here to start things off.
Yeah, that wave for Romeo Stones was just like all intense. From the drop to that floater he did to making it around that section. That floater was amazing. I can't believe he landed that. There was so much, you know, just power at the bottom of that wave. It was amazing to see him stay on his feet. That floater's going to have a lot of points. And he did do another little rock and roll floater in the inside. Did get another one or two bangers and then all the way at the bottom of the wave. But definitely the highest wave of the heat so far. This is a good looking heat. 4 surfers. Moroni's wave was good too. Let's watch Romeo's first wave. So from the drop to this floater was just all intense. I thought for sure he was going to fall on that, you know, that turbulence, that powerful whitewash at the bottom. Made it around that section. Does another little rock and roll floater up here, right? Moves aboard a bit up in that floater section. Another, you know, long section to get out in front of the wave. And that's where he finishes it. So one big floater, one little rock and roll floater, and kind of a pretty, you know, soft finish. We'll see where the judges go with that. And this is Moroni's first wave, you know, just nice, clean section right there. I really like this turn. Laid into it right there. Just beautiful surfing from Moroni. Does a little layback too, so showing different maneuvers on that same wave. 6.40. Oh, no, sorry. 5.33.
Yeah, deserving.
Deserving.
One of the biggest waves, too, I'd say, ridden so far today, which is saying a lot. There's a good amount of size out there, but definitely the steepness of the opening section right there from Stone, giving him the majority of the points on that one.
What do you think they gave him just on the floater?
I'd probably say 4 points alone, yeah.
At least, like 4.5 on the floater, right?
Probably. Normally, I mean, you score them based off of what they did and not what they can do.
Yeah.
But I'd say just the risk alone on that first one, especially as you said, it took him a while to land. And the landing wasn't easy either, so well done for the Costa Rican Romeo Stone.
Yeah, that was a big airdrop, huh?
Really nice kid, too, out of Costa Rica. 14 minutes on the clock here in heat number 10 of the boys U18 opening round. Mitch, and this is the Olympian Leandro Osuna, also the finalist, of course, 2006 NSSA West Coast champs.
I love you brought that up, man.
You've been able to compete worldwide, but Punta Rocas, you won one of your ISA gold medals right here. How special is it to be on this side of things right now, being a broadcaster?
I love it, you know. I love everything about surfing, and if I'm not competing, I want to be as closest as I can to it. If not coaching or being here with you guys or just watching it on my screen at home, I love it. And you know, Punta Rocas is a special place in my heart, really. It really does, you know.
Aiden Albada now. Well, this kid has been on a tear as of late, Lele. He made the final at the USA Surfing Junior in Pismo Beach a few weeks ago, came straight to the Bolivarian Games that finished a few days ago. So the kid's been here for over a week now.
Wow.
Big finish. Incomplete, though, for Aiden Albada. Father Eddie, proud representative of Trinidad as well.
So he's been on the grind, huh? Doing 1 to 2 to 3 contests just in the last couple of weeks.
Back to back to back. No rest for the wicked, Lele, as you know.
No rest. I mean, it's important, you know. When I did my NSSA stays, I was stoked to be competing every other week, you know, if not every week of the year.
There's Marquez now, Tomas. Mentioned that wider stance. Definitely serves him well on those larger waves, but this one fizzling out, shouldering off, but he's going to stick with it. Got a 2.5 on his opener. Let's see where this one goes for the Argentinian out there in the red. 12 minutes and 30.
Yeah, I know Tomas for quite a while. He only started surfing not too long ago, you know, and he lives up in the northern part of Mar del Plata. Some good, you know, not really, I wouldn't say really point breaks, but because of this jetties, they do create like these sandbars that you can have long waves up there. And yeah, I've been seeing him improve a bunch over the last couple of years.
Stone up and riding in blue. Back up just a 107. He's looking to improve on that big section. I love the attempt right there, but incomplete for Romeo Stone. Well, big comeback win right here for the Italian. Alberto Barzan downstairs with Chris.
Thanks, team. Great way to start your campaign. We were just talking a little bit before this. You were saying there's a lot of water moving out there, a lot going on in this lineup. How was it?
It's tricky for sure. Like I wanted to have a better first tee to kind of get into the rhythm more, but it's first tee, like first time surfing this way with so much water, and yeah, just gonna look back at what I did wrong, try to do better, and keep going.
Team Italy is definitely one of the most improved teams over the past few years. You guys are coming in strong. You're going up against 57 other nations in this event. Have you got to meet some new friends and kind of explore a little bit in this community?
Yeah, I have. It's sick. I feel every time every next year, like there's always way more people, and yeah, for sure, see old friends, meet new ones. It's sick for sure. It's like only contest where it's like this, competing for nation, team, even though you're like, it's only you in the water, but it's really sick, yeah.
Now, beyond surfing with the Italian flag on your board, what inspires you to go out there and do what you do?
Just motivation, like wanting to be good, wanting to win, wanting to always improve, and there's a lot of good surfers, so yeah, a lot of motivation.
A lot of good surfers, a lot of good energy on the beach. You want to say something to your friends and family back home watching?
Yes, ciao a tutti, grazie mille per il supporto e andiamo ancora.
Well, if you're ever out surfing at Leo Carrillo or Zuma, say what's up to Alberto Barzan. He's one of the nicest kids in the area right there.
Nice.
In northern LA, moving through in first place. In the opening round, Albara goes massive on the first carve. But that's all that wave wrote for him. 4.23 on his opener. Like the intensity of this maneuver right here.
Yeah, really strong turn right here. Just
wow.
He attacked that under the lip in like the most precise place you can attack the wave. That was beautiful turn. That turn, I mean, that was pretty smart actually. Just get that one big turn, you know, just for a backup. It's gonna be right up there, you know, because it was probably one of the best turns we've seen so far.
I like it.
Yeah,
vintage Lele Osuna right there, if you ask me.
Vintage. Veteran or better run?
Better run. 2.6. So a bit shouldered off, but I mean, you got to really appreciate what the kid tried to do with the opportunity that he had.
I mean, if he connected another one or two, it was going excellent.
Probably seeing something up there, at least in the upper good range, right? 9 minutes on the clock right here. Moroni, though. So Connor, 3.93, 2.93, sneaky up into first place. And Stone, despite having the best wave of the heat, still in third, 5.33, needs a 1.5 to move up into second at least.
He does have second priority. He's in a pretty good position right now, Romeo. You know, he's got that 5.33, second priority. There's still 9 minutes. He's probably like in the best spot out of all the surfers, right? But beautiful, you know, I like what Alberto said in that interview, you know, just it's such a cool event, seeing so many nations and so many, you know, just surfers, you know, we're all brothers, saltwater brothers and sisters. And it's cool, you know, meeting new friends and saying hi to your old ones, and they're lifelong friends, you know. These are friends you're going to carry for the rest of your life. It's happened to me. It's going to happen to these kids. And that's what the ISA has, you know. It has that community, that relationship. It's kind of a unique event.
I remember the first time I met you. Puerto Escondido. Might have been either 2008 or 2009. I just started surfing a few years ago. I met you, and I met Martin Paceria. Remember when Reef was really big in Latin America? They were sponsoring everybody. And I remember the memory that I have of Martin, meeting him at the beach, and You know, we talked very well at the airport afterwards. Still a person that I admire.
Yeah.
I can call him a friend now,
Yeah.
though. And now seeing his son in
Yeah.
the event, one of the best junior surfers in the world, a medalist at last year's ISA Juniors, comes full circle, really, when you think about things here
Yeah.
at the ISAs.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I remember Martin when Thiago was barely born. You know, I was kind of in my prime at the time, and just seeing him, the man he's become, really, because he's only 16, but he serves like a grown man. You know, he's matured, and the full cycle. You know, now I have kids, and my kids look up at the Thiago Passetti, and they're like, "Oh, look at Thiago." It does kind of like, it has that full cycle effect. But yeah, I remember that. I remember that in Puerto Escondido when they had the QS.
Yep.
I think, did Clay Marzo win that one?
Marzo won 2009 and 2008. Local boy Angelo Lozano won.
Angelo, that's right, Angelo.
That's when they still had the QS in November for the Fiesta de Noviembre.
That was fun. Those were good days.
Yeah, ASP, Action Sports Productions, our broadcast crew
They
was
were there. They were
for that
there
event
too.
as well.
And they're still here. We're still here, baby.
It's talking about full circle.
We're back.
So with priority right here, Maroney might have had a dig at that, so they will switch up priority. And there could have been another block right there, potentially by Stone.
Tomas Marquez only needs a 3.9. There's still 7 minutes, Mitch. So but let's not get too frisky yet, right?
I mean, nobody's really coming away with this heat yet. And Maroney right there, that wave's going to close out on him. But I think, like we were talking about earlier, you might be overthinking things at this point, too, and letting certain waves go by that do have scoring potential on them.
Like this inside wave, White, you know, could have maybe got that little inside wave. You only need a better 3.93. It's not a big score, you know. Let's see if Romeo uses his priority. Looks like he wants it. He's paddling, he's going.
And he is up now. So a crucial wave at this point of the heat. Only needs a 1.5. And expecting a situation change from that very first turn at least. But he wants to capitalize on this opportunity. He has the high score of the heat so far, 5.33. Representing the Pura Vida Nation of Costa Rica. Central American surfer Stone. Really like his style too, Lele. I mean, just kind of brings the intensity on every maneuver, and see right here, can lay it on rail with the best of them too. He's gonna have what seems to be his second best ride here. The surfer out of Central America with just over 5 minutes now.
Yeah, you can definitely say that he got that 1.5, 100% sure. Might even go to jump up to first, you know. He doesn't need much to go to first, so smart choice for Romeo, you know. Got to work. It wasn't the cleanest, it wasn't the best wave, but it was definitely a smart choice going on that. Definitely a smart choice, taking it all the way to the inside. Really like that first turn, you know. This whitewash here can get so tricky. You want to do that cutback, but you don't want to get too involved with that whitewash, you know. Just barely touch it like you did right there. Third turn. If you get too far in that whitewash, that thing will eat you up and it will knock you out of your board. So stay in front of it. Nice little hit right there. Follows it all the way through. Got a little stuck there, you know, a little bumpy. You can get the warbles from the boils of the rocks. That turn was nice. So he did a lot of maneuvers. He's definitely going to improve his situation. I think for sure he'll take him up to first place. And we'll see what happens. You know, there's still 4 minutes. All the surfers are out the back. Nobody's really done a big score yet. You know, Romeo's best wave is a 5.33. Woo, Mitch, we're going to have another nail biter, I think.
It's just the luck of the draw, I guess,
Yeah.
at this point of the day. The wind hadn't picked up all day yesterday.
Yeah.
Got a little choppy right now, but as you've pointed out multiple times, you let the first two go by unridden, cleans up the third, fourth wave of the set, and Marquez, well, before Stone's last, he needs a 3.91, but that is likely to change, though. Still going on this one. First two carves, not bad.
Yeah.
Laying it on rail, good amount of power. He needs this wave to really steepen up, though, if you want some scoring potential on it. Good read, goes back to the whitewater. Nice little jam right there with the layback. And this wave pretty flat on the inside, so he is forced to kick out. 3 minutes on the clock, and the last of Stone, 5.1, straight to first. That means Albada in third, 2.63, and Marquez did not need a whole lot still. Basically a 4, a 3.93 or better. a chance to get it here.
Yeah, that was definitely his best wave. Had those two first open turns that were where the points were at. Didn't really get connected with the inside of the wave. There's 3 minutes, you know, you might have time to get maybe an inside sneaker, but we'll see what the rest of the surfers do out the back, you know. Aiden Albada has got a 4.23. We know he has a surfing. He's got priority. He's got time. There's waves on the horizon. So Romeo is pretty safe. I wouldn't say, you know, maybe like a 70% chance he's making this heat with that 10-point. We talked about that 10-point combination score you need in this first round to advance. But who knows? You know, 2 minutes left. There's a lot of good waves, but somehow on these heats, it's been hard to find. You know, from here it's easy. In the water, it's a whole different thing.
It's always easy to
sitting on the couch.
Yeah. Quarterback from the chair, just always yelling at the TV.
Yeah. What are you
Why'd
doing?
you do that? Why'd you do that? But for Albada right here, 263, talented surfer representing Trinidad and Tobago. And then Marquez drops a 3.53. So he diminishes the requirement. 3.34. And a couple waves stacking up. Seems like green Albada having a look. No, this is red actually. Marquez on the inside. 1 minute 25, quick in and out for him.
I think Albada might have got the wave too. There he is.
Yeah, 263 what he needs. You're thinking to yourself right here, just surf safe for the score. The issue if you do that, Lele, I'm posing the question, it's a tight heat between second, third, and fourth. So Albada might need to risk it a little bit more on the inside if he gets the proper section. A lot of cutbacks so far. Wave hasn't cooperated though. And still looking for a bit more.
This is going to be interesting.
And potentially one more section. He is literally right on the rocks right here too.
This is definitely his last wave.
Shallow section on the inside, 40 seconds. Needs a mid two. Gotta be thinking it's gotta be that and a bit more.
Wow.
But where are Moroni? Where are Marquez?
Where are they at? 30 seconds.
Oof. See a couple lines on the outside too.
I think this is his last chance, right? I don't think he's going to be able to get the one behind it. So he's got to go on this. He's got to pull the trigger for sure. We're still waiting on the last of greens. Oh, no.
Oh, lets that one go.
Oh, no.
And you could hear in the background, people were just yelling at him to go.
Oh, no.
Because Albada got the score of 3.7.
He had to go on that first wave.
And this one too late to the party for Connor Moroni, unfortunately. A nice effort, a good display of surfing, but a little too late right here for Connor, and same thing for Tomas Marquez.
Too late for sorry.
They are relegated to the elimination round. Meanwhile, though, Albada into the second round, and Romeo Stone with a couple of fives takes away the W. Heat number 11 coming back when we return to Punta Rocas for the ISA World Juniors.
It's coming up, it's coming up, it's there.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to a great day of surfing here at Punta Rocas in Peru. The surf is absolutely firing. It's big, it's well overhead. There's some bumpy sets, there's some absolute all-time sets coming through the lineup, and the surfers have had a lot to battle with out in the water this morning. Shannon Hughes in the booth, joined once again by Rachel Tilley to call the action. And Rach, it's been a pretty wild one.
It has, but the sun is out now, and look at that view, and look at all those lines coming through. I mean, talk about a coastline that is just rife with excellent conditions and surf. It has been incredible to be here.
Out in the lineup right now, we've got New Zealand, Portugal, Romania, and Lithuania represented, with Tao Moldy, Bruno Amato, Aris Viso, and Bernardas Lasincas out in the water. Only that 0.5 on the board so far for Tao out of New Zealand. And we've now got the first wave for our surfer in white. Bernardas representing Lithuania. Just a couple kind of those little S pumps on the surface of the water. And getting that first quick little score on the board. Starting off his campaign. The rest of the surfers all waiting out this next big set. It's been an interesting day of watching the positioning of everybody out in the water.
Well, I was just going to say, Shan, I haven't seen anyone in our heats, at least we've called, go left today. And I think that's a testament, too, to how much that lineup changes as the size really grows. We've seen a huge jump in the swell from yesterday to today. And yesterday we were seeing a fair amount of lefts and rights surfed. It is still a peak, but that paddle out right after the right is a lot easier because there's that channel where on the left you can really get stuck by those sets. So we've been seeing a lot of those surfers opt for that positioning for that right, I think for a lot of those reasons.
Bruno now putting himself in position for Portugal. He's on that inside of the surfer in green. Both blue and green have not caught a wave yet. They don't have priority established, but they will have priority over the rest of the field as Tao and Bernardas have already caught their opening rides. And Bruno just having a couple looks here, unable to get into anything. A lot of white water on the surface of you know, most of the waves that are being ridden even today, because the surfers aren't necessarily taking off on the set waves. A lot of them are going for those kind of mid-sized waves that have slightly better shape, but then they've got the texture on the surface from those big sets that have come before. Bruno now up and riding, the Portuguese competitor. All right, into that first turn. Looked really nice. Got a little stuck up coming out of it, but the start of it was looking really clean. Finds that second maneuver to link together into a third now. And you can really see that, you know, the takeoffs might be slightly sleepy, but then this wave grows as it goes down the line and really turns into a wave of consequence by the end.
Yeah, that was a great ride. Like you said, a little hang-ups, but then would come out with it with so much speed. So he did really well to open up his account with that. That's not how Tao was hoping to open up his account.
Yeah, that was a solid wipeout on the takeoff. He'll be in a good position out in the lineup, though. And will likely be able to get first priority back. We know that white's on the inside. We can see there's a suspended priority next to the young surfer out of Romania, Aris, who competed for the first time at the Brazil World Junior Surfing Championships for the ISA just a couple of years ago. And he was with his family traveling around the world. They were traveling through South America, and they found out about this event. And, you know, originally from Romania, but had been on the road for a while. And Aris decided to, you know, join the ISA and put himself into, you know, the biggest event of his career at that stage. It was really awesome. It was the first time we'd ever had a Romanian surfer in competition. And now Aris has been joined by a teammate at this year's event as well. So now we've got two guys surfing for Team Romania, Aris and Matar. And it's awesome to see them continuing on in the juniors here.
Yeah, I mean, talking about representation in this event, there are 57 nations represented, and that is incredible. We have 4 new teams to the World Juniors: Angola, India, St. Lucia, and Slovenia. It's just so incredible to see such a variety of countries all around the world choosing to invest into their youth, choosing to invest into surfing, and show up here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Yeah, it's really incredible to see that, you know, opportunity grow, specifically for the Indian team. They have had some surfers represented at the World Surfing Games over the last few years. First time for them sending surfers here to the juniors. And it's the first time that they've had a big investment from their governing body as well, and from the government of India into surfing specifically. And I feel like it's one of those new frontiers. Like, there's great waves in India. The WSL has a QS that has been running there over the years. But outside of that, there's not been any kind of major eyes on India as a surf location, aside from some really cool, like, travel surf documentary sort of stuff, like what Sam Bleakley does, who's one of our co-commentators that works a lot of ISA events. But outside of that, it's been really awesome to see now the investment into the competitive side of Indian surfing. And that's the same for a lot of these other countries around the world, as we see just a quick in and out once again for Tao.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, India ran the Asian Championships this past year as well. So like you said, really investing into, from a government perspective, investing into competitive surfing, and them seeing how crucial it is to have that representation and invest into the youth, and how investing into the youth will have that flow-on effect and of their presence in and around into professional surfing. And so, yeah, that's great to see. And obviously, a huge and cool opportunity for us to meet so many different people at events like this from all around the world.
Yeah, it's one of the best parts of it, you know, knowing that all of these kids are going to make new friends this week that could be friends for a lifetime. They're all going to be competing for their national teams for many years to come. They could, you know, be competing at the World Surfing Games when they're a little bit older, you know, surfing their 20s into their 30s at the World Surfing Games, even represented, and have decades worth of time building into these friendships with surfers from around the world. Like you said, Rachel, it's fun to now, you know, kind of look at the friends that you've made in the surfing world and know, all right, I've got, if the surf's good in this part of the world, I've got someone that I could probably fly over and stay with as well. And you know, it kind of opens up a whole different scene, I think, to what a lot of other sports offer, being that this event has such an international field to it with 57 nations in total represented.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about investment into the youth and investment into competitive surfing, Peru, right where we are, our host nation, is a huge one for that. I mean, Shannon, the building that we're in right now is their high performance center. It's an incredible center. All on the walls you see photos of Luca Messinas, Daniela Rosas. Of course, we have Sofia Milanovic, who is commentating this event with us. There is so much talent coming out of this country and investment into the youth that we've seen them on the world stage being gold medalists multiple times throughout the years. So talking about a country that has invested, the fact that we're here in Peru now, they have hosted multiple ISAs in the past. They have hosted the Pan Am Games back in 2019. They're planning on hosting the Pan Am Games again in 2027. So they are really at the forefront of what a great investment into surfing looks like.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And a facility like this then plays into the growth of their athletes from all different generations specifically as well. They've got a skate park on site. They've got swimming pool facilities. They've got like a full gym setup. They've got dormitories, a cafeteria. You know, surfers from around the country can come, fly here, get to stay right on site, surf right out front. They're not needing to hop in cars all the time to go to different locations unless they're wanting to surf a different kind of break and do some training somewhere else. But really everything can happen right here in front, and that's awesome from a logistics perspective. It's also really fun to think of being a Grom in that kind of setting.
100%. I wish we had stuff like that. That is so incredible.
Well, we're down to under the 10-minute mark in this heat. There hasn't been a lot going on. The biggest score so far going to Bruno out of Team Portugal with that 3.17. We could see another wave ridden here. Aris having a look. He's unable to get into it. He's the only surfer that hasn't been able to open up his account yet, with a couple of zeros on the board. But it's still very, very small scores across those bottom three surfers. So at this stage, anyone that stands up on a wave will be jumping their placings drastically even between that leading position with just that 3.17 on the board. So still very wide open. I think at this stage it's really like a reset for everyone kind of surfing a 10-minute heat rather than a 20-minute heat.
Yeah, I mean, at this point now, an 8.5-minute heat. This is a crazy heat in terms of lack of consistency. It seems like there's been tons of waves and opportunity, just surfers not really maybe finding their positioning out there.
Tao now up and riding. His teammate Alexis had a great heat earlier today with one of the biggest scores, and he would have been trying to draw from that while paddling out to his heat, noting that, you know, his buddy had done really well. Unfortunately, just loses control on that last fin throw. We've got 8.5 minutes remaining in this heat, though, and while we wait for some hopeful surfing, let's go down to the beach and catch up with Chris Cote.
All right, thanks, team. Hey, congratulations, Romeo. Great way to start your campaign here in Peru. How'd you feel out there?
I felt super good. The waves are amazing. They have so much power, and I had a great time out there. It's a lot of paddling. I was pretty exhausted, but it was super fun.
I feel like I've been watching you in ISA competition since you were like 5 years old. Tell me about what keeps bringing you back to these ISA events.
I think, well, the ISA started everything for me in like my competitive journey. I started competing when I was 14, and I did really good that year, and I got selected for Costa Rica, and from then, like, just being at this event, it really, like, just gave me this fire within to just see where I was with the best in the world, and I think, like, from then, I really fell in love with the sport more. So this is my fourth and last ISA junior, so I just want to give everything I've got and go for that gold medal.
Love it. Last one, you got to make it count. Tell me about the team that Costa Rica has down here this year.
Oh, the team's super cool. It's a pretty little Grom squad, so we've got a lot of young surfers from Costa Rica, and it's super cool just inspiring them. I'm team captain, so just trying to set a positive role model for all the Groms on the team, and it's just a super good time, and they're all here to learn and just take in what this event has to offer.
Right on. I know you got a lot of support back in Costa Rica. You want to send a message back home?
Yeah, I'd love to. Bueno, todos, un saludo ahí en Nosara, a mi país. Quiero decir gracias a todos que me apoyan. Y no, súper contento de estar aquí representando. Gracias a mi mamá, a mi shaper. Y pura vida, gracias.
Pura vida. Ya, Romeo.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Romeo. And wow, last year for him in the juniors, you know, he's been in the conversation now for a long time, and it's exciting to think that he'll be graduating into, you know, competing in that World Surfing Games contingency should he make the team, and continue on his campaign into, you know, kind of more his adult surfing career actually. But what a great opportunity for him now this year to go for that last shot at a big ISA medal.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can tell he is so stoked to be here competing and representing his country on the world stage.
Yeah, and I love that shout out to his mom and to his surfboard shaper, being two very important people in his life.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, let's talk about that relationship with your shapers real quick. I mean, every person's equipment out here will look somewhat different to the other person's, you know, and finding the right board for the conditions, finding the right board for your style of surfing. We've seen equipment changes in terms of from yesterday to today due to the size of the wave difference, and having that understanding to what you're riding is a huge help. So, and having a relationship with your shaper is a huge help to understanding that.
That's right. I mean, a better connection to the waves based off of the equipment that you're riding, and so many other good things that can come specifically, you know, as a competitive surfer, but even just as a free surfer, and learning to ride different things and getting someone else to watch your surfing to give you some good critical feedback as well is so crucial for any surfer, whether you're competing or not. You're just, you know, a normal free surfer who just has been doing it for your whole life. Get someone to film you once in a while, you know, get some feedback on things, and it can really improve and make it so much more fun. As we take a look at a great turn from Tao, that's the moment he's been waiting for. I think it's absolutely going to flip his heat around, just even with that single maneuver. But that could also give him a little more rhythm and momentum for the last few minutes.
As we see green signaling their jersey, I'm not quite sure potentially what they are signaling, but you are absolutely right in terms of Tao's wave. That was a great turn. He'd be feeling a lot better with that one.
Yeah, that's right. For Reese in the green jersey, he hasn't caught any waves yet. He is in second priority because he's been paddling and trying to catch waves, so he's now fallen into that priority rotation. which does come into play. Bernardas now up and riding for Lithuania. This is going to be a great, kind of opportunity for him to go higher. Unfortunately, just takes a stumble there. He's only chasing a 1.38 to take the advancing position. That's less than a 1. It's a 0.77 without getting that change of direction thrown in. But again, he's able to find himself a second score on the board now. And he, even like that 3rd and 4th place positioning, that makes a big difference because it determines the heats that you land up in the next time.
Sure, absolutely. And as this is a non-elimination heat, it has less of an effect on overall team standings. But as we go down this event, 3rd and 4th position are different points as well, as we see Aris having his first ride.
All right, so this is the moment we've been waiting for. Up and riding now for our young surfer out of Romania. He's been competing at the World Juniors now for a couple of years, and that was a beautiful wrap. Sets himself up with another turn and looking for, this opportunity to really finish strong on the inside section. That's going to be a big difference. He's chasing down a 3.64 to get himself into the advancing position. Bruno, though, up and riding now, and he's already got a 3.17. His backup score is only a 0.47. This wave, it's dynamic. He's had, multiple maneuvers, some variety thrown into those maneuvers as well, and that's going to make the requirement a lot more tricky for Aris down in that 4th place position.
Yeah, absolutely. Now it's turning into the heat that we've been waiting 18 minutes to kick off. With 2.5 minutes, I think Aris's wave was really great. I think it would be the requirement that he needs, but I think that requirement is going to get lifted. So if he has an opportunity to make it back out to get a backup wave, he'd be in a good position. But amazing that we have such small heat totals at this point in the heat. Maybe indicative as well of that the tide changes and just condition changes rapidly.
That's right. Here we see the Lithuanian and Bernardas up and riding, and that was that last wave of his. It's great to see him back in the conversation this year as we take a look at this wave for Aris, which is really crucial.
So he's waited 18 minutes to get up on his board, and finally we get to see him in action. Love that turn, really clean. Love that head, how he turns his head into his turn 2, just accentuates that full commitment. And I love that end turn as well. So let's take a look and compare to Bruno's wave. Gets a little bit stuck, but a nice opening turn. Navigating this frothy section, that was a better turn there, and then gets a nice hit, showing some variety. Loses a little bit of speed, but there picks it back up, and that was a nice combination of maneuvers there, finishes it off. So I think he gets the nod of that exchange. Now, actually, the judges drop it. It's a 4.5. He goes straight into the lead. Aris's requirement goes up to a 5, Shannon.
Yeah, that's right. So 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Bruno has taken away first for Portugal. Tao for New Zealand down into second. A set approaching, but Tao's got priority next to his name, so that means that he is out there somewhere. I can't see him at the moment. Maybe there he is, out in the whitewater with 2 big sets on the way. He might be able to put himself into this wave. He's going to spin and go. He's got 24 seconds on the clock. He definitely has enough time to get into it, and he's just able to kind of chip in from the whitewater, driving down the line, finding that speed, now some rhythm and momentum. Great looking turn, and throwing a lot of spray now on the second one. Adds in some variety here as he's looking for this finish, looking to really secure himself with an advancing position, knowing that scores are dropping for, his competitors, and unfortunately falls on that one. We also see that Aris is up and riding on the inside. Currently, Aris is chasing a 1.74, but Tao is about to drop a score that's going to certainly improve on his 1.6. He'll improve on that 3.4 as well, and that's going to increase the requirement. Rachel, this is down to the last few seconds. We don't know what's going to happen in this heat.
Yeah, so crucial for Tao to stand up on that wave as he did, because this is probably what Aris needed in terms of a 1.74. And that was a really well-surfed wave from the inside. Really smart competition.
Okay, so we've got a score in for this wave, a 4.07 for last of Tao. That now makes the requirement of 4.2 for the last one that we just saw for a Reese.
Okay, so comparing that now, a Reese's wave needs to actually be better than this wave. I don't think it will be the score, as this was a really well surfed wave from Tao. This is a wave we've been waiting to see from him throughout this whole heat.
That's right. Well, scores are in. It's official. The Kiwi, the New Zealander, is going to hold on to second place. A Reese out of Romania strings together a 3.37 for his last effort, which would have been there had Tao not gotten that last wave on the outside. And it's officially going to be Portugal and New Zealand advancing through in the main round. Romania and Lithuania will still have another opportunity in the repecharge. They're going to have the chance to battle back to the main round in the next couple of days. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we've got more action here at Punta Rocas.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves of Punta Rocas. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, Fenta, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Welcome back to the action. Moises Zebere out of Panama straight into it and just can't hold on to the excitement on his second turn. He'll go down. We'll be dropping his first score as we're about a minute into our 12th heat for boys under 18s, round 1. Kaisei Adachi out of Japan already has a takeoff score of a 0.43, so that'll be a little reset moment for him. These two surfers in the lineup up against one from India, one from Indonesia, as we take a look at the draw here. So Japan, Panama, Indonesia, and India out in the lineup with Kaisei Adachi, Moises Zebere, Zendra Attard, and Som Sethi out in the water on a big day here at Punta Rocas. The wind has come into play over the last couple of hours. It's brought the sunshine out, which is kind of nice, but also unfortunate for the amount of chatter that it's added to the surface of these rides. Some of those mid-sized waves have been cleaning up really nicely though. When those big sets come through, they just kind of are able to smooth out the lineup for those surfers chasing out those mid-sized waves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're just tuning in to this heat now, the last heat that we saw was a really slow one, not necessarily in terms of waves coming in, but in waves surfed. We didn't see campaigns really opened up until those last 5 minutes. So huge that Rendra was able to open up his account so early on. Judges award this a 5.67. What I'm seeing is, Shannon, is a lot of fast and lively surfing, and the judges really liking that. This is great wave selection from our surfer from Indonesia, and he finishes it out nice and strong.
Yeah, that looked really fun. Judges would have just, could kind of feel it all the way through that wave as we take a look now at this first wave of Moises.
Yeah, this was a nice opening turn, gets it on rail, but like you said, just kind of got overexcited and wasn't able to keep that rail engaged to that second turn and gets knocked off of it. But already more action has happened in this heat than we saw in that previous heat.
That's right. I mean, down to, 8 minutes on the clock, and there was a 3.17 as the high score. Everyone else had scores less than 1, and one surfer hadn't even caught a wave. So now to see that there's kind of action across the board for everyone except for Som Sethi out of India. The rest of the pack has something going on, and that 2.67 has dropped in for Moises on his opening ride. So judges liking that first turn. If he can connect that together, he's going into that kind of 5s range if he can get a couple more turns like that.
And exactly what we're talking about, I think, is a great depiction of how tricky it actually is out there, because I love this as my favorite camera angle because you really get a sense of the lineup. Look at how beautiful these waves are that are coming in, but the surfers are showing us that it's not as easy as it looks actually from us sitting here in the booth. It just looks so beautiful though. Let's see if we get to enjoy a ride here.
With Kaisei now up and riding, representing Team Japan, easily makes it around that first section. Now sets himself up into the lip and snap on the second turn. Adding a little bit of variety in. Reading this wave really well. You can see there is some chatter on the face of it, but he's just, you know, that board is looking really steady under his feet. Everything's looking really comfortable until that last moment where he goes down with just a little lack of control. But he's going to be sitting on a decent score at the finish of this one.
Yeah, a great wave. Beautiful from the takeoff, like you said, makes it around easy, nice and patient, waiting for it to stand up, snaps it, love that upper body, throws it into it, brings it all the way around. 2 different maneuvers already off the takeoff, showing that variety, snaps it around, releases those fins, and then that's where he gets unstuck, but he got a lot of work done on that wave.
Yeah, really great surfing. Waiting for the score now to drop in for Adachi. 14.5 minutes remaining on the clock. And big day of surfing here with our under 18 boys competing at Punta Rocas. We'll get through the first 24 heats out of their main round, which I'm looking at now has 36 heats in total. That's a whole lot of surfers filling out this division specifically.
That is, I mean, it's more than an entire day's worth of competition that we can get through. So we will be not running this entire round all today. We'll have to go into tomorrow and maybe even Monday.
We'll definitely finish this round tomorrow, but it does feel like a lot, right? Like there's a lot of heats. To get 36 heats for an opening round, that's a lot of surfers in the contest. Of course, I mean, we've been talking about it throughout this week already, but we got 424 total surfers. We got 57 nations represented. And now we've got from Team India a great looking carve. Incredible style. I love seeing this from our surfer, Som, as he gets a little bit hung up on that second turn, and now just really starting to use, I think, you know, the length of his body. He's really able to just pull everything around in a smooth manner.
Yeah, great fundamentals I'm seeing from Som. That was a really nicely surfed wave, well read and well positioned, maybe lacking a little bit in power, but a well executed wave nonetheless. As we see a replay of this one, standing up on his forehand. Nice projection to get around that opening section. Great utilization of that back arm. You can just see he's guiding it exactly where he wants to go, and that back arm, using that is really crucial to executing fundamentally correct roundhouses. And judges look for that stuff. Judges are really critical about those fundamentals. And, you know, they awarded him a 2.77. So it's not going into that as high as those waves in those fives that we've seen from Rendra and Kaisi, but I really liked the fundamentals and the basics that made up that wave.
The 14-year-old, he's been surfing and training passionately for the last 4 years. He's specifically from the east coast of India, which is where he surfs at his home breaks. And it's just really awesome to see, you know, these Groms now starting to come out and getting some big wins. So he took out that Indian national title, and it's given him this opportunity to now be present here with their very first juniors team. We have seen surfers represented from India over the last you know, a number of years in the lead up to the Olympics and that kind of conversation. We're seeing more inclusion from nations that have surfers but maybe don't have great developed surfing federations specifically. We're seeing that investment really start to come into play, and India is one of those countries that's really starting to look forward towards, you know, we've got the LA 28 Olympics coming up, we've got Brisbane that'll be after that, and the potential for, you know, maybe India to host Olympics in the future as well, wanting surfing to be a big part of that if that is the case.
Yeah, it is. It's really crucial for the government to have that recognition, especially into junior style events because you're investing into those athletes that will become your Olympians in 10 years' time. So this is India's first fully government-funded team, and I mean, that is incredible. There's lots of teams that are here that do not have that type of backing, that, you know, rely on fundraising back home and all of that. So to have that recognition from your team, I mean, when I compete on the longboard team, we don't even have that with the U.S. We just have to self-fundraise. So that is just so great to see.
We've got a paddle, and it looks like we might have a surfer up and riding. It's our surfer in white, Sam. He's got 6 teammates for Team India represented here for the juniors, and he has such a cool style. Unfortunately, just bogs the rail and he'll go down. And while we wait for that score to drop and more waves, let's go down to the beach quickly to check in with Mitch Salazar.
All right, here with Bruno from Team Portugal. Muito parabéns, congratulations. Not the prettiest of wins, but it's a W. What do you take away from your opening heat?
Thank you. It's good to be here, happy and very positive with the team. And happy, let's go, confidence.
Out of Peniche, Portugal, mensagem para Supertubos, everybody from Peniche.
Me que maltinha. Bora aí, força Portugal.
Obrigado.
Well, Bruno taking away a victory, small scores, but got the job done in what's proven to be a day of, you know, there's kind of the occasional exceptional score that has come through in that maybe 7 to excellent range. Outside of that, there's been a lot of heats won with, you know, single, not going into those double-digit heat totals, like less than 10 points for the victory. And I feel like on a day like this, it's like, you got the victory. It doesn't matter how you got there. Everyone's dealing with the same thing, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think for me as a competitor in these early rounds, when I have high expectations of myself, I set small goals that I need to achieve within these first rounds, maybe hitting those double digits or whatever like that. So, you know, it is something that he can still go and review, see what went right, what went wrong, and improve for the next heat.
Rendra now up and riding. And into those first couple turns looking nice and smooth. He's got a lot of speed as he's, just flares the tail out, really lets the fins loose, but can't keep his toes connected to it. 8 minutes remaining on the clock. He's sitting with a 5.67 as his high score now for Indonesia. Kaise Adachi sitting with that 5.17 as his big score in the red jersey. Som with that 2.77, and for Moises it's that 2.67. And we'll have a long paddle now for Rendra to get out to backline once again.
So much water moving as this swell has jumped up overnight. This is podium 1, Shannon. We also have podium 2 happening just to the right of your screen. You can watch that at home, but it's a different broadcast where it's just the, you'll hear the beach announcing, talking through that technical scoring and time remaining. And that's something you can still watch the action happening over there.
That's right. There's a camera set up there just, you know, for those fans and friends tuning in to the Groms that are going to be competing today. It's the under 16 girls that are surfing on that side through the afternoon. We finished out the under 16 boys this morning. So it's just nice that there is that extra camera. You'll be listening to the beach announcer, so it's a very different style of commentary, specifically to what we just get to sit here, and we actually are just talking to the audience and talking to each other, you know?
That's right.
It has no play on what's happening out in the lineup, and that's a pretty nice, relaxed position for us to be enjoying today. As we take a look now at Moises for Team Panama, that was a big opening turn. Cars back into the second, and this wave looks like it's got some potential for him now lining up on the inside. It's starting to stand up, give him more of a pocket to work with. He's doing a great job as this wave just continues to offer him more scoring potential. A little kick out there, it's going to give him a jump on the paddle to get out quicker, noting that he's probably going to be wanting to catch another wave at least to really secure himself with a place to advance, but he's only needing a 2.94 right now.
And I have to say, in my opinion, he's got that. You know, looking at Kaisi, a 5.17 in his score line. He only needs to improve his situation by a little bit to regain that second position. Having those higher single wave scores are really important and crucial to holding just like a sense of ownership to those advancing positions. Even if he gets knocked out in the moment, if I were him, I still wouldn't necessarily be nervous because he has that 5 in his score line. But we will see how that comes through. And it does come through. It's a situation change. A 4.0 for Moises sends him into the advancing position, second place now. So now it's our surfer from Japan in red, who only needs a 1.5 because of that 5.17 that's already in his scoreline.
Yeah, that's right. So his requirement is really small, but great work from that 4-point ride for Moises to, you know, put some more pressure into the rest of the conversation. He's also now going to be needing a much smaller score to keep himself in the opportunity to maybe take away that leading position or to defend second. We've still got 5 minutes remaining on the clock, but 5 minutes has gone by really quickly in a lot of these heats, and we've seen, you know, some surfers, like that last heat, there was a little flurry of action right on the finish in the last couple of minutes. There was multiple waves caught, and we had some situation changes because of that. But if we get one of those sets, then it could really be a game changer on, you know, if anyone's actually able to get themselves into kind of a scoring potential wave, because some of those bigger sets really clean up from out the back. Be sure wherever you are watching and tuning in from around the world to check out ISA Surf on social media. Specifically, you'll be able to see so much more behind the scenes than what we're able to show you here on the webcast throughout this event here at Punta Rocas for the week. But also check out isasurf.org to be able to just follow along with more of the bios on the athletes. You can, you know, obviously check in on scores. You can get those. You can get like the whole schedule updates. Everything is available there at isasurf.org, as well as so much more information for what's going on behind the scenes with ISA. It's not just about, you know, a surf contest and running surf contests around the world, but there's so much more that's going on behind the scenes with development and engagement across a variety of types of surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. Running programs into developing nations and running other programs such as women's judging programs that have been really great to improve that industry.
Kaisei now flying down the line. He's got so much speed coming out of that first maneuver. Makes it around that second section as well into the open face. He's now looking to just continue on down the line. That bottom to top turn combination was incredible.
That was a beautiful finishing turn as well. I mean, 1.5, absolutely. That, I think, will be the highest single wave score of this heat so far.
Oh, and a huge wipeout for Som as he takes off with first priority. Just unable to stay connected to the board on what would have been one of those bigger waves of the day. He's going to wipe that one off, but wow, that last wave of Kaisei was really exciting to see. Again, he's only chasing that 1.5 to advance. He has that. Now the question is, you know, will he move into that leading position? He'll need something in that 3-point range to do so, and then what will be the requirements on the rest of the field?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing where the judges go with that one. In the meantime, let's rewatch it. Starting with so much speed, times that section perfectly, takes advantage of it, wraps it all the way around. Love that variety, this wave staying nice and open. Great patience there as he comes back to the bottom, up to the lip, releases the fins and cuts out with confidence, just showing he had total control that whole time, Shannon.
Yeah, that was a really great looking wave, you know, throwing in a bit of variety in the types of maneuvers across multiple sections, and it was really offering him something different in each one, as there were some closeout portions that he had to deal with before getting to that end section with the fin flare.
Yeah, so well read from our surfer from Japan, a 7.1. The judges go high for that one. It is the highest single wave score of the heat, and it pushes him into the lead now, putting the pressure on our surfers from Panama and India, now not into an advancing position. They need a 5.25 and a 6.47 respectively.
Well, Kaisei has certainly put the challenge to the rest of the field with that 7.1. 17 years old. His favorite break is Haleiwa, which is on the north shore of Oahu, and that is a wave that can be really fun and kind of, playful almost, but it also has some very heavy teeth when it wants to show that when some size hits the North Shore. So to have a wave like that, under his belt that he's been able to spend some time at is a great thing, thinking of his future as a professional surfer.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we've got another surfer up and riding. Can't tell the color, but we know that someone's there. And it's Kaisei once again. Just a quick in and out for that wave. Isn't going to factor into his top 2 scores that he's already got a 7 and a 5 for on the board. He absolutely loves watching surf contests, so he's going to be glued to what's happening in the action throughout the rest of this event. And I think, surfers that enjoy watching a surf contest as well, they're looking to probably improve their surfing so much more because they want to see the world's best professional surfers. They want to see what they're doing in heats and learn everything behind the scenes, not just from a free surfing perspective, but all that it takes to become an excellent competitor as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look at this replay of Kaisei, just taking a victory lap in now, knowing there's only seconds left, enjoying this opportunity to surf in. Nice snap, but gets a little bit hung up at the lip, does not complete. So that's obviously inconsequential to what was a really nice heat total.
Well, what a way to finish things out. It's going to be Japan's Kaisei Adachi holding on to the finish with a victory. A 12.27 heat total on the board for him. Rendra from Team Indonesia will walk away with that second place position. Those two staying in the main round. Bottom 2 surfers for Panama and India will be heading into repechage with the chance to advance back through into the main round. When we return, we've got some excellent surfing on the line.
It's coming up, it's there.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Well, welcome back to the action. We have had such a great time watching the surf here at Punta Rocas. For our first 2 days of competition, still very early in the rounds. We're, just running through round ones now of our under 18 boys today and our under 16 girls at different podiums. Punta Rocas being the main podium here where the under 18 boys are surfing today, and El Bosque being the second podium where the under 16 girls are competing. We'll be shifting between each division and each podium throughout the week, so all the surfers will have to showcase how well-rounded they are as we take a look now at the opening ride of Finn Lang representing Germany, and just has so much water flying off the outside rail of this board coming off those bottom turns. Great way for him to start things off. And just out into the open face as that wave's a little bit flatter through this section, but it'll probably stand up, give him something nice and critical to connect with on the finish. Beautiful surfing, just seamless between each of these maneuvers, and a great way to kick things off for the German. Answering back straight away is the Australian in Sammy Lowe. and he goes straight up into the lip, driving hard off the section and looking to really, unfortunately, he was looking to really put the, exclamation point on this wave, but he just came unstuck and slipped out on that bottom turn.
A really nice opening for Finn, especially finding that wave that just kept offering. And of course, our surfer from Australia demonstrating he has the ability to do the exact same, just needs to finish that off. But a quick start for both of those surfers. Still 16.5 minutes, Shannon, to go, so plenty of time.
Let's take another look at this wave from Finn Lang, representing Germany from Margaret River, Australia.
Man, that opening turn reminding me of Margaret River. He is just looking right at home, putting his board on rail, finding these nice sections, managing this bump really well. I mean, I'm really loving the way his surfing is looking on these waves. This wave just kept on delivering, and he did a great job to finish it out. As we look at a replay from our Australian in this heat. Nice opening turn. This wave, a nice clean one as well. Goes to the lip. Love that fin release. Floats it over that section. I mean, wow, looking really fast and lively. Was on his way to a great score until he just fell on that bottom turn. But I think it will still be a healthy score based off of what he already got done.
Yeah, it'll be a good indication as well to, how much the judges are kind of rewarding that outside section in comparison to what could maybe be finished off with down the line. It's a 4.67, so that's a nice start for considering, that fall kind of halfway through for Sam. And for Finn in that leading position now, he's got a 5.67. So we can see Team Panama down there waving their flags. They've got surfers they're going to be competing throughout today as well. We've already seen a few of them in the lineup. And now the question mark is sitting on Jarko for Team Germany. So we got two Germans in the water, one that lives in Margaret River, Australia, the other that lives in Ericeira in Portugal. So two surfers, not spending time in Germany very much, but in two great surfing locations. And it's awesome to have them part of Team Germany this year. And then Samuel Lowe representing Australia. He's the team captain and comes from a full surfing family growing up in Thirroul in New South Wales. And his dad was a great surfer, Mick Lowe, who won the Grommet World titles in 1993 and was on the championship tour for about a decade. He topped it off at number 6 in 2002. So Sam coming from, a legend in the surfing scene in actually my home area of New South Wales in Australia, and now looking for the opportunity to find himself another great wave here. He drives hard off the bottom into that first opening turn, sets it up well on the second now.
Wow.
That was an incredible maneuver. It really able to get the tail released, goes in for a second turn that looks similar as well, and now looking to just kind of sew this wave together. Finish it off well on the inside section, really driving through, putting a lot of power into this wave and unleashing on the right-hander here at Punta Rocas as he's looking in for a strong finish. Gets a little bit hung up there, but does very well to hold on to that finishing maneuver.
His surfing is just, it's really beautiful to watch. Honestly, the speed that he carries from maneuver to maneuver just emphasizes that flow element of the criteria. And that was a really nice wave to watch.
So big score to drop for Sam Lowe. Finn, sitting out the back with second priority, is currently holding on to leading position. And Jarko sitting with first priority, hasn't taken off on a wave yet, so we're waiting for him to open up his campaign. And it was under the priority of those two that Sam was able to find his wave as we take a look here.
Yeah, enjoying this drone angle. Sam on his backhand, wrapping it around for that opening maneuver. You can really just see his patience so that he times that maneuver so perfectly. Those two just meeting right at the lip, wrapping this around again. So 4 maneuvers demonstrating lots of variety. And it was here that I really just started to see that flow emphasized as we see him take this one all the way to the inside and finish it off clean. You know he's happy with that. You know Team Australia is happy with that.
Taking a look here at Jarko now, up and riding on his opening wave, representing Germany, living in Portugal. And it's kind of a smaller sized wave, but there's a lot of froth to deal with here, and that board is looking really nice under his feet. Gets a little stuck up there, throws in the stall. He's now gonna look to regain some speed and just chase down that finishing section. He'll go and complete there, but got some work done on the way to that finish with 11 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And we've now got a 3.00 on the board for Jarko for that opening ride. And officially an excellent score on the board for Samuel Lowe out of Team Australia. It's an 8-point ride, and that will take him into a substantial lead over the rest of the field. We've got 11 minutes remaining on the clock, and we're going to go down to the beach quickly to check in with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. Kaisei Adachi, congratulations. A 7 you dropped right there with the blow tail. How'd it feel to get your first heat out of the way here at Punta Rocas?
I got so nervous, but I got to catch good ones.
A message back home. I know you're a Japanese champion right now, but you're looking to be world champion. A message in Japanese.
今回は優勝するんで応援お願いします。
ありがとうございます。
Well, it was a great heat for Kaisei, and we really loved watching his surfing. So great to see him, you know, find some rhythm in that heat and continue on with the victory. Priority sitting with Finn, and he's now up and riding in that blue jersey. Hooks it up into the lip for the first section, and he'll duck out. 10 minutes remaining on the clock. He's currently chasing down a 7.01 to take the lead away from Sam, who Rachel, just before we threw that interview, locked in an 8-point ride.
Yeah, an excellent score for excellent surfing. I think that deserves to be up in one of those top scores of the day, absolutely. Let's take another look at this 8. Just great demonstration of speed, power, flow, fundamentals, variety of maneuvers, releasing the fins there, releases them again here, and he has control through every maneuver that he executes here. Love that compression, really allowing him to drive through that rail, keep everything as critical as possible. I mean, my first takeaway, Shannon, after we watched this live was that it was just so beautiful, and I think that is the feeling that it gives you, is when he makes really critical surfing look just so effortless and easy.
Yeah, it certainly does. His home break is Sandon Points, where he loves to surf the most, and Sandon is, you know, it's a right-hand point break for the goofy foot Sam. He just feels so comfortable going on his backhand, and it's also part of the family heritage as we get to appreciate this wave one more time. His dad, Mick, that I was mentioning, you know, was on the CT for a number of years and finished out at number 6 in the world at the top of his career. He was actually, according to Sofia Milanovic, the first goofy foot surfer to win at snapper on his backhand.
Wow.
Yeah. Really cool. So a great heritage of these surfers from the Lowe family taking off and dominating on the rights.
Yeah.
Up and riding now once again. So looking to improve on a 4.67 for his backup score. And, you know, this type of surfing is going to easily get him there. That 4.67 was from the wave where he had those 2 turns and fell kind of early. That's a little mistake on the finish of that one, but he got some great important work done early on.
Yeah, kind of reminiscent of that 4.67 again, Shan, where he got a lot of great work done, maybe came unstuck towards the end of the wave, which prevented that final stamp. But he is sitting really comfortable at the moment. Pressure is on Jarko from Germany, needing a 5.08. When you are a country in the same round that is, unfortunately, both teammates are from that country are in the same heat, you are not hoping to be in this position towards the end of the heat. You're hoping to be in first and second and then start using strategy and heat tactics to hold on to that first and second, but a little bit more difficult when you're sitting in that second and third position, which is the difference between advancing and not advancing.
It's so true. You know, Jarko chasing down that 5.08 would take the advancing position away from Finn, his teammate, and that's always a challenging spot to be in. Both of these German surfers residing outside of Germany, and that was the story also for Leon Glatzer, who was an Olympian, competed at Tokyo 2020, and is just one of those surfers that really lit the world on fire with his progressive surfing, specifically taking into the air. But he was a surfer that represented Germany, still continues to represent Germany in the World Surfing Games conversation, and has really kind of been that forefront for what is possible for a surfer from there. And they've got a great team dynamic and a great investment into all generations of German surfing as well, with some huge facilities back at home for surfers to train in more of an Olympic setting, not necessarily surfing when they're there, but just kind of tapping into everything else behind the scenes, so that when they get on the ground and they're at a surf contest, they're absolutely at the best of their ability. And Germany's been really leading the flag on that, I think ahead of a lot of teams for probably the last decade or two.
Yeah, I think that's something we've been talking about, Shan, over the past couple of heats, is that investment from these federations into these high performance centers. We were talking about how we're sitting in the high performance center for Peru at the moment commentating, but Australia and Germany, both those leading countries in having those high performance centers for their athletes. Australia having a surf specific high performance center as well.
Finn now up and riding out into the open face for that first turn. Now sets it up to just break through that lip line. Vertical on the second. And this wave's got a little bit of kind of chatter and bump on the face, and he does very well to navigate a two-turn combination on that second maneuver. We're not sure how he was able to finish that, but we do know that Jarko went on a solid size wave out the back behind him. And the Aussies down on the shoreline have been stoked to see the scores coming through for the Australian with that excellent ride of an 8.00. But now the kind of question really rests on which of the Germans is going to take that advancing position. Of course, anything could happen, and Sammy Lowe could end up somehow not advancing through this heat, but it seems unlikely at this stage with the score that he currently has. And now we'll see what happens with Jarko with a great-looking snap on the inside. Sets himself up here for another one. Wow, that was so dynamic. This is the type of surfing that we've needed him to tap into. Currently chasing a 5.08 to take away that advancing position, although there is still a score to drop from that last of Finn, Rachel.
That was incredible surfing. Love that opening turn in the perfect part of the section. And that was such a dynamic turn, Shannon. Releasing the fins and coming down with control. I mean, wow, I am so impressed by that wave. As we take a look at this replay, Finn trying to improve upon his score as well. Pushes the fins on that section and manages to come down with control. Finishes it there. But this wave not having as much of a clean open face to unleash on like Jarko's wave.
All right, so scores are in for Finn. It's a 4.6, which is a massive help to his situation in second, and now puts the requirement up into the sevens. It's going to be a 7.27 requirement for Jarko, mostly because he only has that 3-point ride as his biggest score of the heat so far. 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. There's plenty of time for Jarko to get another opportunity and really continue to battle for this. But also, the surfing he did with that two-turn combination was exceptional.
That was exceptional. I don't know if it'll be the 7.27, but that will 100% lower that requirement that he needs there.
3 minutes remaining on the clock. Jarko, a two-time German champion in the under 14s, a one-time champion in the under 16s as well. He's currently 16 years old, so he'll have the opportunity this year also to continue competing in the under 16s. He's surfing between both divisions, but then from next year it'll just be those under 18 heats. And it's awesome to see some of those surfers that are coming in with teams that aren't fielded out completely, where there are some gaps, those younger surfers getting the opportunity to just get more time in a jersey and maybe take out some of those older surfers in the draw along the way. As we take a look now at Sam Lowe with a decent sized wave. Great looking second turn here as he continues down the line, having to avoid both of the other surfers as he's up and riding on this wave. One of those bigger set waves as well. You can see there's a lot of froth from that set that came through before. And now we'll see how he finds the finish. Just is unable to stick it together on the end section, but got some work done on the outside.
Yeah, his surfing is matching this wave really well. Everything's looking so nice and fluid. As we take a look at this replay, a frothy section that he navigated so well. Love the read of that. Back to the bottom of the wave. Comes off with speed, gets that nice snap, navigates around Jarko there, paddling back out. And being really patient. Love his patience and execution of the maneuvers at the right time of the wave when it stands up. Unfortunately getting knocked off out the back of the wave there.
All right, 1 minute, 45 seconds remaining. It's now only a 3.87 requirement on Jarko, up and riding now to get himself into an advancing position. All right, so he's going to kick out of that one. He's also sitting under priority of his teammate Finn. Now, the nice thing is that Jarko's last wave was substantial. It was a 6.4, so it fell shy of that 7-something requirement that he was sitting on, but it chipped away massively at his requirement, and it's put it very well within striking range, even though there's only a minute remaining, Rachel.
I'm surprised he cut out of that wave. I mean, that 6.4 was from a medium wave as well that he just surfed fantastically, so I'm surprised that he cut out. And it, you know, Finn is going to be trying to protect his position. He doesn't go on this one, you know, with less than a minute remaining. Who knows if there's going to be another opportunity. Lines on the horizon, but will the boys be in position in time?
Well, Finn's not going to be able to get into that one. We'll see if Jarko's potentially, that wave even still just a little bit small for where he's sitting. We can see there's lines approaching, but 30 seconds on the clock. Is it enough time for any of those sets to hit? And if so, is Jarko going to be able to get the opportunity with Finn sitting in higher priority above him? It's such a small requirement, though, and I wonder if he was able to, you know, if he was paying attention, if he could hear the beach announcers out there. The surf is really big today, and the surfers are sitting really far out. Of course, we've got great technical teams and everything, but I wonder if Jarko has paid attention to the fact that he only needs a 387. He just checked his watch and turned to go on this wave. He's up and riding with 3 seconds to go. That was crazy. I did not see him actually getting into something by the finish of this. And just a couple quick turns. He's going to need to throw something dynamic in to get close to a 4. Essentially, he's surfing to at least a 4 right now to get himself that advancing position. Beautiful style, great rail work as he comes around to the inside. If he can find like a vertical turn to finish with, he could be looking at that score, Rachel.
I'm on the edge of my seat. I mean, he's completed this wave and is doing everything he possibly can, bringing it all the way to the inside, gets knocked off there, but he's on the beach at that point. A 3.87, gosh, I could see it being enough. A smaller wave, didn't have anything overly critical on the outside, but he got a lot of work done. Shannon, I think it's going to be close, but I am so impressed at his patience. I
can't believe that.
He let
literally
so
checked
many
his
waves
watch
go.
with 8 seconds to go.
I didn't think he was going to get into a wave after he paddled over that last one, and he did. Let's take a look at this replay. All right, so basically just a setup turn so far. Wraps it around, bank off the whitewash. He is getting just some basic rail work done. So waiting till the inside to try and really get anything critical.
Yeah, and I think that's the only kind of negative to this wave was really that the scoring potential was only on that inside section. He wasn't able to get anything substantially enough to just solidify it in the minds of the judges. And the score rate has just dropped in. It's a 3.37.
Wow.
It falls shy by
So
0.5 for him to take that second place position to guarantee a spot into the main round 2. But the great news is that Jarko's not out yet. He still has that repecharge round to surf in, and his surfing is incredible. He just needs to get into some waves maybe a little bit earlier, give himself a little bit more time to breathe. And wow. Well, with that said, incredible surfing from the Thurul local and Sammy Lowe, and he's looking strong for Team Australia. When we return, Chris Cote and Sofia Milanovic right after this.
Welcome to day 1 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. From the host nation of Peru, Paul Huguet with an 8.83.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I learned to surf in this wave. Incredible to be here with my family, with my team.
From the United States of America, Mackay Castle with an 8.5. Japan's Mirai Ikeda with an 8.67.
Quick whip, throwing tons of spray.
Yeah.
She opts out.
Surprised that she committed to the inside too.
The Olympian Yang Su Chi from China with a 9.17.
Wow. Oh, sets herself up with it. Wow. A little bit wild.
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel air wave is very good. It's my first time come break.
Perfectly, speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Welcome back to the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We are live from Punta Rocas in beautiful Peru. Chris Cote sitting next to one of the best to ever do it, Sofia Milanovic. We're right down the street from your house. You have to be proud of what your hometown is showing the world right now. The waves are pumping.
Yeah, it's non-stop. There's been so many waves today. When we see White in a wave, unfortunately he falls off. But yeah, it's been non-stop, Chris. What do you think about the waves today?
Loving it. I mean, every kid I've talked to that's coming from the water, big smile on their face. They've had to work for it because there's a lot of water moving. Right now, we're going to watch Mateo Vasquez, Oscar Hernandez, Bo Bogant, and Neil Zaz. So we got Morocco, Dominican Republic, Colombia, and Spain. A truly international heat. 4 surfers enter the water. 2 surfers will remain here in the main rounds. 3rd and 4th place surfers will go to the repechage round. It's going to be Mateo Vasquez. Looks like he had a pretty solid start.
Yeah, he had a really nice hit at the start of that wave. Then we see this second turn, nice second turn. He kicks out of that wave, but that was a couple really nice turns for him.
Good starter kit, 4.5 rewarded for that first wave ridden, and that'll help to give us our priority standings. But as you can see, I mean, every time you look at the ocean, there's a set coming in. Is it like this all the time? Is this normal?
It's so consistent. This wheel is incredible. It's non-stop.
So these 20-minute heats are definitely going to test the physical fortitude of these surfers. Super long paddle out. Luckily, they get to do a water start, so they're kind of already on the outside when the horn blows, and they just paddle straight over. But once you've caught one of these waves and ridden it almost, 100 yards, it feels like, yeah, that is going to be a long paddle back out. So I feel like you have to be pretty choosy with the waves you ride, because while there's so many options, sometimes it's like a buffet. You can get overwhelmed. You don't know which wave to go on, or you just keep going and going, and the quality waves pass you by. We'll see if this is a good idea for Neil Zaz. It's a nice clean face of this wave. Kind of flattened off. He goes down. Oscar Hernandez now representing Team Colombia. Nice carving snap to start this one. Speeding down the line. So a lot of bump coming up the face of the wave, and he gets hung up in the white water. Back-to-back unforced errors.
Yeah, that white water has a lot of power. So it's really, really hard to stay in your feet if it catches you, you know. But yeah, it's been like lots of waves in the start of this heat. All the surfers are getting waves, and there's more waves coming at the back.
Natural wave machine here at Punta Rocas. And the good news is in looking at Surfline, it's going to be solid throughout the entire waiting period for this for the entire window for this event. Here we go. Bo Bogant, representing Dominican Republic, fighting his way around a big, meaty section. Now he gets on the open face. Quick snap there, setting things up for this inside. He opts out. That's a wise decision. You don't want to give yourself more work than you need to do.
He looks really young, too. The wave looks so big when he's riding it. He's paddling hard. How you said, Chris, I think it's really important to choose your waves right in these conditions, because if not, you're not going to have time to paddle back out. It's just 20 minutes. There's a lot of water moving, a lot of paddling, so you need to be smart with the waves you get.
So in looking at the lineup we have right now, as always, deep international field. Our surfer in green representing Dominican Republic. 13 years old, home break, Encuentro. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's his brother. Bo Bogant is 14, so they got brothers on the team, which is always cool. His favorite break is lower trestles. And for Bo, he won the Dominican CSC Series. And that was when he was in the under 14 and under 17 divisions. He's into skating and biking. And Dominican Republic, I mean, they have a long history of incredible, you know, water sports enthusiasts. A lot of kite surfing, of course, great waves down there. They've had some epic events in the past, so expecting big things from Bo. But now we go back to the replay for Mateo Vasquez.
We see red in a wave. That was some nice wave. Unfortunately, he falls off on the last move.
Going for it, though. Gotta like that.
Yeah, he's going for it. He knows that's what the judges want to see.
Yeah, really, if you think about what the biggest scores have come through as, those are just, you know, maybe 3, maybe 4 big, potent maneuvers. You can do turns all the way down the line, but you're not going to fool the judges. They're not going to give you points for how many turns you do. You got to make each turn impactful. And the size of waves we have today, the amount of water moving, and it's still relatively glassy, but there's still a lot of bumps and chunks coming up the face of the wave. So you're going to have to not only be choosy with the waves you ride, but also with the turns you do.
For sure. You have to be kind of patient and wait for the right time to do the turns. So yeah, there's a lot of water moving. I've surfed Punta Rocas this size, and it's actually really hard to surf. It looks way easier from here.
But it seems like you get a real speed burst on the takeoff, and then you have to actually control the speed. You're not worrying about trying to go fast because you might be going too fast.
Exactly. There's a lot of power in the wave.
And as a goofy footer, I keep my eyes over here to the left, but we haven't seen any lefts ridden throughout the day, so seems like the predominant right-hander for the moment. With 11:40 to go, Mateo Vasquez in the lead as these surfers make their way back to the lineup. Let's go down to Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with Sammy Lowe. Sam, congratulations. It's been a year basically since you earned your spot to qualify for this event. It's your first and final year here at the ISA Juniors, naming a team captain as well. What does the privilege and the honor feel of being named that?
Yeah, so stoked. On December 1st last year, I won the Aussie title at home, and knew I'd be over here representing Australia whenever that was at the World Games, and to be named captain for my country's just been the best privilege. And at the opening ceremony, had some feels about it. It was crazy. It's so privileged to be here, and having good waves as well. It's been sick.
Second generation professional surfer too. What does surfing to yourself mean, especially competing here with the world's best junior, Sam?
Yeah, growing up around my dad, being on the world tour, I've took so much inspiration from him, being in the family, and he won a world junior title when he was 18, and I'm hoping to do the same this year. So it's been sick.
Message back home?
Thanks to everyone back home. I know it's early in the morning, but I'm happy I got a couple of waves and didn't ski too much. So thanks heaps.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Sophia, I am so impressed with the professionalism of the group of surfers we have, from the from the women to the boys under 16, under 18. It seems like every post-heat interview, they're ready for it. They're prepared mentally. Obviously, they did the physical work in the water, but when they get to the glass, you're hearing these answers and you're thinking, wow, this kid must,
Exactly.
like it's incredible.
Yeah, they're so composed and ready for it. They're ready for everything.
Yeah, I feel like
Samuel was I really like how he talked about his dad, talked about the contest. He's fired up, and you could see it in his surfing. He was ripping. He got an excellent score, so I think he's going to be a force in this contest.
Well, speaking of force, you can tell this wave has a lot of push on it. It's going to be tricky to stay on that open face with all those lumps coming up the wave. This is Oscar Hernandez representing Colombia. He's going to stick with it. Could clean up on the inside, but it doesn't. He's out. Now back to Mateo Vasquez. Big power hook right there. I love how he identified the clean, critical section of that wave, giving him the best opportunity to dig that backside rail and throw tons of spray. And he's got another solid section here on the inside. And a strong finish there for Vasquez. That's
beautiful
going to
wave.
extend his lead for sure.
Beautiful wave by the Spanish, Mateo Vasquez, in red. Spain always has a really strong team.
Yeah, I feel like they've, they're perennial top 10, top 5 threats at all levels of ISA competition. And you're starting to see, we have now seen teams with multiple surfers getting heat wins. Obviously, it's way too early to call the overall team standings, but, you're starting to see some of the big names rising up, but also, some of the relative rising nations coming through, putting up big finishers, seeing good results from Team England. Saw Romeo Chavez from Team Costa Rica doing big things. So it's a pretty even field. You always expect big things from Team Australia, Team USA, Japan, France, etc. And that's basically proven by the numbers in the past. But now we're starting to see things even out. And these teams that have fielded 6 surfers are going to have a strong chance at medaling by the end of this week. See now Bogant on a massive right-hander. Easily double overhead. This 14-year-old surfer out of Dominican Republic. He is just flying down the line. He's managing the chop on the face well. Quick snap there. Another big section. And just loses the fins, goes down. Didn't really get much opportunity on that wave. Had about one good clean section. Now Zaz from Morocco.
So many waves.
It's just the gift that keeps on giving. How do you identify a wave out here on a day like this that's going to give you the best opportunity?
I think there's just so many waves. Like, I think I would personally probably get the ones that have less wind and less bump, probably the second or third from the heat, just so it's a little bit cleaner. But you never know, you could also get like the first one that is the best one. So you just have to keep like watching the conditions, how they're changing, observing the ocean, seeing what the judges, how the judges are scoring. Here comes White in that last wave. Wow, that was almost barreling that wave. Doing a big turn, throwing lots of water. Second big turn. Beautiful wave by White.
Those 2 finishing turns were really nice.
He timed it really well, all those turns. And here comes this big wave from Green. That's like double overhead for him.
Oh yeah, at least.
Going through the section. It's a hard wave to surf, there's so much bump on it right now. So many sections coming at you. Right there. Oh, unfortunately, he falls off in that last move.
I like that these surfers they're going for it. Obviously, we're seeing these kind of end sections. They're snapping up into the lip. But I like this wave at this size because it's big enough, and forceful enough that it's going to get your juices flowing. But it's also seemingly friendly as well. There's a nice big channel, so you don't really have to worry about getting cleaned up that bad. And it gives you that opportunity with that big open face to set your rail and do a big turn. So it's almost like a friendly big wave at this point. It's solid,
totally.
6 to 8 feet for sure. I haven't seen any fear in these surfers. They're all well prepared for it.
Yeah, it's a friendly wave, It has size, it has power, but it's not that intimidating. You can always like paddle through the channel and go back out. Like, it's not that it's gonna, put you in like a bad position, So there's a set coming right now, a big set.
Yeah, if I had to duck dive one of these sets, I'm sure I'd be talking a different language about that because you can see the whitewater capping way outside. I mean, this is one of the biggest sets we've seen of the afternoon, pumping through. We'll see if these surfers are in position. I mean, there's a massive chunk of whitewater coming towards these guys. 4 minutes, 37 seconds left. It's like one surfer scraping around, almost getting to the edge. Bigger is not always necessarily better. I mean, it's about finding as clean a face of the wave as you can. A lot of foam in the lineup as well, which does not help you when you're trying to engage your rails or fins.
Totally. There's 4 minutes left, and we have Mateo Vasquez from Spain in the first place with a 5.67 and a 4.5. Neil Sass in second place with a 4.33 and a 2.4. Bo Bogan from Dominican And it's a 4.31. He can improve on that second wave. I think he can improve in both of his waves. They're low scores. They're both low scores. So I think if he gets the right wave, he's going to improve on that. And then we have Oscar Hernandez from Colombia with a 2.10 and a 2. And I think he can improve both of his waves too. There's still some time on the clock.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting finish because everybody's still in it. You know, 4.3 or 4.63 with the amount of waves we have, with the quality of waves we have, those numbers are super attainable. For Neil Zaz, who's sitting in second place, 17 years old. His favorite break is Anchor Point, arguably the most famous wave in Morocco. He's a high school student, and he is your Moroccan under 14 and under 16 champion.
There's really good waves in Morocco, right?
Oh, really good rights. So I feel like that's why Neil Zaz is pretty comfortable out here. Big open ocean style right-handers, a lot of power. And you could tell that the surfers that come from places like that just have a little bit more of a comfort level. We saw the Hawaiian surfers that paddled out here this morning. I mean, they made it look so easy.
Yeah, they were ripping.
Have you ever surfed in Colombia?
No, I've never surfed in Colombia.
I mean, in looking at the map, you got to think that they have great waves down there. And talking to some of the Colombian surfers, more wind style, you know, wind affected waves, but there's a lot of nooks and crannies on that coastline, and you know there's some secret spots. For Oscar Hernandez, he is 16 years old. He likes beach breaks, lives in Cartagena. And he's been surfing since he was 7 years old. It's always been his dream to be a pro. And he is your under 18 national champion. So it feels like on every team, there's at least 4 national champs for the men and women. I mean, every surfer that qualifies for their own national team has done something huge right there. But if you're coming through as a national champion, you know, you definitely have momentum behind you.
For sure. An experience.
And the good news for Oscar Hernandez is he's in that top priority spot. And there's a minute 30 seconds left, but you almost think that these surfers are thankful for this little break in the action, gather themselves and hope a set comes through in the next minute and a half.
I think this is actually the first time I look at the waves and there's no waves.
Yeah.
Right?
The first time.
Yeah.
It's like the first time out
in the whole
of
day.
This swell. And that has these short lulls kind of have a way of giving you a false sense of security. You could maybe paddle in a little bit and then get caught by a big one. Or you feel like you're going to paddle out to match one of these big waves. Now we're getting down to the wire. There's still a chance.
Yeah, still wide open.
It looks like a wave coming through. We'll see if Oscar Hernandez uses his priority. Having a close look at this one. And he's up. All right, here we go. Colombia's chance to make it through this heat. Looking for a 4.63. Good section there. A different kind of critical section because there's a lot of them bouncing around. There we go. Solid turn there. You can hear Team Colombia on the beach going wild for Hernandez. This wave gives him a nice clean face through the inside. And blast the tail out. He's feeling the stoke. Getting a 4.63.
That's going to be close. I think he surfed that wave really well.
So Mateo Vasquez now on the outside. Wow. Beautiful opening snap. Gets straight up into it and rides out. And there you go. That's a 2-turn hammer that we've been talking about. I feel like the judges are going to eat that one up.
Yeah, they're going to love that. I think that's the best wave of the heat.
And it's pretty cool that we saw 2 vastly different styles of waves. You know, you had Hernandez going down the line, doing big carves, putting himself in good spots on the wave, where you have Vasquez, huge opening snap, and then he just went threw everything at the wall and came down with it.
He had a lot of critical sections in that last wave, and he managed them really well. That first turn, so much spray, and that second turn was so critical. So I think it's going to be a really good score for him. This is a replay for blue.
This was the wave that we're looking for a 4.63 on.
It's a really important wave for him.
Not an easy way to surf either.
Yeah, it had a lot of bump in it, but he managed really well. He found this like clean section right there, did like a turn, threw some spray, another turn, nice turn. Going back to the power source, trying to stay calm. And then finishing good. We'll see what the judges think.
Now that's going to be a close one. Time's up. So now it's just up to the judges. I got to give a lot of respect to Oscar Hernandez for keeping it calm, cool, and collected on that wave. He's looking for the clutch finish, but it came in just under. 3.67 for Hernandez. Close. And for Mateo Vasquez, he comes through with a 7.43 and a 5.67. A huge two-turn combo. Congratulations to Team Spain going massive at the end of that heat. He gets the victory. Neil Zaz from Team Morocco moves through in second place. We got a lot more surfing to come. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. This is the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves in Punta Rocas. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, Fenta, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
We are back. It's the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship live from Punta Rocas. Chris Cote here with Sofia Milanovic, and we've got an international superheat on our hands. Surfers representing Canada, Tahiti, Sweden, Finland. That is a unique lineup you'll only find in ISA competition. Tanner Sandvig, Liam Shamkoa, Milo Shani, and Nemo Aini.
So many countries this year in the ISA.
57, record-breaking.
So
any
good for surfing.
surprising countries that when you saw their name pop up on the screen, you're like, oh, okay.
I saw a couple of really good surfers. One from, I think, China, Taipei.
Yeah.
Surfing super good. Here comes Blue in that wave.
One snap there for Koa. Now back to the lineup. We got Nemo Aini representing Finland. Wow, he scored. Look at the good, clean face on the wave to the inside, and the back foot just slips off. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, unfortunately, he falls off in that wave. He had a really good rhythm. He kind of got the, I think his back foot slipped there, right?
Yeah, you could just tell that was a slip. But he had that good, just clean, glassy wall through the inside. But here we go again. Another 15-wave set coming through. I don't even think these are sets. This is just how the waves are.
Yeah.
It's like that. Punta
So
Rocas
many.
today.
I think the tide is starting to go up, so they're probably going to hold a little bit more. Because when the tide is really low, they like break like really further outside.
Yeah, these young surfers are definitely going to have to earn it. You see the two guys that just rode waves. They're on the inside right now. They're going to have to duck dive about 15 times to get back out to the takeoff zone. Milo Shani, Team Sweden. He's got a good-looking face to work with here. Starts with a kind of a two-stager carve. Comes around this section. Nicely placed right there. Big power snap. You know, as a surfer, that's one of those feel-good turns that you know the judges are going to love.
How you said, nicely placed. I think that's exactly what you need to do here in Punta Rocas.
Yeah, you got to be patient, right? You got to choose where you're going to go up and hit the lip. And I feel like that was a great decision. See out the back, got Team Canada having a look there. That's Tanner Sandvig, 15 years old. Lives in San Clemente, but his mom, born and raised in Canada. She's actually a professional hockey player. Pretty cool.
This is the replay of green. this is the move that we really liked. Wow, throwing so much water in that move. That was the money turn for sure. Finishing well. I think he's going to be happy with that wave.
Yeah, that was a radical turn. And it's a tension-getting turn, right? It's one of those where it was kind of a slower wind-up, and then when he hit the lip, it was like, oh, explosive.
It's like a big emphasis, right? Like, wow.
Yeah, the judges agree. Milo Shani, representing Sweden, comes through with a 4.67. You have to think really mostly on the strength of that one big snap. He's on a Paisel Shadow. His favorite break is Jeffreys Bay. 16 years old, and in his bio he says, I want to travel as much as I can to as many surf spots around the world, and he wants to work on his surfing since his hometown doesn't offer great surf. But he loves to surf in Jeffreys Bay, California, Portugal, and this is his first time in Peru, and so far so good. He's leading this heat.
More waves coming at the back. We have priority number 1 with red, Tanner Skandif from Canada. He's looking into this wave.
Yep, this is going to be Tanner's first wave ridden. Looks like it has a pretty decent wall. Comes down line, has to hop over a section. This wave got pretty weird through the middle. See if he sticks with it. Yeah, you can see the process, right? The decision making. He's going, what do? I got to get out of this thing. And luckily for him, he's got good, clean blue water in front of him, so he's going to have an easy path to get back outside.
Lots of hop on that wave.
Yeah, you could. It's one of those waves that looks really good from the start, but then a big kind of like lump went through the middle of it and flattened everything out.
Totally.
Especially on your backhand, trying to do a backside carve on a kind of a flat face is always a really tough thing to do.
Yeah, it's so easy to catch rail, for sure.
How tidal affected is this wave?
Usually when the tide gets higher, it carries a lot more water, you know, and it's like it breaks closer to where we are. When the tide gets lower, it just breaks at the back. Kind of has more sections.
So it kind of condenses everything at high tide?
Yeah, but I think when the waves are bigger, it's good to have like kind of like a medium tide, you know.
Well, 13:35 to go. Looks like our scores are in. We'll keep you updated on our leaders. But before we do that, let's go down to Mitchell Salazar, the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, thank you guys. Mateo, congratulations. Great heat, more than 13 points out there. With such a rough ocean, do you differentiate what's a set and what's not out there? It's just nonstop waves.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky to have like the difference, but I think the best waves are like the medium ones, not the set, because those are the waves with the best walls, so you can just do your best turns and have the best scores.
Ahora en español, una oportunidad muy grande de representar a tu casa, la bandera atrás de ti. ¿Qué tal se siente? ¿Cómo se siente el equipo aquí en este evento en el Perú?
Pues se siente genial, un equipo muy unido, se siente la energía incluso desde fuera, con esa ola tan buena que me dice. Sentí la energía de mis compañeros aplaudiendo y gritando y pues ánimo y a seguir.
Un saludo a la casa.
Sí, un saludo a todos los que me apoyan, a mis padres, a mi entrenador, a mi escuela School Surf y a todos los que me apoyan desde España y desde Asturias.
Felicidades, gracias.
Nicely done, Team Spain, stoked. Surfers sense that something is hitting the horizon, and they're right. You can see all these surfers paddling as hard as they can. Got another massive set wave coming through. So Milo Shani still in the lead with that 4.67. Nemo Aini 3.5. Tanner's last wave came through at a 3. So a relatively low scoring affair so far, but we know opportunity is knocking right now in a big way. Current second place surfer Nemo Aini, representing Team Finland, grew up in Tel Aviv, but spent summers in Finland. Finnish mother, Israeli father, and he says, my family loves to travel. He's been all over the world to surf. As we see now, Milo Shani. Solid wave here. Here's where he's going to get to work, straight up into it. Beautiful first turn. Regains his composure. That's a hard carving slice. This wave stood up nicely for Shani. And look at it, beautiful, glassy on the inside. So he chose wisely. I mean, this wave just keeps on giving him options. If he can ride out of that finishing turn, well, I think the damage was done out the back. That was some solid surfing there for Milo Shani.
Yeah, there was one turn that was amazing. Right on the pocket. Lots of power, control, commitment.
And the only surfer who was in a good position for that set. You see how much white water just rolled through. It tells me that 3 of the 4 guys got mowed by that last set. There's Team Canada. I mean, they are definitely, in the past 5-6 years, the most improved team at every level of ISA competition. They've been putting up big numbers and strong finishes at the World Surfing Games, and they've come through with a really strong team of under 18 surfers, boys and girls. It's going to be really fun towards the end of the week to start to see the overall team standings come in, because that's when you can start to do a little bit of math and go, ooh, okay, well, if so-and-so from Team Canada wins, they're going to leapfrog Team Chile. It's just,
totally.
It's such a fun, these events always have some, I'll call it fun drama at the end of the week. I mean, super competitive. This is definitely the most competitive field I've ever seen in ISA junior competition.
For sure. And I think, is there like a team that hasn't lost any, do you know? Because I know that Australia has lost people to the repechage. I mean, like, you don't lose in the repechage yet, but like, I wonder if like there's still a team that hasn't lost in the main event yet.
Well, we have over 400 surfers, and I'm not good at math, so I don't know yet. We'll have to do some research tonight, and you know, that's the goal, right, for these opening rounds. Keep making it through heats.
Exactly.
As many surfers as you get through, as many days of this competition, just the better chance you're going to stand to be getting that overall team gold at the end of the week. You know,
There's some strong teams.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be really fought, that gold medal, team gold medal.
Milo Shani's last wave. This thing just formed up so nicely for him.
Wow, that first turn was such a good turn. So much risk in it, and the wave was big. It was one of the biggest waves on the set. He's trying to navigate through those sections, through those bumps. Fortunately, he falls off in this last turn, but I still think he's gonna get a good score for that turn. He did at the back.
For sure. He's sitting on a 4.67 right now, so he's surfing a really good heat so far. And I think he was just in the right spot to take off on that wave, but then once he got on the wave, he put himself in perfect position. That opening snap set him up to do that hard carving cutback. I feel like he did almost everything right on that wave. The fall at the end, you know, that's the last thing the judges saw, so it's just, you know, it's going to incrementally decrease the potential of that score, but comes through 5.20. So Milo Shani in the lead. A mid-range score. What do you think the difference would have been if he was trying to surf that wave for an 8? Was there opportunity for an 8 for Milo?
I think there was opportunity. I think the first section he did it really well. Like, he timed it really good. But I think maybe there was like 2 more sections that he could have like hit it up like in a different way. But it's hard too, you know, because it's easy to see it from here, but out there it's totally a different story. There's a lot of bumps in it, so maybe just look different from here, you know?
Yeah, I feel like the judges have sent a message a little bit here. Yeah, we all want to do cutbacks. It's a really fun turn to do, but they want to see you doing risky maneuvers. You know, I'm sure they gave a lot of emphasis on that 5.2 for that opening snap. Yeah. I mean, again, it is easy to say from here that you're trying to find the most critical part of these waves because you're going so fast when you take off. You know, your decisions are coming, just flying at you.
Exactly. And also because he showed us, like, what he can do, I think judges want to keep seeing that the whole wave, you know? So if he does one really sick turn at the beginning, they expect him to do really good turns the whole wave. But if he kind of, like, you know, loses control, the wave is not going to go to an excellent score.
Well, we have 6.5 minutes left here. Nemo Aini is out at the back in that top priority spot. We got Canada's Tanner Sandvig currently in 4th place, but only needing a .51 to get himself in one of those top 2 positions. Surfer in blue making his way back out to the takeoff zone, and here goes Nemo Aini using his priority. And that is going to be considered, I'm sure by his coaches, a priority mistake. The waves didn't give him any chance. But the good news is there's 50 more waves coming. He'll be fine. So priority is now with red, Tanner Sandvig, Team Canada.
So Liam needs a 1.35 from Tahiti, and Tanner needs a 1.18. So it's wide open. This heat's still wide open. With 5 minutes to go.
That wave kind of just rolled through real flat on the face. I'm really impressed by the decision making from every surfer in the field so far. I mean, usually a Grom, including, I'll put myself in this conversation, when you see a big shoulder like that coming at you with a nice little chip in on the top of it, it's really hard not to just turn and go.
Yeah.
So they all have a high heat IQ and good composure in a huge lineup. I mean, this playing field is twice as big as it was yesterday. I'm just super impressed with the decision making we've seen thus far here on day 2 of competition. 4 minutes, 45 seconds to go. This heat's still wide open. I mean, when you're only needing a 135 and a 118 to go from 3rd, 4th up to 2nd or 1st, you know that a big finish is about to happen and things are most likely going to change. Will they change now? For Nemo Aini. Big lumpy wall right here. So he's staying patient, letting this wave kind of formulate through this midsection. A little bit of work there, but you can see he's looking down the line, just hoping for the wave to steepen up a little bit. It does there. So he does get involved with what was the most critical section of the wave, but he fell, so I feel like that's not going to apply too much pressure to 3rd and 4th place. His backup was 0.67. He'll do better than that, but there really wasn't any room for him to work on that wave.
Yeah, for sure. It was not the best quality wave, but he still improved his second wave. So he got a 2.57. Now Blue needs a 3.25 with not many minutes left.
Yeah, that makes things a lot different. You know, the difference between a 1.5 and a 3.5 on paper is not a lot, but out in the water, I mean, now you have to actually do something impactful on the wave. You can get a 1 by going down the line and doing carves, but to get a 3.25 or a 3.08, especially this late in a heat, you really have to do at least one big, meaningful turn, get the judges' attention to get that number.
For sure. I'm sure that Blue and Red are both like feeling the pressure right now. There's not many minutes left. There's some waves coming though at the back, and we have Red with priority number 1, so he can choose the wave he wants, and Blue with priority number 2.
It's all about positioning now. You know, you want to put yourself just on the outside of where that whitewater is, because these waves give you a little slingshot in. There's the whitewater on top, but I mean, as you can see, the first wave of that set is just straight flat closeout. You do not want that wave. Second wave comes through, and it looks like this one has more opportunity, but the surfers just caught by the end of that one. You can see they're right there at the edge of that whitewater, because you don't want to be too far on the shoulder, because then you can miss the wave, but you don't want to be too far on the inside, because you're going to get steamrolled.
For sure. And it's hard, because sometimes that first wave of the set has like more bump, but then the second one has like more whitewater. So it's hard to choose with, you know, which wave to get in the lineup. You know, sometimes like the whole like thing turns white after the set. Have you noticed? Like,
yeah, and definitely when you're going that fast on your board and it's all foamy underneath you,
yeah,
so hard to engage your rails and really lock your fins into the face of the wave. And you see, looks like Surfer in Blue making a move to the inside here.
This is a good wave, yeah. Let's see if Blue gets it. Oh, bummer he didn't get that.
Oh, and priority was stripped from Blue. So now you have Tanner Sandvig in that top priority spot. Milo Shani, current leader in priority 2. And here's his chance. Tanner Sandvig going for a 3.08. Strong carve to start. Nails the second turn. Now he's getting moving. All right, I feel like he's done enough at this point, but he needs to keep adding points because there's still a minute left. Clutch surfing there for Tanner Sandvig. You can hear the team screaming on the bluff. Now that wave's going to make things interesting. We're inside of a minute to go. So Milo Shani and Nemo Aini have an opportunity here to block what Tanner just did, but time's going quick. I know you have an amazing internal judge. I know you have it inside you. What
I
do you
think
think
Tanner's
on
going
that
to go
wave?
to first after that wave. That was a really good reading wave, like throwing lots of water, like buckets of water in each move. Like timing right his like maneuvers, clean surfing, powerful surfing, committed surfing. So I think it's the best wave of the heat, but let's see what the judges think. This is a replay of blue. Oh, wow. That was a great turn.
That was radical. Oh, no.
Fortunately, he falls off. This is that last wave of red. This is the wave that I've liked the most of this heat, but I don't know what the judges saw. Look at this turn. Right on the pocket, throwing lots of water. Third turn, and this turn is really nice too. Wow, throwing lots of water. Wow, that turn was crisp.
Well, the judges agree. Score comes through. 6-2-3, it's enough to go from fourth to second. We do have one more score to come through for Liam Shamkoa, and that one came through to 3-6-7. So heartbreaking finish for Nemo Aini, who's in second place through the entirety of that heat. But in the last 40 seconds, Canada's Tanner Sandvig comes through, clutch surfing. He found a gem of a wave, kind of a medium wave, 3/4 of the way out. He wasn't all the way outside when he took off, and that wave just stood up for him perfectly down the line. So Canada's got to be hyped with what they just saw from Tanner Sandvig. But give it up to Milo Shani, Team Sweden, getting the win here in round 1, heat 15. We'll be back with more surfing. The waves are pumping. These kids are ripping. Let's go. It's the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Welcome to day 1 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. From the host nation of Peru, Paul Huguet with an 8.83.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I learned to surf in this wave. Incredible to be here with my family, with my team.
From the United States of America, Mackay Castle with an 8.5. Japan's Mirai Ikeda with an 8.67.
Quick whip, throwing tons of spray.
Yeah.
She opts out.
Surprised that she committed to the inside too.
The Olympian Yang Su Chi from China with a 9.17.
Wow. Oh, sets herself up with a, wow, a little bit wild.
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel air wave is very good. It's my first time come great.
Perfectly, speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Well, we're tuned in and we are hyped. ISA World Junior Championship live from Punta Rocas. Chris Cote here with Sofia Milanovic. And yes, we do have another international superheat in the water. Plenty of waves, plenty of opportunity for these surfers. We got Brazil, Netherlands, Dominican Republic, and Poland represented here. Kailani Reno, Juan Van Leeuwen, Luis Cruz, and Ignacy Herschel. And we're going to start off with Tuan Van Leeuwen. Netherlands, coached by Beric de Vries. And this is going to be a good start. Good down carve there. Control the speed. And did he go too far in the whitewater? No, he didn't. That's got to feel a little bit sketchy when you do that cutback and you hit the whitewater and it just wants to eat you. And we saw it happen again. Speed control is paramount. If you want to achieve success out here at Punta Rocas today. Oh, that was a fun looking section. So for Kailani Reno, all the right moves. And as a surfer, I mean, Sophia, you know, when you're going your bottom turn and you just see a little line of whitewater on top of the wave, it feels, it's so exciting because you know you can just hit that
You're
thing
just
as
gonna
hard
hit
as you
that,
want.
Yeah. That was a good wave by Red, by the Brazilian Kailani Reno. Finished it really well too. Team Brazil is always a force too.
Yeah, Brazil hosting a recent iteration of the ISA World Surfing Games.
This is the replay of Red's wave. Beautiful first turn, drone turn, long line. Going back to the power source. Nice turn there. Eyeing those sections of the top. He almost fell there, what you said. Another turn there. And I think this last turn that is coming, I think that's the best turn he had. Wow, kind of like his nose went like more up in the wave. I like that, you know. The rest of the moves were a little bit like more like cutbacks, but still it was a really beautiful wave for him. Here's the replay of Blue. Managing well those bumpy sections. He's strong, you can tell, like that wash is not like making him fall.
Yeah, when you have the ability to cut through the bumps, you know, that's a different type of power surfing, and you can feel that Tuan has that ability. First big number comes through. It goes to Kailani Reno, a 6.67. So the judges appreciating backside prowess. And speaking of that kind of goofy versus regular competition that's always present at big events like this, I haven't really seen, you know, an advantage. It feels like these surfers are so well prepared that backside, front side, there's no distinct advantage for either stance. You agree?
Yeah, I agree. I think this kind of wave is good for both goofies and regulars.
Great overview of the contest field.
So it was a 6.67 for the Brazilian, his first wave. That's a good score for him. There's still plenty of time. And Luis Cruz from Dominican has a 3.5.
I mean, it's got to feel good when you start with a solid keeper score like that, a 6.67. That gives you the luxury to, you know, maybe be a little bit more selective, be a little bit more patient. Of course,
For sure.
We have seen surfers in the past get a big number and then be too patient because the backups, for sure.
That is true, but in these conditions, there's so many waves that it would be, I think, almost impossible for him not to get another one, huh?
Where would you be sitting in the lineup right now? Would you be the furthest out, or would you kind of hover around the midsection?
I don't know. It's really hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. Because sometimes when you go at the back, like sometimes like you feel you're in the right spot, but like the current kind of takes you like more at the back and you kind of miss the waves from the inside that sometimes have really good potential. But also if you're too far out, you know, like closer to the shore, like more in the inside, sometimes you can get sets on the head. So yeah, you just have to be alert and ready for everything.
Yeah, it feels like, from what we've seen score-wise, the medium-sized waves have the cleanest faces and potentially the most scoring potential. But in order to put yourself in a position to find one of those medium waves, you kind of got to put yourself in the danger zone.
Exactly.
Where, you know, we've seen so many times already today, surfers getting cleaned up by these giant sets. What I do like about Punta Rocas is when you're looking out, and, you know, drone angle tells a different story, but when you're looking out, you know, you can see the waves peaking up pretty far outside. So you do have time, you know, a wave like, you know, Pipeline or a reef break like that, they lurch up so quick. But it seems like out here, you have a pretty good view of the sets that are coming through, and you have a little bit more time to potentially put yourself in the right spot.
Oh yeah, for sure. You have time to see the sets coming. I think this is a really nice wave coming at them. Let's see who gets it.
Yeah, you see the line coming through, and it's your surfer in white, 17-year-old,
Oh,
out of
unfortunately,
Poland,
falls
and
off.
is a victim of a hardcore chunk of whitewater. You're gonna be hard pressed to ride out of that position with so much power in the water. Here's Kailani Reno looking for a backup. So, I mean, we've been talking a lot about positioning, and both surfers in that case just a little too deep. And here we go, surfer representing the Netherlands, Twan van Leeuwen. Patiently waiting for this wave to form up. Now he's got some good clean face to work with. Straight up into it, right out of it. There you go. Like that confidence at the finisher of that wave. You know, it might not be a huge score, but it's definitely going to help him. You know, you kind of get some momentum built right there. So he'll probably do better than a 2.67.
Yeah, I think that's going to be his best wave.
Yeah, quick
till
one.
now.
3.73. Appropriate score there, but now he's in second place.
And that's going to give him confidence too to get to that qualifying place, second place, with 11 minutes to go. Still plenty of time for green and white. They don't need much. Well, white just has a 0.5 and he doesn't have a backup. And green needs a 2.91. He has priority number 1.
So the surfer in white representing Team Poland, Ignacy Pershel, 17 years old. He's got a pretty rad story. He used to play ice hockey in Warsaw, and then his family went over to Portugal at age 11, where he fell in love with surfing. And this is pretty amazing. His first surf competition was the Polish Championships in 2021. I mean, he's already surfing at a really high level now, just a few years later. And he's a member of the surf club in Poland. They call it the Polish Dream, the Polish Ocean Team. And I can tell this kid's funny. He says he's currently in an advanced relationship with his surfboard. He calls her Nunya.
Nunya.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. They're in a relationship, and they might be in a little bit of an argument right now, but we know things are going to clean up. Ignacy is in second priority, and it's pretty awesome. I mean, you can tell, right? He only started surfing in contests in 2021, a few years back. Fast rate of learning, and he's going to learn a little bit about this break just by what happened on that previous wave.
Of course.
So as we wait for the next set to roll through, we're going to go down to the glass with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys here with Milo Shani. Congratulations. A good heat out there. A lot of water moving around. I think the increase in size took everybody by surprise. How was it out there from your standards?
Yeah, at the beginning it was super tough, like with the current and all the water just moving. You know, some big sis is coming and without notice, and everyone just crashing all over everyone.
I remember the days when Sweden only had 1 or 2 surfers. Now you guys have a pretty full team. What's it like with the team camaraderie out here, especially in an 8-day event?
Yeah, it's really nice. Like I was in El Salvador also, we were only 2 people, me, Kian, and Grayson. And now it's really fun. We have a lot of more surfers, and it's real nice.
Anything you want to say back home?
Thank you for everyone that's watching me, and let's go.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Strong surfer representing Team Sweden. And I think that's a huge part of the growth that we're seeing in surfing is when, you know, there's probably some young surf fans in Sweden getting the word that they got a team here competing down in Peru. And then that's the best way is just to lead by example, like we just saw from that young athlete representing Sweden onto big things in this event. We got 8 minutes, 12 seconds left. Kailani Reno, your current heat leader, representing Brazil. In his bio, he says, "I love surfing and I want to be world champion."
Nice.
Simple yet effective
Exactly.
messaging there. And he also said, there's waves crashing down on all of us, and that just happened to this crew in the water. As we see now, Luis Cruz, he found himself a kind of medium inside wave. It's real foamy. He rolled the dice on this one, and it did not pay off because that wave is flattening off underneath his feet. Did get a couple turns out the back, But definitely didn't stand up down the line like he wanted that one too. 7:30 now. That gives priority to Ignacy Purcell.
Yeah, that wave kind of died off on him.
I mean, it's got to be so confusing because, you know, we're seeing all these surfers, they're paddling in towards the peak, and then the next thing they look up and there's a huge wave that's just way on the other side of them where they just were sitting.
This is a nice wave, but I don't know if they're in position. The one at the back. That one looks really good, this wave.
It's almost like you want the waves with the closeout section at the end.
Yeah,
that
for
just
sure.
gives you that one critical spot.
Here comes White in a wave.
Yeah, Ignacy. Team Poland, good carve there. Another solid cut back there, straight into the whitewater. So 3 powerful turns here for Purcell. Eyeing the inside section. Hits it, rides out clean. Goes for the frontside kickflip.
Good wave for White from Poland, Ignacy Purcell. That's gonna be his best wave by far.
And that could
Till
be,
now.
yeah, that could be the momentum he needed. Not sure if it's going to be a 5.9. It could be close. And we've seen so many times surfers that are actually paddling back out with a wider view of the lineup. They have opportunity to go back-to-back quickly. And if Ignacy does that, he could flip this heat.
He just needs a 2.63 now. He got a 3.77 for that effort.
Well, and when you finally do get a score with, you know, over half the heat gone, now in your mind, you know what the judges are looking for.
Exactly.
And so you're going, okay, well, 263, that doesn't have to be as good as the wave I just rode. You know, you want to surf for 10s every time, but, you know, with a heat like this that's really unpredictable, you know, one of these medium insiders could be just what you need to go from the basement to the penthouse. You got Tuan Van Leeuwen out the back with priority. Kailani, your current leader, in second priority.
It's a nice wave coming at the back. Let's see who has priority.
These are the size waves you're looking for, right? Kind of the medium-sized waves. Good wall, and here we go. Luis Cruz. It's high-speed foam climb there, cranks it off the bottom. This wave's just been crumbling out in front of him. Can't catch up to it. Tuan now gets involved with the lip. He goes down. So Kailani's out the back in top priority spot. 4:27 to go. Where is Ignacy Purcell?
I think second place is still wide open. I think anybody can finish second in this heat. I think Kailani is good with that first place. I think he's gonna get a better wave also, like improve that 0.53. But I think that second place is gonna be like, you know, anybody can take that second place in this heat.
There are some harsh duck dives going down in this heat right now. Looks like Ignacy just wore that one on the head. There's Kailani way out the back. All right, here we go. Ignacy Purcell looking for a 263. Oh. Ooh. So he rolled the dice there. Didn't pay off for him. He does have 3 minutes, 30 seconds left. There's Luis Cruz paddling back out. We'll see if that last score does him any favors. More waves coming through. It does have this peak shifts around a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A lot of it, I should say, with this wide of a playing field. I mean, it's a perfect peak right and left every time, but the takeoff zone seems to fluctuate.
Yeah, it does. Sometimes it's like more at the back. Sometimes it's like more open, you know, kind of like a West Peak, kind of like. So you just have to be alert and be observing the waves before you hit. I think it's really important in this wave.
2:45 to go. Renault's in control. Still needs a backup score to solidify that top spot. Scores have come through for Luis Cruz. Not going to change his score line. So Purcell with a solid chance here, looking for a 2.63. And Cruz only needs a 2.91. Tuan would need a 3.48, so everybody's still within striking distance. 2 minutes left, and yes, we see a massive wall of water coming right towards our competitors. They are scratching to the right, just trying to disseminate this open ocean takeoff spot.
The advantage of blue is that he has priority number 2, so he's gonna try and block green and white from getting another wave, I think.
Well, nerves of steel right there for both of these surfers. That wave super flat down the line. There you see Kailani Reno paddling hard towards the inside section. Here we go, Ignacy Purcell. Caught this one about halfway out. It looks like it could have some opportunity to the inside. He goes down. And here's your current leader, Kailani Reno. Strong, powerful surfing from this young Brazilian. Just working his way down the line, only has to get rid of a 0.53. Bashes it hard on the inside. That's a great finish for Kailani Reno. You'd have to think that he is now safe in the top spot. So inside of 1 minute to go, does Tuan van Leeuwen have an opportunity to add his score line? What happened on that last wave for Ignacy Purcell? $40 seconds.
Let's see what happens. Not much time left. Green and white don't need that much of a score.
Red score comes through a 5.17. Job well done. Job finished for Kailani Reno. Score comes through for Ignacy Purcell just under 2.30. 15 seconds. Wow, that was a wild heat. So many giant sets rolling through. Surfers maintain their composure throughout, and at the end of it, it's Kailani Reno getting the win. Tuan van Leeuwen from the Netherlands coming through in second. Luis Cruz and Ignacy Purcell head to our elimination round. Not without putting up a fight. All 4 surfers having to earn it for that 20-minute heat. We got more action around the corner. It's been such a fun day so far, and guess what? We got some more heats to get through. It's only 2:35 p.m. here at Punta Rocas, and we're going to be right back after these brief messages with more surfing. Stay tuned.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves of Punta Roca. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, Fenta, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Welcome back to Punta Rocas. We're here in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. And the sun is shining, a little bit of wind on some decent sized surf this afternoon here for our under 18 boys that are out competing in the lineup at Punta Rocas. The under 16 girls are in the water at El Bosque, which is our second podium. It's actually just there to the left-hand side of our main podium, where we're just taking a flyover of the High Performance Center that's been built here. It's a really incredible facility where the entire event is being facilitated for this week. So we feel really lucky to be in a location like this with world-class surf as well as a world-class work environment for us to be just sitting here talking about surfing, Rachel.
Absolutely. This has been a great day, and getting to know Punta Rocas as a wave and as an area has just been fantastic.
Liu Ming Yang up and riding now for Team Chinese Taipei. Great style as he just finishes off on the inside, so getting his feet in the wax, starting off his campaign. We're currently in heat number 17 in round 1 of the under 18 boys. And it's been a big day of surfing. We've still got quite a few heats to run until we finish. We'll be finishing closer to that kind of 5:30 mark this afternoon, just adding a few more heats into what we had in the competition yesterday. And that's because we've got big, good surf, as the option for our competitors today. We want to take advantage of that, noting that the surf is going to be tapering off through the rest of the week. And so we want to give this entire, pack of competitors, all 424, the chance to surf the biggest, best Punta Rocas possible in competition before we have those smaller conditions later in the week.
Absolutely, and it's been a joy getting to watch the surfers take advantage of those conditions on offer all day. We've seen plenty of excellent scores drop today for surfers as well, and that has been really exciting.
Yeah, it's been so awesome to see kind of everything in between. Some of those heats have been the most exciting and nerve-wracking heats of the entire event, have literally had like 3s, 2s, and 3-point scores as the requirements, and those that have been really shifting things up as it came down to buzzer beaters for who would be advancing through were just really small minor scores, and then other heats where we saw those really solid performances taking out heat leaders, or maybe that battle for second, third positions as well being pretty significant. Out in the lineup, we can see the 3 guys having a little paddle, looking for what is coming on the horizon. Italy, Chinese Taipei, and France in the lineup, with Michele Scopa from Italy, Ming Jiang Liu from Chinese Taipei, and Aaron Bacon, Aaron Bacon out in the lineup, as we've got 16 minutes. I'm so sorry, 16 minutes remaining on the clock.
We're laughing because Shannon made sure I had my pronunciation correct before we started this heat, and she just messed it up. But wow, look at these sets coming through. It is taking the surfers by surprise, getting them out of position.
It is a huge set coming through the lineup right now. And we've got Michele taking off deep behind the section. He's going to hit a jacked. Wow, that's just a big wave to get out of the way from, and a very solid set that's just going to be pulsing through. That wind really coming into play as well on the just the face of the waves, creating a little bit of chop, and yeah, there's some. It's going to be kind of tricky for these surfers to find themselves in position. I just asked our co-commentator Sofia Milanovic as they were coming out of the booth, like, have you noticed, are those sets starting to calm down at all? And she was like, no, it's still absolutely pulsing out there. And Michele's already dropped in a 4.17 for his first wave, and then for Ming Jiang, it is a 3.00 on the board. Still waiting for Aaron to get his opening ride.
Yeah, and we're on that lower tide as well, so we're seeing these sets churn down the reef.
Yeah, that low tide is really allowing these waves to stand up and give the surfers a little bit more of an opportunity to just lock into the pocket and get a few really decent turns on the inside. Everyone really getting taken out by this massive set. We know that the surf's going to be dropping off over the next couple of days. It should still be, overhead tomorrow morning for competition. And after that, we'll just start to see it kind of tapering off. Talking to Sofia about this as a location specifically, the quality of surf here at Punta Rocas is all time. It's an absolute wave magnet, Rach. There's just constantly waves of at least that kind of shoulder high height. As we see one of our surfers have a look at that one, he's just going to be unable to get into it. As another one on the inside just has to duck dive to get out of the way. But it's a great location to be able to run an event like this because, with the World Junior Championships, we've got 9 days of competition.
Yeah, so much competition to come. This is a huge event, as you said, Shannon. 424 competitors.
Yeah, it's wild.
So that has required, because this event has grown so large, which is an absolutely incredible thing, it's required us to change the format a little bit. Normally, ISA, we know we have those repecharge rounds. We're only going to have one repecharge round to this event.
Well,
So we
Surfer in red for France had first priority in that situation. That's his first wave ridden, and he's able to take off on Surfer in blue.
Yeah, so inconsequential actually to both of those surfers, because Aaron ended up pressing eject as well as Lou there. So it seems like they're pretty deep, or, you know, when sets come through like that, it can really get you out of sorts and you have to re-find your place in the lineup, and that seems what they all need to do.
Yeah, I mean, so if you're in a situation like this, you're out in a heat, you know, you're competing for your national team, and there's really big sets, and it's kind of taken you off guard. What's the go for you for resetting in that moment? Like, it's a mental reset, it's also a physical reset, and you would be pretty gassed at this stage with the amount of paddling, trying to get through some waves. You know, what would you be looking to do knowing that the clock is ticking down pretty quickly?
That's a good question. I actually would want to get out to the lineup, back out the back, not look for any medium waves or anything, basically just reset from zero, and try and refine my place in the lineup, take a deep breath, and start my heat over.
Well, 12 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's go down to the beach to check in with Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with the Brazilian Kailani Reno. Muito parabéns. Congratulations. What a heat out there. I mean, you talk about difficult conditions. What was it like from your perspective competing first time in Punta Rocas?
That was my first time in Punta Rocas, but I already came to Peru a lot of times, but this is my first time. I love this wave. I love to get right. And I just want to say thank you to everyone, to the Team Brazil, to the coach, to my mom, she's watching me in Brazil, and I want to say love you. And yeah, I'm super excited to the next hit, and I like it.
Agora em português, uma pergunta para você de sua nacionalidade. Representar o Brasil, como se sente você aqui em Peru?
Representando o Brasil, para mim é uma honra, um sonho que eu sempre tive. Estar aqui no Peru, Ponta Rocas, uma direita, do jeito que eu gosto. Altas ondas, todo mundo do Time Brasil, a vibe, todo mundo me assistindo, torcendo por mim. Eu só quero agradecer todo mundo aí por estar vivendo isso. Tamo junto.
Valeu, obrigado. Parabéns.
Wow, impressive performance from Kailani out in the lineup, and impressive language skills from Mitch Salazar. It's always nice when he's on post heats because he speaks Spanish, he speaks Portuguese, and it's awesome to be able to have that. And English, of course. Great job, Mitch, on that one. No, it's really cool because then we get, you know, some more insights from those surfers when he's down on the beach.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a huge skill to have. And what's awesome on these junior events is we've seen surfers over the years practice their English. You know, I'm thinking of Sichi Yang, who the first time I interviewed her in our post-heat interviews 3 years ago, she needed a translator, and now she's doing her interviews in English. So I love seeing them improve those skills and push themselves for that. As we're looking at this replay of Blue's wave, wrapping it around, this has been a really nice, cleanly surfed wave. A crucial one, as he has a 417 already in his score line, and this heat is going by quick. Everyone's still struggling to get their accounts opened, and Blue is just able to find this wave that is building on top of that 417. So we'll see where the judges go with that, as does Aaron. Wraps it around again. This is a flatter wave. He's not really able to get wider. He's doing a good job with what's on offer, but unfortunately that wave not really giving him much to exemplify anything of major criticalness.
That's right. Well, scores still waiting to drop from last of Blue for Michele. He's sitting on that 417, and we're going to have another decent score to drop that's going to improve his situation. But for a surfer in red for Aaron out of Team France, he now has an interference that's been called from that last situation. Unfortunate for him, and that's going to affect his overall score moving forward. 9 minutes remaining. He also just hadn't been able to get his campaign going up until that moment. Really got kind of swept out by a few of those sets as we take a look at this wave here.
Yeah, so Aaron dropping in on that one with him being awarded priority, I thought he had priority in that situation, but I guess he didn't with him being given that penalty.
Yeah,
Really interesting.
Yeah, I also in that moment was thinking he'd had priority, potentially not because although he hadn't caught a wave yet, he would have
paddled for waves
maybe
and gotten
paddled
himself
for
out
waves.
of
Yeah, so obviously
position
the judges
potentially.
are paying very close attention to this. You know, they've got a priority judge specifically. I mean, it's one of the great things about professional surfing these days, which is very different from how professional surfing started out, Rachel, when priority was introduced. It also includes having a priority judge whose job is literally to stand up in the tower and pay attention to every movement of every surfer to make sure that the priority is deemed correctly. Now up and riding on the inside section. Looks like our surfer in red once again. Incredible rail work from the Cabreton local. And just setting himself up here to the inside section. He's only needing right now that 3.25 to take the advancing position, so not a big score requirement. And we've still got, you know, just under that 8-minute mark on the clock. So there is a lot of time, although it feels like not much has been happening. We're waiting for that score to drop in still for last of surfer in blue. And we'll have a score now for surfer in green, for surfer in red as well. Green, sitting with first priority, has been pretty patient out in the lineup for Liu. And he's just got that 3-point ride with another good set starting to come in. And, you know, it's been one of those challenging days of kind of finding positioning out in the lineup and a lot of surfers trying to decide if they're going to be going for those really solid waves or if they're going to go for those kind of mid-range ones. And we've seen scores in a decent, you know, good scores essentially dropping from both types of wave selection throughout competition today.
Yeah, absolutely. Those medium ones offering sometimes those steeper walls that offer more of that opportunity to actually put your board on rail, whereas the bigger ones increasing those critical maneuvers, but sometimes maybe being more fat on the shoulder. So wave selection has been super important today. And Shannon, I'm thinking of, for our surfer in green, Chinese Taipei, you know, we've been over there quite a few times, and one of their main beaches, Jinzhen Harbor. This reminds me a lot of over there.
Totally.
Just these really big rolly waves with that channel on the right. And I'm looking at Liu's athlete bio, and I love that he says, if there's a typhoon coming, I can practice more skills. So I love that you know, he's probably, I can imagine by him saying that, refreshing the weather app and seeing where those swells are coming, because they get some really big, gnarly typhoon swells that I've surfed these types of conditions lots of times over there.
Yeah, that's right, and it's super powerful. There's a lot of water moving, and it's also a break like this at Jinzhen Harbor where you kind of just have to paddle out to sea, you know, on those really big days.
Absolutely.
And there's a lot of consequence on the inside section because of the rocks that are there. It's similar to this at Punta Rocas, so you really got to like capitalize on those outside maneuvers, but know that you could get a big score by a big finish on the inside, but it also comes with the risk of what's just below the surface. 5 minutes on the clock, and we're seeing some shifts around now on our score screen. I've kind of been waiting to start explaining things as we've seen a couple changes up in the tower. At the moment, it looks like all scores are officially locked in. So to set the situation, we've got 5 minutes remaining on the clock. The Italian is currently sitting in first. He's held on to that position. He has a 4.17 and a 4.77 as his a better score, right, as his top two scores. Surfer from France in red, he is now sitting on a single score of a 4.07. He got a penalty on that first wave ridden, which was just a 0.5, and then he's not going to count the second scoring ride due to this priority interference being deemed against him, unfortunately. Then our surfer in green is sitting in third place position at the moment with still that 3 and that 0.5. Off the strength of a single ride right now, surfer from France is sitting in an advancing position, but it's not going to take very much for our surfer out of Chinese Taipei to steal that away.
Yeah, so basically Aaron can still advance, but it just has to be from one single wave. So if our surfer in green gets that requirement of a 1.08, you know, depending on how high that requirement is, if it's a 3, Liu would have a heat total of 6, Aaron would need a score of a 6.01, a single wave score, where normally you're breaking that up across two scores, two waves.
That's right. So essentially, if the top two surfers found themselves with 10-point rides or scores above a 10.0, so a 10.01, then our surfer with that interference against his name for Aaron wouldn't be able to get an advancing position based off of just a single ride being a 10-point ride as the high that he could get. So a little bit of a, a priority interference coming into play in this heat. We haven't seen really much of that happening throughout competition so far.
That's right.
Which is really nice for our first couple days. It's kind of inevitable that there's going to be a mistake made at some stage in a competition, especially of this magnitude, this many heats running and everything. But it's unfortunate for our surfer in red as his surfing is just looking so sharp, but he's going to need to really get something better than that 4-point ride on the board, likely to secure himself with the advancing position, because Ming Yang from Chinese Taipei is just right there with the opportunity. Currently chasing out a 1.08. He makes it out into open face. We're now going to be looking at that score for sure. Quick little check off the top, but he's also going to want to really get a wave that allows him some opportunity to build his scoreline and make the task really hard on the Frenchman.
Yeah, that was well executed with the time remaining to now at least put the pressure on our surfer in red. And he does. It's a 1.5, so a small score, not improving that requirement all that much, but still putting that pressure on Aaron. A 4.5 now required with 2 minutes remaining or just under. I think that was a really smart decision by Green to kind of utilize those last two and switch up, put the onus on red to get the score. However, he would have hoped to have gotten a bit of a higher score to really make that requirement more hefty.
That's right, and even where he took off on that wave, he knew he was going to have to make it around that section, but would have hoped that that wave would be then standing up to give him the opportunity to lock into the pocket. Unfortunately, it just didn't really give him enough to have that speed off the start. As we see Aaron now up and riding. Again, he's only chasing that 4.5, but he does need a score of at least that on a single wave in order to get that advancing position. And he'll kick out there, so that's not going to count into his top two scores, which would then become his highest score in the heat so far. He's going to spin and have a look at this one. Still 1 minute remaining on the clock, and he goes down on the takeoff, so everything's just sort of working against him. Unfortunate at this stage for a surfer that, has some real quality surf back at home there in the Hossegor area. Used to surfing big, heavy waves on the constant. And now
I love how much he's fighting.
Yeah, he's really fighting super hard to keep himself in this. Noting that it's, small requirements on the board for him. A 4.5 now chasing down for Aaron as he comes through the inside section here. Couple of just kind of transitional maneuvers, really nothing that's stood apart. This wave also just kind of keeps doubling into those little sections. It's like filling up with water as it goes rather than drawing off the reef and opening up, and that's really unfortunate for him chasing down that score.
Yeah, I don't see that being the score that he requires, and I think he knows it as well.
Michele up and riding for the finish of this heat. This will be a scoring ride. However, it's already him that's sitting in the leading position, just able to unleash, get a couple nice turns connected together, and that'll feel nice for him to walk away with the victory. We are, of course, still waiting for that last score of red, but it's unlikely to come into the 4.5 that he would be chasing to take away that advancing position, and it will be the Italian, Michele Scopa, taking away that winning spot. Chinese Taipei with their surfer, Liu Ming Jiang, also advancing through into the next main round 2, and that will do it for that heat with some tricky conditions to kind of fight through and find positioning with, but they got there in the end, and it's Michele with the win. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more surfing from our under 18 boys.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Welcome back to the action. So we're still waiting for this next heat to kick off, the finish of heat number 17. We saw the Italian taking out the lead, and it was, we've just kind of received the word on that priority situation in that last heat where we were thinking that Aaron had priority for Team France in red, which is what we called during this situation. But red's priority was actually suspended when he dropped it on blue, and so that's where the priority interference came into play.
Yeah, so when someone comes out of the lineup because of getting washed out by sets and they had priority, that's where that priority suspension comes into play, and they need to return all the way back out to the lineup in order to regain it.
Yeah, so catching a wave halfway out just wasn't going to do it for him, unfortunately. As we take a look now at some great surfing from the Argentinian, just throwing so much spray as he comes through into the inside section. Great way to kick things off for Fermin Ayud out of Team Argentina, and he's going to finish off right in the shallow.
Wow, did you see that rock right there? Some surfing right up into the rocky areas. I mean, it was like dry right next to him. That was amazing, putting it all on the line.
There's a couple of really hectic rocks in this lineup, especially at low tide. They just bare their teeth, and they've got these really intense muscles that are going on them as well. So it's really something to be avoided out in the lineup this week.
For sure.
As we take a look now at Denzel from Costa Rica, up and riding, driving through that first turn, sets it up for the second, and just looking nice and smooth for his starting ride here, wanting to find the rhythm. His first heat here for the under 18 boys. That was a really nice turn and a great combination to finish off with.
Yeah, got a lot of work done on that wave. Looking really comfortable out there. That was great wave selection by our surfer from Costa Rica. You can see from this view all of the sand dunes, or the desert, all the way into as far as we can see. It is such an interesting and cool coastline, and it's so nice today. The sun has come out. You can see all the waves breaking down the beach. So many waves on offer here in Peru. Of course, we're here at Punta Rocas, which has just been incredible. Looking at those current conditions, 6 to 8 feet south-southwest swell.
And a decent takeoff now for Joel Christofferson out of Team Scotland. 14 years old, and he goes down after that big opening section. Just got his weight kind of on his heels, unable to hold it together on that one, but a great surfer and a great way to kick things off. We're off of that low tide now, as you said, Rachel. It's starting to push back into high tide, and with that you can really feel the energy in the ocean. 17 minutes on the clock, and we're still waiting for the first scores to come through as well across the board. It's just our surfer in the green jersey, Mario Gutierrez from Ecuador, who's been unable to get his opening ride. But Argentina, Costa Rica, and Scotland all able to get something onto the board.
Yeah, quick starts for those three surfers. 16 minutes, 45 seconds is a lot of time still to go in this heat with so much on offer. And you know, Shannon, I think something that we saw in the last heat is a massive cleanup set. Took everyone out of position right off the bat, and it took a while for them to refine their positions out there, and so we didn't really see the heat get started until 10 minutes remaining. So here, what a difference that is without having that cleanup set that these surfers have gotten into opening their accounts really early on.
A 5 drops in now for first of the Argentinian. A 4.17 on the board now for the Costa Rican, so they're sitting in those two leading positions. A score will drop for Joel. It's a 1.33. We knew, you know, based off of that exchange that it was going to be the lesser of the opening. And now Mario getting a piece of the action, the Ecuadorian. Into that first check turn, sets it up hard off the bottom and drives through that top turn as well. Does great on the kind of stair steps down. And this wave is really setting up nicely for him. A 5-point ride so far, being the best of the opening exchange. And we'll see where this one kind of lands in that conversation.
Yeah, between that 4.17 and that 5, I think it's going to be, you know, roughly within that range.
Score is dropping very quickly from the panel, so it comes in just shy of that 4.17, which was the second highest score. It's a 3.5 on the board now for Mario. And each surfer able to get their feet in the wax in the first 5 minutes of this heat now. Joel Christofferson, the grommet coming out of Scotland. He is sitting with first priority next to his name, just 14 years old from Dunbar. Surfs at Secret Reef in Scotland. And he's huge on football, surfing, and rugby. There's quite a few football fans or soccer fans in the draw this week that I've noticed through their bios, Rachel. And it's cool to see, you know, those kind of interests, kids putting on maybe a different jersey to compete in, you know, some other kind of athletic adventure behind the scenes, some other sports. And for Joel, he's really taken to surfing. You know, he started surfing when he was about 5 years old in Scotland, but hasn't had the opportunity really to travel yet in life. And this is his first trip actually out of Europe, making a second place finish at the Scottish Junior Champs in the under 14s was a huge thing for him in qualifying for the team here, getting this opportunity to compete internationally, and he's just absolutely frothing.
I love that.
We'll see more of his surfing in a moment, but for now, let's go down to the beach, check in with Mitchell Salazar and the winner of that last heat. Well, we'll get back down to Mitchell in just a moment. As we can see that this set is on the way, Rachel. We do have Joel sitting in that priority position. This one's looking really fat and like it won't have, you know, really good shape to it. Especially as this tide is starting to fill in, we're seeing that water really fill in on the surface of the waves as well.
I think it's interesting. You can see the angle of how that last wave just came through versus the angles of this wave. This is a mixed swell coming through. And that's an example of how those different swells are coming through and hitting the reef differently, which is why we've been saying wave selection is so important, finding that right direction that is running on the reef that allows the opportunities for you to surf to the criteria.
For men now up and riding, setting himself up through that first turn and just kind of comes out of the white water with it. 2-turn combination. He's looking to build on that 5-point ride that he already has. And with that, let's go back down to the beach to check in with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with homegrown Rome, Italy's Michele Scopa. Congratulations. I've seen your Instagram. There's been amazing waves back home in Italy as of recent. Tell me about your experience growing up over there and being a homegrown representative of your beautiful nation.
Yeah, it's amazing. In this winter, we had some nice swell in Italy. Sure, not waves like this today, but yeah, it's been a fun time, and training almost every day at home is not usually like in home, but yeah, I'm happy to surf a lot and happy to surf also today with different waves, but yeah, so.
What's the team been like so far? I know you guys got there a few days before you even competed.
Yeah, the team is amazing. I think it's the strongest team Italy has ever been, and yeah, we are a strong team. We are like a family, and yeah, stoked for the team, and yeah, happy.
A message back home to Rome?
Ciao a tutti ragazzi, tutti quelli che mi stanno supportando e mi stanno vedendo. La prima hit è andata e dai, alla prossima.
Well, a huge congratulations to Michele. Great surfing, great team behind the scenes, and some live action straight back into it with the Argentinian. He's on a roll. That was an awesome looking layback and just floats to finish, and he won't be able to pull off that ending maneuver. He's got a 2.73 for that last wave and will likely improve on that score now with this one.
Yeah, I mean, sitting really comfortable with a 5 in his scoreline. There's still tons of time left in this heat, though, so I'd say it's still pretty crucial that he's looking for that second wave to get into his scoreline and needs to be finishing those end maneuvers just to feel a little bit more comfortable in that first position. But here is our surfer from Costa Rica. This wave happened during that interview, so we're waiting for this score to drop. This has been a really nicely surfed wave. Love how it continues to stand up through the inside section and demonstrating all his variety, and he finishes it off clean. You know, I think we might see him jump into the lead, Shannon, with that score to come through, just seeing how much he got done and how he completed it so strongly.
Yeah, that was really, really nice surfing from Denzel. A 4.17 is the current score that he's got on the board. He'll now have another to drop as we're down to the halfway mark within this heat. Priority sitting with Mario Gutierrez from Ecuador, sitting on that 3.5, which he actually did a lot of work on that 3.5 to earn that score. We'll see, you know, if he's able to kind of draw from that understanding from the judges to make a couple adjustments on his next wave. But his surfing is really sharp and kind of crisp from what we saw in that opening ride. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's, you know, able to really battle back for that leading position, even if he's able to get into another wave. A 5.33 drops in now for last of the Argentinian in red for Fermin. And he's sitting in a nice leading spot. Denzel would need a 6.16 on his last wave to take away the lead. As we see Mario just charge. Wasn't going to make that drop no matter how hard he tried, but I love that he went for it.
So that score for Fermin going higher than I was expecting it to go, just from those outside maneuvers being so strong, judges really liking them. Even though he got unstuck on that last maneuver, you know, it is important to note, judges don't take away scores that you have already earned or points that you have earned on a wave because you fall. You just stop earning from that point. So had he landed that last maneuver, you know, maybe we would have seen a score up into the 6s, but judges really noticing how powerful those outside turns were.
8 minutes remaining on the clock. And one thing, you know, that I've kind of noticed a few different times throughout today is the fact that there's a couple caddies sitting out in the channel, which is really rare for, you know, an ISA competition. I don't think I've ever seen a caddy out in the lineup for any event that we've run, no matter how decent the waves have kind of been or how far out the paddle is. Maybe at Sunzal before in the past. But, you know, due to the size, the nature of a wave, as well as how far the paddle would be if you actually snapped a leash or broke a board out there, there is that option for each of the teams to send someone out into the lineup with a spare board for their surfer.
Yeah, with how consistent these waves are, and like you said, to snap a board or a leash, even just duck diving with all these wash-through sets, it is a really smart idea. And this is this is the event to have a caddy at, because you have a team. You are here with 4 to 12 people who can assist you in that, you know, in that trying to giving you your board out there or sitting out there with it. So more normally in an event where we don't have that team aspect, you're asking one of your competitors or friends, hey, can you be my caddy? So this is really great to see that team camaraderie and that team support come together in multiple ways.
That's right. I remember, you know, I was just kind of thinking of some different scenarios where those caddies have had to spend a lot of time in the water as well, thinking through if there's a potential of 12, you know, groms on each team, if a couple different coaches maybe are sharing those responsibilities or teammates, but occasionally it could just be down to that one person. And I remember Anna Barrett, who's a former from Brazil, representing Brazil, had lived in Hawaii for, you know, a number of years, competed on the women's tour, former number 5 in the world, that she then went and worked as a chaplain on the WSL tour for a long time. She would often caddy for the girls if there was a need for anyone out in the lineup. And she said one day at Margaret River on a very cold day, she caddied for 8 hours in the lineup, and she sat in the channel for woman after woman after woman. And I just thought that was the coolest thing, that like is such an important support system to the surfers. Whoever is there, you know, if something goes wrong, they know that their equipment is out there, and it takes another person there as well to give that support.
Absolutely. I mean, that is incredible. Not something I would wish to do, to sit in Margaret River.
Yeah.
In the channel for 8 hours. Yikes. At least a lot warmer here. These athletes coming in, even athletes yesterday that I was doing post-heat interviews with, coming in spring suits saying, oh my gosh, I'm so hot, because they are nonstop paddling and working out there. The conditions, beautiful, but really making them work for it.
And a paddle now for Mario with a wild takeoff. Somehow he's able to just stay on his feet with that one and lock into a great looking turn to start off. He's chasing a 5.37 now as scores have shifted among the rest of the field, and he would have needed to continue on down the line to have hopes of really picking away at that score.
Yeah, I loved the opening start of that wave. He was on his way, you know, assuming that the wave continued to run. Everything was looking great until the nose just buried, unfortunately, under that lip.
It's a 3.5 on the board, so he's chasing down that 5.37 now to get himself that advancing position. A 2.23, sorry, was that new score that dropped in after the fall. A couple fives for our heat leader out of Argentina, and the Costa Rican sitting with a 4.7 and a 4.17 on the board. Joel down in that 4th place position, now sitting with 2nd priority for Scotland, chasing down a big 7.54, just 14 years old on his first big international trip outside of, you know, the UK or England. And he said that Gabriel Medina is really his inspiration for the way that he would like to be surfing. And his goal for this trip, Rachel, is to be doing airs by the end of it.
All right. I love it. I want to check back in with him by the end of this trip and hear how that journey's going. If he's finding any other waves as well to practice and surf along this coastline, because there's so much on offer.
That's right. 14, he's surfing between both divisions, the under 16s and the under 18s. And he sends a big shout out to his mom and his sisters, his dog Mabel, and also the Bellhaven Surf Club Groms, who have been charging back at home. So he's got a great pack that he's surfing with on the regular. He's got his dog, his sisters, his mom, and that support crew, and he couldn't be more stoked to be out in the lineup right now, surfing some pretty significant Punta Rocas. Mario now with the opportunity. He has just continued to, you know, knock at the door. He's looking for opportunity, which is awesome to see. And 2 turns like that is some substantial opportunity to chase down the 5.37 that he has been looking for. Really powerful surfing.
Wow.
Does a fantastic job to hold on to that last turn. And, I mean, what do you think, Rachel?
It would have to be the highest single wave score of the heat, only by just.
Denzel now up and riding, looking to improve on the couple of 4s. If he does that, he makes the requirement even harder. And he's in a great section here. He's got a nice pocket that continues to open up for him. He's had a couple of good turns connected together as well. It's going to have to be, you know, one of his best waves really to make a difference in that requirement on Mario.
Yep.
2.5 minutes remaining.
I think Mario's put in a good campaign for that score. I think it will be close. I thought it was really well surfed. I love that it had a proper finish section as well. But then it will be interesting to see if Blue improves that situation. I think that'll be close as well. This is where I'm really happy I'm not a judge.
Oh, me
I'm happy
too.
that we just get to sit here, speculate, watch it again. Let's take a look at Fermin in the lead, a replay of this one, wrapping it around. Nice engagement of the rail. We're waiting for this score to drop. Releases the tail, comes down with control. That was really beautiful. So he's looking to improve upon his situation. He's already in the lead, so just build upon that. Let's take a look at Mario. He's the one looking for a score. That was the money turn of this wave. Brings it back around again. Nice and patient for this last one. That was really nice. And thinking to Fermin's 5.33, I don't know if it will be better than that. I'm not sure.
Taking one more look at this last wave of Denzel as well. He's looking to improve on a 4.17 as his lowest score to make a difference and increase the requirement. We're currently waiting on scores for The Costa Rican here in blue for Denzel, for Fermin out of Argentina in red, and for Mario in the green jersey from Ecuador. Quick in and out there for Joel, who's just put in a solid effort being out in the lineup this morning. 50 minutes remaining on the sorry, 50 seconds, not 50 minutes remaining, 50 seconds on the clock. We're still waiting for those 3 scores. So judges, you know, at this stage, Rachel, they're looking at replays and they're comparing some waves to know where they should go with what they've already dropped in this heat.
Yeah, well, just making sure everything stays on scale. So it looks like Denzel doesn't improve his situation. It comes through as a 4.07. So that will mean that requirement stays at that 5.37.
So Denzel got the opportunity to try and increase, surfed well, but just didn't quite get there with what the wave offered him. Mario also got the opportunity and had a couple decent turns on that wave, so we'll see where that goes. Fermin currently holding on to that leading position. At this stage, he's not in risk at all of being knocked out because he's in that leading position and Denzel wasn't able to take that away from him. So we'll see where the judges go with that last one to Mario. Clearly it's going to be close because they're taking a while to drop it.
Yeah, I mean, this is always kind of an indication that they are really close to the score and they're just making sure that they have it right.
Well, we're going to go to a commercial break, and when we come back, we'll give that situation update. We're still waiting for scores from our current heat leader, the Argentinian, Fermin, and we're waiting for a score, more importantly, for our 3rd place surfer, Mario out of Ecuador. He's chasing a 5.37. When we return, we'll let you know what happened.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. This Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Well, we are still waiting for that last score to drop for our surfer in the green jersey, Mario Gutierrez from Ecuador. Last score in for Fermin out of Argentina is locked in as a 2. That doesn't factor into the situation at all. It's this wave right here, Rachel, that we're paying close attention to.
Yeah, this turn, really nice, but it was this turn that he really laid on. That's the one I think that they are probably watching over and over to just decide where it lands on the scale. He finished it off clean. Shannon, we've been saying we think it's going to be close.
It is so close. He needed that mid-range 5, and the scores have locked in. It's a 5.17, unfortunately shy of the requirement. And I can't help but think, you know, a couple of those earlier waves he had, the 3.5, the 2.23, would have been the score had he completed them, but he caught another wave.
That we didn't see.
We've got another wave that we didn't even know he was riding. We thought we were waiting on 1 score. We were actually waiting on 2 scores. He's got the score on the 2nd wave, so his last 2 waves of his heat, one of which we missed, both replaced his other 2 high scores, and it's taken him into the lead. Well, not into lead, sorry, but into lead over Denzel, and he takes away that advancing
that
position.
is huge.
No way, that was wild. As we take a look
Never
now
seen
at
anything like it.
Ellie Timperi from Finland, up and riding on his opening ride, looking really sharp as usual. He's a surfer out of Encinitas, California, and he really just, you know, lights up the lineup anytime he paddles out, looking nice and aggressive on that opening ride. But wow, Rach, I just can't believe the outcome of that last heat. That was not what I expected.
Well, the fact that we didn't know we were waiting on another score.
That was like such a fun surprise.
Such a surprise. Yeah, that was like Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Very happy for Mario. Congratulations. All of that heat work, he basically got done within the last 2.5 minutes of the heat. I mean, he could have paddled out in the last 2.5 minutes and done exactly that.
Wow, amazing. I mean, Mario, looking at his bio, he considers himself a perseverant and a disciplined person, and that exactly speaks to it. Perseverance all the way to the finish of that heat, and the discipline to get the job done. So incredibly well done to Mario for advancing through. Let's now switch gears. We're into a new heat, Rachel, and we got some really solid surfing to pay attention to here from Ellie Temperi.
Yeah, Shannon, you called this surfing sharp, and I think that is a great description of this. Everything looking really precisely placed, so much speed and flow in between each maneuver right from the takeoff. So I think judges are going to go high with that score.
Wow, incredible. Taking a look now at Luke Payne from Canada, just kind of opening up on that last turn and setting up for that combination to finish. Just flares the tail as well. He's looking quite comfortable out in the lineup. And it's an 8.5 that has dropped in for some sharp surfing out of our Finland competitor, Ellie Temperi. That's a great way to kick off his campaign.
Yeah, I mean, it always feels good when you think personally, oh, I think that's going to go high. And then the judges, the judges go high with it. An 8.5, a great start for our surfer from Finland, and he's on another ride again.
Already up and riding, just, finding that excitement out in the lineup, feeling off the energy of the beach as well. And his surfing is really just setting himself apart from the rest of the pack out here today.
Man, he's looking absolutely electric out there. Really incredible surfing. That is going to be another great score. And a medium one on his way back out, but got so much work done. I mean, Shannon, I think we're looking at well into a double-digit heat total before we even hit 17 minutes.
That's right. The first 3 minutes of the heat, and he's likely already gone to at least the double digits as we take a look at this last wave.
Wow, incredible opening turn. Releases the fins there. 3 different maneuvers on this wave so far and finishes it out strong. I mean, that is the definition of flow. Can the judges go excellent with that one again? I don't know.
Yeah.
Slightly smaller wave, but so excellently surfed that I could see them going up there close.
Yeah, pretty flawless. Not really anything he could have done different, except if the wave was bigger, his turns could have been bigger.
True. I like that.
Very straightforward. 16 minutes on the clock, and at the moment, we've seen 2 of our 4 surfers out in the lineup get waves, that kind of will matter. For Ellie, it's an 8.5. He's got another score that could, well, go excellent. We'll see what the judges do with it to drop as well. We got a 3.83 on the board for that first wave of Luke Payne out of Canada. And we now see another surfer out of Finland up and riding. Just a young surfer in Joe Kim on this wave. Solid size for the grommet as he just has that check turn, sets himself up, puts that board on rail. Nice snap as he drives down the line and sets himself up for a big finish. Great way for him to kick off his campaign as well with still 15 minutes remaining on the clock. Hits the end section, and that is a fantastic ride for the 12-year-old out of Helsinki to kick off his campaign. Now up and riding the Tahitian, also getting a piece of the action. So he was the last surfer. We were waiting to get more than that 0.5 on the board, and we now have waves to come through for a couple more surfers. Let's go down to the beach. We're going to check in with Mitchell Salazar, and wow, what a day of surfing it is.
It truly has been, and you talked about Argentina doing well. You guys have been one of the top seeds for a few years now. Fermín, I'm going to ask him the question in Spanish, and I'll translate.
Fermín, muchas felicidades. Un par de 5, mucha actividad. Al final sentiste que obtuviste la victoria.
Muchísimas gracias, sí, primer mundial. Nada, muy contento por poder representar a la selección por primera vez en un evento ISA. Nada, muy contento con el surfing y nada, seguir dándole con todo.
Yeah, I asked him about if he felt that he had done enough at the end. He said just happy to represent Argentina, his first ISA event. It's his last year too. He's 18, so it's one and done for him. De nuevo, un evento muy grande para ustedes. Siempre han tenido muy buen equipo, pero este año, truly this year, it seems like the team has a lot of chemistry. ¿Cómo se ha sentido como equipo hasta el momento?
La verdad que tenemos un equipo muy sólido, todos avanzando rondas, un equipo muy unido. Nada, la verdad que debe ser de los años que más contentos estamos con el equipo. Un equipo sólido, en una ola que nos sienta cómoda, un país que nos sienta cómodos también, como es Perú. Nada, hay competidores de muy alto nivel, pero nada, yo creo que tenemos una selección muy fuerte para dar pelea. Tenemos a Thiago Passeri, que bueno, el año pasado quedó tercero en El Salvador, justo ahora fue mi CAD y la verdad que súper agradecido con él. Y nada, agradecido con los coaches, Martín Passeri, Pero Ilini, y nada, si sigo nombrando quedó largo, pero muy contento con todos.
A very united, confident, and of course strong team too, led by Thiago Passeri, but you have here another kid who is looking for his first medal at the ISA. Muchas felicidades y mucha suerte.
Muchísimas gracias y nada, quiero mandar un saludo a Necochea, mi ciudad, nada, y abrazo grande para todos y gracias por estar viendo.
Necochea, the home of our commentator, Mateo Rojas, by the way. Felicidades.
Oh, so good. Man, what a well-surfed heat, and just a very impressive performance from the Argentinian. Now out in lineup, we've got, an incredibly impressive performance continuing on. Rachel, that score has dropped in for the second wave of Eli Temperi. In the first 3 minutes, he stitched up a 16.33 heat total by backing up his 8.5 with a 7.83 on the board.
Yeah, just shy of excellent, Shannon. That's what we were talking about. We're going, can they go excellent with that wave? Because he surfed that wave flawlessly. I think the only thing holding it back was the fact that it was more of that mid-range wave, not all the way back out. And I mean, I think that's the maximum score you could have gotten on that wave that he surfed. And I'm just so impressed. Look at that heat total. Like we said, he had both of those waves before we hit that 17-minute mark.
That's right. I mean, he could paddle in. He could have paddled in at 17 minutes and been done with his heat.
Yeah, and put on an excellent
energy.
show.
Yeah.
Everyone in a combination situation at the moment to take away that first place at least. So right now we're talking and looking at that second place position battle.
So taking a look now at a comparison, on the left-hand side of the screen is the 8.5 and the 7.83 on the right-hand side.
Wow, so really similarly surfed. You can just see that size difference on that 8.5, which would have given that nod. And still going on the 8.5, just got a couple more maneuvers in there, but those first 2 or 3 opening maneuvers were nearly identical. He looks like he's just having fun out there. Now he gets to surf for 11 and a half more minutes without any crowd and have that pressure off him that he's gotten the job done as of right now. Now it's about not making any mistakes, no silly priority mistakes, no getting in the way, because that would remove that. So now just go and take waves, enjoy yourself, not in the mix of everyone else, no need to be aggressive type of thing. I've seen that happen before, Shannon, and it's a shame when that does.
Yeah, especially when the work has already been done. I think for Eli, it's like the reward to what he's done so far in this heat is the fact that he gets an empty lineup for the back half of it.
Exactly.
And he can just surf, like you said, get a couple more waves, get to feel this lineup a little bit better. Maybe try and, surf and see if he can get some more big scores. There you can see him waving his arms just to hear and find out from the beach announcers. We know that with conditions like this, the surfers are sitting so far out, it's really challenging as well for them to turn back with the sun setting on the west coast here. The sunset is directly in front of these surfers when they're looking out to the horizon, which means that it's creating some glare back on the whole judges tower, and it sounds like it's been a little bit challenging for the surfers to see the priority. So right now, those beach announcers who are doing an incredible job, in and out all day long, making sure each surfer knows their situation in a fair manner, they're communicating those priority situations to those surfers, and I feel fairly confident that that's what Ellie would have been asking for, because right now it's really challenging to see the priority boards up on the tower.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we just said, really crucial that he knows that position exactly.
Now at the moment, like you said, it's the battle for second, really, with Anuai Terai, who's currently sitting in the leading position for Tahiti. He's got that 4.5 on the board, just a 0.5 to back it up. And it took him a little while to get into that wave, but was able to lock into a decent one here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Luke Payne's currently chasing down that 1.18, and for Joki out of Finland, he's chasing down that 1.7. Luke being one of the older surfers in the pack, 17 years old, so we might see him again competing for Team Canada at next year's World Junior Surfing Championships from Tofino. And he is really into surfing and flying as well, a young pilot. He's looking to try and maybe take to the air out in the lineup as well. We'll see what happens.
I love that. I love what you just did there.
Thank
It
you.
actually took me a second.
Just tying it all together.
Yeah, sure.
And then for Yoki, the young Finnish surfer, he's only 12 years old. Was born in Helsinki. His family moved to Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia when he was just 3 years old, and he's been surfing ever since. He's really known for his powerful style as well as his respect for the ocean. And it's really awesome for him now to be representing Finland. It's a major step in his international surfing career. As we take a look at Luke Payne, up and riding now, and he's looking for a really small score to make a difference to his situation, to take away that advancing position from the Tahitian. So that will get it. Of course, he's only looking for that 1.18. But now the question is, who will be able to kind of get the backup score on the board that's more significant, as Ellie is on the inside, just hammering down the line.
Oh!
Goes a little progressive on the tail work for that last turn, and he'll fall. But again, he's, stitched up a victory here, and he's got that freedom to, just kind of get to know the lineup. 7 minutes, 38 seconds remaining. As we can see the team flag flying high for our Finnish surfers. It's a small team with just 3 surfers on it. A couple of them pretty young, still surfing between the 2 divisions. They're going to get a lot of reps out here this week. And then for Ellie, he's the surfer that's been representing Finland for a long time now at the World Junior Surfing Championships. It's exciting to see him also now into that stage of life, starting to compete on the North American qualifying series with his hopes set on qualifying for the championship tour one day.
Yeah, well, with surfing like that, he is looking great and setting himself up for hopefully a great career ahead. Looking back at talking about those younger surfers, again, Shan, our surfer from Tahiti, only 13 years old, and he said he just celebrated his 13th birthday too, so only just before was 12, obviously. But I mean, it's so awesome to see. We have, it's kind of a battle right now between our 18-year-olds and our 13-year-olds fighting for this advancing spot. And it is our other 18-year-old, Luke, who has now just gotten the required score, a 2.3. That gets him into advancing position. So small, but got the job done. And now we are waiting again for a score for our surfer in blue, only needing a 1.63.
There's the Greek team sitting on the little steps here, taking a look out at Punta Rocas. The High Performance Center is really, really just an incredible facility that allows an event like this to be run, you know.
Doesn't that backdrop look fake in the background? It looks like one of those Google fake backdrops, but it's real and it's incredible. It's such an interesting landscape here.
Yeah, there's just so much sand. Actually, we're sitting in a desert. Lima is a massive desert city. Very, very little rain here across, you know, the last few centuries even. And it is a pretty wild kind of landscape to look out on anytime you're outside and you're taking a look at the mountains. Yeah. It really feels like we're on Mars, actually.
It does.
Luke Payne now. Oh, with it just a quick in and out. He's looking to improve on that 2.3. A 2.85 will take him into the advancing position, as the Tahitian has dropped in a 2.17 for his last ride, and that's put him back up into that advancing position.
Wow, small scores that keep negotiating this second place advancing spot. Luke would probably be kicking himself a little bit getting unstuck on that one, only needing such a small score, but could be a blessing in disguise. We'll see. Maybe that gets him back out in the lineup quicker for another opportunity, as we see the whole team there. And looking at kind of that fog sitting over the landscape.
Wow, you can really see how thick it is just blowing in, and it's actually really cold when you go outside. It feels like pretty humid when you're a little bit protected from the wind. It's pretty warm outside, but that fog and that cold, you know, Pacific Ocean, those cold currents really just change the air temperature pretty significantly when that wind comes into play, especially the onshores.
Reminds me a lot of California in the June, July time. We get a lot of fog like this because the ocean is a lot colder than the land is, and it creates those just like that marine layer, that foggy layer. So hopefully it doesn't come in too thick, or else we'll have to put the competition on hold.
I mean, that does happen at a lot of surf contests, specifically, like you're saying, similar to, you know, that kind of spring, early summer feeling in Southern California where we get a lot of fog. If the judges can't see the surfers and see the you know, be able to just watch the waves and actually judge them, then it becomes impossible to continue running an event. Hopefully that's not even part of the conversation in any way, but I wouldn't feel like it's an unlikely scenario given the climate here.
Yeah, it's so surprising when we've been looking at the waves being surfed obviously so closely, to then pan out and see that that fog bank coming in was so surprising.
Luke Payne now up and riding, looking to again find himself back in the advancing position. So he's down into third. This is still main round, round number 1. Surfers in the top 2 positions will be advancing through to main round 2. But surfers in the bottom 2 positions will be heading into the repechage round. So this is non-elimination currently. However, for this year's event, there's only that single repechage round, but every surfer will get the chance to surf twice, which is really awesome. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. And I would say this last set is going to be the opportunity to see if there's any change up to the situation, and we could easily see that come into play, Rach, because the requirements on 3rd and 4th are really minor.
Yeah, as we see Luke trying to make something of this wave now, only a 2.85, but he does need an opportunity to at least put it on rail. He doesn't get it there.
Yeah, it's really tricky on some of those waves. You kind of hope in the like whitewater takeoff that it's going to give you that open face, and that's potentially what Yoki is looking at here as he drives back in that opening section. He's looking for a 3.45, so he's going to need to put together a few turns. He's got really nice style, nice snap off the top and connects with the lip line. We'll see how this finishing section pulls together for him.
Wow.
Really composed surfing for a 12-year-old.
Absolutely. A 3.45. Had he finished that last maneuver, I think I'd feel it a little bit more convincingly. Unfortunately, that wave kind of shouldering off a lot, and he got a lot of work done. I don't think he could have done much more on it. So it's more of a reflection on the wave than his surfing itself.
Exactly.
But I think it could be close. I wouldn't be surprised either way. And I feel like that's kind of all I've been saying all day. We've had so many close calls.
45 seconds on the clock. Really tight positioning between the Tahitian and our leading surfer out in the lineup in Ellie, who's, you know, just stitched up this heat in the first 3 minutes. So he hasn't had anything to worry about. And now, the Tahitian with a quick in and out. He kicks out of that wave. He's still sitting in that advancing position, but we are waiting for scores to drop. That last wave of surfer in white, Yoki, was a 2.77, so it falls shy of that 3.45 requirement. And unfortunately, he's unable to move out of his 4th place positioning. But he's a very sharp surfer, and I think, you know, he's got that opportunity in the repechage rounds here for the under 18s, but remember, as just a 12-year-old, he's got a great shot in the under 16s as well.
Yeah, 100%. Loved what I saw in terms of his fundamentals. Just didn't have that power to back it up. But look at this fog bank, how quickly it rolled in. We will wait to see how the competition continues to play. I think we're hearing right now that we're on hold right now, Shannon.
Wow, I mean, that is actually so thick so quickly. It's hard, you know, because we're obviously just looking at it from the screens and we could see that it was kind of out there, but to understand how quickly it hit, that wind is definitely strong enough to be causing a little bit of chaos with that fog bank that was just sitting off the coast. And,
Wow.
well, I guess that's our view. We definitely can't see the lineup anymore.
Yeah, if we can't see it, the judges can't see it. So I do know that the next heat did already paddle out, but we'll see what happens, how long this is planned to last.
Well, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll give you that update, reassess what's happening from the tower, and how long we might have to wait it out. It's currently 3:42 p.m. We are planning to run through heat number 24 for this round, so we'll see what the decision is from the tower. We'll be right back after this.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Welcome to day one of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. From the host nation of Peru, Paul Huguet with an 8.83.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I learned to surf in this wave. Incredible to be here with my family, with my team.
From the United States of America, Makai Castle with an 8.5. Japan's Mirai Ikeda with an 8.67.
Quick whip, throwing tons of spray.
Yeah.
She opts out.
Surprised that she committed to the inside too. The Olympian Yang Su Chi from China with a 9.17.
Wow. Oh, sets herself up with it. Wow. A little bit wild.
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel air wave is very good. It's my first time come great.
Perfectly, speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves of Punta Rocas. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, Fenta, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Welcome back to currently a fogged-in 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Chris Cote here, Sofia Milanovic. On the schedule, 5 more heats left on the day, but out of nowhere, fog bank just rolled through. So Punta Rocas throwing us some curveballs here, but in reflecting on what we've seen today, I mean, what, 500, 1,000 waves ridden? It's been pumping all day long. Sofia, this break, the perfect venue for an event of this magnitude. And today, we saw so many scores in the excellent range. I mean, it's hard to even like wrap your head around all the surfing we saw.
Yeah, it's been pumping all day. So many waves ridden and so many waves unridden. There's been like non-stop waves all day. We've seen some really good scores, some really good surfing, and unfortunately the fog came in. It's really uncommon at this time of the day, but yeah, it's pretty hard to see now.
Yeah, it's kind of nearly impossible to see the surfers, especially on the outside section. So our technical director has made the call to just go on hold for a little bit. But the good news is we've banked 1 million incredible waves. So we will be showing you some highlights in just a few moments. But before we get there, the heat that just got out of the water, he had Ellie Perry post up a 16.33 heat total, which was just incredible. And now Ellie is standing by with Mitchell Salazar right now.
That is correct. A certified Latro represents Finland, but from Encinitas, California. Ellie Perry, congratulations. I had no doubt. I've seen you for a number of years right now. You drop an 8.5 in the first few minutes, then you back it up with a 7.83. Really quick start, and especially with an open ocean out there, congrats.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was able to find the first good one, and then lucked into a good little second one right after it. It was a good little insider, stood up for me. Yeah, so stoked I was able to show my surfing.
It's not your first rodeo here at the ISA, but regionally on the QS in North America, too. You're coming off of a 5th over there in Cabo. Just talk to us about the process of developing your surfing through amateur programs, of course representing Finland, but not pursuing both the QS, the Pro Junior, and of course trying to get to the Olympics as well.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I've been last couple events, Puerto Rico got an equal third, and then Cabo straight back into quarters. But yeah, I'm stoked. I've been doing these ISAs for like plenty of time now. Not my first time here, that's for sure. But yeah, I'm stoked I was able to keep it going. Keep the pressure off today. Yeah.
And for a number of years, same thing I asked the Swedish team a while ago. There were only 2 of you. You just surfed with your teammate right now on that heat. Now seeing a more generous team, Juho Mikkonen, everybody back in Finland is doing an amazing job. What would you say to a lot of Finnish kids or a lot of European kids coming up, potentially competing at this event later on?
Yeah, this event is like so special to me and to everybody that surfs here. It's like if you have the opportunity surfing these events, I would definitely give it a go. But yeah, it's like no other. These events are so sick.
We got Chris in the booth right now. Anything you want to say to the Seaside local?
Yeah, what's up, Chris? Yeah, I've seen you plenty around there in the lot, trolling. You already know. Yeah.
Congrats, Ellie. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Guys.
Oh, Mitch. He doesn't see much of me out in the water because he's always riding waves, and I'm always just sitting there. You know? No, great kid. Ellie Perry putting up one of the highest totals of the event with a 16.33, proudly representing Finland, and definitely some inspiration going back to the Finnish surf community for sure. And, you know, that's just a reason why, as Ellie said, at the ISA events are so special. 57 nations competing, and rising surf nations like Finland putting up big numbers and getting huge results.
Of course, I think he has one of the biggest hit scores of the day. 8.5 and 7.83. Wow, he ripped that hit.
Well, there was a lot of ripping that happened today, and we're about to show you some of it. We are going to be on hold, so check out these highlights, get excited, and right after this, we'll come back with an update for what's going to happen for the rest of the afternoon. Check this out. Well, that was awesome. That was like watching a surf video part. Well, here's the update. So the fog is still with us, but we're going to keep the crew here. We're going to keep the cameras on. We're going to go on hold, but we'll be checking in with you momentarily to see what's going to happen for the rest of the afternoon. This is just a case of knowing that nature is in charge. So a brief pause in the action, but don't go anywhere. Just stay tuned. We'll be back to you shortly with an update to see what happens for the rest of the day.
Hello, everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves of Punta Rocas. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants. Between surfers and their support team, there's almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, FENTA, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you, everybody. Good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Welcome to day one of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. From the host nation of Peru, Paul Huguet with an 8.83.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I learned to surf in this wave. Incredible to be here with my family, with my team.
From the United States of America, Mackay Castle with an 8.5. Japan's Mirai Ikeda with an 8.67.
Quick whip throwing tons of spray.
Yeah.
She opts out.
Surprised that she committed to the inside too.
The Olympian Yang Su Chi from China with a 9.17.
Wow. Oh, sets herself up with it. Wow. A little bit wild.
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel air wave is very good. It's my first time come free.
Perfectly, speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it. This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing.
It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
And after that brief fog hold, we're back at it. We are live from Punta Rocas, Peru. It's the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Chris Cote here with Sofia Milanovic. A rarity to have a fog bank roll in the afternoon like that, but got through it and we're going to be back on.
Yeah, exactly. It came from nowhere, really. I think everybody was really shocked. It came so fast, and it's not common. Usually you get a lot of fog, but in January and usually in the mornings, but to have fog in the afternoon like that, it was uncommon.
Well, just nature's way of telling us just to chill a little bit because it's been hot and heavy all day long.
Exactly.
Here at Punta Rocas, Podium 1 and Podium 2 both firing on all cylinders. If you want to see results for Podium 2, you can click the tab at the competition page at isasurf.org. There's an overview of the Punta Rocas High Performance Center. And every junior surfer I've talked to from here in Peru has given a lot of credit to this center as an incredible place to train mind, body, soul. And I feel like there's a reason why we've seen, I think, nearly every surfer representing Peru win their heats today.
Yeah, they've been surfing amazing. They have a really strong junior team. And they're pumped. They've been training for so long here and using the car. You know, the car is the center right there. That is the most amazing place to train at. They're ready.
Speaking of ready, we got 4 surfers entering the lineup right now. Pedro Ferreira, Dal Robrock, we got Gail Reyes, and Mikolaj Krzyzewski. Poland, Dominican Republic, Netherlands, and Brazil in this heat. And one thing we know for sure is the waves are still here. A big set rolled through right when the fog cleared. That gave our crew here ample reason to get this thing going. So we're looking at round 1, heat 20. We'll see if we can complete all the heats that we planned for today. That was only about a 15-minute break, so not a big deal there. So we're still looking at wrapping up our under 18 boys division here. We've had 20 heats already, and we started off with multiple heats of the women. So it's been a long day of surfing, but Punta Rocas has shown us this is the perfect venue for an event like this. So many waves ridden, 8s, 9s, big scores flying across the board all day long.
Yeah, it's been an awesome day of surfing. We've seen some excellent scores, some really good scores, some great waves, plenty of opportunity, and that's what we want.
And I think we're creeping close to magic hour. So when you have the waves start to glass off a little bit at this size, I mean, I'm expecting to see some big performances in this next heat. And, you know, the surfers, they got enough time to get out there, get themselves set up. We're going to start the clock when the surfers are deemed to be in the takeoff zone. Pedro Ferreira representing Brazil in the red jersey, kind of has the inside track, but there will be no priority until surfers start paddling for and catching waves. So everything resets. Our judges are right on top of the action. It's been nice and clean. You know, maybe one interference throughout the entire event. So that's a good sign that everybody's surfing with, you know, good sportsmanship within the rules. Been nice and clean so far. So the horn has gone, and we're in. 19 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Who will strike first in this heat? I mean, even though there's tons of waves coming through, it really is still important to get a good start.
Of course, you want to make every wave count, so you need to pick your waves right, especially in a place like this where you catch one wave and it's going to take you like at least 2 minutes to go back out. So in a 20-minute heat, I think you have to be selective with your waves. It's not a beach break, it's a point break, and there's lots of paddling.
So these surfers all in the same boat, all told to just pause while the fog cleared. And you know they're well coached, they're well prepared. So with 18:50 to go, yet to see any surfer get an opportunity to ride a wave.
I think with the tide coming going like higher. I think there's gonna be more lows, and I think also the waves are coming down a little bit for tomorrow. Because I think this is the first low we've seen all day, right? Like there's been constant waves all day, and right now they're just sitting and waiting for a wave.
I like when you have, varied conditions throughout the span of an event. And that just proves that the surfer who's, adept in all types of waves is the true champion, because you have to surf your way through big waves, smaller waves, windy afternoons, glassy mornings. If you do everything right at the end of the week, you could potentially have a gold medal draped around your neck and be called a world junior champion.
Exactly.
So we have some movement.
Like that time that they asked Andy Irons, remember, what's your favorite conditions? And he said, like, all conditions are my favorite. I love that that phrase, famous phrase of Andy Irons.
It's the mark of a champion. You cannot get down on the conditions before you paddle out.
Exactly.
You have to be ready for anything. I think that's where the mental coaching comes into play, right?
Exactly.
The physical stuff, of course, these are all incredible athletes. The mental part of surfing is, just knowing that you are going to get an opportunity. There will be another wave. Of course, you got to do all of that in the span of 20 minutes, so it's not as easy as it sounds. 17 minutes left. Looks like a couple waves coming through. So the field is pretty spread out. Lots of space between these four surfers. No priority set yet. And we could have a paddle. Look like a potential chip shot there. That was a decent wave. You see that inside section standing up?
Yeah, like a one nice section.
I just got an 8 mind surfing it.
Yeah.
Felt pretty good.
Still, I think they want to get those waves that have that final section to do a good last move.
Yeah, it's kind of wild how that wave just completely disappeared.
16 minutes on the clock. No waves yet.
Yeah, I think that's the longest lull of the day, by far. Surfers having a look at this peak. I don't think I've seen a left ridden in a few hours, so it's been all right-handers. And there's a paddle from Nikolai. Team Poland, represented by your surfer in white. Here's the outlook for today. Proper 6 to 8 foot throughout the entire day. Wind has been relatively chill, 7 miles per hour coming out of the south-southeast. Tide will be coming up pretty steadily all the way till 8 o'clock this evening. Water's nice, 65, air temp 67. Call that, spring suit, short arm full suit.
Yeah.
But you could be comfortable in a 3-2 full suit as well.
Yeah, for sure. I think I would use a 3-2.
Oh, wow. So there's kind of a shift in the peak. We're down to 16 minutes. Or 15 minutes. 5 minutes gone. No waves ridden. And here we go. Pedro Ferreira. Weaving as he stands up. Now he sees a section of note. Comes around crumbling whitewater. There he gets up into the lip. Great first turn on this wave. Setting things up with a carve. He just kind of has to wait and see what this wave does through the inside. Gives him a little speed section. It's a nice little slidey snap there for Pedro. So a decent start there for Team Brazil, Pedro Ferreira.
Nice first wave, Pedro.
I like that he didn't force anything. He waited for those sections to appear. That helps with the flow factor that the judges are looking for. Looks like somebody got a wild ride over the falls into the whitewater. Dolphins out the back, 14 minutes left. It's your surfer in blue. Robrock, Team Netherlands. That's never a good feeling.
Yeah, to get like powered by the the wash. It's a really powerful white water out there too. This wave carries a lot of power, so you don't want to get eaten by that white wash.
Yeah, he got ragdolled for sure. I mean, you saw him straight head over heels into the white water, and a late takeoff, but up and at it. This is Gael Reyes, Dominican Republic. Kind of just fighting against this wave, and when he gets around the section, simple case of his back foot slipping off. He'll get right back out there. Now we're starting to see some action on the outside.
Big set at the back.
Yeah, this one came steamrolling from way outside. See if any of the surfers are in position. Blue trying to get around it. Gets under it, but definitely got smoked by that white water. There's a chance here. One cool thing about the way when waves are like this, oh no, just underneath. Yeah, and there you see the ferocity of the white water.
Power.
Blue just got worked. So Blue did get to his feet just for a .20. If your hands leave the rails, you will get scored. Unfortunately, not how he wanted to start, but here's that decent beginning that we saw from Pedro Ferreira.
This is the replay for red. Waiting for that section to stand up. Then this first turn that comes up, it's a really nice turn on the pocket, throwing lots of spray, showing lots of control, going back to the power source, trying to find that last move to finish his wave. Okay, that's a nice carve there. And finishes. It's a nice wave to start the heat, and here comes white in a bigger wave. That was a risky takeoff right there. Going through a section, but unfortunately right here he kind of like, oh, this is a different wave. He does a good turn at the end. White. Here is another wave. This is green, right? This
Gael
is green.
Reyes.
I think this is the wave he kind of loses control there, yeah.
So a bit of a messy start for Heat 20. Pedro Ferreira, though, getting things together. He starts off with a 4.5.
Here comes Pedro again, eyeing that wave in the inside.
Yeah, good call to go on this one. It looks like it could have a good line through this inside section. A lot of bumps coming up the face, but he's negotiating it well. Not pushing too hard through the turns, knowing that, you know, if he jams it too hard off his back foot, that was a nicely placed turn there. It's real easy to lose control if you're trying to push too hard through your turns with those bumps coming up the face of the wave. I mean, it doesn't matter how powerful you are. It's really tough to cut through when the waves are so bumpy like that. But there was those kind of moments on that wave that it just glassed off for a second.
Yeah.
And he had that one good turn there. Not sure it'll be equal to a 4.5, but it's just going to help him extend his lead.
Yeah, for sure. There's not that much time left, so he just wants to get busy. Here's a replay of that wave. That's a nice first turn, and then you can just see the bump on that wave. So hard to surf. He's waiting for it to kind of get a little bit cleaner, and then he does this. I think that was the best turn of the wave.
That wave got crazy on the inside.
Got really hard to surf.
Prezek Kachowski comes through with a 2.83 for a second place. And now you see Rob Rock way out on the open face. Setting things up here for Team Netherlands. Cool kind of high line carve as he gets through to the inside section. Just nicely paced surfing for this wave. Oh, and then he had the opportunity to come down from that tail slide, but looked like he may have saw something out of the corner of his eye, a boil or a rock or something on the inside that he didn't like, so he got out of that one. Mikolaj again. Staying busy. Good call. Started with a 283. This is not an easy wave to surf, but he's cutting through the foam down the line, putting together a good combo of maneuvers. Pushes it hard on the final turn. Can't complete it, but it's probably going to be right there with that 283. Got some work done on the outside.
Yeah, for sure. He's staying busy. Mikołaj from Poland. He gets a 3.13 from that last wave. His best wave.
A little better, maybe a little faster.
Yeah. He did a couple carves, couple changes of direction. There's 7.5 minutes remaining. And we have Pedro Ferreira from Brazil in the first place with a 4.5 and a 3. Mikołaj from Poland with a 3.13 and a 2.83. Then we have Do Robrosch from Netherlands with a 2.43, needing a 3.53. But his backup wave is really low, so I think he can improve on that easily. And Gael Reyes from Dominican has a 1.5, and he doesn't have a backup wave.
There's a look back at your 2025 ISA season of events. Started way back in April at the ISA World Longboard Championship in El Sunzal in El Salvador. September 5th. Really exciting version of the ISA World Surfing Games. Let's get back to the action in the water. Nice backhand hook for Reyes. Another solid turn. But I feel like if there was nerves happening for Reyes at the beginning of this heat, he's washed them off. This is definitely going to be his highest score. This wave just doing everything in its power to throw Reyes off his board, but he's hung in there. That was a good series of turns on the outside section. Nice cuppy bowl for him to work with.
Yeah, that was his best wave by far. The wave was really nice too. It offered a lot. He surfed it really well.
So Ferreira backs his opening score up 3.07. Pedro Ferreira, 18 years old. Born and raised near Sao Paulo. This is his first time representing Brazil at the junior level. He's trying to make his team proud, and I think Dominican Republic has to be excited about what they just saw from Gael Reyes.
Of course, that was a really nice wave for him. Staying close to the wash to find that pocket. Does a couple nice turns off the top.
Do you get credit from the judges when you regain control after nearly getting eaten by the whitewater?
For sure. He looks strong on that wave, huh? He looks like
he's
gonna
locked
stay
into
on
his board, right?
Yeah.
Changes things just a little bit. 3.4 for Gael Reyes. So Mikołaj now in second place. But everybody's still in this. Green would just need a 2.56. Blue would need a 3.53. So everybody within striking distance with 5 minutes, 22 seconds left.
Here comes a really nice wave at the back. Right there.
Ooh, which one do you pick? Second wave of the set or third wave of the set? Second one definitely looked bumpy, but it looks like there's a couple little pockets, some opportunities on that wave. Out the back with priority, you've got Pedro Ferreira. Douwe Robrock, the Netherlands, is in second priority.
This heat's still wide open.
It's flown by, too. I think all that whitewater that's coming through at the beginning and pounding these guys probably feels like it's gone a lot faster for them than it has for us, that's for sure. They've all had to work for it. Nobody's quite run away with this one yet. High single wave scores of 4.5 for Ferreira. Now time's going to start to go quick. Looks like there could be something on the horizon with the two surfers way out the back. Yeah, they see it. Now we're going to see a battle for positioning. Can't quite see the colors, but I know that one of the two surfers out the back has top in first and second priority. This one's swinging way wide.
Few minutes remaining in this heat.
Second wave of this set looks like it's Could be doubling up. And someone had a look.
That looked like an right wave. How you said, kind of like doubling up a little bit.
Yeah, it had a pretty cool look to it.
Yeah.
Nerves of steel, though, to not go on that wave. Maybe they sensed that there was another 8-wave set coming through.
Yeah.
Now you have more choices. So all 3 surfers back in the takeoff zone. And it's crazy with a kind of a takeoff area of about 100 square yards. They all condensed, the 3 of them. This is going to be a really cool kind of research moment for us to see which of these waves of this set would provide these surfers with the best opportunity. The first wave came through, didn't offer anything. Second wave looks real shouldery. Fourth wave is the biggest wave of the set. Maybe not necessarily the best as the third wave of this set.
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, it looks like it has kind of that double up extended wall through to the inside.
This one coming, but they're a little bit in the inside, I think. I don't know.
It's almost like every other wave. This one has a chance. Could have a decent pocket through that midsection. Yeah, right there is where you would be doing most of your work. Nobody interested in it. That would have actually looked pretty good. I mean, of course, if you're the surfer in the seat, you're watching the replay. Well, you know, you're gonna, well, easy for you guys to stay up there when we're out here battling this lineup. Team Puerto Rico representing Boricua.
Sinai Soto.
They were the host of the ISA World Surfing Games 2 years ago, and what an epic event that was. All right, back at it. Dominican Republic, rise up. Gael Reyes hammering the inside section. Stay on your feet. Stay up. Stay up. You got to make sure the judges know you've made it. All right.
Beautiful.
There you go.
By Green. That was a juicy section, wasn't it?
That was strong surfing, and it was really smart to fight to just get vertical, to stand up on his board. You don't want to leave that a question in the judge's mind. You got to let them know you've made that turn. And only needing a 2.56, we both felt really good about that finishing move.
I think that's his best wave, just by one turn.
Man, this swell is relentless. It's weird to even call them sets because it's just kind of, again, it's just how it is.
Yeah.
I can't identify the sets from the normal
so
waves.
Consistent.
Just scan the horizon. We see a surfer way out the back. And potential opportunity. Red did have first priority. Right in the zone. Good carve to start. This wave looks like it has some force to it. There's kind of that double up that we've been talking about. See if he sticks with this one. This is where all your experience kind of comes into play. What have these waves done in the past? He's going to stick with it on the inside. Not a great section, but did get one more turn. He's looking to better at 3.07. I like the few big hacks he did on the outside, so he'll be rewarded for that.
Yeah, for sure. And we see that Gael Reyes with that last turn.
Yeah,
got a 4.23 and went to the lead. Let's wait for that last wave of red.
That was a mysterious heat. I don't know how it's already over. It seems like it flew by in the span of about 30 seconds. These guys got back out there after the fog break and things got wild. So Gael Reyes, Team Dominican Republic, potentially with a buzzer beater, flipping from third to first. We do have a score to come through for Pedro Ferrer. We'll see if that will change anything. But for now, that's it. For Heat 20, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more from the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Stay tuned.
Welcome to day one of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. From the host nation of Peru, Paul Huguet with an 8.83.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. I learned to surf in this wave. Incredible to be here with my family, with my team.
From the United States of America, Mackay Castle with an 8.5.
Japan's Mirai Ikeda with an 8.67.
Quick whip, throwing tons of spray.
Yeah.
She opts out.
Surprised that she committed to the inside too. The Olympian Yang Su-chi from China with a 9.17.
Wow. Oh, sets herself up with it. Wow. A little bit wild.
I feel light point wave is so good. I feel air wave is very good. It's my first time come free.
Perfectly, speed, elegance, great style, all the way down the line.
Tune in tomorrow for day 2 of the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
We are back to the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship live from Punta Rocas. Chris Cote here with a Peruvian super surfer, Sofia Milanovic. Sofia, you live just up the road, and I know how proud the Peruvian team is to play host to this illustrious field of 57 nations. As you see, we've got Australia, Puerto Rico, and Germany involved in this heat. Mitchell Peterson, Ellen Selsby, and Kai Schmitz. But how do you personally feel? You're a world champion. You've done this multiple times. When it was announced that the juniors was coming to your hometown, what did you think?
So happy. I am so happy. The juniors is here in my, like in my garden, and I'm really happy that the waves are like this, so consistent. You can see the potential that Peru has for waves, and it's just awesome to watch. I just love watching good surfing. What we're gonna see in this heat, I'm sure we're gonna watch some good surfing just by looking at the teams.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of inspiration happening today, and I wouldn't necessarily say they're dealing with adversity because there's so many waves and it's pumping. It's chunky, it's lumpy, so it's kind of like, be careful what you wish for, right? You pray for swell all the time, and today we've had so much swell, and even moments like this where surfers, just fall victim to the ocean. So, yeah, I think it's really cool that you invited the entire commentary staff to your house for a barbecue, too. When's that happening?
Whenever you want, Chris.
Well,
barbecue, but I'll make sure there's some ceviche, too, there.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yes. Down. 17 minutes to go. So that last heat felt like it went by like with the blink of an eye. We'll see what the difference is with these 3 surfers in the lineup. Surf fans lining the bluff. Literally from all over the world. As we get deeper into this competition as well, you start to see, the teams that maybe have lost out, they kind of get adopted into the other teams and form these giant tribes. It's a really fun aspect of ISA surfing where, the global community comes together. You're really a tight-knit team representing your nation. But as things, start to come into a clearer picture for the overall team standings, you start to see teams kind of breaking up and forming super teams, which is super rad to see.
Yeah, especially, for example, Latins tend to go for Latins, Europeans for Europeans, and like that, right?
Well, 16 minutes left. And this is kind of strangely similar to the start we saw in that last heat. It started off with a lull, and then a relentless 50-wave set came through. Just kind of has that same feeling. We'll see if these surfers activates on this kind of medium insider. So Kai Schmitz there representing Team Germany. No go. It's a good call there. That wave did not look good.
Yeah, almost identical start from last heat. That low in the first 5 minutes. They're going to have to get busy in those last 15.
Team Australia is star-studded, to say the least. Ziggy, our returning champ from last year. They got Charlie Hadley, Maverick Wilson, Ocean Lancaster, Isla Hupats, Mia Coco Brown. And in this heat right now, we've got Sammy Love, Caden Francis, and Mitchell Peterson, 17 years old. From Noosa Heads, his favorite wave is Cloud Break. Might be feeling like he's surfing a cloud break right now because he's about to paddle way out into the ocean because there is a monster set on the horizon. Mitchell is your is very excited. He says qualifying for the ISA Junior Championship is a big deal for him. It's first time traveling to Peru and competing here in an ISA Junior Champ. So we'll see what Mitchell can do to put his name on the ISA map. 14 minutes, 20 seconds left.
I'm sure he's an amazing surfer. Just to make the Australian team, you have to be an amazing surfer.
Yeah, it's one of those teams where you can imagine their bench surfers are all incredible. The depth of field for Australia in this age group is incredible.
And the coaches they have, I'm really good friends actually with Chelsea Hedges.
Oh, almost looked like a double disaster there, but here's our first look. Mitchell Peterson. Nicely done there. Navigating the lumps, identifying the sections that are going to give him the best opportunity to lay it on rail. Really cool style. Kind of reminds me of like a John Florence, the way his arms are down near his sides.
Yeah.
Gets a lot of whip through his turns. Cool slash on the inside, so nicely done there for Mitchell Peterson.
Great surfer, beautiful style.
You were mentioning about the coach?
Yeah, I'm saying that I really like how the Australian team works. You know, they have great coaches. They have a great training center too, the HPC. I've been there a few times, and yeah, it's really good. I'm really good friends with Chelsea, and she was like also talking to me about like accommodation here and like kind of give her some tips, and I was so happy to help them. They're such an amazing team.
This was a wild start to this wave. Green actually got lucky there to kind of just be evaporated, because that would have been a bummer of an interference with so much time left. But great surfing here for Mitchell Peterson.
Amazing surfer, how he managed to work through those sections. They were not easy sections, lots of bump in that wave, but he's so smooth in his surfing. What you said is, I think the same. Kind of looks a little bit like John, right?
Yeah. Similar style, and when you're being compared to one of the best to ever do it, like John Florence, you're doing something right.
Exactly. This last move is really nice too, throwing the tail a little bit. Great way to start this heat from the Australian.
Some live action here. Team Puerto Rico. Alan Selsby. Didn't like the look of that one. He's out. So we got 11:45 to go. Judge is going to be locking in scores for Mitchell Peterson and Alan Selsby. While we wait, let's go down to the glass. We got Mitch Salazar standing by.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with Gael Reyes from the Dominican Republic. Beautiful stuff out there. Muchas felicidades. Going to ask him the questions in Spanish, and I'll translate back. So first question is going to be, what's it feel like to represent Dominican Republic here at the ISA? ¿Cómo se siente representar a la Dominicana aquí con una victoria?
La verdad que se siente muy bien. Esta es mi segunda vez representando a la República Dominicana, poniendo en alto la bandera. La verdad que la otra vez no me fue tan bien, pero esta vez me esforcé demasiado y con mucha disciplina pude lograr esto, pasar el GIE en primero.
Second time competing at the ISA is for the DR. Obviously feeling great out there. Put a lot more effort into this one, and that's why the results showed off. Otra cosa también, la Dominicana, un país de béisbol. It's a country of baseball, really, but surfing strong. El surfing es fuerte también. ¿Cómo se hace más fuerte con tu resultado? How does it get better with your result?
Yo creo que se puede mejorar teniendo muchas cosas, esforzándose más, mucho esfuerzo, poniendo más esfuerzo, más disciplina y haciendo tu cuerpo trabajar.
Just putting in more effort, putting in more effort into our bodies too, and eventually getting more support. Muchas felicidades. Un mensaje para la gente.
Muchas gracias por todo lo que me han apoyado, especialmente mi familia, mi papá, toda la gente que me está viendo en Dominicana. Muchas gracias.
Arriba la Dominicana.
Great interview. Just seems like a great kid. I mean, we're meeting so many awesome, relatively new names to us, I'm sure. A lot of these guys are their first time, including Mitchell Peterson, who's, wow, on a good one right now. Started off with a 5. That layback snap on the outside was just perfection. Kai Schmitz got involved, got a 3-point ride. Alan Selsby has a 1.5 paired with a 0.50. He's got a 2-point total now, so he's definitely going to get back to the drawing board. Selsby comes from San Juan, Puerto Rico. His home break is Manglitos. And he was taught how to surf at a young age by his father, Randall Selsby. Shout out, Randall. And his hobbies, fishing. You see a lot of that, a lot of fishermen and women in this event. Go to Instagram to kind of do a little bit of research on a lot of them, and then a lot of them are holding fish up.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
They're water people.
Score comes through for Kai Schmitz. 3-point ride. Things are starting to escalate in the lineup right now. Peterson, on the strength of that one big layback snap, gets a 4.67.
That was a beautiful turn.
That was really cool.
So sharp.
I mean, not like a super memorable score, but definitely a turn that deserves to be part of the highlight package.
For sure.
With the sun behind it, golden hour, whipped up into it. That was cool. 8.5 left. Got Peterson almost in the double digits.
There's some sets coming at the back. This is that last turn for him. Look at this. Look at this turn. How, oh my God, that was really beautiful turn. Lots of power, control, commitment, throwing buckets of water.
Full commitment too. In that bottom turn, you saw exactly where he was going.
Exactly.
And that's those are those attention-getting turns that the judges kind of perk up, like, oh, okay, that's what you're capable of. Let's see you do that 3 or 4 times down the line, and you could be looking at an 8-point ride.
Exactly.
7:50 to go. Yep, more waves coming through, like clockwork. All 3 surfers now having a dig. This one just goes a little bit wide. It's crazy the zigzagging that they're doing. Paddle for the shoulder, duck dive, get back over there. See if you can maybe sneak in one of these medium-sized waves that have proven to be the best quality waves. And Mitchell Peterson again. Coming around the section. Yep. Keep doing that turn. That is a turn we'll never get bored of seeing. So it goes back to back, wrapping it through the inside. I feel like he is just getting warmed up. You can just see him getting a little bit looser, going a little bit faster on every wave that he's ridden. Brilliant surfing on that wave for Mitchell Peterson. And that kind of caught it in no man's land too. So smart decision, and he made it count.
That was amazing surfer by the Australian. He looks so sharp, throwing so much water in all his turns, timing all his maneuvers really well. I think he's going to be a force in this event for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I watch a lot of surfing, a lot of contests, a lot of videos, and this is my first time seeing Mitchell Peterson, and I'm kind of embarrassed because he's so good. I should have been knowing about this kid for years now.
Yeah, I haven't heard from him before either. He's
Put him on the list.
Really good surfer.
Definitely on our list of favorites. And even though the scores aren't huge, I mean, he's surfing so well. He's just making the most out of every opportunity that he's been given. Meanwhile, out the back, the zigzag continues. Inside of 6 minutes now. I have a feeling that, that last wave could elevate the scoreline for Mitchell Peterson. Looks like 2 of our surfers are back in, I guess, what you would call the takeoff zone, although it's been pretty mysterious where the best waves are going to come from. And here we go. Kai Schmitz, Team Germany, rolls the dice. No worries there. He was in second priority. That gets stripped, but he's going to get right back out there to the takeoff spot, so he'll be in the second priority roll again. Kai Schmitz, 16 years old. His favorite break is Spanish left in Tenerife on the K2 Crusher model. He's a German champion in the under-16 divisions for 2025, 2023, 2022. Vice champion in Spain. I mean, this kid's done it all. He's had a huge 2025. When he's not surfing, he's doing jiu-jitsu and skateboarding. And I like that little, you know, keep the surfer in blue honest there. Those I would say, great kind of defensive salesmanship there for Kai Schmitz to force Alan to go on this wave that just was junk from the start. It looked like he maybe saw a glimpse of something just on the other side of the whitewater, but it didn't go his way.
It was way too deep. That was probably a defensive move. So like the other,
Good
probably the other guy was in a better position and the wave looked good. I don't know.
Good sales tactic.
Exactly.
He's looking out going, oh, this is a good one.
Yeah.
If you're not going, I'm going. A lot can happen in that little, half a second, right?
For sure.
There's certain surfers, you know, on the championship tour and at the World Surfing Games level that you just know, like they know every rule in the book. They know every priority situation, and they'll use it against you every single time. And those, most people that have the prowess to do all those things become champions.
Exactly.
Gabriel Medina, the perfect example of a expert, master tactician.
He's so good.
Kelly Slater, same thing. Knows the rule book front to back. He knows how far he can cross the line and when to pull back. Did you have competitors on tour and in ISA competition that you just knew were going to be like a mental battle throughout the entire heat?
Well, I think a lot of them were really mental, you know. Lane was a really good competitor. Like, he's a really good competitor. Smart. There's a few. Paulina Doe was a really good competitor too. She's actually coaching the French team. Great surfer too.
250 to go here. Opportunity's knocking. Just blows by him. They're just scratching it for the horizon. I don't think these guys have stopped paddling since this heat started.
Yeah, there's more waves coming, look.
A boxing match. Duck, dodge, dive, and then get in there, throw some punches.
Look at this one at the back.
It's really hard to decipher even the angle. Like, you know, you would think the ones that kind of bend in at you would be the good ones. We'll see if this is... Oh!
Here comes Rhett.
Oh, just on the corner. Late takeoff for Mitchell Peterson. He's out. Pretty dramatic start to that wave, but you could tell it just went straight down on the shoulder. And he just dropped a 6.83 on his previous wave, so in the driver's seat, 11.83 total with a minute and a half to go. Got to think he's got a high percentage of taking the win here. But Kai Schmitz now trying to solidify that second place position. Couple good turns on the outside. He's only got to get rid of a 0.43. That's going to make Alan Selsby's requirement that much higher. Confident finish there. Gets a little sketchy when those waves converge like that on the inside, but he rode out strong. And here is Alan Selsby's final chance with a minute left. And he fades back into the white water, stays on his feet. And that wave got weird quick. You could tell like it almost looked like two waves coming together and just canceling each other out right when he stood up.
It was a bad quality wave, and he's going to be needing more also after that. He needs now a 5.17 after that last wave by Green. There's not that much time left.
Well, all three of these surfers put up a good fight. Mitchell Peterson earned his spot on our list of surfers to watch to potentially go all the way. Super clean, crisp style, powerful, going real fast, and well rewarded with a 6.83 and a 5.0. 10 seconds left. He's going to get the heat win. Second place for now is going to go to Kai Schmitz, representing Team Germany. Kai wants to make it abundantly clear that he is in an advancing position. He goes vertical, blows the tail. It's a good way to finish for Kai Schmitz. Do lose Puerto Rico's Alan Selsby to the elimination round. He'll have one more opportunity to surf his way back into the main event. That's it for Heat 21. Give it up to Mitchell Peterson, representing the Irukandjis. You know they always bring the sting. And
Always a strong, one of the strongest teams, for sure.
In that last heat, the stinger was Mitchell Peterson. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back to finish out our day here. Heat 22 coming up after these quick messages. You're watching the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We'll be right back.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
The culmination, day 2 of competition here at the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, live from Punta Rocas. We've got Heat 22. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with Sofia Milanovic. Waves are pumping. It's about to be golden hour. We've got one more heat to go, and this one's going to be big. We've got 4 stars in their nations represented. We've got Spain, Colombia, Uruguay, and Vanuatu. And we've got Punta Rocas flexing, showing its power, its muscle, and its consistency. So Fernando Ibarra, Romeo Chavez, Lucas Ranieri, and Manoa Toro. So this is going to be a fun one for us. I mean, we've seen Romeo Chavez quite a few times in ISA competition. But for Fernando, Lucas, and Manoa, clean slate. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, I've seen Romeo surf a few times. He's a great surfer. I've seen him since he was really young. He lives in Ecuador, so he gets to surf some really fun waves there in Ecuador.
So 18.5, and we're on. Kind of a wide shouldery one here on the inside for Ranieri, Uruguay. And there he is, representing Vanuatu. This is Manoa Toro. And comes to the inside with a nice series of backside carves. Staying involved with this wave, and it looks like that could pay off for him through this little racetrack section. There's a nice little critical lip to work with.
He's a good surfer. Beautiful style. Really smooth through his turns.
When you can be smooth on your backhand when there's water up and down on the waves, it shows us that you have great control. And I like this heat because, I know what the waves are like in Spain. Spain has been on the surfing map for a long time. There's been big events there. A little bit of a mystery to me what the waves are like in Uruguay. Have you surfed there?
I haven't never surfed there, but I've heard there's some good beach breaks.
Okay.
It's not, I think, not that consistent, but every once in a while you get some really fun waves there.
We did have, I think, one trip to Colombia when I was doing Trans World Surf Magazine. Looks like it was kind of like a wind swelly, but there's some reefs and some little points and nooks and crannies. What have you heard about the Colombian surf conditions?
Yeah, I haven't heard that much, but I just got in my social media a message from someone from Colombia saying that there was a really fun wave in Santa Marta, I think. And it looked really fun, like some really, really nice waves. So I'm sure there's some fun waves nobody really knows about.
Yeah, I'll stop talking about it. I don't want to blow up the spot. Here's your surfer representing Uruguay now, Lucas Ranieri. And I think one of the coolest looking flags is that Vanuatu flag. And Manoa Toro. get back to that flag here in a minute because Fernando Ibarra ripping his way down the line here. It's pretty cool when he does his bottom turns. He comes up into the sun, throws spray, kind of glows when it goes out the back. So good, strong, solid surfing here from Ibarra, and so he's out. And right behind him, Chavez. Big snap there, so we're waiting for a couple scores to come through.
Lots of waves ridden.
Yeah, that was a lot of action there. So back to Vanuatu. I mean, you'd have to think that being a beautiful tropical location, in the zone where we know there's a lot of great waves, Fiji, Caledonia, that whole area. So I'm sure they're holding some secret spots. Manoa's favorite spot is called Aratap Island Reef. He's on a DHD board. And his hobbies are surfing.
Nice. Good hobby.
So 15 minutes left. Judges have some catching up to do at the moment. High single wave score scored by Manoa Toro, 5.67. Not a bad start there. Lucas Reineri from Uruguay comes through with a 1.67 and a 1.57 for a 3.24 total. He's going to want to delete both of those scores. We are waiting for the numbers now for red, Fernando Ibarra, representing Spain, and for blue, Romeo Chavez, Colombia.
With 14 minutes remaining in this heat. Heat still wide open.
There's the Vanuatu flag. Bold colors. Cool kind of icon there. I got to talk to these guys and kind of get the lowdown, what this all means.
Yeah, it's a beautiful flag.
So wait for scores to drop through. So Fernando Ibarra, 18 years old. His favorite break is called Los Locos. He's on a Laika surfboard. Spanish League Junior Champion for 2024. And he says, I'm just a kid who loves surfing.
Perfect.
And according to this, he's a heck of a ping pong player. I mean, got to give him credit for being one of the most spirited teams on the beach, and they are really supporting each other. As I said, the Irukandjis always bring the sting. Well coached, well dressed, and well led by Mitchell in that last heat. So, if I'm not mistaken, all their boys have gotten through their heats. They did lose Mia Coco Brown to the repechage round, but I think she's going to do some damage.
Yeah, I think she's going to be fine.
She'll be back in the main podium for sure. As we see surfer in white on a big wave, streaking down the line, cranks it off the bottom, straight up into the lip. Savage backside hook there for Manoa. Big snap, kind of two-stage floater there. I'm liking what I'm seeing from this kid.
Yeah, he's a great surfer. I've never seen him surf before, but I'm really liking what he's doing.
Fully agreed. Reineri, tall, powerful, goofy footer out of Uruguay. Nice and steady down the line. Just patiently waiting for a quality section to arise in front of him. Nicely placed turn there. Rides out clean. We got heat on our hands. Everybody involved here with 12 minutes left. So judges catching up with some scores now. Surfers making their way back out. Let's go down to the Irukandji waiting with Mitchell Salazar.
Guys, it's a scary day when there's two Mitches on the beach, and we got a heat winner right here, Mitchell Peterson, first time representing Australia. Congratulations. How do you feel out there, especially when he came in a ton of support from your team?
Yeah, you know, I'm really honoured to be representing my country. It's something I've really worked towards my whole junior career, so super stoked to be here. And yeah, had a fun heat, and then the crew, our team's just unbeatable. Like, the support is just so good, and we're just, yeah, they're just best country, best team. So yeah, I'm stoked.
In your bio, you actually mentioned that this is your biggest achievement so far in your life. Obviously, representing the country is one thing. You get the support from your team, your peers. What does that feel like, especially when you come into that kind of support?
Yeah, it's incredible. Like the people in our team and our support we've got is just so good, and I'm so stoked to be here. And yeah, let's bring on the rest of the week.
Coming from Noosa, how fun was it to surf a wave like this out there?
Yeah, it's epic. You know, it's just like home, kind of, just like a wave we got called Tea Tree, and yeah, just so much fun.
Message to friends and family back home?
Yeah, big thanks to everyone watching back home. I know a bunch of you woke up early. Not sure exactly what time it is, but big thanks to everyone who woke up and watched me. Yeah.
Congrats, Mitch. Thanks.
Well, you got a fan in us. And Sofia Milanovic said that you're on the list of surfers to watch throughout the rest of this contest, and that is a big compliment coming from you.
He's a great surfer, Mitch. He looks so happy, so much energy. He was frothing.
And I love the statement, bring on the rest of the week. Exactly. That's the attitude you got to have.
Exactly.
Well, 10 minutes left here. Manoa Terrell running away with this thing. He's got a 6.33 and a 5.67 for a solid 12-point total. Lucas Ranieri came through on his last wave with a 3.33 and 1.67. Chavez, 4.83, needs to get things rolling. Fernando Ibarra, who started strong with a 4.67, kind of in a similar position. Fighting his way around this section, goes nowhere. So even though there's still 9.5 minutes to go, you know there's got to be some nerves going through the lineup. As you see, that score comes through at a 1.77, so he creeps into that second place position. Chavez just needs a 1.61. That's light work for Romeo. He's been in so many ISA contests in the past. 17 years old, from Montanita, Ecuador. His favorite break is called La Punta. He's riding a 5.5 Rusty. And he's had a pretty solid run of events. He was the runner-up in 2020 and 2021. And we got another fisherman on our hands. He's a spear fisherman.
Wow. Great surfer, Romeo.
Yeah, representing Colombia in every event that I've seen him in. And, you know, a lot of these surfers, they have family history, mom or dad, you know, from that country. And it's pretty cool to have options like that.
Of course.
You know, Colombia, I would say there's got to be a lot of talent there. You know, they always seem to field strong teams from a relatively smaller pool of surfers. But they've got Francesca Aravello, Khalil Perez Schooley, who's a great surfer, Romeo, who's in the water right now, Kala Barron, Yoku Ibern, Oscar Hernandez Gonzalez. So they got a strong team.
Here comes a wave at the back. Who has priority? Romeo has priority. He needs a 1.61. That's easy for him to get.
One of these guys is going to be able to sneak around this one. Yeah,
little
just
deep on
a
that
little
wave.
deep. You know, sometimes you want just a little bit of white water to hit you to slingshot you into the wave, but where they were positioned, they would have been steamrolled.
Yeah, for sure. There's still plenty of time. 7 minutes and a half.
It's like the surfer in the middle there had a quick look at that wave coming through. Good decision not to go, just completely flattened out. 7 minutes left.
And we have Manoa Tarrux from
Vanuatu
with a 6.33 and a 5.67. Fernando Ibarra from Spain with a 4.67 and a 1.77. Lucas from Uruguay with a 3.3 and a 1.67, and Romeo with a 4.83, and he doesn't have a backup yet. He knows he just doesn't need much to go to that second place or even the first place. He's still capable of doing that. He needs a 1.61 to go to that second place.
Oh, you want to know a little bit more about Vanuatu?
Sure.
It's in the South Pacific, made up of roughly 80 islands.
Oh, wow. I'm sure there's going to be good waves there, huh?
The picture that is on their Wikipedia is stunning. This place looks beautiful. Yeah, they're located near just above New Caledonia, and it looks like they have a lot of opportunity for waves, tons of coastline on 80 islands. There is a lot of underwater caverns there. There's shipwrecks from World War II era ships. It's famous for scuba diving. And the capital and economic center is on the island of Ifate. And that's the home of the Vanuatu National Museum. I'd like to go here.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. And that's the cool part about these ISA contests. Now we know, well, we don't know him yet. Hopefully, or potentially, we're going to get to meet Manoa in a post-heat interview. But if we get to know him, you know, we got an in.
Nice.
If we're nice. We promise we won't bring a lot of people. If we take photos, we won't geotag them. I think Vanuatu has also been on the show Survivor.
Oh, really?
For some reason, I think that.
All right.
5 minutes left here. Manoa in the driver's seat. Solid 12-point total. Fernando Ibarra, I think kind of where we expected him to be in second place. He started strong, that 4.67, but the unexpected name in fourth place right now is Romeo Chavez, representing Team Colombia. He's had big, strong results here in ISA contests in the past. But right now, just a little bit lost, only one wave ridden. The good news for Romeo, though, he's in that top priority spot, and he still has just about 5 minutes left, and there's another 12-wave set rolling through, so he's going to have options.
I hope he's in a good position for it. We'll see. Looks like he is.
Yeah, credit to our spotters and judges right now, staring into the glare, but making all the right calls. It's been really nice and clean. Scores have been real appropriate throughout the entirety of the day. Yeah, out of the darkness, it's hard to see the jersey color here. I believe that's blue. So yeah, Chavez, right place, right time, up into the lip. Get up, stand up. Oh no! That was on the edge. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be deemed a complete. You know, he almost
I think that's going to be a
control.
1.61 though for sure, but I think it might be completed. What do you think?
So that's on the edge. Only needing 1.61. Safe to say he got it, but did some good work. I mean, this is not an easy wave to surf.
Exactly. This first turn was, I think he got the score just with that. Look at this turn. Wow, that was a really nice turn.
Yeah, I don't think he rode out long enough. First turn, though, you're right. I mean, that felt above and beyond a 1.61. Of course, I'll leave that up to the judges. 3 minutes, 10 seconds left. Either way, it's good. And it was 2.73.
2.73.
Yeah, just above the requirement. That means Fernando Ibarra is in a dangerous position now, only needing a 2.90. Rainieri started strong at that 3.33. Looking for something sizable. You'd need a 4.24. This one's not over yet. I have a feeling this is going to go down to the wire.
Yeah, it's an exciting hit. Fernando doesn't need much at all. There's no second priority. Oh, no, yeah, there is second priority. Fernando has that second priority. First priority, Manoa. So if a set comes, I'm sure Fernando's going to have an opportunity to try and get that score.
He's having a look here. Ooh, the wave shoulders off a lot on the takeoff, so nothing available there for Fernando Ibarra. That's got to sting, because now there's 2 minutes left, and you see everybody knows the priority situation, and everybody knows how good Fernando is. They do not want to give him any opportunity to ride a wave. So we've been talking a little bit about tactics in this heat, and here's where you're going to see tactics come into play. That's Romeo Chavez smartly going after Fernando into the inside. There's our very own Mitchell Salazar taking in golden hour, doing his research to see who he's about to interview. All signs point to an interview with Manoa Tarot, which will be fun to get to know this guy He went wild in this heat. Big scores there. Some of the biggest scores of the afternoon.
Yeah. Great surfer, Manoa.
1 minute left. This is going to be our last heat of the day. And then we get to watch the highlight package again, which we're very excited about. Potentially get a glimpse at our schedule for tomorrow. I can tell you that there will be waves and there will be great surfing, regardless if it's the, you know, the women, the boys, whoever's out there, we know there's going to be great surfing. We have over 400 of the best under 18 surfers on the planet. So I can assure you big things will happen tomorrow as they did today. I like that, you know, even the waves obviously jumped up a lot, but the performances jumped up today too.
Yes, for sure. Everybody was ripping today. Some excellent scores. Really good waves through the whole day.
All right, Ibarra, a rare left. Slicing through in his backhand, looking for a 290. Second turn is pretty good.
Wow.
Third turn was nice, no.
I think he might get it. Oh, well, here's Romeo.
I don't know how these guys found the lefts. The two of the only lefts ridden of the entire day. So looking for a 290. Ibarra did two pretty good turns out the back. He was going real fast. Had he made that third turn, easy call.
Yeah.
But now it's on the line. Now
Wow,
he's
that
left
was
a
really
big
close.
question mark, right?
You said this hit was going to be really close by the end.
Oh, it went down to the last second. But the good news for Vanuatu is Manoa Taro comes through with a big heat win. 12-point total. That'll get you through any heat of the day. So at the moment, Romeo Chavez in second, but Fernando Ibarra waiting for a score, needs a 290.
This is the replay of that last wave.
That was a wild way to take off.
And it was a good wave, too. It had some opportunity on it, some sections. Look at this section right here. Oh. Fortunately, he falls off. Oh, on that third turn.
Oh, there's a lot happening on that wave. Is this better than a 320?
I don't know.
So at the moment, score did come through for Fernando Ibarra. He got a 320, so he's in second for now, but we're still waiting for this score, which would need to be a 3.04 or above.
I think it could be, I think it could be.
Now I'm nervous. Leaving us on the edge of our seat all the way at the end of the day. Did he do enough? Will Colombia's Romeo Chavez come through the last second buzzer beater?
I think he got it, Romeo, but let's wait. Let's see. It's going to be so close. .4, yeah.
Oh my goodness. So he needed a 3.04. He earned himself a 3.4. So just edging Fernando Ibarra into third place. Lucas Ranieri in fourth. Give it up to Romeo Chavez. Nerves of steel.
Wow, that was
surfed down to the last second. And huge congrats. And nice to meet you, Manoa Taro, representing Team Vanuatu. That was a real pleasure to do those last three heats. I'm glad we got things rolling after that fog delay because we saw some great surfing by some relatively new names to us.
Yeah, some really good waves, some really good surfers.
Wow. These guys are coming through at dusk. That's a good long day of surfing. So that's it for round one, heat 22. That's it for day two of competition. We're going to take a look at some highlights, and then we're going to come back and get to know more about Manoa Taro. And we are back to have a conversation with Manoa Taro during that highlight package. Sophia and I were doing our own little research, and it appears that Vanuatu may be holding some real good waves. I know they got a good surfer. That was the first ever heat win from a surfer from Vanuatu at the ISA junior level. So congratulations to Manoa Taro for making history here today.
Yeah, he's an amazing surfer. So we were wondering if he's like surfing at home, practicing at home. We were checking the images from the waves there in Namotu, and they look Vanamotu, and they look amazing.
Yeah, the home break that he cites in his bio looks pretty radical. So Manoa, we'd love to become friends with you, and maybe when you come up, we'll get more information about your home and your home break. But either way, that was an amazing day of competition here at Punta Rocas. I mean, Peru shining and firing on all cylinders. Definitely got a little bit more challenging at the end of the day with the wind that came up. But when you see surfers, posting 12-point heat totals, it's super contestable and very rippable.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a great day of waves, great day of scores of surfing, and everybody's happy. There's plenty of opportunity there. Tomorrow the waves are going to drop off a little bit, but I'm sure there's still going to be lots of opportunity for all surfers.
And what else I loved about today is we got to see a great display of sportsmanship and team spirit. There's a way to pridefully represent your team and to, shout about it and get enthusiastic. But it's all felt like it's all in the spirit of fair play. There's a way to be a team leader, and I think everybody shined on the beach and in the water. So all of these athletes should be very proud of themselves. So let's get to know more about Manoa Taro. He is on the glass now with Mitchell Salazar.
The first ever heat win for Vanuatu at the ISA World Juniors. This is a big moment right here. And it's a huge moment for Vanuatu, but more importantly, a huge moment for yourself. You just beat a Spaniard out there. You beat a Colombian in Romeo Chavez, who has done multiple ISAs. Congratulations. What does it mean for you so far?
I'm very happy to win. It's a lot of training, a lot of work, and put in to do this, to do competition. So I'm very happy that it pays off, and yeah, very happy to be here in Peru representing Vanuatu.
So, here's the thing. Everybody in the booth, myself, we've done our research. We already went through your Instagram page. Seems like the waves in Vanuatu are epic. Can we exchange some information, potentially go on a surf trip over there?
Oh yeah, Vanuatu waves are really sick. We have some only reefs break pretty much, except when there is some cyclones, which makes big swell for the beaches. But yeah, really slabby waves. We got long rods, really close to the shore too, which is good. We can paddle out it's 200 meters something, so you can surf every day, and waves are really firing, especially in summer, January, February, March. It's really always glass and beautiful waves.
All right, look into the camera right here, and I want you to tell everybody watching back home, how do we get surfing bigger and more popular and more support in Vanuatu?
I think it's just getting some money in Vanuatu to have some surfboards, and for the VSA, for example, Vasanak helped us a lot to come here to represent Vanuatu, so I'm happy that it pays off for Vanuatu too. Yeah, get some money out there, make the people over there that have not a lot of money be able to get some boards and surf, real surf, get some good boards to surf every day and continue working on this,
Congratulations, kids. See you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Guys?
Now I'm an even bigger fan. I mean, Manoa Taro representing himself, representing Vanuatu really well. He's got a cool, unique accent. It's so cool to kind of see a kid like this rising up through the ranks, and I'm hoping for big things for Manoa in the future of this event. And with that, what a way to end it. We could see a Cinderella story developing for Vanuatu, but either way, an epic day of surfing. Thank you so much for tuning in from all over the world. And guess what? We're going to be right back here bright and early tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Peruvian time. So check back in tomorrow, isasurf.org. We'll see you then.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.